wider picture, you can actually get some evidence of what's happening in the atmosphere here on satellite. Eye not really well open right now, starting to fill in with some cloud cover, but take notice of some of these higher clouds in the southern Gulf. See how they're moving from southwest to northeast? You can see that motion over here as well. That's that southwesterly wind shear. It's starting to push on this system. And I took note in the National Hurricane Center discussion earlier, they said that if you look at the eye vertically, at the surface, it's farther to the southwest than it is in the atmosphere. It's farther to the northeast. That's that shear pushing on the storm.
Yep, which actually is helping it not become as strong as it potentially could. Of course, this is peak hurricane season, so we fear for strong strengthening or quick strengthening, but good news is that the atmosphere is working against it at the moment.
We talked about the shear there. Let's go to the other impact now, and that would be, I'm going to jump one more ahead, the dry air. I mean, there's clearly a lot working on the storm on the western side.
Yeah, absolutely. All of across Texas, that is dry air pushing against the system. We even saw some yesterday in the mid-levels working against it, and it's likely to try to invade into it over the next 24 hours, quickly deteriorating the system.
I'll go back to that previous graphic, because one thing we can point out here too, when we're looking at this enhanced satellite image, the colors represent the coldest, deepest cloud tops, colder, deeper cloud tops, and intensifying storm. But follow that pink, coldest and deepest cloud tops, less of them over the last little while. So that's another one of those weakening signs that we'll keep an eye on. Okay, zooming in a little bit closer now, radar overlaid with the track. Once again, we're kind of thinking our timeline for landfall is maybe 2-3 hours delayed from what we expected yesterday. I think the message most of the week's been about 2 p.m. We're favoring 4-5-ish now, inland by 7. But look where it is by tomorrow morning.
Yeah, very quick moving by 7 a.m. So that's about a 12-hour time span where the system just takes off through southeast Louisiana. And the good news is that once it makes landfall, it will lose its energy as it moves inland. We're still going to see those gusty winds. Of course, all of the rain right now, that's mainly ahead of the system. So once it does make landfall and move through, not much going on behind it, which is great news. Will begin to dry up by early on Thursday. Yeah, and that's current radar, not future radar. So you see that position at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Remember we were saying about it being a lopsided storm on the north. All that rain will be north of that center as well. I don't expect much precipitation left in our area tomorrow morning. We'll stay breezy for a little while because we still have that large open center moving over our area, so we'll continue to handle the winds as well. Quite a contrast between current conditions in the capital area and down south right now. I'll let you go through the two. Yeah, absolutely. As for at 5 a.m. on tune-in, winds were fairly calm here. Now beginning to be breezy out of the east at about 14 miles an hour. Obviously, we're seeing the first of the rain right now. Quite moderate here in the capital area, but other than that, we haven't really seen the impacts just yet. But as we move further towards the coast, we're starting to see those winds really ramp up. Yeah, so the Morgan City stats are a little bit different. Yeah, the wind's still east at about 13. Earlier, we were seeing pushing 20, and the gusts really beginning to pick up there as well. As for the radar, still much of that, some of the deeper convection and more moderate to even heavy rainfall impacting Morgan City at the moment. And like we said, with those winds picking up, it's pushing the water towards the coastline, and we're going to start seeing those storm surges impact that region. Yeah, so that's kind of a wrap on our stage setter here of what we're expecting over the next couple of hours here. We'll be with you all afternoon long. Myself and Emma Kate Cowan through about 3 o'clock. We'll tag in Malcolm Byron a little bit later too. And yeah, we're here on the air. We've got our mobile app where you can follow. You can track the storm on the Storm Station weather app too. You can zoom into your neighborhood and see how close the track is to you. We are going to be updating our forecast blog every hour on WBRZ.com. So all of this detailed information we're giving you on the air, we've got it in picture and written form online. If you want to stay up to date with that, we will continue to tweak it. And those new advisories that are released once an hour, you'll see them on the WBRZ Weather Facebook and X platforms as well. So Emma Kate, I think they're going to check back in with you in just a couple of minutes here, and I'll be rejoining within the hour as well. So JP and Brandy, back to you.
Thank you so much for the Storm Station team and all of you, the work y'all are doing. Thank y'all. Well, we are only hours away from Francine making landfall here in Louisiana. Stay weather aware with the Storm Station. Download the WBRZ News and weather apps to stay ahead of the storm. Now you can stream all of our live team coverage and get up-to-the-minute updates, even if your cable and power goes out. This is critical. We'll be streaming live on YouTube, getting you the important information to help you weather the storm.
Yeah, and they just gave us a great picture of where the storm, where we stand right now, as Dr. Josh and Emma Kate just showed us. Francine is getting close to making landfall along the Louisiana coast, and One of those areas that will see the first effects of the storm, St. Mary Parish.
That's right, and that's where we find meteorologist Balin Rogers, who's there live now. Balin, good afternoon. Tell us, what conditions are you seeing where you are?
Well, so far in Morgan City, we're not seeing too bad of conditions. It's not that bad right now. Winds really only gusting to around 35 miles per hour. But we're really awaiting the core of the system making landfall over the next several hours. At the noon advisory, National Hurricane Center even saying those tropical storms winds are just offshore right now. Actually had an oil rig just offshore, sustained winds to 85 miles per hour, gusting to 100 miles per hour. And all those winds are heading this direction in Morgan City. As of where I'm standing right now, behind me, is the Atchafalaya River, and we're expecting some pretty serious storm surge in this location. And actually right in front of me, we have the flood walls, which is going to protect Morgan City from this river rising, expecting to get 8 to 10 feet above what you see it right now. And if it wasn't for these walls, Morgan City would really get inundated with a lot of water. So definitely thankful for a lot of that. So like I mentioned, conditions aren't too bad right now, maybe gusting 30 to 35 miles per hour, but those tropical storm force winds in excess of 40 miles per hour are just offshore, and they are moving this way. Probably going to get the core of the storm as well, what's known as the eye wall, and it's that ring of most intense storms right around the center of Francine. That's likely going to come into this area. It's going to get really intense, really fast, probably going to have whiteout conditions. Cannot roll out some wind gusts to 100 miles per hour as well. That's going to do some damage to trees, maybe a few power lines down, and with that type of winds, maybe a little bit of structural damage as well. So after that, most intense rain does move through, might even get into the eye of the storm, and that's where we see a complete calm in the winds before the backside comes through and it gets windy once again. So probably gonna have to move from this location now, because in a few hours this might actually be underwater, but we're gonna continue to provide updates all throughout the afternoon and evening here in Morgan City. So I'm live in Morgan City, meteorologist Balin Rogers, WBRZ Channel 2. Send it out to you in the newsroom.
All right, Balin, stay safe out there. And of course, Morgan City, St. Mary Parish, no stranger to hurricanes and storms. In fact, back in 1992, just about every building in Morgan City suffered some damage courtesy of Hurricane Andrew, which swept through that area. And as you can see, pretty good conditions there. They stand. And I thought it'd be much worse, given that the storm is so very close from making landfall. And it looks like Morgan City's in the bullseye.
Yeah, Morgan City definitely in the bullseye. And of course, we're definitely going to be keeping a close eye on it. We'll check in with Balin, because we're seeing the rain come down there. But like he said, it's not as windy as maybe he had anticipated. But he did let us know in a few hours that same location where he is could look totally different and start to see some storm surge.
Yeah, and he's going to have to move, because historically and traditionally that floods right there as it's being, it goes up against that seawall that he was talking about. So we'll check in with him again,
right.
And we'll check on conditions coming up. But utility companies like Energy are preparing their crews to respond to Hurricane Francine. And
today, just a short while ago, Energy officials sharing this message with the community.
We're out here finishing up our preparations for Hurricane Francine. We know it is expected to come ashore in just a few more hours. Could come in as a Category 2 storm, so we're finishing up those preparations. We prepare for storms throughout the year. In fact, we hold our annual hurricane drills through May to make sure that we're ready for storms such as this.
Now, Energy also says to stay away from down power lines and to call them before touching any of them. Now, we've been learning from the next reporter we're going to go to about things that are happening in Ascension Parish. And we just got notification, if you have the WBRZ News app, we just pushed this to your phone just about a minute ago, that the Lamar Dixon Expo Center will open in about 13 minutes at 12:30 as a shelter. It's one of those last resort shelters. So if you need to shelter, you can go to the Lamar Dixon Expo Center. They're going to open up at 12:30 for those in Ascension Parish.
Plenty of room, plenty of facilities, and I know that a lot of the folks there actually bring food up there to help people who stay there and to feed people who stay there. So Lamar Dixon opening up in just minutes as a shelter of last resort. And officials are urging everyone to stay vigilant and safe as Francine makes its way to the Louisiana coast.
That's right. News 2's Fallon Brown is live with a message from State Police. Fallon, good afternoon. So what is State Police telling the public?
Well, good afternoon, Brandy and JP. Right now I'm here with Trooper Shelby Mayfield, who is with Louisiana State Police. They have been busy getting ready for Hurricane Francine. So tell me what kind of preparations you guys have been taking ahead of this bad weather.
So since yesterday, in preparation for the inclement weather that was coming, we took the initiative to double staff our shifts and get our personnel to include some of the supervisors out on the roadway. Spread out equally across our troop area, just to make sure we're in position and in place for some of the implications that's going to come from the storm that's inbound.
Right, and I mean, even right now, the storm hasn't gotten bad yet, but we are outside. We can see the road. Lots of people out and about right now. So what message do you have to the community as far as staying safe goes?
So since the hurricane season began, one of the things that we focused on was getting the message out. Hurricane preparedness, disaster preparedness, and right now is the time that it's time to execute that plan. So this is not a good time to be out on the roadway. All the things that should have been accomplished, to prepare for the storm, should be done at this point. One of the reasons that we tried to put the troopers in place to get things done and be staged to respond was to prevent having to respond to the things that we actually can control. One of the things that we can control is reducing the amount of crashes and other responses that our troopers are going to have to make prior to the storm. So for every incident that we face or that comes up, to include roadway crashes and severe incidents, that's going to take some of those emergency responders off the roadway. So we just ask that our residents hunker down. This is the time to be in place. Wherever that place is that you're going to be during the storm, now is the time to be in that place.
Right, and of course, when it comes to road closures and any downed trees, any hazards at all out there on those roadways, you can also stay connected with Louisiana State Police on social media. And I heard you mention something about 511.
So there's a 577, which is star LSP, star 577. And you can call that number in case you witness or observe a hazardous driving situation and report it so that troopers can respond. But again, if there's an emergency situation for yourself or your family or something that you observe, 911 would be the appropriate number.
Absolutely. And of course, we are also going to do what we can to communicate to the public everything you need to know when it comes to road hazards out there and anything hurricane related. So keep in touch with our social media. If you have the WBRZ app, turn those notifications on. That way you can stay informed and stay safe out there, even if you do lose power. We'll go ahead and send things back to the desk now. Trooper Mayfield, thank you so much for being here with me today and for protecting and serving the community as always. Live in Ascension Parish, Fallon Brown, WBRZ News 2.
All right, thanks so much, Fallon. So lots of important tips there. I know a lot of our state officials have been kind of saying that same thing. 511, get a game plan, dialing some of these important numbers so that you can get access to resources and information. But of course, I think one of the big things you should do, download the WBRZ News and weather apps. We are pushing in notifications and push alerts straight to your phone at the minute we're getting them, whether that's advisories from the National Hurricane Center that we're getting every hour, or like we just told you, the Lamar Dixon Expo Center has opened up as a shelter, and there are other shelters also in the area.
Yeah, Colonel Robert Hodges, the head of state police, said earlier in the briefing we had from the governor's office that they'll have many more troopers out on the roadways this afternoon, just checking for possible down power lines, flooding and that kind of thing. But he urged people to stay off the roadways, whether it's main arteries, interstates. Look, stay home. Don't head out on the roadways. It'll be a very hazardous situation.
That's right. And right now, we should be wrapping up those preparations because now is the time to stay safe and hunker down. Now, Francine is continuing to make the storm's way to the Gulf Coast.
That's right. And News 2's Alexis Maroney reports from Assumption Parish this afternoon. Alexis, good afternoon. So set the scene for us. Where are you and how's it looking out there?
Hey, Brandy. Hey, JP. We are in Assumption, technically in Napoleonville, and I'm here with Bree Andrus, our sports reporter, who is wearing a different hat today. But we've been driving through the storm. We were in Iberville Parish, and we came over here to Assumption. We've been checking out shelters, and we've watched the rain and the wind sort of pick up, but we've both experienced hurricanes our entire lives, and it's not been anything just yet. But I mean, of course, Bree, what have you seen while you've been driving?
Well, since we've been driving, it's been a steady kind of shower. The rain hasn't been too bad, but ever since we got to Assumption Parish at this community center, the wind has picked up significantly. I went out to the car to get some more of our gear and my hat flew off. So that was fun, but we're in a safe place now. This shelter that we're at, they are open to the public in Assumption Parish, allowing people to come in for a safe place to stay throughout the storm. They don't expect it to be that long, just about 12 hours, but Assumption Parish has been through something like this before, so it's not anything that they're new to, just like many of us here in South Louisiana. Actually, an Acadian ambulance just pulled up to the community center here, and that's going to be good to have handy, you know, if something does happen, somebody has a medical emergency. Obviously can't get to a hospital right now. We don't want anyone on the roads, so it'll be helpful to have something like that, but things should start picking up, and it's a good time now to stay shelter in place.
I also want to note something that we haven't really talked about in a lot of these newscasts is there's a lot of mobile homes near us in Assumption Parish. As we drove through, there was a bunch of them, and I think it's important for those folks to also know that you should be taking shelter. I think we've heard in hurricane preps our entire lives that you want to make sure you are in a building that is safe to the ground. You are in a building with 4 walls that's not going to be able to pick up. And we've seen a lot of folks who've come in here, and it seems to be the folks who are coming from those mobile homes to this facility. I also want to note we spoke to Leroy Blanchard. He's with the police jury, and he told me, like Bree said, that this area has been through Hurricane Katrina. They've been through Ida. They've been through Gustav, and they've seen damage from those storms, but they're usually pretty quick to pick things up afterwards. But they want to note to stay off the roads after the storm, even once the rain's gone and you can drive through safely. If you think you can drive through safely, it is not safe to drive on those roads just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. He said wait about 24 hours after the storm passes, and then they'll open the roads back up and start cleaning up debris. They said with Hurricane Ida, it took about 7 days to clean up all the debris, and that was a really bad storm that impacted Assumption Parish, especially the east side of Assumption Parish, very significantly. I know it affected my hometown in Lafourche Parish very, very heavily. So we don't know what this storm can bring. Yes, it's a Category 1 hurricane, but it can bring a lot more damage to certain areas than others. So it's always better to be safe than sorry in these type of situations. Just make sure to stay shelter in place. Make sure you have everything you need. And if you don't, find a shelter near you that is open, that if you're not already there, get there ASAP because we don't want you on the roads. But the storm hopefully won't be as bad as others in the past.
Sure, and we are in Assumption right now, but we were also in Iberville about an hour ago, and there is a shelter in White Castle along Bowie Street. So get there, be safe. There's food and water at that shelter also. But we're going to send it back to you guys in the studio, live in Assumption Parish. Alexis Maroney and Bree Andrus, WBRZ News 2.
Great job, Alexis and Bree. Thanks for that report. And don't let the scene behind them fool you. As you can see, it's kind of calm there. Trees are not really blowing in any direction. A little bit of rain. That's only going to get much worse throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, Governor Jeff Landry actually talked about that same thing in his 11 o'clock press conference about the fact that even though it's a Category 1, possibly a Category 2, doesn't mean that we should turn our nose at it and think little of it, because the impacts can still be real. It can still spin tornadoes and wind damage and all of those good things. So we want to make sure that we're prepared and staying safe throughout this entire weather event.
Well, last-minute preparations are also underway in St. Gabriel.
That's right. That's where we find Destiny Beasley. She's live in St. Gabriel in Iberville Parish with the very latest.
Hello, everyone. I'm out here in St. Gabriel near the fire district, Iberville Parish Fire District number 1. And as you can see, it's starting to come down a little bit harder. Just a few minutes ago, it really wasn't coming down that much, but it just decided to pour down a little harder. And we have a puddle. It's not that high, but you can tell it's starting to build up just a tad bit, but it's not everywhere. It's just in different parts of the area. And they also have sandbags. We have people coming in and out of the area grabbing sandbags just for those last minute preparations. And also they have a last resort shelter at the St. Gabriel Community Center. And I have with me Cal Grace and Captain Snelson, and they're going to tell us a little bit about the last resort shelter. So tell me a little bit about that.
Sure. So, Iberville Parish President Chris Daigle, in conjunction with City of St. Gabriel officials, the Red Cross as well. We have stood up a shelter of last resort at the St. Gabriel Community Center here on Garden Simon LeBlanc, and that's for folks that housing may not be adequate to withstand the storm. We're asking if you come Iberville Parish residents to bring your IDs, any medications, and sleeping accessories for the ride up the storm for the rest of the night here in St. Gabriel. And we have Captain Snelson here representing the Iberville Parish Sheriff's Department. He and his guys are here. They're manning the area here. We've commandeered the first Fire District 1, and that has become our East Iberville Emergency Operations Center. So we're double duty here today with the Fire District 1 located here on 30 to actually be our EOC for the east side. So the east side is well covered. We appreciate Sheriff Stassi. We appreciate Captain Snelson for providing us with the manpower so that we can monitor this storm actively and respond accordingly.
All right, and I know it is coming down just a little bit harder than before. You know, just a couple of minutes ago, it was just lightly, coming down. And I know we were talking earlier that if it does start to get to those levels of where it is a flood, you all have an aqua dam. So just talk to me a little bit about that.
Yeah, the world famous aqua dam. Well, we are here monitoring the conditions. We're taking guidance from our parish president. Our staff engineers are in the building right here behind us. And if the conditions present themselves, we are ready and able to deploy the aqua dam. As you can see, it's here in the back, and we'll be looking at and we'll get guidance from National Weather Service, GOSEP, as well as Parish President Chris Daigle. So we're standing at the ready to be able to deploy that in the time that if it presents itself.
And Captain Snelson, just as far as those safety precautions that people should think about as it is, Hurricane Francine, she is coming a little closer, just some hours away. What should some things that people should keep in mind?
Stay at home, stay off of the roads. There is going to be some debris in the roads, and they are going to be impassable, and it makes everybody's job harder to get the roads cleared if there's a bunch of traffic out in the area.
All right, so y'all all heard that. Just make sure you stay safe. And also, if you are coming across any type of flooded areas, as they say, turn around, don't drown. Make sure you stay dry and go to those last resort shelter places as well. In Iberville Parish, Destiny Beasley, WBRZ News 2.
All right, Destiny, thanks for that. Please stay safe out there. And as you can see, conditions starting to deteriorate there in Iberville Parish. And it was interesting that the police were talking about that aqua dam. There's a bone of contention between Iberville and East Baton Rouge Parish because there was a lot of flooding going on there.
That's right. And of course, if we see that come out, we'll show you some video of that in the past. But we're watching the water, or at least the rain, start to build up there in Iberville Parish. When we were down in St. Mary Parish checking in with meteorologist Balin Rogers, you can see he was getting some heavy rain where he was. So very interesting to see that as we get further into the noon hour, we're watching those conditions deteriorate. Just like Emma Kate has been telling us all morning long, that afternoon, the governor said that at 11 o'clock, that now is the time to hunker down. The time for preparing is over, and we are now in the time where the storm is right up on our back door.
Yeah, from St. Mary to St. Gabriel, new roads to Napoleonville, we've got you covered. We are your source for important information to help you weather Francine. Stay with us. We're going to take a short break. Back with much more of our continuing coverage right after this.
Here's our new store. Every mattress you see is on sale now. We have queens starting at $249, and this queen's only $499. And remember, don't pay too much for your mattress. Get the BR Mattress Outlet today.
This is your city. These are your streets. Injured in a car crash? This is your lawyer, Cascio Injury Attorneys.
It's LAS's end of summer sale. Right now, get $100 off each LAS window or shutter, plus free installation. LAS products are beautiful, best in class, and made to withstand the elements of the Gulf South. For over 65 years, LAS has manufactured, installed, and warranted our own products. No middleman. When you buy from LAS, you buy peace of mind. So take advantage now of LAS's end of summer sale. When you want the best for your home, you want LAS.
I'm tired of packed lunches. I want packed bags. I don't want to sit in the carpool line. I want to lie in the lazy river. Or go somewhere where learning is fun again. How about instead of swinging by the grocery store, we swing on a pirate ship? My to-do list has taken over. How about a to-dream list instead? Play coastal and go have some fun for fun's sake.
Oh dang, oh my, now I can't hide. Said I knew myself, but I guess I lied. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. If you're lost, we're all a little lost, and it's alright. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. If you're lost, we're all a little lost, and it's alright, it's alright. It's alright, it's alright, it's alright.
This is your city. These are your streets. Injured in a car crash? This is your lawyer, Cascio Injury Attorneys.
Where have you been?
Since we're located next to Goodwood Hardware, I bought a few things.
Don't you think we should be selling some mattresses first?
Well, we have all these mattresses. Queen started at $249.
Miss Kathy, your delivery's here from Town Center.
Really?
The storm station is tracking Francine.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to our special coverage of Tracking Francine. I'm John Pastorik.
And I'm Brady B. Harris. The storm has been making its way to the Louisiana coast all morning long, all out now through the afternoon. Let's go to Storm Station meteorologist Emma Kate Cowan for the very latest on Francine's track. Emma Kate, good afternoon. So any shifts in the track or any strengthening?
Not seeing much changes of the track over the past couple of hours, you guys. Francine still moving mainly northeast at about 10 miles an hour, now up to 13 miles an hour, getting closer to the Louisiana coast. In fact, about a little over 80 miles from the coastline, a bit further towards Morgan City. And we're already beginning to see those impacts as the winds pick up, pushing some of that water towards the coast, raising the issue for, of course, those storm surges. This is where the warnings are, and that's where we could see up to 10 feet of storm surge build into the region. We actually had an alert put out by the National Hurricane Center saying that that was beginning about an hour ago. So all those individuals down there beginning to see the impacts already. In fact, Morgan City right now, that's a look at the current conditions, seeing some of the more moderate to even heavier downpours. The winds are beginning to ramp up that way, and they will be the first to see those hurricane force winds. In fact, taking a look over the next several hours, by 3 p.m., sustained winds up near 30 miles an hour, gusts near 50, and then completely soaring past in as Francine does make landfall right in that St. Mary Parish region. 42-mile-an-hour winds expected, gusts up to 70 miles an hour by 6 p.m., up near 80 miles an hour by later on tonight. And then you can see that significant drop in the wind speeds overnight. That's a look at midnight tonight as that system continues to move northwards. Now, not as high of wind gusts here in the Baton Rouge area. In fact, as we take a look, we probably will stay a little breezy through the rest of the afternoon. By around 6 p.m., we'll see some of the highest gusts exceeding the 50-mile-an-hour mark by later on tonight as that system moves throughout the region. But then you can see not as sharp as the drop-off. We'll see those breezy conditions into the overnight hours. This is the latest look at the radar and Francine's track. You can see it's still expected to be at hurricane strength when it does make landfall later on this afternoon. The latest data suggests anywhere between those later afternoon hours, 4 or 5 p.m. could be when we see the system make landfall. Still at 90 miles an hour, those maximum winds should stay very similar by the time it reaches that St. Mary Parish region and moves northwards. The good news is that once this system makes landfall, it will begin to deteriorate, lose some of its energy, and by the time it makes it to Baton Rouge, not as likely to see hurricane force winds. And then also something to point out, by 7 a.m. on Thursday, this system will well above our region into Mississippi, back down to tropical storm strength. So taking a bit closer in, I want to point out that this eye wall that we've been tracking, it is a bit east of the National Hurricanes track. That might imply that it's taking a bit of a jog to the east, not enough to really make an impact on the forecast, but it's something that we will watch closely here in the storm station. Of course, with tropical storms, hurricanes, we all know that on the east side of the system is where we see these strongest impacts. This is a look at where it's expected to make landfall. You can see that track hasn't changed much, and right around that region is where we could see those hurricane strength winds. Outside of that, a wider area of those tropical storm strength winds. So much of southeast Louisiana still feeling those impacts. In fact, as we take this system northeast through southeast Louisiana. Nearing the Baton Rouge area, still likely to see those tropical storm strength winds later on this evening, but Baton Rouge does sit just to the west of the system, so we do anticipate places like Livingston Parish, Tangipahoa, down in both Assumption, St. James, seeing some of these stronger impacts, the heavier rains, the possibility for some severe weather. In fact, taking a look at the latest severe weather risks, capital area cannot be ruled out from some spin-up tornadoes, but better chance the further east you go, the east of that center of the storm. So that's something to keep in mind. Make sure your weather alerts turned on. Now, as for that track, you notice right where the track is expected to travel, that's where we could see the highest rainfall amounts around the region. Right now, anticipating 3 to 6 inches right along that track. Can't rule out some higher amounts as well with those heavier downpours. That does, of course, raise the concern for some localized flash flooding, and is why we are under a flood watch through the remainder of the day. But system not yet making landfall means that we could still see some minor changes in that track, which would make big shifts in impact. So keep up to date with the latest advisories that will come out each hour on the hour as we near landfall later on this afternoon. Tropical alerts still remain the same. Baton Rouge area remaining under a hurricane warning, as well as many parishes to the south and east. Up further north, still under that tropical storm warning as we await Francine. Make sure to stay up to date. Like I mentioned, new advisories from the National Hurricane each hour. We should have one shortly with the latest. You can always check up on the blog, or better yet, download the Storm Station app, where you will be notified when we get more information. Brandy, JP.
Thanks so much, Emma Kate. We are only hours from Francine making landfall. Less than that. Stay weather aware with the Storm Station. We're going to get you through this. Download the WBRZ News and weather apps to stay ahead of the storm. We will continue to stream live coverage, team coverage, and get you up to date, up to the minute updates. Even if your cable or your power goes out, that's critical. We'll also be streaming live on YouTube to make sure you're getting that important life-saving information to help you weather the storm.
Well, as Emma Kay just showed us, Francine is getting closer and closer to making landfall along the Louisiana coast. And one of those areas that's already seen the effects of the storm, St. Mary Parish.
Which is where we find meteorologist Balin Rogers. He's there live. Balin, good afternoon. Set the scene for us. We saw you earlier and the conditions were deteriorating. What are you seeing now?
Well, I tell you what, Brandy, conditions have definitely gotten worse over the past 5 to 10 minutes. The rain rates are increasing. Winds are increasing as well. Probably still not the tropical storm force just yet, but we're really getting close to that 35 to 40 mile per hour range, and I have some power lines right above me, and they're starting to make that humming noise, and that generally happens once you start seeing those winds around 40 to potentially even 50 miles per hour. So winds are picking up, rain is picking up, and likely going to be going downhill from this point forward. Based on latest radar, it looks like the core of the system, the strongest winds, even the eye, is actually going to come right over our location here. So we're likely going to get the brunt of Francine here in Morgan City. Expecting winds potentially gusting to 100 miles per hour. That's going to be a problem for trees, a few power lines, and maybe even some light structural damage as well with some of those winds. Another concern we have is storm surge. This area is very prone to storm surge flooding, and right behind me we actually have the Atchafalaya River, which is actually expected to reverse flow as the winds push water inland. Normally flows north to south, going to start flowing south to north, and we're going to start to see some water rises. Actually, in a few hours, we might not even be able to stand right here, as this will be completely underwater. And that would be a big problem for Morgan City. Thankfully, we're on the other side of a flood wall, and that completely blocks any water rises from inundating the city. So definitely good news for Morgan City. You're not going to have to worry about storm surge flooding if you are behind those walls. It's really just going to be heavy rain that could provide some brief moments of flash flooding, maybe some standing water on roadways. But I really think the main concern with this system, especially here in the city, is going to be the winds, as we're likely going to get the brunt of the storm. As far as when it's going to get here, National Hurricane Center has noted in the past 30 minutes, the tropical storm force winds are just offshore, maybe slightly starting to move onshore at this moment. So it's not going to be long now until Morgan City, until we're seeing those gusts 40, 50, even 60 miles per hour. And then once the core of the system moved through, known as the eye wall, that's the ring of storms right around the center of circulation, that's when we're going to start to see those 80, 90, and then on the higher end, 100-mile-per-hour gusts. Definitely not going to ride that out here. We're too exposed. We can see water rises here. We got power lines above us. So we're likely going to relocate pretty soon, go to a lot safer location, preferably behind a building, so we're blocked from those really strong winds and any potential flying debris. But we're going to continue to provide updates all afternoon and evening long and show you how these conditions are in Morgan City. But I'm live in Morgan City, meteorologist, WBRZ Channel 2.
All right, thanks so much for that reporting. Please stay safe, Balin. And of course, we heard from the governor's office a short while ago, and they've been reminding us of some of the important things about how to stay safe. He was joined by his state and federal emergency officials for a briefing before noon.
Yeah, they say the state is prepared for what Francine will bring.
I wanted to take a moment to really thank the GOSEP team here and our GOSEP director, Jacques Thibodeau, who I'm going to bring up next. For the work that they've done. And of course, we stand ready to answer whatever Francine delivers to us tomorrow. I want to remind all of the citizens that now is the time to begin to stay off of the roadways, stay home, and stay put. It's also the time to take advantage of the power that you have currently and make sure that you charge all of your devices so that you can keep the maximum amount of charge on those devices as possible. Make sure that if you have external batteries, you want to charge those as well. If the conditions are not too rough in the area, then now could be the last opportunity for you to take photos of your property to assess the damage once the storm has passed. Make sure that you have your important documents secure and in a safe place, preferably in a waterproof bag or container, such as birth certificates, social security cards, insurance policies, and etc. So we want you to make your preparations and stay informed, and GOSEP will continue to provide updates as we monitor the storm's progress. Again, if you can go to your app store, if you have not yet, and downloaded the getagamePlan.org app, we encourage you to do so as well. At this time, I'd like to bring up our GOSEP Director, Jacques Thibodeau.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, real quick for everyone, the time to evacuate has now passed. It is the time to go to ground and hunker down. We are now no longer in the prepare for a hurricane. We are now in the respond for a hurricane or to a hurricane. So what I'd like to do is to take a quick moment and highlight the fact that we've been working in a partnership with FEMA for the past 3 days. We have our Region 6 Director, Tony Robinson, is here, and he's going to say a few words, and then we're going to turn it over to Jay Grimes to give you a quick weather update, and we're going to talk about how you respond to the initial effects of a storm. So, Tony?
Thank you, Jacques. Thank you, Governor. As Jacques said, we've been working very closely with GOSEP for the last several days. We've got teams on site. We've got commodities here like water, meals ready to eat, generators that are ready to deploy out, working with GOSEP. We'd really like you to do what the governor said. Take this storm seriously. It is a serious storm. Your final action should be complete, and now is the time to hunker down and ride the storm out. Follow the instructions of your local officials. The president did declare an emergency yesterday based on the governor's request. That provides the assistance that the locals and states may need for commodities, resources, and some reimbursement. So just want everybody to know that really is for the governments right now to be able to help them make sure that we're taking life-sustaining, life-supporting actions. We'll continue to work closely with the state and GOSEP on being prepared for the storm, whatever resources are needed post-storm, and do some assessments to be able to determine what other federal assistance may be needed.
All right, well, we just heard from them there. They gave us a lot of good information earlier. They've definitely been reminding people, stay off the roads. That time for preparations and cleaning up, that may have passed us. It's time to start hunkering down. I do want to note, because they talked about, later in that press conference, they talked to DOTD about roadways that were closed, and there's not a lot, but transportation-wise, all but one flight out of BTR canceled. All of the flights coming out of Louis Armstrong International in Kenner, all canceled for today.
Yeah, and Governor Landry made a good point. Now is the time, before the storm makes landfill and maybe knocks out power, use the power that you have to do everything you need to do, whether it's charging batteries, charging phones, cooking, doing everything you need to get ready in case the power goes out, because let's face it, power is going to go out in some places because we're expecting to see winds anywhere from 60 to 100 mile per hour gust. You know, when you're talking about a Category 1, almost a Category 2 hurricane, it's going to carry those very powerful winds.
And JP, I just keep checking all over to check some of those cameras that we had been checking earlier. We're still seeing the conditions outside are starting to deteriorate, kind of like what we saw with Balin Rogers, who's down there in St. Mary Parish in Morgan City. But of course, the conditions will affect the linemen, the utility companies, when they get out there to respond post-storm.
And as you know, utility companies like Energy are preparing for their crews to respond to Hurricane Francine.
Yeah, we heard from them earlier. Let's take a listen.
We're out here finishing up our preparations for Hurricane Francine. We know it is expected to come ashore in just a few more hours. Could come in as a Category 2 storm, so we're finishing up those preparations. We prepare for storms throughout the year. In fact, we hold our annual hurricane drills through May to make sure that we're ready for storms such as this.
Now, Energy also says to stay away from down power lines and to call before touching them. And speaking of those down power lines, that's one of those things that people need to be aware of, that all of our emergency officials have been reminding the community that after the storm, the post-storm, is oftentimes when it's the most dangerous, whether that's generator safety and generator usage or down power lines.
Yeah, and Energy, in fact, we were talking about it earlier. You know, I got a text from Energy that was telling me that, I'm going to read it to you because it's very interesting. They say that Energy crews will respond quickly when there's a power outage, and safely once winds are below 30 miles per hour. So until those winds are 30 miles per hour or lower, they can't really get out there and start making repairs. So the good news is, as Dr. Josh and Emma Kate were showing us, is this storm is going to move through pretty fast. So that's going to give the chance for those winds to die down quickly and perhaps let the crews get in quickly to make repairs.
And we're going to check in with our next crew in just a second. I do want to mention to folks, though, Rouse's Market in Baton Rouge, Zachary, Denham Springs, Gonzales, Prairieville will be open till 4. So there are definitely still some outlets and places where people can get those super last minute things if you need them. And I know some other grocery stores a little bit further east from us started to close and put stuff up in their stores so that things aren't blowing around. But there are some stores still open. But obviously, we want everyone to stay home and stay safe. We even have a list of shelters that have opened up, shelters of last resort like Lamar Dixon and Gonzales. But there's shelters also in Iberville Parish. And the preparations continue there ahead of the storm over in White Castle.
We're at the White Castle Community Center. We're gearing up for whatever Francine brings our way, and I just want to show you some of the supplies that they have here for any residents who need it. So we've got cots behind us. You can see they're from the American Red Cross. They have an entire stack against this wall. It's basically a big open gym. They're going to have food, blankets, whatever resources folks here in the parish need. You can come by and get it, or if you feel unsafe in your home, best to just ride it out here with parish officials. I spoke to Steve Galata with the parish about what they've got going on here today.
We have about 5 parish workers, including myself. We have water, we have blankets, we have cots from the Red Cross in the parish, and we'll have some food later on, so I think we'll be ready to go. We have a backup generator also.
Like you said, there's tons of resources, food, water, beds, whatever you need, whether you feel unsafe in home or you just need a place to get away for the night. They'll be open through the storm. But come on by, whatever you need, they've got it. In Iberville Parish, Alexis Maroney, WBRZ News 2.
All right, Alexis, thanks for that. Well, last-minute preparations are also underway in St. Gabriel.
That's where we find Destiny Beasley live in Iberville Parish. Destiny, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon, JP and Brandy. Now, the last time you all saw me, it was pouring down just a tad bit, but it lightened up. But there's still a few puddles out here that you can see. They're getting a little bit higher, and there's still a pile of sandbags still available for everyone. Now, St. Gabriel Community Center, they still have their last resort shelter open for everyone. It was open this morning at 10 o'clock this morning. Now, it's for anyone who has unstable homes like mobile homes or older built homes, anyone that can come there for those last minute shelter. Now, since it is last minute, you should bring your own blanket, food, snacks, also your medications, anything else. And I also have the aqua dam as well. I know Cal Grace, he told us that the aqua dam, it will come out only when it gets very severe out here. So make sure if you do see those standing waters out there, make sure you turn around, don't drown. And as you all were saying, with those poles out there in the lines, make sure you stay away from them as well. Make sure you're always inside and don't go out unless you have to, but still stay inside. In St. Gabriel, Destiny Beasley, WBRZ News 2.
All right, Destiny, thanks for that. And as you can see behind her, they still have plenty of sandbags and sand available at the St. Gabriel City Hall there. They have a City Hall complex. You know, it's right off the highway, right off the River Road, so you can go by there, you can get your sand, you can check in with officials there, and then they have opened that shelter of last resort.
And we do have lists of some of those sandbag locations right here on our on the WBRZ website of where you can get sandbags. There are other places that also have those pre-packed sandbags for you in some places. But obviously, we are going to encourage you to stay home. It is time to start hunkering down as the storm approaches us. Conditions can deteriorate pretty quickly, so you'll want to make sure you're being safe.
Be safe and not sorry. Remember, we are Louisiana strong, and we're going to get you through this. We've got much more to come as we continue to track Francine right here. Special coverage on WBRZ, your storm station. Back with more right after this.
After my car was hit by that van, I had so many injuries and a lot of medical bills.
At Murphy Law Firm, we return your calls, answer all your questions, and go after all the money you deserve. Injured? Call Murphy Law Firm, 928-8800.
Need a lift in the bedroom? It's more common than you think. Goodwood Men's Sexual Wellness is here to help you rise again. With our expert care, you can regain your peak performance. Visit yourgoodwood.com.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra, available with the connected driving experience and the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get $3,500 purchase cash on select GMC Sierra models. Or get a total of $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle. See your Bayou GMC dealer.
Car wrecks, auto accidents, T-bone. No matter what you call it, at Murphy Law Firm, we've seen it all. Our team is dedicated to helping you. Seriously injured? Call me, Attorney Peyton Murphy, at 928-8800.
Let's face it, life throws you curveballs. At Goodwood Men's Sexual Wellness, we help you stand tall. Whether you're facing ED or battling low T, we've got the solutions to help you regain the oomph you need. Goodwood is your partner in men's sexual wellness. Visit yourgoodwood.com.
Bear Creek Western Store, it's where the West begins.
In 1965, my grandparents opened Bear Creek Western Store. It quickly grew. As my family says, it's Grandma's hobby that got out of hand.
Saddle up, boys and girls. This is where the West begins.
Bear Creek Western Store, it's where the West begins.
The storm station is tracking Francine.
Good afternoon and welcome back to our special coverage of Tracking Francine. I'm John Prester.
And I'm Brandy B. Harris. Storm station meteorologists are working overtime to give you the very latest information to keep you safe. Let's go straight to Chief Meteorologist Dr. Josh Eaches and Meteorologist Emma Kate Cowan for more.
All right, thank you guys very much. Yeah, new information just coming in. Emma Kate and I have been digesting the 1 p.m. advisory on Francine here, and not much change in stats, but this yellow shaded area that you see across East Baton Rouge Parish, or excuse me, just south of East Baton Rouge Parish and toward Lake Pontchartrain, that is a tornado watch.
Yep, that's until 11 p.m. tonight. So we keep telling you guys, y'all are starting to see rain now. Things fairly calm, I guess you could say, calm before the storm, but this is an all-day event, so stay hunkered down, and pretty much some of the worst action could be later on this evening.
Yeah, the tornado watch in particular, you're going to find it. We talked about it earlier. I think you said the dirty side of the storm, the right side of the storm. This is the Hurricane Center cone overlaid with that tornado watch. The yellow shaded parishes, Iberville, if it's a little blurred by the track, Ascension, Livingston, there's Tangipahoa, and then southeast from there into New Orleans. The right side of the track is typically where you have the favorable wind profile for tornadoes to briefly spin up into some of those tropical rain bands. So that's what we'll be watching very carefully. I think you see some of these western parishes in it in case we do see a little deviation on the path to the west. But largely most of that tornado activity, what does develop, will fall east of the center and maybe northeast of center just as this storm is making landfall later.
Yes, and We'll continue to watch this and update. The system still picking up speed as it moves, now moving northeast at 16 miles an hour. Still good news because that means it'll move through quicker, but that also tells us it's approaching even faster, and we'll start to see some of those issues out there. We'll be monitoring the radar very closely.
And speaking of, let's take a look at that right now. We do have an eye defined on radar here. We also noticed some heavier, call it convection shower and thunderstorm activity on the northeastern side of the eye wall, and then a band spewing out from the northwestern side. But it is pretty light south and east as some of those factors we'll go through in just a minute here, such as wind shear and dry air, start to take a toll. We checked in with Balin Rogers a few moments ago in Morgan City, getting one of those heavier rain bands right now, and starting to see the rain pick up closer to the New Orleans metro and Lake Pontchartrain. It's just outside here, not much wind, still kind of a light, misty, moderate rain at the moment.
Yeah, and really when it comes to that tornado watch, if we were to see any spin-up tornadoes, that's going to be ahead of landfall. In these rain bands, that's typically where we see those systems spin up some of the tornadoes, and they might be quick-lived, but they definitely can do some damage.
Yeah, you know what, and this is interesting to point out. So you see how these rain bands kind of spin in from the southeast to the northwest. So think about, you have a southeastern wind coming in at the surface, and we talked about wind shear working on the western side of the storm. So in the upper levels of the atmosphere, winds coming out of the west, we always talk about how in a severe weather event, you need winds moving in two different directions in the atmosphere to create that funnel effect, that shear effect. So while shear is bad for hurricanes, it is good for the formation of tornadoes. And we have ample wind shear through the course of the atmosphere from a southeasterly surface wind to a westerly upper level wind, which is overall harming the hurricane, but may help to generate some tornadoes later on today.
Yeah, definitely pros and cons with both of that. So it's a lot to work with. We can't rule out severe weather at any point during the day, even if in regards to the hurricane or with those tornadoes.
All right, as we move along to the track here and just push in a little bit tighter so you can see the capital area, this is now without that tornado watch on there. You continue to see our closest time frame to the National Hurricane Center forecast and land is 7 p.m. But notice where the center is. It should be a little bit inland by then. I know I've had a few comments from people that it's confusing that they continue to kind of waver back and forth between a landfall time. The National Hurricane Center forecast do not ever explicitly display landfall times. That's kind of up to us to communicate. And we believe that's going to be around 4 to 6 o'clock. I think that's the exact text I just put in our blog online.
Yeah, those later afternoon, early evening time frames, hours.
With the max winds at landfall likely close to 90 miles per hour, the pros and cons you mentioned, Emma Kate, is that we could see some really significant winds last a little bit further inland, but it should tamp down on the heavy rain threat overall. But speaking of those winds, it's not just the tornado threat that's greater on the eastern side, it's just the general wind threat.
Right, yeah. The winds typically will move from the southwest to the northeast with this system, and so as they move counterclockwise, the stronger winds are going to be on the east side, and as we can see with the latest track, that does put Baton Rouge just to the west of the center. Can't rule out some strong winds there, but especially for our easternmost parishes, that's where we could see the gustiest winds. Closest to the eye and to the center, that's where we can see the hurricane force winds, but even tropical storm winds obviously will do some damage.
Yeah, and worth pointing out too that that's that eastern side. We talk about winds a lot, but that's also the side where you not only have the forward motion of the storm coming from southwest to northeast, but the winds in the same direction, that piles extra water up on those south-facing shorelines. Along the immediate Gulf Coast, east of St. Mary Parish, coming up the Atchafalaya River toward Balin Rogers there in Morgan City, and then more upon Pontchartrain. Going to have to watch out on those North Shore locations as well for some water stacking up there. And remember, once the storm passes, the opposite becomes true. The winds come around from the northwest, and we're going to send all of that water back to the south shores. Now, it likely won't be as high, but you might get a minor surge on the north-facing shorelines on the backside of this system. And that does even mean some of the tidal inland locations along the immediate Louisiana coast. Think Fourchon, Grand Isle, on the backside of those barrier islands rather than the coastal facing side.
Yeah, something you wouldn't typically think about, but definitely is an impact from these tropical systems.
That's why those storm surge warnings often last well beyond the hurricane warnings. All right, now we talk about just the overall health and strength of Hurricane Francine. And Emma Kate, even an hour ago, we were seeing a little bit more deeper, colder cloud tops with Francine than we are now.
Yeah, Francine still looks to struggle to strengthen even more, which is great news. is predicted still to have that hurricane strength when it makes landfall. But as of even early this morning, it could have potentially become a stronger Cat 2 storm. There's just so many factors in the atmosphere that's working against it to not allow it to strengthen even further.
Yeah, and that those max winds at 90 may well be plateaued at that point. We'll keep an eye on this number. This is kind of a leading indicator as to where the storm is going, the minimum central pressure. If that is stable or even rising, you have a weakening storm. What we were seeing yesterday was a pressure that kept falling, but winds weren't responding. But usually a falling pressure is a strengthening storm. So let's go back further and talk about the shear working on this and why we're talking so much about maybe the upper limit and strength has been reached. There are clues looking at a larger satellite picture that we can find to pick up on the wind shear that's working on that storm. You don't really necessarily see it on the storm itself, but if you look at the clouds around the area, where Emma Kate's pointing, in the southeastern Gulf, to the west, you see these high, thin clouds moving southwest to northeast. That is wind shear working on the west side of the storm. It's likely why we've never seen an eye cleanly open up on satellite.
Right.
Some of those high clouds blow over top of it, and all of that is good news. Plus, the other factor harming Francine.
Yeah, the dry air, obviously storms in the tropics don't like dry air. That kind of shuts off its energy source. And so as we take a look at what's going on over in Texas, all of that brownish color, that's deep dry air that's trying to make its way into the system. Actually, yesterday when we were watching Francine, expecting it to become a hurricane a bit earlier than it did, it was factored in that the dry air was in the mid-levels, kind of making it harder for the system to develop. It eventually did yesterday afternoon, and now today we still have that dry air working in from pretty much all angles, trying to kind of die down the system.
Yeah, real small, subtle little feature to watch here. So think about the circulation around a hurricane counterclockwise, right? So you have all of this dry air on the western side. Follow this dry air slowly but surely, while some of it's covered by upper level clouds right now, it is wrapping in to this storm's center. That little notch right there, that's some dry air starting to intrude on the center circulation of the storm. That is what slowly but surely gnaws away at these things and breaks them down. And that should happen more rapidly as it moves inland and has those weakening effects due to friction across land as well. The storm shear, the wind shear, the dry air, all of those working against it. Look, we're just telling you this is why we don't think there's further strengthening. I don't want you to think that this means we have a weak hurricane or we expect reduced impacts. All of our impact messaging remains the same. We're just kind of digging in here and show you what's happening in real time.
Absolutely, yeah. Still expecting hurricane strength storm impacts when it's making landfall, but thankfully we likely won't see it become even stronger before then.
All right, so as we tighten up once again and look at the track, we look at that live radar. We noted the speed. That's what causes the winds to last further inland, but maybe the rain threat to lessen overall. I think, Emma Kate, that track and the positions of the storm over the next 12 hours really, or 18 hours really illustrate the speed.
Yeah, I did want to point out this gap right here where it looks like there's no rainfall. That actually might be that drier air trying to circle into the system. So that's something good to see when it comes to tropical storms. But yeah, quick moving, great news that by this afternoon when we see that first landfall through southern Louisiana, by tomorrow morning, 7 a.m., it's expected to be well above our coverage area. That's great news for when we talk about rain rates and the potential for flooding, because the system's moving so fast, won't be as likely to see those training bands across the region. But something to note is that when fast-moving systems do pass through, it allows for the high winds to move further inland than they typically could.
Yeah, and on that right side, on that eastern side, closer to the bodies of water is important too. You have less friction there. You don't have trees. You don't have buildings, so winds will whip across more upon Pontchartrain, especially on those shorelines. You may experience some locally higher gusts than you do in the inland areas where all of those other factors kind of work against those winds. It is a bit of a tale of two stories from the capital city to the coast right now. Winds at Metro Airport 15 miles per hour, 77. Still see a few cars on the interstate. Can tell that we do have rain and a dreary day, but nothing terrible outside in the capital city yet. Morgan City starting to change a little bit.
Yeah, those winds definitely picking up down there. We just talked to Balin Rogers earlier. He was noticing the winds as well. Sustained winds in the 20s, but those gusts becoming tropical storm, eventually hurricane strength gusts out there. You can see even from the live radar, more moderate to even heavy downpours down near Franklin, near Morgan City, even moving up towards Baldwin across St. Mary Parish. and we'll continue to see these deteriorate the conditions as the day wears on.
And with these winds in Morgan City, I'm working on a visual right now. It's a graph that will show you the wind timeline in Morgan City. The next time we come on the air with our next weather update, or myself or Emma Kate will bring that to you. I'm almost finished putting that one together, but we want to show you that timeline. We'll also then give you a reference point in Baton Rouge as well for that timeline of winds we're looking throughout the next 24 hours. It's kind of a give and take with the impacts we expect in the capital area. I think just going back Sunday, I thought this was primarily a rain event for us. Monday looked like kind of a 50-50. Yesterday, it was looking like primarily a wind event.
Right.
Now I think I kind of lean like 60-40 wind to rain impacts across most of our viewing area.
Yeah, I'm with you, and I think that has much to do with the speed of this system. If it was slower moving, it maybe be more so a rain concern, but at this moment, the grounds are saturated, the winds are going to be able to be gustier further inland, and of course that could mean more trees, more power lines, things like that knocked over.
Yeah, that's the point. You made it right there. We've had news stories the last few days about the saturated grounds and the potential for maybe some of those weakened trees from last year's drought potentially coming down. It will take less to do maybe more damage.
The rain we had last week and now even more beginning early this morning. Yeah, we'll definitely be monitoring that.
Fingers crossed the canopy holds up, and stick with the storm station. We'll keep an eye on all of that for you. We'll have another update here on air in just a couple of minutes. You know that. We're with you through the duration of this thing. Now, this weather app, great tool. I personally use it, even though we have access to so many other tools in-house here. That weather app has the storm track on it. You can zoom in, place it right next to your neighborhood, and it gives you an idea and a timeline of where it will be and when. You can actually click on the little icon, and it shows you the storm stats at that point. So
very helpful.
Really helpful. WBRZ.com. We just published an update before jumping on the air with a tornado watch, new forecast information. We've got new forecast images in there on the expected winds, the expected rain, and advisories are coming out every hour now on our weather and X platforms, and we'll continue to update all of that. That information, of course, we're breaking on the air as well, but we just want to make sure you kind of covered everywhere.
Yeah, so hunker down, prepare. We'll see things really ramp up over the next few hours as the system makes its way closer to the coast.
All right, we'll be back with you in a few minutes. JP, Brandy, over to you.
Thanks so much to our storm station team. And we are only hours from Francine making that landfall here in Louisiana. Stay weather aware. Stick with us here on the storm station. Download the WBRZ news and weather apps to stay ahead of the storm. You can stream our live team wall-to-wall coverage and get up-to-the-minute updates, even if your cable or electricity goes out. That is crucial. We are also streaming live right now on YouTube, getting you the important information to help you weather the storm before, during, and after.
You know, Brandy, as Dr. Josh and Emma Kay just showed us, a lot of Livingston parishes on the right side of the storm's path are the dirty side. So residents there are making some last-minute preparations.
Yeah, News 2's David Hamilton is live with the parish president. David, good afternoon. So how is it looking in Livingston, and what are you learning about their preparations for the storm?
Good morning, Brandy and JPC. Yeah, like y'all said, I am right here in Livingston Parish. Matter of fact, I'm right outside of the Emergency Operations Center of Preparedness for Livingston Parish. And like they've told me today, they are doing everything they can to make sure residents and their residents are the top priority to make sure their safety is taken care of. Now, right on side of me, I have Parish President Randy DeLette, who's here to tell us about some of the things they have done since the last 24 hours.
Yeah, to expound on the message earlier, we want the citizens of our parish to realize that we have trained for this event. We have people in place, we have equipment at a stage, and our mission is to make sure that the safety and welfare of the citizens of Livingston Parish is taken care of. Having said that, all elected officials are being involved in this decision, or most of them have been. The sheriff has requested, along with the Homeland Security, that we have a dusk to dawn curfew. I'm sorry, couldn't think of the word curfew. I apologize. And the reasons for that is we're going to have a direct hit to Livingston Parish. The storm is coming dead center of Livingston Parish. We're going to have 90-mile-an-hour winds. There's going to be a bunch of dead trees that are going to be on the ground. In addition to that, the tidal flood is going to be probably between 3 and 7 foot. So that's on the low-lying areas. That's going to bring a lot of flood water in. The sheriff department has to maintain the safety and welfare of those people, and it's going to make it a lot easier if we have a curfew. Now, a curfew doesn't stop anybody from going for emergency services or going to their workplace or anything that's a necessity. What the curfew does is stop the joyriders from riding through the water, riding over electric lines, and no one likes a curfew. But we will have a curfew the first day between dusk and dawn, and this curfew is only for the safety and welfare of our people. And our fire departments, those people need the curfew also because they're responding. People are still sandbagging as we speak right now. And we have outages all throughout the parishes. I think we have 6 to 8 outages as we speak. All this is going to get worse as we go along tonight. So the curfew is a good call by Homeland Security and the Sheriff's Office.
Yes, sir. And we're also here with Chris Anderson, who is the director of the EOC office. Can you just tell us a little bit about like what more have y'all been doing today, as well as to making sure, like he said, there's like 68 outages currently. What are y'all doing in preparation?
Yeah, sure. So we have our sandbag operation still moving until the wind speeds hits that 35-mile-an-hour unsafe zone. We will be ceasing operations here shortly. You are seeing those outer bands coming in. So as soon as those outer bands start getting closer to us and the wind speeds pick up, we'll have to start stopping those services from going out. But as of right now, we're still pushing sand to the locations that are low-lying floods. And right after that, first light tomorrow morning, we'll start our push to make sure all the parish residents are getting their roads open and cleared and power back on as fast as we can.
Yes, sir. And now look, we're still here in Livingston Parish, and we will be here for everything, for any and everything that happens, and we're here to keep you updated. And just like the parish president and Mr. Anderson said, there is a curfew now in state. And what do y'all say is from dusk to dawn, and from what days?
It's going to be only one day, first night today, dusk to dawn.
Yes, sir. And that's all we have right now. We'll be back with more and more updates as more progresses. Reporting in Livingston Parish, David Hamilton, WBRZ News 2.
Great, thank you for that reporting, David. And preparing for the storm, Rouse's Markets has announced that around the state, they'll be closing early today at 4 locations in Baton Rouge, Zachary, Denham Springs, Gonzales, and Prairieville will all close for the storm. They are open right now for those last-minute items you may need. Then at 6, their locations in Mandeville, Covington, and Slidell will also close.
Well, the East Baton Rouge Parish Mayor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness is finishing up their final preparations. St. Vincent de Paul and the Salvation Army already have set up shelters in the parish. And News 2 spoke with Mayor Broom this morning on how to stay prepared during this hurricane.
We are prepared on our end as far as city parish government is concerned. So I want our residents to stay off of the road. I want them to be guarded when it comes to generators, because generators can be unsafe if you're not using them appropriately. I want them to check on their neighbors. We are prepared to respond to the impact of Francine, but I just want our citizens to be safe in the midst of this.
Mayor Broom is also urging people to stay safe during this hurricane season. And as she said, check on your neighbors, families, and the elderly. As Francine approaches the shoreline, Terrebonne Parish already starting to feel the effects of the storm.
That's right. Matt Rivers is in Houma, where the rain and wind are starting to pick up.
Just the fact that we had to wipe our camera lens, because if we're not doing that, you can't even see it. That's how much rain is now coming down here in Houma. And that's really changed over the last, I'd say 20, 30 minutes, where this has really begun to pick up. And that's how you know that the outer bands of this storm that has just been inching towards the shoreline for seemingly forever now for the residents here is really starting to be felt. You can see the rain behind me. It's picking up. There's a little bit of street flooding. The wind definitely increasing. Not that big of a deal as of yet. There is a curfew in place here. So that's a Walmart parking lot that this morning was jam-packed with people trying to pick up last-minute supplies. Obviously, that's not the case anymore. People really hunkering down. And I can show you just some of the preparations that are being made, because this is a place that has dealt with storms before. So if you look here, you can see some of these gas pumps have been wrapped up. This is obviously closed. If you were trying to get gas to run a generator, for example, before this storm, that time is over. Now the time to hunker down is here. And then some of these buildings, again, this is an area that gets a lot of storms. You got this here, which is an actual built-in system, a gate that they can lower to make sure that some of those exposed areas of this building doesn't get hit by flying debris. We know that the state is preparing. The governor just had a press conference saying that there'll be 2,500 National Guard troops activated for all of this. There's going to be 400 state troopers that are actively on duty at this point. The state is preparing for a lot of flooding, flash flooding. Again, sorry, we got to wipe the lens there because it is so rainy out here. A lot of flash flooding, because what we're going to see here is a lot of rainfall in a short amount of time, somewhere 5 to 10 inches of rain expected in certain areas, that is a recipe for flash flooding. So I think if you're talking about the overall risks from this storm and what feels like the most risky, it's probably the water more than the wind at this point. The winds will be severe, but it's the water and the flooding that is expected from this is really got officials concerned.
All right.
Well, it just shows you for all along the coast, those areas, including Terrebonne Parish, Lafourche Parish, Jefferson Parish, and then Assumption. I can just go on. The list goes on. They're all being affected, starting to see conditions worsen as the storm makes its way to make landfall. Well, after Francine has moved through, there can be a lot of work to do.
That's right. And 2 on your sides, Brittany Weiss explains.
Before and after the storm, you want to take a full evaluation of your property, take pictures, and know your named storm deductible. If you have flood damage, homeowners' policies do not cover most flooding. You need a separate flood insurance policy to protect your home and belongings from flood damage. Take pictures and video of the flood damage before removing the water or making repairs. You need this to make an insurance claim. Contact your insurance company. Let your insurance provider know as soon as you can about your claim so an adjuster can visit your property to look over the damage. If you don't have flood insurance, you may be eligible for federal disaster assistance if your home is in a federally declared disaster area. 2 on your side, Brittany Weiss, WBRZ News 2.
All right, Brittany, thanks for that. She brings up a lot of good points. And, you know, it's good to have all the documentation. It's good to get ahead of the game before the storm hits to make the process a lot quicker and easier.
One of the big tips that I've always been taught was to take pictures of everything in your home and in your area as it is now. That way, whenever you do file those claims, you've got evidence and pictures to show exactly how everything was and all of the stuff, the contents inside.
And it's as easy to do. If you do have some damage, whether it's a downed tree or you lose some shingles or whatever, get some pictures on your phone. And then you've got it. Then you can send it right to the insurance company and make your claim. So, well, you know, the Mayor President's Office of Emergency Preparedness, our MOSEP, continues to meet ahead of landfall.
News 2's Gabby Davis is live from the East Baton Rouge Parish of Emergency Preparedness. Gabby, what's the latest? What are you learning?
JP, Brandy, we are here. We just spoke with an official from the mayor's office. He told us there is a briefing going on upstairs, but it'll end soon, and he will start sending officials down here for us to speak with. And when we do get them down here, we will be asking them questions about drainage. How is that being monitored? Community concerns. What are people calling in about? And also, we will be discussing after storm plans. And it'll all be live here on the live coverage from WBRZ. Live in Baton Rouge, Gabby Davis, WBRZ News 2.
Well, Gabby's there with the Mayor's Office of Homeland Security Emergency Preparedness. A short while ago, at about 11 o'clock or 11:30, we heard from the Governor's Office of Homeland Security Emergency Preparedness, GOSEP. What we know right now, 2,500 Louisiana National Guardsmen have been mobilized. They have aircrafts and water vehicles. Obviously, they're going to wait for the storm to pass before they can actually get out there and help people if needed. But they have been mobilized, and we've been talking a lot about the post-storm recovery, where all of our emergency officials, both local and on the state level, have been telling us that the post-storm, after the storm passes, is often the most dangerous. And they've been reminding people about generator safety, about making room for those linemen, and about just some of those other things you want to be aware of, including carbon monoxide. That's probably the biggest thing we're going to keep pushing, is about the generator safety, keeping that generator about 20 feet from your home, not near open windows, not in a closed garage. So there's still lots of information that you'll want to know. A lot of that is posted on our website, WBRZ.com. But right now, we are bracing ourselves for impact from the storm. It feels like it's been very quiet out there, but we have not, the storm hasn't really hit us the way it will later this afternoon. Dr. Josh and McKate keeps telling us that this afternoon things will look a lot different outside.
Somebody that's been monitoring the conditions for Baton Rouge is Mayor President Sharon Weston Broome, and she's standing by live with Gabby Davis at MOSEP. Gabby, take it away. What are the biggest concerns from the mayor this afternoon?
All right, here with me is Mayor President Sharon Weston Broome. They just got done with their briefing, and she's here to tell me what that briefing was about. Please share with us your concerns about what this storm is bringing to us.
Yes, we just had our 1 p.m. briefing with all of the agencies that are part of our Incident Command Center, and basically we are still in a wait-and-see mode. There have been no developments that caused us any alarms at this moment. But what we are doing is continuing to be prepared, listening for any concerns that our constituents might have. We activated MOSEP this morning at 6 a.m., fully activated. So we are ready to respond to whatever Hurricane Francine brings our way.
Is there anything else that may have came up that may be a concern for you guys?
There are no immediate concerns. As I've been sharing all day, our city parish government has been working intentionally over the years, even since we had the great flood of 2016, to constantly improve. We've spent dollars to clean out our waterways, $70 million we've spent. We've worked on the A-meet and the co-meet, and we've gotten over 30,000 tons of debris out of our water systems. So I believe that preparation laid a great foundation for where we are today in terms of seeing that water flow that might come into our community as a result of the hurricane. And of course, our departments have all been prepared to make sure that they can clean up the roadways if trees are down and do anything else that's necessary to offer an expeditious response.
And anything else you would like the community to know as the storm approaches?
As the storm approaches, I want our community first to stay safe. Make sure you're prepared with everything you need, your flashlights, your food, your water. Make sure you're connecting with your neighbors. But most importantly, stay calm.
Alrighty, we are going to be here for some time interviewing officials about what's going on with the storm and what is the after-storm recovery plans. Please stay tuned. Live in Baton Rouge, Gabby Davis, WBRZ News 2.
All right, Gabby, thanks for that. And the Mayor Broom repeating what she told us earlier on Tune In this morning. It seems to be the motto this time around: stay calm.
Stay safe, stay calm. And that's really a very, very important message, JP. We constantly talk about the fact that, you know, our area, we are very familiar when it comes to storms and active weather season. So staying calm, especially after all we've been through with storms like 2016 and Ida and so on and so forth, it is very important that you stay calm. And make sure you stay here with WBRZ and the storm station, because we are tracking Francine, sending push notifications directly to your phone through the WBRZ news and weather apps to keep you up to date, up to the minute with notifications and alerts.
Yeah, and I can tell you, Mayor Broom, throughout her tenure as mayor, she's tackled a lot of issues, but it seems the one constant year in and year out: storms, tornadoes, floods. It seems like her administration has handled a lot of that, and she's been on this show a lot, talking about everything from floods to freezes and now hurricanes. So she has a lot of experience when it comes to that.
That's right. We are going to give you team coverage across the board. We've got our teams all over our viewing area to give you a live look of what's happening outside. And I want to reiterate, it may be quiet or seem quiet where you are right now, but as the afternoon progresses, the conditions will deteriorate. We are checking in with our storm station meteorologist, Dr. Josh Eachus, our chief meteorologist. He's all over it. He'll be up next with another update for you to give you the very latest of what to expect as we track Francine.
Yeah, and you will see as the storm slowly makes its way onto shore and then quickly speeds up, you're going to see bands of rain, then winds, bands of rain, winds. So it's going to be one of these things where you may not see anything for a while, then boom, all of a sudden, heavy, heavy rains and those wind gusts come in. That's typical in a tropical system like this.
Which is why we want you to stay safe and stay weather aware. A tornado watch already in effect for a lot of our viewing areas, so you'll want to make sure you stay safe. Those things can spin up very quickly, so we'll want to make sure that we are checking in with the storm station meteorologists. They're tracking it for you. As I said, they've been sending push notifications to your phone. We've got lots of information of where to get sandbags, the shelters, those shelters of last resort that are open. You want to make sure you're staying weather aware with us on WBRZ.com. We have everything you need to know. And of important note, if the power goes out, we will continue to stream live on the WBRZ YouTube page. You can also stream us through those apps or through the WBRZ.com website.
And that's a great point, Brandy, because take right now while you have power, because you may lose it in the next few hours, you know, get those phones charged. Get your batteries out, your flashlights ready, you know, maybe cook some extra things and get ready just in case you lose power so you can keep up with the latest information. Because look, from Livingston to Ascension, East, West Baton Rouge, East West Feliciana, Point Capee, Iberville, Ascension, we have got you covered. We have, as you've seen, just within the last hour, we've been all over the place coverage of this storm. It's unprecedented. We have so many reporters and photographers out covering those areas, and they have yet to see any really bad conditions. But you know what? In the next hour or so, that's going to change.
That's definitely going to change, and you'll want to make sure you're staying weather aware. If you're clicking around on WBRZ.com right now, we do have an article listing the curfews that have been posted, because as we're telling you, later this evening, the conditions outside will continue to deteriorate. Our storm station is going to walk you through the timeline of when and who's going to be under the gun for the impacts of that. But there are curfews in place for much of our viewing areas, so you'll want to make sure you are aware of that. Again, we're not seeing a whole lot here other than rain and some breezes, but we know that that's going to change. As they were showing us the storm track, I know a lot of people were looking at that to see that we're on the east side of the storm. A lot of our viewing areas on the east side of the storm, so they're going to be feeling those impacts.
Yeah, right now it is 1:26. Coming up in just a few minutes, we're going to hear from Dr. Josh Ichis, who's going to give us a complete recap, complete forecast. He's going to take a current look at the hurricane, tell us where it is and how that track looking, any change in the track, any change in the speed. Everything you need to know about Francine is coming up. Keep it right here. We are tracking Francine on the storm station, WBRZ. Back with much more just for you right after this.
Research shows that car crash injuries are more costly and more severe than ever, but insurance companies are still trying to pay victims less. Don't miss out on the money you deserve because you didn't call us.
Call Deadly Deposure.
The results are in, and All-Star Automotive is the largest automotive group in Baton Rouge.
That's right. With 14 brands at 13 convenient locations, we are the largest automotive group in Baton Rouge.
Thanks to All-Star Price,
All-Star Service,
and All-Star Selection.
You get it all at All-Star. So come choose 14 brands at any of our 13 locations.
Or go to allstarautomotive.com. Serving Baton Rouge since 1987.
All-Star Family.
After my wreck, I tried to handle my case on my own. Every time I took one step forward, I took 2 steps back. So I got Gordon.
I'm attorney Gordon McKernan. We've seen this game 1,000 times. We know how to take on the big insurance companies, and we'll fight to get you every dollar you deserve for your medical bills, lost wages, and pain and suffering.
Gordon got it done and got me $245,000.
Just call me. Get it done.
Are you ready to take your back porch or patio to the next level? Upgrade now to a 4-season USA-made sunroom with Ironworks USA. Add square foot value to your home and relax in a beautiful, climate-controlled space, custom designed and custom built using powder-coated steel framing with glass options such as impact-resistant or low-E. Interest-free financing is available, so call Ironworks USA now for your free estimate.
If you've been injured in a car wreck, what's the one thing that's keeping you from calling a lawyer? Is it money out of your pocket? With our no-fee guarantee, you don't pay us anything unless we get money for you.
Demand Dudley DeBosier.
Call Dudley DeBosier.
The storm station is tracking Francine.
Good afternoon and welcome back to our special coverage of Tracking Francine. I'm John Pesterick.
And I'm Brandy B. Harris. The storm has been making its way to the Louisiana coast all morning. We've been tracking it, giving you team coverage. Let's go to Chief Meteorologist Dr. Josh Ichis for the very latest on Hurricane Francine. Dr. Josh, good afternoon. So is Francine still getting stronger?
I'm of the mind that we've seen the peak on Francine thus far. Max winds at about 90 miles per hour. To this point, the winds are out of the northeast. Or it's moving to the northeast at about 16 miles per hour. Guys in the back, I can tell my mic's low. It's on, so I want to make sure we check that. We continue to find that storm moving off to the northeast at 16 miles per hour, and there is a little bit of dry air starting to wrap into this system. We can see that in multiple ways. I'll take you through some of those here in just a moment. But the first that's really interesting to me is this notch that is forming just south of the Louisiana coast. You'll notice that we do have a southwesterly wind flow overall. There's a lot of dry air on the western side of this system that gets ingested into the counterclockwise feed into Francine, and that's starting to carve its way into the storm's center of circulation now. And we've also noticed in the last couple of hours, the last few scans on satellite, you see those bright shades of pink. That shows us very high, deep, cold cloud tops, strongest shower and thunderstorm activity in the storm, collapsing a little bit. All of that is good news. With the grain of salt, this is still a strong hurricane, 90 mile per hour max winds. The takeaway is that this is not going to be a ramp up of intensity into landfall like we've seen in some past hurricanes to affect our area. But this is still a hurricane affecting our area. So I'm not letting our guard down. I'm just letting you know that we have likely reached peak intensity on Francine. And the results are, because of all of that dry air that we've been showing off to the west, and these white lines on the map, that is fast-moving mid to upper level winds that tend to rip apart the hurricane as well. And they're going to play a role in ultimately steering this thing more to the northeast through our region as we get into the evening hours also. So that's the factor in the setup and the strength of Francine. As for what is happening right now, when we take a look at the radar picture, you can see with our high-resolution radar that we've got a storm over the last 4 hours or so. This is rapidly approaching the coastline. I've been texting back and forth with meteorologist Balin Rogers, and he's of the sense that winds have really started to ramp up, and they're getting close to tropical storm force in Morgan City. And actually, just a second, I'm going to show you some radar estimated winds that would kind of verify what he's sensing there. So we'll zoom in a little bit tighter now, talk first about rain in our area, and we don't have any major reports thus far of flooding. That would be expected. I think the heavy rain starts about now along the coast and continues to work northward into the capital area into the evening hours. Keep in mind, let me go back just to show you, most of the rain will occur on the north side of the system, where we see those moderate shades of yellow, even a little bit of embedded orange. This is where all the heavy rain is. Radar south of the storm center, not much, ragged, opening up where that dry air is starting to take its toll. So you're going to experience the heavy rain first. While the heavy rain is happening, the winds are going to start to pick up. And then on the south side of the storm center, we'll likely see much lighter rain, straggling showers while the winds remain into the evening hours. But thus far, we've only picked up about a ½ inch since midnight in the Baton Rouge area, and in Morgan City approaching 2 inches. Those gauges are going to start to go higher, though, here in the coming moments. All right, now we look at that zoomed in radar view, and we can see a pretty large open center of circulation. This is the last identified point of the storm center from the National Hurricane Center where that line ends. But you can tell the center might be just a little bit farther to the east of that. So we'll see if there are any more wiggles to the east and the track adjustments moving forward from the National Hurricane Center. Again, we've seen just a kind of a slow progression from originally a landfall in southwestern Louisiana to here we are in south central Louisiana, an adjustment of about 150 miles over the last 3 days or so here. Anything more to this point should be relatively minor in terms of track shift, but especially when you're on that immediate center line, there is kind of a big difference from east to west. And the farther you go to the west, the lesser your impacts would be. So we'll continue to follow those trends into the evening, but we're focused in on those heavier bands that are starting to move across south central Louisiana now. Now I'm turning on our velocity product. This is something we use when we're talking about severe weather. We may need to use this later because of the tornado threat in our area. But overall, when you're looking at velocity, you're really just sampling the winds in the atmosphere. When you're looking for tornadoes, you're looking for that cross of winds moving toward and away from the radar at the same time, telling you have circulation. But you can look at the speeds too. And ultimately, these speeds are the wind velocities above the surface and gives us an idea of what may be within the storms there and what could potentially mix down to the ground. And radar is estimating that there are some wind speeds just above the ground of about 60 miles per hour in south central St. Mary Parish. And look offshore, close to the storm center. No surprise, max winds in the hurricane are about 90, and radar is estimating there may be one of about 80 in there. I will point out that this particular position where we're sampling these winds is a little bit higher in the atmosphere because it's farther away from the radars. One over in Lake Charles and Fort Johnson, the other one that's been moved recently to Hammond. So the farther it shoots into the sky, the higher those winds are going to be. So maybe overestimating some of these wind speeds at the moment, at least what's closer to ground level could be slightly lower. Again, Balin told me he's sensing that we have about 35 to 40 mile per hour winds in Morgan City. And if you say that these winds might be overestimating a little bit, all of that kind of matches right up. We probably do have those 45, maybe 50 mile per hour winds moving toward Morgan City now. All right, so as we go out a little bit wider and look at the track with the radar overlay here, you're seeing Wednesday, 7 p.m. 90. That's going to be a storm that is perhaps just inland at that point. We're projecting landfall a little later than yesterday. We were saying 2, I'm thinking 4, 5 o'clock now seems likely on the south central Louisiana coast. And from that point forward, we should see some rapid weakening in this system. And just look at the progress 12 hours later, it's barely holding on to tropical storm status, approaching I-20 in Jackson, Mississippi. So we're going to see a fast improvement in conditions before daybreak tomorrow in the capital area, but that's after the next, say, 6 to 12 hours are pretty rocky here locally. So let's go to Futurecast to give you an idea for the timing as to how all this unfolds. Here we are, live time. We'll zoom into the coast. 3:30, looks like the center's just offshore. I'll also point out that our Futurecast color scale, we try to kind of keep this in tune with what you're seeing on radar. This is overdoing a little bit compared to current radar. And there's a couple things to point out here. First of all is a stronger storm, as Futurecast is indicating, would be pushed a little bit farther to the east. And in the last couple of days, we've been talking about how the National Hurricane Center forecast lies to the west of what a lot of the model guidance was showing. Well, if the models are checking in on too strong of a storm or estimating too strong a storm, naturally they are going to be a little bit farther east than where some of that guidance has been. So I think that's one of the reasons that's been occurring. And I also point out that this may be a little bit too intense on the rain rates because it's not what we're seeing on radar right now. And that's why I think you've seen the Weather Prediction Center rainfall forecasts come down a little bit from yesterday. In some cases, we're a corridor of maybe 5 to 10 or 6 to 12 inches of rain. So now more in that 4 to 8 range overall, and more like 3 to 6 in the capital city. So all that a roundabout way to say our heaviest rain and wind action is occurring in South Louisiana just ahead of the landfall during the mid-afternoon hours. And then conditions will start to go downhill in the Baton Rouge area shortly after landfall. Some distance to cross there. Heavier rain bands primarily in the Baton Rouge area, Gonzales, Denham Springs, Livingston Parish points south and east toward New Orleans. Again, most of it's going to be on the northern and eastern side. And then 7 o'clock and forward, we're going to lift this storm toward the state line. Midnight, it's crossing into Mississippi. While there's still not a lot of rain in and around Baton Rouge, this is still the storm center, and it's a low pressure center, and that's why the winds pick up. It will be windy and drier on the south side, the back end of the storm, whereas it will be windy and wetter on the front side of the storm. And then Futurecast shows tomorrow morning some leftover clouds. There may be some showers out there, and I'd clock it as still breezy. But that magic number that JP and Brandy have been talking about of 30 miles per hour to when those power crews can get out and start to safely work on restoring whatever's been lost, that should occur around mid-morning to maybe midday tomorrow. Maybe not first thing at daybreak, but you should see those crews out and about by afternoon. Okay, so we talked about Futurecast and the rain rates being highest on the north side of the storm. This is what we're left with, a swath of probably 3 to 6 inches. You see where we get into this blue range here. That's some 6, maybe 7-inch totals. I think it's a reasonable worst case scenario for the heaviest rain. As you know, in South Louisiana, there are always a few bullseye point locations that see some higher amounts. That's where there may be some standing water or flash flooding issues. But overall, this is not going to be the most prolific rain-making hurricane we've seen just simply due to its forward speed. But the largest corridor, the corridor of heaviest rain, should stretch from about I-55 southwestward to Highway 90 in western St. Mary Parish, and then eastern bounds on that over to about New Orleans and the lakes, and maybe into Washington and St. Tammany Parish on the north shore. You should miss the heaviest rain if you're in New Roads in St. Francisville, Woodville in southwest Mississippi, and then from Lafayette to Opelousas to Alexandria, really not much more than an inch or two would be expected in those areas. Rain always has you asking or wondering about the rivers. So what are we looking at from a flood potential? Starting off with the big board here showing the Mississippi. Remember, local runoff really doesn't have a factor on the Mississippi River. Its levels may actually be falling over the next few days. The Atchafalaya, that doesn't have a big drainage impact from our area as well, but we will see the level come up about a foot in Morgan City by tomorrow. Why? Winds are going to push water in the opposite direction. So we're going to see that level rise, maybe by about a foot or two close to flood stage. And then finally, the Tangipahoa Robert is likely to enter flood stage, minor flood stage, by the time the runoff takes effect into Friday morning, about 17.5 feet. The crest there, flood stage is 15. We've actually had higher crests on the Tangipahoa Robert already this year. Now we go to the important ones right in the heart of the metro area. The Amite at Denham Springs, the projected crest is currently below flood stage. The flood stage is 29 feet. We know the Amite can enter minor flood stage also a couple of times a year, so we actually have some wiggle room up to pick up even a little bit more rain before we would have any major concerns there. You'll see some rises at Port Vincent and French Settlement too. I want to point out those two locations, the crests are expected to be late tonight, early tomorrow. Once again, I think that's an effect of the river somewhat reversing course thanks to the winds and water coming out of the mauth near Maurepas and a little bit of backwater movement causing levels to rise in those locations. But again, below flood stage. Tickfall at Montpelier and Holden, those are going to come up close to flood stage Friday and Saturday respectively. And there's the Comite at Jor. That's our fastest response river that we keep close tabs on. The flood stage there is at 20 feet, and the heavy rain tonight will likely cause a crest close to that sometime tomorrow. Again, we have a little bit of wiggle room here that we could withstand maybe another extra inch or two than what is forecast and see these levels come up without us entering a major river flooding situation, but we won't rule out some minor river flooding. But right now, the latest projections have most of our key gauges below flood stage. Let's go to the wind impacts. Talked about the possibility of tropical storm force winds. I believe they're likely to occur from, let's say, Hammond to Baton Rouge, Gonzales to Morgan City. Slam dunk that you're going to receive at some point a sustained wind of 40 miles per hour or greater in those locations. Certainly going to be some higher gusts. Even into New Roads, about a 90% chance that at some point you get a 1 mile sustained wind over 40 miles per hour. Rapidly diminishing returns on rain chances heading west into central Louisiana. New Orleans will even likely see tropical storm force winds, and Grand Isle is going to be close to that as well. So this is largely a south central Louisiana wind event on the right side of that storm. I promised this the last time I was on air with Emma Kate a little while ago, and that's a graph to show you how winds play out over the next 24 hours. You really want to know the time of the most gusty or consistently damaging winds in our area. Still should be on the cusp of tropical storm force around 4 o'clock. That's about that landfall time. But once we get that storm further inland and starting to move toward Baton Rouge, 7 o'clock hour, we're projecting a 28 mile per hour sustained and gusts over tropical storm force near about 47 miles per hour, and maybe maximizing shortly after nightfall between 7 and 10 o'clock. We could get some sustained winds in that 30 mile per hour range and potentially flirting with gusts, I would say, around 50, maybe even up to about 60 miles per hour. And by midnight, the rain will be winding down, but don't lull into a false sense of security there. The wind will remain. Again, we're going to be on that dry, open south side of the center or the eye, and winds will continue because we're close to that center. Still gusting near tropical storm force just past midnight and close to 30 mile per hour winds at daybreak tomorrow. But there's that 30 magic number for power restoration. As I hinted at, by mid-morning, afternoon tomorrow, I think crews are going to be able to hit the streets safely and get back in those linesmen, do their the yeoman's work they do to get our power restored in this area. Now, Morgan City, it's a different ball game in terms of wind speeds. Look at that 4 o'clock sustained wind of 33, gusting to 54, and we could see some gust potential up to hurricane force in Morgan City. This is an estimate for 67 around 7 o'clock. That's a sustained wind of 40 and a gust, the yellow number, to about 67 miles per hour. 10 o'clock, 36 mile per hour sustained winds, still 60. Center really starting to rapidly pull away from the coast from there, and you see a fast drop off in wind speeds a little sooner in St. Mary Parish. Naturally, the coastal sections, we see those gusts easing below 40 by 1, and tomorrow morning might even have a single-digit sustained wind speed on the immediate Louisiana coast. So all of the wind concerns have to do with our concerns about losing power. This is a modeled estimate of winds to what that may do in terms of a power outage potential. So we take this with a little bit of a grain of salt, but it gives you an idea of how the devastating winds will be at the coast first and then weaken a little bit as coming inland. So St. Mary Parish, Southern Assumption, Terrebonne, Northern Lafourche, unfortunately, there's a high potential of power outage there. Naturally, landfalling hurricane, we expect that. As the storm continues inland, 5 o'clock, you can see there's still a moderate power outage potential with wind gusts extending into, say, Acadiana, maybe southern Iberville Parish over to Ascension Parish, the I-10 corridor, and St. James Parish, and advance our clock to 8 o'clock p.m. and still have that low. That's why we've been using the wording for scattered power outage potential, likely in the metro area in the 10-12 corridor. That will extend to the state line through about 11 o'clock tonight before those winds release overnight, and we should no longer have any damaging winds in our area by daybreak tomorrow. Other wind concern here, we brought you this a little while ago, is the potential for tornadoes. Always a possibility with landfalling hurricanes. Tornado watch in place for basically all of our parishes south and east of Metro Baton Rouge. The tornado threat should largely be concentrated immediately to the north and primarily to the east of the storm center. So that potential is there through about 11 o'clock. As the storm advances inland, we'll likely see a southwest to northeast trim of parishes out of this tornado watch. And of course, we will track those storms. And if any warnings are issued, we'll continue our coverage for severe weather just the way we would in a springtime severe weather event for those tornado warned areas. Obviously, we're going to be live on the air all afternoon and evening long tracking this event anyway. Storm surge potential moving through this gamut of hazards, highest along the coast. Obviously, you can see that we have the levee protection system around Morgan City. That's the white area, so not projecting a surge there. However, these reds indicate the potential for up to a 9-foot storm surge on coastal St. Mary Parish. Some of the marshy areas in southern Terrebonne Parish. We may see a foot or two of water in southeastern Livingston Parish off the shores of Lake Maurepas, and a 3 to 6 foot water inundation on the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain. And again, one thing we talk about is this is all early because you have this southwesterly wind flow or southerly wind flow stacking water up on those south-facing shorelines. So you get your storm surge initially ahead of the storm in those areas. But to a lesser extent, there could be some water inundation on the northwest-facing shorelines. Of course, New Orleans protected by the levee there. But in some of these bays and backwater areas, some of those north-facing shorelines could see some surge overnight tonight and tomorrow morning while we get those northwesterly winds on the backside. And in some areas, barrier islands and whatnot on the backside, you could still see about 4 or 5 foot of water inundation. So we have a breakout now for you of all of these areas within the hurricane warnings and the tropical storm warnings. Let's go with a region by region impact across our viewing area. We'll start in the I-10-12 corridor. I pulled out the parishes I would include in this general area for these specific impacts. So if you live in one of those parishes that we have highlighted on the map, I would expect 20 to 40 mile per hour sustained winds with gusts that are potentially up to about 60. Possible we get one close to hurricane force, but I think that's becoming less likely watching the health of this storm right now. Rain of 3 to 6 inches, always a point location that could be higher, and especially east of Baton Rouge, the potential for isolated tornadoes. Let's go to our coastal areas now. St. Mary, Assumption, St. James Parish. Storm surge on the immediate coast of 5 to 10 feet. Winds of 60 to 80 miles per hour and gusts that could top 100. Rain of 4 to 8 inches and an isolated higher mountain. Tornadoes, again, should be of the scattered variety right along the immediate landfall point of that hurricane. And finally, for the northern and western communities, you'll be on the weakest side of the storm. You'll still notice it. I still think that, gusts to 45 could create some scattered power outages in southwest Mississippi, east and west Feliciana, and Point Capee Parish. The rain amounts will be lighter to the tune of 2 to 4 inches. I don't think we get much higher than that there, and tornadoes are very unlikely in those sections as a result. Okay, went through a lot of information there. Remember, you can get all of it on air as we continue our coverage this afternoon, but that's all boiled down in a blog on WBRZ.com. I hear the keyboard. Meteorologist Emma Kate Cowan is typing away and keeping that updated right now. The advisories come out on our WBRZ Weather Facebook and X platform every hour. Now we're getting new advisories. You'll find those there. And of course, you can track the storm and all of the rain and wind with us on the Storm Station weather app. You go into the settings there in the Maps layer, turn on the Storm Tracks layer, and you'll have Francine's track on there. You can zoom it right into your backyard and see how close the center may pass relative to you. You can click on the storm icon to get the details of the stats on the storm at a given point in time. Really helpful tool there. So that's the latest on Francine now. We'll get much deeper into radar and current conditions as it's bearing down on the coast here in the coming hours. And of course, continue following these impacts through our area into the evening. JP, Brandy.
Thanks so much for that very important information, Dr. Josh. Again, we're still hours away from Francine making landfall. If you want to stay weather aware, stick with us here on the WBRZ Storm Station. Download the WBRZ News and Weather apps to get all of the latest push notifications and alerts and advisories. You can also stream our live team coverage and get up-to-the-minute updates. And remember, the important part about having the app, even if the cable or the power goes out, you can still stream us live. We are also streaming live on the WBRZ YouTube page. You'll want to make sure you know that. That way, in case the power or the cable goes out, you still have a way to get the very, very important life-saving information.
So get those phones charged right now and get those apps because they can be really lifesavers when it comes to big storms like this.
That's right. And Francine preparations continue all across South Louisiana this afternoon.
News 2's Alexis Maroney and Bree Andrus are in Labadeville now. Alexis, Bree, good afternoon. We see that you've changed location, so how are conditions looking right now?
Hey there, Brandy and JP. Yeah, we are in Labadeville. A very nice family allowed us to hunker down the storm at their home. We're currently under a pavilion right now, but the storm is starting to pick up since we have gotten here. Winds are getting a lot tougher. The rain right now, like 5 minutes ago, it was a lot heavier. Right now, it's starting to lighten up a little bit, but it was a lot heavier right before we came on the air, I promise. But the storm is getting more intense by the minute. I'm glad we got here in a safe place when we did. We talked to some officials. It's a serious storm. We need to take this seriously, not just treat it like it's just a normal afternoon shower. It is a serious storm, so we are safe. We're in a safe place, and the storm behind us, I wish we could show you how intense it was about 5 minutes ago, because it's just started to lighten up, but we expect it to get a lot more intense as the day goes on.
That's absolutely right, Bree. We were watching as sugarcane was, it's going, you can kind of see it in the background there, but it has gotten really intense. Waves of rain. That's what we keep hearing Josh in our ear tell us. There are waves of rain coming through, and it seems like every 5 minutes, there's just a huge, it really just pushes you with rain. We're underneath a carport, but there's some rain getting on us. And it's really intense to watch. But of course, the worst of it is not here yet. So stay safe. Just because you see rain outside doesn't mean it's over yet, Bree.
Yes, absolutely. The hurricane, if I'm correct, hasn't even truly made landfall in our area yet. I had to kind of explain that to some loved ones, that the hurricane's not even here yet. This is just the prequel to what's to come later on. This is gonna be a while before we get any relief later tonight. But if you see behind me, talking about that sugar cane here, the more mature sugar cane that's about ready to be harvested this fall is kind of all over the place. That's a result of the wind and the storm. But the sugar cane in between the, I don't know what you call them, the aisles of each line of sugarcane has flooded with water. So things are starting to pick up. I'm expecting it to get worse as the storm gets closer and actually makes landfall here. We are further south in Labadeville and Assumption Parish than we were earlier in Napoleonville, and things are going to be more intense on this side, but this parish is not new to this kind of storm. Before Hurricane Ida really impacted them a couple years ago, so this is nothing new. So people are really prepared. The very nice lady that opened her home to us said that she's been through enough hurricanes. She's going to prepare as soon as hurricane season starts on June 1st, and she's been ready for this storm for weeks now. So it's good to always be prepared, Lexi.
Bree, I was going to say the same thing, but we keep saying the word prepared over and over. It's Wednesday,
right,
and I think I've done two preparedness stories for the past 2 days. And I think it's important to note that here in Labadeville, just 7 months ago, a tornado touched down here just a couple blocks away from where we are now and wiped out one of their volunteer fire departments. It wasn't a huge tornado. It didn't hit a very large area when I covered it then, but those folks are still recovering. So there are people blocks away from where we are now who are they still have holes in their roofs. There are still, things in their backyard that they're being picked up from 7 months ago, which really isn't that long ago. So if there's people, I'm sure, across our viewing area who are dealing with similar things from past storms. So, just keeping them in mind during this time. Absolutely. Is going to be really important because some people have not recovered from those previous storms. So we don't know what level it's going to be at. We don't know what we standing here in Labadeville is going to be like just yet, but you can only imagine that it's going to get worse before it gets better, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Like I said earlier, it'll be a little while before we get some relief, but we're hoping that this storm doesn't have the physical impacts that previous storms have had in this area before. We hope it kind of just flies over really fast and gets its way out of here, so it's not a lot of damage. But of course, it is a hurricane. You have to expect that. You have to expect the worst, but hope for the best, and that's going to be the situation here. We are very grateful to the family that let us kind of stay here to ride out the storm with them. They've been very welcoming, but right now in Labadeville, things are starting to calm down a little bit, but we expect things to get worse before they get better. But for now, here in Labadeville, Bree Andrus, Lexus Maroney, back to you.
All right, Bree and Alexis, thanks for that. The thing that's kind of scary is when you see those sugarcane fields behind them. You're very familiar with that area. That's your old stomping grounds, but we've seen storm after storm come through that area, sugarcane country, and really just smash and knock down that sugarcane and damage the crop.
And something we haven't really talked about this hour, but we talked about extensively this morning on Tune In, the ground's already saturated. So when it's already wet like that, and you can even see behind them, there's standing water between the rows of the sugarcane. So when you see the sugarcane that should be harvested in a couple months already leaning like that, that's going to be very worrisome for those farmers down there.
That's right. Well, city officials and first responders are urging everyone to stay safe as Francine inches ever so close to landfall in South Louisiana.
And News 2's Jack Schimmel is live with Baton Rouge Fire Chief Michael Kimball. Jack, good afternoon. So what's the chief's main message to the community this afternoon?
Good afternoon, guys. I'll let the chief answer that for you. I'm with Fire Chief Michael Kimball. Today, what did you guys just kind of go through in that briefing, and what are you telling people, and what's the message that you guys have?
So the briefing we just had, the Homeland Security Director went over with everybody to let everybody go around the room of what is our description, what are we doing moving forward. And it's a lot of different moving parts inside that room because you have everybody that's part of serving back the city in that room at one time, from public safety, from emergency services to the in technology departments, BREC, Red Cross, Sheriff's Office. Everybody's in there going over what their plan is, which allows us to be collectively have knowledge of what each other is doing. And at the time of the event, we're able to have some collaborative efforts to work forward to get the job done.
And what do you guys do in the fire department at this time?
Well, in this time, as a normal day, we respond to any type of emergency across the city. We're still doing that, but we're also prepared for any type of wind damage that we may receive or any type of flooding. We have the people and the equipment prepared to move forward to go and assist these citizens in a time of need during this emergency.
So what do you guys kind of have on your list? I know you're helping people with flooding, you're helping people with other things as well, down power lines and all those things. What do you kind of go through on your checklist before something like this?
Well, for our checklist is, of course, make sure our people have the proper protective equipment to go out into this type of environment. We check our equipment, which we do daily already. And again, it's just a normal day at work for us. It's just a little bit more preparing for a little bit more of a call volume due to the potential impact that we may receive.
And what's kind of the cutoff when you guys, when the storm's, going too much before you guys can, or I guess when you guys stop going out to help people, what's kind of the threshold there?
So that's going to be determined at the time of. We want to make sure we have situational awareness and take care of our people, but we also understand we have to go out and provide a service to our citizens. So we understand there's a risk in what we do every day. This is just another day at work again for us and to go out and provide a service to the citizens.
Is there anything I'm missing that you wanted to touch on and let the community know?
The biggest thing we'd like to understand to the community, call 911 for a true emergency. If it's not a life or death emergency, call 311. And that will get you in contact here with the DPW folks, and they'll be able to get you your assistance of a down power line or down tree, in the roadway. If it's not a life or death situation, leave 911 open for the citizens that potentially will need that. And hopefully we don't need that, but we want to prepare for the worst, and we're very much prepared for this event.
Thank you. Appreciate it, and good luck to all of you guys today, and stay safe. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you for that, Jack. Well, WBRZ Sports Director Michael Cobble has been getting around in the city today.
Yeah, he joins us live outside the WBRZ studios. Michael, good afternoon. So what have you been seeing out there this afternoon?
Just general preparedness, right? Jack was just at OEP, the Office of Emergency Preparedness, for the parish. I went to the governor's statewide briefing over at GOSEP, Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness for the entire state. And he was surrounded by his federal agents and, state agents that work with federal agents like FEMA, et cetera. And so really that was more of a broad-based press conference. We carry that live for you here around 11:30 noon right here on WBRZ. But, I'm a sports guy, I'm a highlight guy, so let's kind of get into some of the highlights, right? One of the things that they were talking about is the National Guard staging, and the head of the National Guard here in Louisiana said they have 2,500 soldiers staged and ready to respond to this in a varying number of ways, and they actually moved them strategically last night when they saw the storm kind of shift and take its current plot path.
Based on the track of the storm moving east, as of yesterday evening, we started repositioning our forces to the southeast and south central Louisiana. We currently have over 2,300 guardsmen on mission, and we'll continue to mobilize forces to reach approximately 2,500 total strength before the storm strikes. The Louisiana National Guard is supporting civil authorities and other agencies, and we'll continue these efforts with a focus on search and rescue. To assist with that potential search and rescue mission, operationally right now we have 58 boats and 101 high water vehicles in the area of operations. We've pre-staged 14 route clearance teams across 7 parishes to assist with debris removal and clearing roads for our first responders can respond to the storm.
You know, and I think that's the key thing here, right, that everybody needs to talk about and understand. Stay off the roads if you can. When we were coming back to the TV station just on I-10, I glanced over at College Drive and saw in the Walmart parking lot that they're already staging utility trucks, repair trucks, right? And so we stopped and got some video of this. Obviously, these are the heroes, right, in the aftermath of the storm. They're ready to go out, but they can't go out until the storm passes. The Governor Landry talked about, what is needed to help them do their jobs, and a big portion of that is just you people staying at home, staying out of their way.
After the storm is over, please remain in place. As you heard from all of these agencies, we are going to have a lot of people on the roadway that is necessary to put the vital infrastructure back in place so that you can go about your daily lives. We have checked with our utility partners. We feel like they pre-position the assets necessary to help them. Jay is going to give us some great information, hopefully tomorrow, that the winds will die down real fast so that the utility crews can get up and on those lines, because remember, they have a wind restriction. As to the wind exceeds 30 miles an hour, they can't repair the line. So we're hoping that this storm passes fast enough through the state and we can get all those utility trucks and DOTD and our first responders on the roadway.
Right, and that's what we all hope. Anybody that's been without power during a storm here in Louisiana, or even on a good sunny day in Louisiana, can lose power, right? So the ability to get those crews up on those ladders, up on those lines, and repairing the lines, I think is vital. So again, do your part. And if you are at home without power, of course, generator safety is a huge topic of concern, right? A lot of the times we don't see fatalities due to weather instances. It's the things that happen around the weather instances, especially with carbon monoxide poisoning. That's something that the State Fire Marshal once again wanted to stress: generator safety if you are in fact using supplemental power.
All right, that's Michael Cobble reporting outside the studios of Channel 2. Some very important information there. And again, that generator safety, that's been coming up time and time again because we have seen some tragic results of that in years past.
That's right. And not just that, on our website, WBRZ.com, we've listed some of the things that Michael just kind of recapped there from the Governor's Office of Homeland Security Emergency Preparedness, from curfews to shelters to that information about generator safety. Want to just keep reinforcing that 20 feet away from your home. So post-storm, all of our emergency officials have been reminding us of that all morning and afternoon long, that post-storm is often when it's the most dangerous, and that's what Cobble just said there, too.
We want to remind you that we have crews everywhere, all across South Louisiana, covering the storm as it makes landfall. It makes its way through the capital region. Unprecedented coverage, because that's our promise to you when storms like that here at the Louisiana coast. Right now, it's just after 2 o'clock, and we've been with you. There's another weather. I got to get that app.
That's right.
We've been with you since 5 this morning, but right now we're going to take a break and step aside. But we're going to turn it over to our colleagues, Michael Shingleton and Sylvia Weatherspoon, and they're going to carry you through the afternoon as we continue tracking Francine right here in the storm station, WBRZ. We'll be right back right after this.
Insurance companies have teams of professionals to fight your claim. If you want to know what your case is really worth, I'm Spencer Callahan. I'd like to help.
Spencer Callahan is the one to see. Call 387-2323.
Severe weather can happen anywhere, no matter your location. Think of the storm station as your very own.
Your new roads forecast. Your Denham Springs updates.
Your Gonzales coverage.
And Baton Rouge's Futurecast. Hot or cold, rain or shine, big storms, Channel 2 will cover it for you.
When bad weather strikes, the Storm Station is first for forecasting for your town. Watch the Storm Station only on WBRZ Channel 2 for your severe weather coverage.
With FanDuel, a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube TV means more hunches.
Buffalo! New customers bet $5, get $200 in bonus bets. Plus, every customer gets a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube TV. Only from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook.
This is your city. These are your streets. Injured in a car crash? This is your lawyer. Cascio Injury Attorneys. 225-800-CASH.
The SEC on ABC, all day Saturday. At noon, LSU and South Carolina kick up a sandstorm. Then at 3:30, the Aggies enter the swamp to face Florida. And in prime time, top-ranked Georgia battles the Wildcats and Big Blue Nation.
We sure are ready for an SEC Saturday.
The SEC on ABC. All day Saturday beginning at noon Eastern.
Name brand furniture at low prices.
Best prices on furniture always comes from the country.
Serving you and your family since 1959.
Drive a little, save a lot. B1's Furniture.
The St. Vincent de Paul Kitchen serves tens of thousands of hot meals each and every month, and the need for those meals and the food costs, they are increasing.
WBRZ created To the Pantry to support St. Vincent de Paul's mission to feed the hungry. Help us by donating at participating Associated Grocers.
And join us for a special collection day on the morning of September the 25th. Help feed the Baton Rouge community by supporting To the Pantry.
To the Pantry is sponsored by Associated Grocers.
Why do billion-dollar insurance companies regularly delay and deny valid claims? Because that's how they got to be billion-dollar insurance companies. If you've been injured, I'd like to help.
Spencer Callahan is the one to see. Call 387-2323.
What he saw at the scene where a 4-year-old body was discovered was very disturbing. It has now prompted the FBI and the state's Human Trafficking Division to get involved.
With a trusted history of investigative journalism, WBRZ is news you can count on. That's our past. That's our future. That is our promise.
Our promise to uncover the truth.
Convicted felons now back in jail after Baton Rouge police found an illegally modified handgun while searching his home on Tuesday.
Sharing stories through the medium of television.
Preparing you, not scaring you.
Because for decades, we have been on your side.
We take pride in covering the big stories, big.
For more than half a century, we have been called to make a difference through hardships and in joy.
WBRZ, investigative and in-depth.
Join us for free fun in West Baton Rouge on Sunday, September 15th from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. For one day only, come out to the West Baton Rouge Oldies but Goodies Fest and Antique Car Show. Enjoy live music, dancing, crafts, food, and fun all day long. Stroll through the polished chrome and cool cars everywhere at the Antique Car Show. Don't miss all the good times, Daddy-O, at the Oldies but Goodies Fest in West Baton Rouge.
At the Storm Station, we are here for you before, during, and after the storm. With that mission, the tropics are a key part of our broadcasts every day, every hurricane season.
Chief Meteorologist Dr. Josh Eaches and the Storm Station team, watching, forecasting, bringing daily updates so you'll hear from WBRZ first when storms are coming. Knowledge and dedication to accurately predict storms.
Be with us through November, on air, on WBRZ.com, on the app, or however you stream.
The Storm Station, tracking Francine to keep you safe. The Storm Station is tracking Francine.
Welcome back. I'm Michael Shingleton.
And I'm Sylvia Witherspoon. Thank you so much for joining us. And it is probably going to be a pretty long day. We're going to be here, got you covered from the afternoon into the night as we are tracking Francine. You know, we have teams that are fanned out all across parishes, a number of parishes from Livingston, Ascension, East Baton Rouge, St. Mary Parish, which is where meteorologist Balin Rogers is, where we expect the storm to come ashore.
We're going to check in with Balin momentarily. As Sylvia mentioned, we have Joe Collins, David Hamilton in Livingston Parish. We're going to check in with Sarah Gray Barr. She's in Ascension Parish this afternoon. Also, Michael Cobble, you just saw from him with Brandy and JP. They did a fantastic job, by the way, getting you through this morning. But as they said, team coverage everywhere. We got a lot to get to. But first, we need to get to the Storm Station with our Chief Meteorologist, Dr. Josh Eaches.
All right, thanks very much, Michael and Sylvia. Joining me, meteorologist Emma Kate Cowan. We've been kind of tag teaming here at the big board, showing you what's going around the area. And all day long, you've probably noticed moderate rain in the capital area to this point, but visibility is a little lower than last time I looked at this shot.
Yeah, absolutely. And the winds are picking up out there now at about 15 miles an hour out of the east, and they're just
continue to ramp up as that system gets closer, Josh.
Yeah, and the east 14-mile-per-hour winds, obviously here in the capital area, is something we expect to pick up. But we also keep an eye on our friends in Morgan City. Emma Kate, you've been watching our weather stations like a hawk in there, and these numbers are steadily increasing.
Right. Since I got in early this morning, things relatively calm, and as the system moves closer, now sustained winds down to Morgan City, 31 miles an hour with gusts even higher as the system nears the coast.
We spoke to meteorologist Balin Rogers a little while ago. He is definitely noting an increase in the conditions down there. He texted us that he's starting to see some smaller limbs flying around and coming down and whatnot, so that would certainly track with 31-mile-per-hour winds. We're going to get to Balin. He's going to have some great video and live shots for you as we move through our coverage this afternoon. He's also noticing an increase in rain. Now, that's just the radar cutout of St. Mary Parish, but you can just kind of see that west-east line. That's one of those stronger bands starting to move through St. Mary Parish now.
Yeah, dumping the rain that we've been talking about all week long, the heavier rains that are associated with the hurricane that'll move through the capital area. We'll begin to see more moderate to even heavy downpours here later on this afternoon.
So we'll talk more about winds currently sustained east 31 miles per hour in Morgan City. Going to get those over 40. Tropical storm force there. That's a lock. Gonzales, it's a lock. Baton Rouge is essentially a lock.
Yeah, as that system moves in, one thing we've been talking about all day long is how quick this system is, which is great news in regards to the flooding possibility, but not as good when we talk about winds, because as the system moves quickly, that means we can have stronger winds reach further inland, which we see here all the way up into Baton Rouge. Could see those winds sustained above 40 miles an hour.
So let's show you what that looks like in a timeline. Promised this earlier, and we wanted to line it up for Morgan City first. Yeah, nasty winds over the next, let's say, 6 to 8 hours there on the Louisiana coast. So to just get your bearings here, the white number is the expected sustained wind. The gold number is the wind gust potential. Yeah. And even a gust over hurricane force for only 1 second, big problems.
Right. So now it's just after 2 p.m. and they're already seeing those sustained winds of over 30 miles an hour. Those are going to last and even ramp up throughout the rest of the afternoon into the evening hours down in Morgan City. By 8 p.m., winds sustained up near 50 miles an hour, Josh, with gusts even higher.
Yeah, and the key is that we keep those winds elevated through about midnight, as Emma Kate said. And we do look at the same into the Baton Rouge area, just knocked back about 3 or 4 hours. We'll get to that a little bit later on in our coverage. But, of course, our coastal section's going to take the battering and the brunt of this first. The other key number is 30 miles per hour tomorrow. We want to go below that.
Right, because that's where the linemen and anyone fixing up any damage done can get out there. If it's above 30 miles an hour, they can't do their job safely. And as we take a look at the expected winds, well, good news is because the system's so quick moving, by early tomorrow morning, it's expected to be well off to the north, and we should see those calming winds throughout the day.
Yeah, fingers crossed for all those workers, and we appreciate that they'll be out trying to get us back online tomorrow. Hopefully by this time, at least working toward getting us online, not guaranteeing back online by then. Rain forecast is the other end of this spectrum. You mentioned speed, Emma Kate.
Yes.
That hurts us for wind because the storm can keep those winds a little farther inland, but the faster it moves, the less rain it can dump.
Right, we're still looking at about 3 to 6 inches while the system moves through. Of course, wherever that eye is in the center of the system, that's where we typically will see the heaviest rains, usually right around the center and to the east. And as we take a look at this rain forecast, you'll notice where the darker blues are. That's right where we expect up to 6 inches. Of course, can't rule out locally higher amounts, but that's still the forecast we're trending to see anywhere from the Baton Rouge area and east.
And those of you that have been really watching this forecast with us closely through the week, you'll know that yesterday you did see a little darker blue and even white on this map. And looking at our legend, that was some suggestion that maybe there were a few spots that saw 10, 11, 12 inches of rain. The Weather Prediction Center makes these rain forecasts, has pared that back a little bit. I agree with that due to the fast-moving nature of the storm. Now, still, 5, 6 in a couple of hours, that's problematic. Could have some flash flooding, but the lower amounts overall are better for our rivers.
Yes, yes, indeed. Yeah, we don't want to see a lot of rain come down in a short amount of time. Obviously, that means rivers rising, and even if it was a prolonged amount of time, that's sometimes even worse because you get days on days where those rivers have time to rise.
That's right. And now as we talk about that big rain and wind maker and look at it on the radar, give you a perspective there. That center is getting awfully close to the Louisiana coast. Look at this. Look at this. We were texting with meteorologist Malcolm Byron. He'll be joining the coverage in a little bit here. It was right about here he texted us and he said, hey guys, notice how the last observed point is a little bit west of where the eye is. And look at the National Hurricane Center catching up to that and putting the new observed point a little bit farther to the east. So we may have, our latest motion northeast and not necessarily north-northeast anymore. So a slight jog here.
Yeah, also something to note is that the system's actually continuing to get quicker. Early this morning at the start of tune-in, it was only moving at about 10 miles an hour, and now it's really gained speed up to near 20 miles an hour, which, as we keep saying, that's good news in regards to rainfall and amounts we could see. Not as good when it comes to winds prolonging into the region.
Let me go beyond that. Every time we have this conversation, I think about something new I've discussed with somebody. And I was on the phone with our radio partners at Talk 107 earlier this morning, and they were talking about the speed of the storm in general. And I said, one thing I want people to be aware of is that, yes, this one's moving pretty quickly, but with these changes in direction, hurricanes are creatures of momentum. So as it's moving to the northeast, and later on today, it starts to get a tug back to the north from the upper level steering winds. Because of its somewhat eastward momentum, there will be a point where it slows down a little bit to make that turn and that pivot, and that can be alarming. I remember seeing that with some previous hurricanes, and that's in a short time when you can get one rain band over the same spot because the hurricane's not moving, and that's where we'll get our isolated higher locations. So that pivot will likely happen somewhere in this region between Baton Rouge and New Orleans later today, where we take away a little more of that easterly component and go back to the north. We expect that. So when that occurs, don't be alarmed by the slowing motion. It will happen for a short time.
Right, exactly. And that's when we really zone in and watch some of those training bands, especially ahead of the system, because when you get the rain over the same area for a prolonged time, of course, we know that's when the flash flooding issues happen, especially in those areas that have the poor drainage or maybe are prone to flooding issues. That's what we'll be watching closely.
As far as other radar presentation here, we're seeing some of those heavier rains and winds on the northern and eastern side where it's usually expected to be. We're seeing a continued erosion of activity on the southern side. In a couple of minutes, we're going to show you some images that all of the hostile conditions that this storm is starting to encounter. It's why we haven't seen further strengthening from here. But let's go ahead and hone in on that track. And again, Emma Kate, to set you up, that eastern side brings some other hazards as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Usually on the eastern side of the center of the track, that's where we see some of the strongest winds. That's where we can also have the potential for quick spin up tornadoes. And we actually do have a tornado watch in effect from around the Baton Rouge area, south and east, included in that Iberville Parish, Livingston, Tangipahoa, and mainly all other southeast regions of Louisiana. And we've been talking all morning long about how when you have the east side of the system, that's where we see the stronger motion. That's where we see the atmospheric flow. But something else we've been mentioning is that we're also seeing some other forces interact in the atmosphere from different directions, and then that helps tornadoes form. So a bunch of different things we're watching with this system.
Yeah, we highlighted kind of regionally and parish by parish last time I was on air before Emma Kate joined me here about what you can expect. And you'll notice that locations north and west of Baton Rouge, Point Capee, east and west Feliciana, southwest Mississippi, not in that tornado watch. Really difficult for tornadoes to develop on that northern western flank. So we don't focus too much on center for the reason being you do feel impacts away from the center. They do happen, but the specific impacts are important to where the center goes. So that direct center line, especially as we get closer to within an hour or two of it reaching your location, becomes really important. North and west of that, the tornado threat should be pretty minimal for you. Speaking of the eastern side, the tornado threat is there, and just in general, it's where there's a greater wind threat.
Yeah, obviously we know the greatest wind threat is going to be down towards the coast right when the system makes landfall, because that's when we're going to have the strongest winds. When it does move inland, it will lose some of the strength because of the land factor, not as much supporting the system, but still to the east side of the system. That's what we call the dirty side, because it does typically hold these strongest winds and kind of holds on to them longer than typically on the western side.
Yeah, surge too. I mean, you're going to have those more persistent southerly winds on the eastern side of that line. So more water is going to stack up on these coasts over the lakes. Look out on the north shore this evening. Now, we've seen 2, 3, 4 foot of water inundation in those sections before, but that will likely happen again with this system before it ultimately all starts to pull away overnight tonight and into tomorrow. All right, we'll go into a little bit more of the sciencey stuff now and talk about what's happening to this storm right now. A couple of things I'll have you point out here, Emma Kate. One is just the coloring on the satellite image. That's indicating something, and that dry air that's starting to wrap around towards the center.
Yeah, as you can see in this loop, At the beginning, there's some purpler colors. I guess you could say that's not really a word, but we'll use it. Purple colors. That tells us there's higher cloud tops in the atmosphere. Those storms really becoming stronger. But when those are dying out over the past couple of hours, that means that storm's not strengthening anymore. It's kind of plateaued. We've been at maximum winds of 90 miles an hour pretty much for the past 12 hours or so, which is great news. We have lots of different things in the atmosphere working against this storm, one being winds at different speeds in the atmosphere. Hurricanes don't like that, and so it's working for us. You can see this flow towards the area really going against the actual flow of the hurricane.
Yeah, and I love this opening that we're seeing here towards the center of circulation. That's some dry air trying to wrap into this system. That's going to eventually cut it off as well, and it's going to contribute to that overall weakening that we see in the coming hour. So it should happen pretty rapidly upon landfall. And just based on that presentation, I don't really see a way that we get much additional strengthening prior to landfall, which is what it's all about. So the other factor working on this, you could see the dry air wrapping into it. You could see the lower cloud tops there. You see a bit of an eye trying to open up here where that center is pointed out, but this broader satellite picture gives us an idea for the wind shear that is happening out there. You'll notice, look away from the hurricane. Look toward Emma Kate in Florida there. See those upper level clouds that are trying to move southwest to northeast, especially over here near southern Texas. See that cloud motion? That tells us we have some high clouds moving fast in the upper levels of the atmosphere across this system, shearing it from the southwest. And the National Hurricane Center remarked that the eye at the surface is much farther to the southwest than the eye in the upper levels. It's northeast of that storm. So that tells us we have that southwesterly wind shear working on that storm, another sign that it is starting to weaken a little bit. And that's a big one too. And actually, noticing on our cloud tops, they're cooling over land as well, and water vapor picks that up, Emma Kate, and it's because of all of this dry air we have working on it from so many sides on the west.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier this week as well. Yesterday when Tropical storm Francine was trying to develop into a hurricane, it was struggling a bit because of the dry air in the middle layers. It eventually obviously became a hurricane yesterday evening, but still at this point, tons of dry air off to the west of the system and actually trying to circle into the system as well. And once dry air is able to get in there, it kind of shuts off any further development and even helps kind of deteriorate the system as well.
Yeah, these are all features that past hurricanes in recent memory did not have to fight.
Right.
A Laura, a Delta, and Ida, they were strengthening on approach to land. They did not have to fight off dry air and wind shear. Francine does, and that's why it is likely maxed out here. That is still a dangerous hurricane. There is still going to be a pretty good bit of damage across southeastern Louisiana, but not quite to the level of some of more recent memory storms because of those factors. So there's the track. You see that first notation from the National Hurricane Center is at 7 p.m. We do think, now it's inland at that point, we think landfall is going to occur slightly before that.
Yeah, probably in the next 3 or 4 hours, Josh, as the system is getting quite close to the coastline right now. We're seeing those impacts already, as meteorologist Balin Rogers will show us in just a bit. But notice this timeline. 7 p.m. tonight, the system moves inland. 7 a.m. tomorrow, 12 hours time span, it's already off up in Mississippi. That is quick. Great news. We want this out of here as quick as possible, but some of you guys might be antsy, sitting around waiting. The worst of the storm is yet to come, so just bear with us for a little bit longer. Good news is by this time tomorrow, we should be even seeing some sunshine out there.
That's a great point. I know you're off work today or off school today. You're sitting around watching the coverage probably. Yep. Power's still on. What's happening? Thought we were getting a hurricane today. Maybe it's 2-3 hours later than we thought, but those impacts will start to be felt in Baton Rouge. We get closer to dinner time and dusk. Hits the coast first, as Emma Kate just pointed out. So all the ways you can stay in touch with us. I know right before we got on air, Emma Kate was typing away, keeping that blog up to date with our new information coming in. We'll continue on the air here into the evening hours with our teams all across southeast Louisiana. I just love this hurricane tracking tool we have on our app. You can sit on your couch. You can take a look at our coverage. Watch our live reporters in the field, follow along with your location, zoom in with the maps view, turn on the storm tracks layer. You can even click on the storm icons to show you the conditions expected at that point, and those new advisories that do seem to be coming out hourly now. We do get a 2 p.m. update, so you'll get those on WBRZ Weather's X and Facebook platforms. Emma Kate, that's a wrap for now. We'll visit you one more time before you get to your rest in for the day. But we got to get back to the desk now, and we look forward to hearing what Balin has to say on the coast, too.
Absolutely.
All right, Dr. Josh and Emma Kay, thank you for that. Of course, we are only hours from Francine making landfall in Louisiana. Stay weather aware with the Storm Station. You can download our WBRZ News and weather apps to stay ahead of the storm. You can stream live coverage and get up-to-the-minute updates, even if your cable and electricity goes out. We are also streaming live on YouTube, getting you the important information to help you stay weather aware and to weather this storm as well. Emma Kate said, and Dr. Josh said just a little while ago, that you actually see the greatest wind threat as the storm makes landfall.
And they say we're about 3 to 4 hours away from that. So kind of think in terms of Morgan City, 5:30, 6 o'clock tonight. As I thought it's very important that they said, for those of you watching at home and kind of wondering, like, well, where's the storm? It's coming. It's going to be here, but just got to be patient and stay weather aware, to your point.
Yeah, Balin Rogers is out in Morgan City as Francine prepares to make landfall.
He's right there in it. He's joining us live, picking up this weather event. Balin?
Well, I tell you what, Michael, I'm actually at a different location there where I was earlier. I was on the floodgate there in Morgan City, right on the Atchafalaya River. That was a more exposed location, and we've had to move locations now. I'm actually shielded from the strongest winds. Building is right in front of me, shielding me from some of those winds. But I tell you what, over the last couple of hours, conditions have been rapidly deteriorating. From my experience in being in hurricanes, I feel like we've definitely seen some of those tropical storm wind gusts now. Actually seen a lot of those 1 to 3 inch tree limbs coming down. A pretty large tree limb around 3 to 4 inches across is down right over to my right. But we're kind of in and out of rain bands right now, with each rain band consecutively getting stronger. So we'll see a pretty good strong gust of wind as the rain bands move through, maybe go through a little bit of a moat. And then when the next rain band comes in, it's even stronger than the last one. And we're really going to continue to see that until we get into the core of this system. And here in Morgan City, we're likely going to get into that eye wall. That is the strongest part of the hurricane. It's really the ring of storms right around the center of the circulation. And that looks to come very close to Morgan City. Slight wobbles, though, will control what part of the eye wall we get in this location. Whether it's the western, northern, or northeastern eye wall, we'll have to see. Little tiny couple-mile wobbles could really control that. But in general, the strongest part of the eye wall is that northeastern quadrant. And we're going to be very close to that and could even get into the eye of the system. But when that eye wall moves through, it's going to deteriorate fast. Conditions are going to get really nasty here in Morgan City. Could see some wind gusts near 100 miles per hour. It's not winds you want to play around with. That could definitely down some trees, down power lines, and even do some light structural damage as well. But as of right now, it looks like we're in one of those little bit of a moat.
Clear aim. I take the shot. The hunt is on.
What did it say about sitting in my chair?
Sorry, Grandma.
The timeless face. Yes. When is it time?
Yep. That's a great question. So I tell patients, so what the timeless face is think of it, it's really a traditional sort of facelift. It's same maneuvers, same procedure. Local anesthesia. 95 to 97% of the risks of a procedure, of a facelift procedure, is the anesthesia. So facelifts are for ladies and men that are older, right? The older you get, the more dangerous. Anybody above the age of 65 should avoid anesthesia at all costs.
Wow.
So we do this under oral sedation, which means no IVs, no tubes. We give you an oral pill called Ativan and Valium.
Okay.
Get you to a point where you're nice and sleepy and relaxed. We numb the face. There is no skipped steps. You're getting the full shebang.
Well, I think it's a great lesson for a lot of people out there about local versus general,
Yes,
and the
it
fact
is.
that you're reducing the risk.
Fear is what blocks people
Absolutely.
from facelifts, right? Fear of the results, crazy results, right? And then fear of the anesthesia, two legitimate fears.
Let's talk about the procedure and your approach to it. Everybody wants natural, wonderful results. What's your approach?
So I tell ladies and men, I'm your guy if you want a comment of, where have you been? Have you changed your hair? You look amazing.
Okay.
I'm not your surgeon if people come up to you and ask, who's your plastic surgeon?
Okay.
I'm not going to give you that surgical look.
And then downtime.
2 to 3 weeks, party perfect.
Party perfect, 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah, face heals amazingly well.
I love it. Thanks so much, Dr. Wilder. We appreciate it.
After my wreck, I was hurt. I couldn't work. I take 1 step forward and 2 steps back. So I got Gordon.
I'm attorney Gordon McKernan. We've seen this game 1,000 times. We know how to take on the big insurance companies, and we'll fight to get you every dollar you deserve for your medical bills, lost wages, and pain and suffering.
Gordon got it done and got me $440,000.
Just call me. Get it done.
Call 888-8888.
The storm station is tracking Francine.
We are expecting a new update from the National Hurricane Center about 30 minutes from now.
Yeah, let's send it over to Emma Kate for the latest.
Hey guys, yeah, as we take a look at where Francine is right at the moment, still a Category 1 storm with those maximum sustained winds of 90 miles an hour. You can see getting awfully close to the coast right now, and where Balin was just a few minutes ago, that's where we'll watch the landfall happen. That's a look at the radar loop. You can see all of the rain bands ahead of it impacting southern Louisiana as we speak. Some periods of heavier downpours definitely happening across the board, and that's a look at the past track as it's moved the past couple of days. You can see that northeasterly direction, and it continues to move northeast at about 17 miles an hour right now. Here's a closer look. There's the eye wall. It has shifted ever so slightly to the east, but it's still anticipated to make landfall quite near that St. Mary Parish region, probably in the next hour, hour and a half, up to 2 hours. So by 4 p.m. it is expected to bring some of the gustiest winds, heaviest rainfall to parts of coastal Louisiana, and then make its way north through the region over the evening hours. Here's a look at some velocity that tells us how fast the speeds or the winds are just above the ground. Up to 70 mile an hour winds right now in Morgan City, right off the coast, closer to 95 miles an hour. That's where that eye wall is currently. That's where we're definitely going to see the gustiest conditions as the system makes its way inland. There's another look with the track on top. We'll get another update in about 30 minutes like Michael mentioned, but as for now, not anticipating any more or heavier rain, or an upgrade I should say. We're still sticking with a Category 1 storm through landfall, and then thankfully as it makes landfall, it'll quickly lose some of its steam. In fact, taking a look at the timeline, by 7 p.m. moving inland, by 7 a.m. tomorrow, well off to the north of southeast Louisiana. So like we've been stressing, it is a quick moving system. That's good news in regards to the flood threat. Can't rule out some flash flooding in isolated places, but more so we're dealing with the wind threat with the system as it moves through. The winds will stay higher for longer amounts of time, reaching into the capital area. Let's time this out for you guys. Like I mentioned, really in the next 2 hours, we do anticipate a landfall right around that St. Mary Parish region. You can see that's a look at 3:30 p.m. as this model predicts. And then as it moves inland the rest of your afternoon and into the evening, we'll see some of the gustiest conditions, the heaviest downpours, the strongest storms with this system as it continues moving mainly northeast through the region. Now, we've been talking a lot about how on the eastern side of that center line is where we'll see some of the heaviest rains. And as you can see right now, really pretty much from Baton Rouge east is where we anticipate some of the strongest action later on this evening. That's 7 p.m. tonight. Up near Pointe-Coupee Parish, northern Iberville, might even see some dry time while all of us are seeing some heavier rain. So that's something to keep in mind. The further west you live, the less likely you are to see some of the brunt of the storm. And then good news, like we mentioned, moving quickly. So by 10 p.m., things will begin to lighten up around here as the system continues to move north. May have some lingering showers and storms into the early hours of your Thursday. That's a look at 1 p.m. But by the time you're waking up tomorrow morning, things will be mainly dry out there, possibly a bit breezy, but overall drying up as that system continues to push north. That's a look at expected rainfall. As with most tropical systems, the eye wall and areas just to the east are going to hold the heaviest rains within them. We're dealing with about 3 to 6 inches of expected rainfall right along the path of the storm. Some heavier localized amounts definitely possible. And of course, if all of this comes down in a quick amount of time or a short amount of time or over a prolonged amount of time, that's when we can start to see those flash flooding issues. So we'll monitor that closely. But as you can see, once again, just to the northeast of the Baton Rouge area, less likely to see some of those higher rainfall amounts. As for river forecast, not looking at any potential or probable flooding issues of the rivers. Most are looking decent around the region, sticking at or just below forecast conditions, or flood stage, I should say. Now, we've talked rain, we've talked the rivers. Something we also watch, of course, with these tropical systems is those gusty winds or even sustained winds at high levels. Ground's very saturated right now from last week's rain, from the rain we're getting all day today. And so things easily topple over when we get those high wind gusts. But also when sustained winds are over 40 miles an hour, that's when we can see a lot of damage as well. And as for the capital region, it's looking very likely here. Almost 100% certainty we'll see those winds get up near 40 miles an hour. We're already seeing that down near the coastal regions where Francine is about to make landfall. But let's just take a look at Baton Rouge's expected winds over the next several hours. Right now in the teens, we've already seen some gusts up into the 20s, but by 5 p.m. as Hurricane Francine makes landfall and moves north, we could see gusts up to 40 miles an hour, even closer to 50 miles an hour with sustained winds near 30 right around 8 p.m. into those late hours of your night. And then as the system pushes north, we'll begin to calm out into your Thursday. Morgan City is a whole different picture. Of course, that's where we're going to see the strongest conditions because it's closest to the coast. Already seeing those gusts quite high, could get up near 57 miles an hour for gusts just in the next couple of hours. And then tonight, as that system continues to push north, maybe even getting gusts up to 80 miles an hour with sustained winds of 50 or more. So definitely winds a huge threat when it comes to the system. And of course, with winds, we have down power lines. We could potentially see some scattered power outages around the region. This is just a model to give us an idea of where we could more than likely see at least some scattered outages, definitely down near the coast where the hurricane is going to make landfall. That makes sense. That's the strongest condition. So Morgan City to Houma, scattered outages, definitely a possibility. And then mainly to the southeast of the Baton Rouge area where the strongest conditions are anticipated, we'll see some scattered outages. So make sure to charge up those phones now. We're still not going to see those direct impacts until later on today, so keep them charged and have a way to receive alerts even if they do die. One more thing to note, tornado watch in effect until 11 p.m. this evening. With all of these winds around and even some winds working in opposite directions in the upper atmosphere, raises the concern for spin up tornadoes, especially ahead of landfall. Haven't seen any issues yet, but we will continue to monitor that. That's pretty much for all of southeast Louisiana, excluding the Baton Rouge, Pointe-Coupee, West Feliciana, East Feliciana, and St. Helena parishes. So keep that in mind. Of course, like we say, stay weather aware, turn those alerts on. We'll be here all afternoon tracking this out for you, and we'll keep you updated through WBRZ.com and our apps.
All right, McKay, thanks. Well, a lot of storm damage can involve trees, even trees that may not belong to you.
Yeah, 2 on your side. So Brittany Weiss answers a question many people may have who pay for the damage, who actually pays for the damage, and whether an insurance company will pick up the tab.
My neighbor's tree fell on my property, and now I have a tree in my yard, or worse, on my house or car. What do I do? Is the neighbor's homeowner's insurance company responsible for repairs? What if they don't have insurance? What if I don't have insurance? All likely scenarios. First, take pictures before you start cleaning up. Generally, if your neighbor's healthy tree falls on your property, your house, a fence, a car, it's your insurance company's responsibility to pay for repairing the damage. Your neighbor's insurer would probably only accept liability and pay for the damage if the tree was dead or weak, or if there was a documented history of concern. And that was your big fear,
Yes.
is it falling while you were inside?
I texted him several times and talked to him too. He said he didn't have the money, and I know I don't.
However, if a situation like this does happen, you have an obligation to make temporary repairs, prevent further loss, and keep your property secure. This includes boarding up the house, putting plastic tarps over the holes, and drying out what's received water damage to prevent mold. Keep your receipts. If you use materials, keep record of what it is and what it was used for so you can give a detailed report to an adjuster. If you don't have insurance, there are some instances where FEMA can help. 2 on your side, Brittany Weiss, WBRZ News 2.
All right, Brittany, thank you. WBRZ Sports Director Michael Cobble covering the storm today as well in Baton Rouge, including the governor's press conference from earlier.
So let's head outside and check in with Mike.
Hey guys, yeah, we've done this familiar dance a time or two, right? Doing it again. They got the sports guy doing some weather coverage, and happy to be doing it. Just to Emma Kate's point from just the last time I was out here on the patio 45 minutes ago, the rain has certainly picked up here in the Baton Rouge area, and the wind gusts, you can see and hear them obviously picking up as well. And that's kind of what we're dealing with, right? Governor Landry had all of his assembled agencies there to talk about what is to come for us. And I don't think any of us want to say the part out loud because we want this storm to pass as quickly and as peacefully as possible, right? But Landry was cautious about, not taking this for granted. What we're seeing right now could change for the worse. He wants everybody to stay weather aware.
Look, I want to thank the citizens of the state. I think that all of y'all, everyone out there has been great as we prepare for this particular storm. Again, I would caution our citizens that just because it is a Category 1 or possibly a Category 2 doesn't mean it's just going to be a thunder bumper, right? I know that we have been through a lot here in Louisiana. Again, I urge everyone to take the necessary preparations if you're in the storm's pathway, to understand that you may be without utilities for some time. And so to go ahead and make those necessary arrangements.
Yeah, for sure. We've done this song and dance before. We know what some time could be. It could be 1 day, it could be 4 hours, it could be 3 days, right? So prepare as best as you can right now and take advantage of the fact that it's not beating down our doors, right? When we were coming back from the presser, we saw some utility trucks already staging here in the capital city region at the Walmart on College Drive. These are, the heroes that we're going to be preying on, those of us without power over the next couple of hours, is how soon can they get out there and do their job? Governor Landry reminded everybody, utility workers can't get up on those poles, can't get on those ladders until the winds recede from 30 miles per hour. So that will be critical. And you may have a generator at home. Just as critical and important is generator safety. There's a lot of common things that everybody thinks they know about a generator, but the state fire marshal was there to remind everyone about the do's and don'ts when it comes to supplemental power.
Make sure that when you use a portable generator, you keep it away from the windows and away from the exterior of the house and the openings of the house. Be sure that you always keep it 15 to 20 feet away from those windows and those doors. Before fueling it, make sure you turn it off and let it cool for 15 to 20 minutes. Never use it during the storm, use it after the storm. Make sure you have a fire extinguisher close by, and make sure that you have your carbon monoxide detector working and in order. This is very important. We lose people every hurricane because of this issue. Please adhere to those restrictions and warnings.
Yeah, it's a good point, right? Like a lot of times it's not the storm that gets people, it's the aftermath of the storm and some of their preparations and things that they're trying to do in the aftermath of the storm. And one that I will add, just having a generator in my house, don't refuel it when it's been running, right? Just so give it some time to cool off before you go ahead and refuel it. Guys, can't get out of here without a sports update. Talked to Brian Kelly today on the SEC Coaches Teleconference. The Tigers practiced early this morning in anticipation of their game against South Carolina this weekend. And one of the things that they've been doing is practicing in the rain. There are some potential showers expected in Columbia this Saturday morning, and Brian Kelly really wanted to have his team prepared for what it might be to play with a wet ball, play on a wet field. It's one of the things they did yesterday when they had their normal practice time, and it's another thing they did today, getting them out in the elements, dealing with the wind, dealing with the wetness, and hopefully that spells success in LSU's SEC opener this weekend at South Carolina. So a little bit of weather, a little bit of sports. We always got you covered.
So, Mike, real quick, what is their timeline for the rest of the week? And then
So,
I have some questions about what you covered earlier today as well.
Yeah, sure thing. For LSU, it's going to be business as usual. You know, like the weather team has already said here, hopefully this storm moves on and is out of the state, later this evening, early tomorrow morning. They're set to leave Friday afternoon. Going to leave a little bit earlier than expected, and that probably has to do with the 11 a.m. kickoff. I think they're going to depart campus around noon, get over to Columbia around 3:30 our time. So that's typically, they wouldn't be leaving until that time, so 3 or 4 hours earlier. But then it's business as usual, an early 11 a.m. kick here on WBRZ. But as for the Tigers, everything should be all systems go. If this storm gets out of here, they're set to practice again tomorrow. They already practiced today.
We saw your video, the bucket trucks. I believe you said they were parked there on College Drive earlier today. Can you put a gauge? Was it just that one location, or were there several locations? The reason I ask, on the way in on I-10 this morning, I saw several on the road, but it looked like they were just passing through town.
Yeah, I mean, anybody that's lived here, like you just alluded to, Mike, right? We've seen them caravanning through the city, right? It's obviously a major thoroughfare for those utility vehicles to get to their staging areas, and that's one of the things that they all do. I think this is actually a contracted group. I'm not even sure that they're from Louisiana, but you'll see different companies come in from the neighboring states, whether it be Mississippi, whether it be Texas, Arkansas, et cetera, and they have these contract workers that come in and help in these emergency situations. I'm sure Louisiana crews wind up going out of state when it is their turn. This was just the latest example that I just happened to catch out of the corner of my eye. Got off the interstate, turned around and saw it. I knew we were going to need some of this video because it's something that we're always talking about, right? I live in St. Gabriel, and I know when the power goes out, the one thing I'm looking for is the guys on my street up in those ladders. I thought it was interesting when the governor talked about the wind restrictions. It's something that we probably all know in the back of our head and makes a ton of sense, but it's always good to kind of get that refreshed, right? The fact that it is 30 miles an hour. We want to look out for everyone's safety. We're not just concerned about our power, charging our cell phone, watching our videos on our iPads, et cetera. All of these things come into play, right? And that's what this is about. I kind of said it earlier, but this feels almost like a preseason game, right? Like, let's get the things done that we need to do to make the corrections in case the big one actually comes. This is a great tune-up for the state of Louisiana and certainly us here in the capital city.
That's a good analogy, Michael Cobble, sports guy. Let me ask you, there with the state officials, did they talk about after this storm passes the importance of staying put until really sort of they give the all clear? Because again, we know the damage really is after the fact, and they want to get all of that cleared before they give the okay for folks to go out, trees down and that sort of thing.
Certainly, right? And here's a number that you can jot down if you're at home, you're wanting to get out and about. Certainly they want you to stay at home unless you're mission critical or it's an essential need to get out there. But 511 is a number that you can call to find out about road closures, to find about down trees on roads, something that might inhibit your ability to travel, but they want you to stay home. So that's, again, we're kind of used to this, right? We've been through this song and dance before, and one of the big things that everybody does is they get stir crazy, right? They want to get out of their house. They want to see what the damage looks like in their neighborhood, in their city, and of course, they always want you to caution you against doing that. Stay home until you kind of know that all of the threats, are cleared. Because really what is essential is that if anybody does need emergency assistance, those people are able to get around the city. I was out there earlier. Traffic is very light, just exactly the way you want it to be. But that doesn't necessarily always stay that way, right? And my fear is that with this storm being not as severe as it potentially could be, that people will be more apt to get out. I think that's exactly what we don't want to do, right? Let's let this thing pass. It's going to be a nighttime pass. If that's the case, stay in your house, deal with it at your house, and then tomorrow, let's get on with our lives.
And can you emphasize once again the timeline for utility companies, the bucket trucks? I mean, we want them, if you have no electricity, we want the electricity ASAP. And so you mentioned specifically the winds. They have to be less than 30 miles per hour before they can get busy working, trying to repair those lines to get you utilities.
Yeah, absolutely, right. And we want those people to have the easiest access to whatever scene that they're going to. We want them to have the first and fastest routes, right? So I think that's the important thing there. And I know that we have more news coming in right now. We'll get back to you guys because I'm sure we have some more capital city region information that we want to pass along.
Mike, thanks. City officials, first responders urging everyone to stay safe as Francine inches closer to landfall here in South Louisiana.
DC's Jack Schibel is live with Mayor President Sharon Weston Broome.
Yeah, I'm here with Mayor President Sharon Weston Broome. You just got out of a briefing. What can you tell us about what you guys talked about and where we are right now?
The briefing that we just had was with our council members to keep them up to speed and up to date with the actions that we have taken as city parish government to respond to Hurricane Francine, and we also heard concerns that they may be getting from their constituents within their district. So it was a very good flow of communication and a great update for them.
What were some of those concerns that maybe they were hearing?
Well, of course, people keep bringing up shelters, and right now we have 2 shelters that are open, St. Vincent de Paul and Salvation Army, and we will act accordingly after we see what the impact is and the need is once Hurricane Francine impacts our area.
And we talked a little bit about it earlier with the fire chief. What should people do when, this danger does come about?
Yeah. If danger does come about, of course, that's one of the reasons we say stay connected with your neighbors, but call 911 in case of an emergency. But let's just say, for an example, you have a tree that's down. Then you want to call 311. If you see debris or something that has flown in the air and impacted one of your neighbor's house or your house or whatever, call 311. And we have 311. We have people that are there now and will be there through the duration of this event.
And right now, from your perspective and what you know, have we gotten any kind of distress going on around from anybody, or is it just kind of we're waiting for the storm to kind of hit before anything happens?
At this point, we have not received any distress calls. We did receive a call from a disabled person who wants to navigate and have a plan in case they need to leave their home.
Gotcha. Anything else that I'm missing that you wanted to touch on and have a message for the community?
Well, my message is consistent. We want everyone to stay safe. I believe people are prepared with what they need. We need people to stay inside and off the roadways, especially as we get closer to the time that we are anticipating the impact. And in the midst of all this, keep the lines of communication open through our Red Stick Ready app and stay calm in the process.
Thank you so much for joining us, Mayor President. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much there with the mayor saying that she met with council members just to update them on city protocols as they deal with phone calls from their constituents, the folks that they represent about concerns and things. And specifically, I think the takeaway there is that there are 2 shelters open right now, St. Vincent de Paul as well as the Salvation Army, and they will open more shelters depending on the need.
The shelters are all operated at the parish level, not necessarily the state level. So to your point, we'll see what happens over the next several hours if there is a need for additional shelters here in East Baton Rouge Parish.
No shelters, though, right now statewide as far as the state
done
opening.
statewide, they're all operated at the parish level.
Mm-hmm. And I just want, before we take a break, a couple of numbers to pass along: 911 for emergencies, but also 311 if after the storm passes there are trees in your yard, your property, debris. 311 is the number to call, and you heard Michael Cobble say earlier to get information, updated information about road closures and such. That number to call is 511.
We'll be right back.
After I was injured by a truck driver, I had high medical bills and a ton of worries.
I want to make a difference in people's lives. After a serious accident, I fight for injured victims. Don't be a victim twice. Call 928-8800.
Bear Creek Western Store, it's where the West begins.
In 1965, my grandparents opened Bear Creek Western Store.
It quickly grew. As my family says, it's Grandma's hobby that got out of hand.
Saddle up, boys and girls. This is where the West begins.
Bear Creek Western Store, it's where the West begins.
Do you remember the moment you became an LSU fan?
Maybe it was your first football game.
Or the first time you heard the Golden Band from Tigerland?
Maybe it was always a family tradition, or it started when someone you knew played for an LSU team.
Whenever it was, once a Tiger fan, always a Tiger fan.
At Deli de Bossier, we're loyal to the purple and gold, and we stand by everyone who puts their trust in us.
Remember, Tiger fans, the moment you need our help, Deli de Bossier is here for you.
Throw your foes up, throw your foes up.
Associated Grocers realizes the importance of providing our retailers with the products and services necessary to operate 33 stores in our area. We embrace the nutritional needs of all families, and some families are hungry every day. The kitchen at St. Vincent de Paul serves meals 3 times daily, every day of the year. As we support WBRZ's To the Pantry, we ask that you do the same, as shown on your screen.
Join us with your support.
To the Pantry is proudly sponsored by Associated Grocers.
Call the Murphy Law Firm Accident Investigation Unit now at 928-8800.
Brandon Holly here. You want relief from the heat? ReliefWindows.com.
Car wrecks, auto accidents, T-bone. No matter what you call it, at Murphy Law Firm, we've seen it all. Our team is dedicated to helping you. Seriously injured? Call me, Attorney Peyton Murphy, at 928-8800.
The storm station is tracking Francine.
Welcome back. We're also keeping an eye on the electric grid throughout southeast Louisiana. And as of now, I mean, this is going to get worse over time, but as of now, it's performing pretty well. Taking a look on the Entergy side, it looks like the brunt of the outages at this point are in Assumption Parish, where we have Bree Andrus and Alexis Marion. We're going to check in with them momentarily. On the Demco side, they are performing great thus far. As Josh, Malcolm, and McCade have said, though, this is going to get worse. There's only about 125 customers without power on the Demco side of things. So good news there thus far.
So far.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get the latest on what's going on with our weather with our storm station meteorologists, Dr. Josh Eaches and Malcolm Byron.
All right, thanks very much, Sylvia. Yes, we are welcoming meteorologist Malcolm Byron into our coverage this afternoon, and he and I will be with you through the duration of the evening and the impacts we see through tonight and into the early parts of tomorrow morning. Malcolm, as we bring you in today, you know, the first place really to start as we look outside is you were just driving in this on your way to the station. So Baton Rouge, what are you experiencing right now?
And I've been looking at it outside my apartment window all morning long. It was just some light rain to start, and frankly, I didn't even notice a lot of wind. But I was driving, stopped at a stoplight near Jefferson and Essen, and I saw some flags blowing a little bit more in the breeze there. So the winds are starting to pick up. I wouldn't say it's overly crazy right now, but the rain rates are really starting to pick up. In fact, I was going about maybe 50 miles per hour on the interstate, and I had to slow down a little bit because I hit some water patches and began to hydroplane just a little bit. So there is some ponding even on the interstate there. This is just the beginning.
Yeah, I'm glad you bring that up. I don't think something we've touched on yet today, Emma, Kate, and I, is with regard to the winds and driving. As we look at the bridge here, especially high-profile vehicles, even in an 18-mile-per-hour wind, a crosswind that should at some point this evening be out of the southeast, it could be really difficult to manage, especially those 18-wheelers, high pickup trucks, SUVs, and these winds are going to increase from here.
That's right, and the rain droplets are fairly large as well. I was making a mad dash outside holding the suit jacket in hand, and they were just littered with the rain droplets, which it looks like they've dried out since then. But it was really tough to keep my clothes dry, even you know, peering in here at the station.
Well, we'll get you out in the elements later to take care of that. We'll get some more raindrops on that suit jacket a little bit later on. Looking to the south and the coast, big time different story in Morgan City. I think the first time I joined Emma Kate, I'm looking at a clock here, was around 11 o'clock, and we were seeing a sustained wind of about 13 in Morgan City. Boy, that's changed. We visited with meteorologist Balin Rogers on the Louisiana coast a little while ago. He's noting that with each increasing uptick in rain, a rain band coming through, winds are strengthening as well. I think he's really going to feel it when this rain band starts to move to the north toward Highway 90 as well, and those winds are likely to increase too.
And let's just emphasize here, that 40-mile-per-hour sustained wind speed, those are tropical storm force winds, and the center circulation still has not made landfall. I believe we're still a couple hours away from that, and that is a sustained wind speed averaged over a period of a couple of minutes. We have even higher gusts on top of that. I don't know what that looks like at Morgan City off the top of my head right now, but those gusts, of course, being the instantaneous burst of wind. that's happening sustained over a several-minute period.
And so that's a big deal. I think sometimes what's lost when you're in the wind forecast of a tropical event is you see the max winds, for instance, right now are at 90, and if you go, oh, it's only 40. That's not that bad. Well, remember, the National Weather Service pulls the trigger on a wind advisory, and we're simply expecting winds to be over 30 to 35 miles per hour. You sustain that for multiple hours. Balin's already reporting seeing medium-sized branches flying around. That's where the power outage and the infrastructure starts to get damaged.
I have a printout here. This is from the last hour. We're probably going to get another hourly update in just a couple of minutes here, but we have some offshore reports of peak gusts up to 112 miles per hour, and that's just offshore with sustained winds up to 92 miles per hour. But again, that's over water. I suspect those numbers will come down a little bit once you get over land due to the frictional interaction, but that is right there. It's hurricane force winds. I mean, we're talking max sustained winds around 90 miles per hour. This report right here confirms that.
Now let's do the timeline then on tropical storm force wind probabilities across our area. We'll show you this just as a broad brush, and then I have a graph I'll show you for Morgan City's timing and Baton Rouge's timing. Everybody in our viewing area has essentially a 100% or a 90 to 100% chance of experiencing at least 1 minute of tropical storm force winds. That's 39 plus. We say 40 to keep it even. Baton Rouge, that will occur a little bit later on. Morgan City, that's starting to happen now. You get out of the storm force wind probabilities in Lake Charles and maybe toward Gulfport. But most of southeastern Louisiana expecting tropical storm force winds through the evening. And the wind timeline in Morgan City, that's where you're getting it first.
And I think we should also emphasize that even though those probabilities are a little bit lower to the east, I still think we will see gusts at the very least. That map was showing sustained wind speeds above 39 miles per hour, but still seeing some gusts here. And even near the coast could see some hurricane force gusts.
Yeah, up to 79 miles per hour, 9 o'clock tonight in Morgan City. That's an estimate right now. I actually think that could come a little bit earlier, maybe in the 6, 7 o'clock window shortly after landfall. And you see the rapid ramp down in winds closer to midnight. And again, this is for the coastal sections. That looks a little bit different in Baton Rouge. We should see those winds start to pick up a little bit later on, an hour or two after landfall. And again, you say max 90 and we're only seeing 32. That's still enough to create some chaos. And just a brief gust, an instantaneous gust, as you said, to 51 to 53 in a couple of hours where that's possible. The infrastructure will feel that.
I think it's also worth noting the rain is happening now, so we're going to really waterlog a lot of our soils, and they're going to become really moist. It'll moisten up the soils around tree roots and whatnot, so when the wind comes, especially as the rain is letting up, that's still going to knock over trees, I would imagine, resulting in scattered power outages where we have those highest wind speeds. And then you add on the rain we saw last week as well, we already have a saturated ground.
Yeah, and there have been news stories here on News 2 through the week about some of them weakened from last year's drought. So all of that, I remember I did in our Hurricane Preparedness Week setup this year a story with an arborist who said last year's drought, the impacts may be felt by a hurricane event. This year, he said it could be what's called a clearing event where a lot of the weak tree canopy comes down. So we'll have to see how that plays out. It's going to depend on the extent of the winds. Relative to previous hurricanes we had, the Baton Rouge area winds shouldn't be as high, but scattered is why the word we use. I think there will be certainly plenty of tree and power line issues around our. Actually, let me go back to that for 1 second because I did want to share with you the other important number, and that's 30 miles per hour. It's at that speed and lower where our linesmen, who we are counting on to get us back online, following this, and we appreciate their work so much. No easy job. They work around the clock. That starts to happen around daybreak tomorrow. So crews should be able to hit the streets pretty quickly after this event to start the restoration process. Now we go into the wind threat. Emma Kate and I were talking earlier, Malcolm, about how the forward speed of Francine is increasing, and that's going to allow the winds to remain elevated, as we talked about a little bit farther inland. But also the opposite is true for then rain because of the forward speed.
Especially on the east side with regards to wind, because we're looking at the winds aligning with the storm motion on the east side. So if the storm motion picks up, that would tack on to the generated wind speeds by the storm, making the wind threat greater. But obviously, if you have a faster moving storm, that's less time for rain to fall. But I think it's interesting to notice this blue swath right here where the forecast projections for rain totals at generally 3 to 6 inches as a baseline, but you could see some locally higher amounts along that. And I think that lines pretty well with the center track. Because you have the eye wall producing these deep towers of thunderstorms and convection. That's where you see your highest rain rates. So I think we will see our highest totals very close to the center of circulation, which the Hurricane Center takes that path pretty close to Baton Rouge now.
Yeah, at least a little bit of a come down from yesterday's forecast.
Right.
We did see some white patches on the map. If you look at the scale right over Malcolm's shoulder there, that would put it close to a foot for some spots. We'll say an isolated location might see that close to the center, but broadly speaking, yeah, I think that 3 to 6, 4 to 8 farther south looks like a pretty good range at this time. All right, let's get in some radar now. We're looking at the metro area. I promise you we are going to go further south and take a look at the center of the storm in just a second. But moderate rain continues flying across the 10-12 corridor. A little bit of a gap here. I think you're going to notice, this is important. This is one of the, I'd say this is the second outer ring north of the center or the eye. As this starts to track north through Assumption Parish, we do have crews there. We'll check in with them. As this moves into Iberville, Ascension St. James Parish, this is where you're going to first go, whoa, yeah, we do have a hurricane coming. That's going to be some heavier rain and some gusty winds. That should make it to Baton Rouge over the next 3-4 hours here. And yeah, St. Mary Parish really starting to get it.
Yeah, are you about to go farther south?
Let's do that. Yeah, let's go with that
let's
right
see where
now.
that eye is. Yeah, I mean, there's clearly an eye. It's hard to see on satellite imagery. I don't know if you have that queued up here coming on later on. It's hard to see it from above because we have high clouds just streaming over the storm system, but you can clearly see where we see a lack of rainfall. That is the center of circulation. There's St. Mary Parish, Balin, of course, in Morgan City. And based on that current trajectory, it is moving northeast. This may miss St. Mary Parish just to the southeast based on how things are looking now, but getting out towards Terrebonne, Lafourche, going to need to watch that closely for a landfall.
Yeah, I mentioned a minute ago, this is the southern view there. You got that outer ring rain band that's moving through northern St. Mary Parish. That's the one that will start to move into our viewing area shortly here. Balin's feeling that. He noticed the uptick with the latest track through his area, and then this is where Balin will get the worst weather. He knows that's coming here in a matter of an hour or two, and once we see the middle of this center cross land, that's the official landfall, we'll get that word from the National Hurricane Center. But also, look at this southern edge. Look at the trends that we've seen over the last couple of hours. What we expected.
There's a lack of rainfall right there. This storm is interacting with shear, and that's making it have a little bit more of a lopsided appearance on radar. There's a lot of asymmetry with this storm, where you still have wind on the southern side, and that's why even as the rain lets up tonight, the wind will still be there in full force. Could see tropical storm force winds even without the rain there, but the rain, the heavy rain, all on the northern side of this, and that will continue to fall into early evening. And Josh, I'm just kind of glancing up at the clock over there. It is 3 o'clock. I'm going to step off camera real quick and see if there's a printout from the National Hurricane Center, because we are anticipating those hourly updates all the way up to landfall.
All right, we'll visit you in a sec here. I'll step through some of these other items. I did want to, on that same radar vantage point, show you our velocity perspective, and we use that often in severe weather to determine where we have winds moving toward the radar and away from radar, where there may be some rotation. We may need that because of the threat for landfalling tornadoes with the tropical system later on, but we can also just generally estimate the wind speeds, and this is sampling. I kind of do this from the side of where I sampled right here offshore, just above the ground. Radar is estimating about 70-mile-per-hour winds, so Balin and those in St. Mary Parish will start to experience that, maybe to a slightly lesser extent, again, because this is above ground level and not dealing with friction, but maybe some sustained 50, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading toward St. Mary Parish. Malcolm, back on camera as they pull up the latest stats in the 3 p.m. advisory. The big change I see is in that third column down, that third row down.
Northeast at 17 miles per hour. We actually have a couple of updates. One from the National Weather Service, then we'll get to the Hurricane Center. When a flash flood warning has just come out for St. Mary Parish until 9 o'clock. Around 3 o'clock, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain, obviously, across the warned area. Between 2 and 4 inches of rain have already fallen. The rainfall rate about 1 to 3 inches per hour. And flash flooding is either ongoing or expected to occur shortly. And I'm sure when we get back out to Balin, he may have some visuals of that. There is a chance of that. And again, that goes until 9 o'clock for St. Mary Parish, including the cities of Morgan City, Franklin, Patterson, Berwick, Bayou Vista, Patterson Memorial Airport, Baldwin, pretty much the entirety of St. Mary Parish. Now to the update from the National Hurricane Center. They state that tropical storm force winds and heavy rainfall are spreading inland across southern Louisiana. Of course, we have observed that right here. We just saw that with the observation at Morgan City. Conditions continuing to deteriorate over the next several hours, and hurricane force winds are located just offshore. not far away, and they note in here, now is the time to stay inside and away from windows, because with winds like this, if you get any sort of debris flying around, that could very easily shatter glass. And they also note a couple of observations here, that one oil platform offshore with a peak gust to 112 miles per hour and sustained wind speeds. That's just crazy. Sustained speeds of 92 miles per hour.
That all tracks with, again, we measured that out. I do want to point out, this is a new track, a 3 here, and this is further to the west, which is surprising to me. That is quite a bit further to the west than we were seeing earlier.
And it's interesting because, I mean, when I was looking at the radar earlier, and in fact I had texted you and Emma Kate about this, the radar center of circulation, or at least the center based on radar appearance, appeared to be just a little bit east of the hurricane center track, but these are the experts. They are very good at what they do, and you've said it before. We trust what they do at the Hurricane Center because rarely do they fail.
They do, and so what really this means is I pull up this map just to relate to what you're seeing here. Talked about all the impacts coming inland. We haven't touched on tornadoes yet. All of those that lie just to the east of the storm center specifically run the greatest risk of seeing tornadoes, and we could see those spin up in eastern St. Mary, Assumption, St. James, Ascension, Livingston, and Tangipahoa later. I think the threat's a little bit lower for the capital city and points north and west. Western parts of Iberville here and western parts of St. Mary Parish, maybe not so much. But the eastern side is what it's all about as we head into the evening hours, and that's certainly a little bit new as well for the difference between tropical and hurricane force winds come 10 o'clock tonight, maybe approaching the capital area.
And a lot of the guidance has been shifting things east in recent days, so that would suggest to me that this was very intentional by the National Hurricane Center. And if that continues a little bit farther west, then we may start opening the door for more significant impacts here in Baton Rouge.
Yeah, we'll have to watch that into the evening. I really want to hone in on that trend when we get a little bit closer. At least when you zoom out at the bigger picture, I think you asked, Malcolm, I have an infrared satellite here, a VIS, and then a water vapor we'll go through just to show kind of the status, a health check on the storm. It is looking increasingly more ragged here with each passing hour.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about the dry air wrapping into this. It's kind of hard to see on satellite imagery, but you can see that little notch right there. To the trained eye, it jumps out at you. But that does not look like a classic hurricane. As we mentioned a few moments ago, you don't see an eye right there. Overall, I don't think this is going to strengthen anymore as you get closer to landfall. It is at peak intensity right now, and there's even a chance it may come down just a little bit in intensity just prior to landfall. The thing is, as it interacts with the hostile environment, the weakening trend does not happen instantly. It takes time to see that weakening trend. Of course, once it makes landfall, that's going to pretty much shut off any strengthening altogether, and you'll see things rapidly weaken.
Yeah, and the other thing to point out on this before we go to our visible satellite image is just these darker reds and even some pinks. You're seeing much colder cloud tops, deeper shower and thunderstorm activity. That is rapidly diminishing thanks to the interactions with dry air and wind shear, which we can pick out on this map. Plus, I know, Malcolm, you kind of wanted to comment on the eye, which you can faintly see there's one there, but again, it's not classic.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit. Yeah, I guess that's it right there. But again, you've got high clouds drifting from southwest to northeast. Also a sign of the shear there, and it's trying to cover up that eye, if you will.
And plenty of dry air working on the western side.
Oh, wow.
You notice that wind flow in the atmosphere out of the southwest. And then, of course, you have the counterclockwise wind flow around the system itself. So what's happening is, and Malcolm pointed this out, that little notch on satellite, all of this dry air over Mexico and Texas wraps around the storm circulation into the center of low pressure, and it kind of erodes it from within. And as that starts to occur, it breaks down the structure of the hurricane in a hurry.
And here's another interesting thing about that dry air. I read this in the forecast discussion from the National Weather Service this morning. Of course, it's detrimental to the hurricane because it will weaken it. It'll kind of destroy the structure, if you will, of it. But with these spiral rain bands, when they get a little bit of dry air in there, similar to how dry air within a typical thunderstorm in the summertime may result in a downburst or a microburst, that may happen with some of these spiral rain bands farther out from the center of circulation.
Yeah, so you mentioned this. We said, oh, the tropical storm force wind field kind of from Acadiana to the Louisiana-Mississippi line, but hey, over in Gulfport, Biloxi, Mobile, don't let your guard down for some gusty winds tonight.
There's a spiral rain band right there, and with the current trajectory of this storm, that may go up towards Mobile Bay, and there might even be a tornado threat there too.
Maybe, and some cases can be greater with some of those outer rain bands, as we've seen with past storms. Let's get a little bit tighter now. We're taking a look at that latest forecast from the National Hurricane Center. The advisory is right next to Malcolm. We've touched on those stats. 7 p.m., we're expecting max winds to still be around 90. I'm a little surprised by that number because it should be inland by then. Remember, this does not implicitly show a rainfall, or excuse me, a landfall location, but I do think that we have about a 4 or 5 o'clock landfall in St. Mary Parish. And then by the time we get into Mississippi, it's close to I-20. It's tomorrow morning around 7 a.m. with a 45-mile-per-hour max wind. I'm told in my ear that we have a live report we do want to get to, so Malcolm and I could go all day about the hurricane. We're going to do that, basically. We'll be back in a little bit with much more, and we'll update you on all of our digital platforms as well. But so many crews out in the field today, and they're bringing great color to what's happening in this event as well. So, Michael, Sylvia, back to you to get on to that.
You bet, Josh. Malcolm, thank you. Hours away from Francine making landfall here in Louisiana. Stay weather aware with the storm station. If you haven't done so already, download the WBRZ News and Weather apps to stay ahead of this storm.
All right, so Francine preparations continue all across South Louisiana.
News 2's Alexis Merity, Bree Andrus, live in White Castle. What are you seeing there, guys?
Hey guys, we are actually in Labadeville right now, and I think when Josh was talking about the weather coming through and the winds hitting us, there was a couple minutes ago, you guys missed it before we came on, but I literally was pushed back into this field behind us. It was kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, these wind gusts are getting pretty intense. They'll hit us for a couple seconds and then things will calm down like it just did. But it is getting a lot more intense since the last time we spoke to you guys earlier. So it's time to really get ready for this storm to really hit sooner rather than later.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I want to show you, Bree, I'm going to show them the pictures behind us of what we can see. So again, we haven't had a whole lot of anything yet, but you can see in parts behind us. I'm going to step out of the way, but you can see this tree over here has had some branches fall down on it. That's pretty much what we're seeing from a lot of these trees. Oh, there goes the rain. There goes the rain is picking up. You can see the trees are blowing back and forth. This has been kind of the pattern for the past, I guess, hour or so. When Bree showed you the sugarcane earlier, that was kind of crazy. It was literally on its side. So I'm going to come back into frame. But Bree has some important information about Assumption Parish emergency officials, and I really think that's important for folks out here, especially as things pick up. You never know what's going to come your way with this storm, and so I want to make sure that everybody has that information. Also, before we get to that, it's just so insane how this has picked up so fast, Bree. But you have that information for us, don't you?
Yes. If you need additional information in Assumption Parish for emergency services, you can call 985-369-2912. Again, that is 985-369-2912 for additional information and emergency services in Assumption Parish after the storm concludes. We have seen a few cop cars drive by here on the highway as of recently.
Yep. We've seen sheriff's deputies drive by back and forth, really. I think they're checking on homes. We're not sure if there was any emergency calls, their lights weren't on or anything like that, but it's significant to note that those are the only cars we've seen on the road this afternoon.
Yeah, this storm is, like I said, going to get more intense as we go out throughout the day. So it is important to just stay where you are, get in a safe place, stay inside, don't be outside like us crazy folks. Because this is getting more intense. The winds are picking up. The rain, again, not picking up quite as much, but it was earlier. It's been on and off ever since. And the closer the worst of the storm gets here to Assumption Parish, the worse it's going to be outside.
Right. And I was also just saying, I was watching somebody else's feed on Twitter. It was a reporter who literally got blown out of the way and was trying to stay stable on her 2 feet. And I thought she was being dramatic, but we really are feeling that right now. And it's, again, like Josh said, it's just going to keep picking up. So we're going to throw it back to you guys in the studio where it's nice, warm, and dry. Save us some towels, please. Live in the field, Alexis Maroney and Bree Andrus, WBRZ News 2.
All right, Alexis and Bree, thank you for that. And just as we've been hearing all afternoon from Emma Cade and Dr. Josh and Malcolm as well, once Francine makes landfall there, then that storm will trek north, and you know, they're already experiencing the winds from that.
Not really feeling the impact here in the Baton Rouge area. That's why we had the police chief, DJ Morse, here with us. What has been the preparation like for the police department?
Yeah, so we've been preparing since early this week, since we started seeing the shift eastward towards Louisiana. The mayor has gotten everybody together, everybody that works in city parish government. We have MOSEP stood up, which is our mayor's office of Homeland Security Emergency Preparedness. For the police side, we also have our own incident command stood up at police headquarters. We've adjusted people's hours. Our officers are working extra hours, more overlap time. All those officers that are in specialized divisions like detectives, other places, showed up in uniform today. They're out on the streets to be able to go into help uniform, be able to block streets in case we have downed trees or flooding. help direct traffic, and then we're just going to stand by to see where the power outages might be to be able to shift our resources around.
Can you talk a little bit about high water vehicles? That's one of the things that you mentioned earlier, as well as I'm just wondering if you get a call, if the issue is not as severe here, but you get a call from another parish needing additional help. Are you guys able to deploy officers to another parish to help?
Yeah, 100%. We are one of the biggest metropolitan police departments in the entire state, Baton Rouge Police Department. So we definitely assist other agencies on a regular basis. In a case like this, even more so. We have a lot more resources and a lot more things we can give with our high water rescue vehicles, our boat teams, even scuba teams that are certified in swift water rescue. So just depending on how bad it gets, we can definitely help out other areas as well as our own people.
What have been some of the calls for service thus far?
Yeah, so right now we're just seeing the normal things. We're seeing some traffic accidents because people are still out on the roads.
You don't want them to be.
We're seeing, just the regular type calls right now as the storm. We're starting to feel some of the presence of the storm.
What is your biggest concern? Is this your first hurricane as chief?
Yeah, so it is my first hurricane as chief. I got appointed as chief earlier this year in January, but I've been with the department for 22 years. So definitely been on the department through this. I just get to feel it from this side now.
Absolutely. What are your major concerns?
The major concerns right now is just to see what is going to happen. We are definitely prepared. There's nothing really big that we're worried about. We're just, where do we need to put our resources? We have all these people, we have all these things set. So now it's just, are we worried about flooding? Are we worried about power outages? What are we going to need to put the people?
You mentioned the staffing. Do you have a ballpark number? I assume they're working in 12-hour shifts.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. So we got our uniform officers. They're working extra. They normally work 10-hour shifts. They're working 12s just to get us some more overlap. Detectives are also, instead of doing their normal caseloads, they're out working 10-hour shifts to supplement those officers. I think we have about 55 extra detectives working right now. We'll have another 45 joining them later tonight when things are getting worse. So we definitely have increased those patrols and those manpowers, trying not to affect the officers that were already off today. If we got to call them in, that's just extra manpower we can have. Because our officers, they not only have to worry about what's going on in the community, but they also have to worry about their families and their homes and making sure all that is straight as well.
I would imagine that you are having the same advice as we've heard from state officials. If you don't have to be out on the roads, to stay off the roads, because if necessary, if there's an emergency, you guys need to be able to get out as soon as possible. You don't need all the unnecessary folks out on the streets.
That's correct. We want to encourage people to stay home, one, just for their safety. It's safer for them to be home because we could have trees coming down or down power lines, and then just to make way for our emergency vehicles. And we don't want to create more calls for our officers in fire and EMS, get them tied up having to respond to traffic accidents when they need to be going other places. As we get power outages, those traffic lights are out, treat it as a four-way stop. If you are out, the water looks too high, turn around, don't try to go drive through any high water.
You've been in law enforcement a long time. Obviously, we've seen here in Baton Rouge over many, many years when some municipalities have called for a curfew tonight. I know that's not the case here in Baton Rouge, but what parameters go into making that decision if that is needed? Like what has to happen for you guys to pull the trigger on a curfew of some sort?
Yeah, it's definitely something we want to avoid. It's just something we'd have to look at. If we're looking at some kind of prolonged power outages where safety, and security alarms are down for businesses, or people are having to evacuate so they're not there to stay at home and watch over their homes, all of those kind of things would go into that decision. It's definitely not something we're looking at right now. Something we would have to evaluate in the future.
All right. I think that covers it for now. Anything else you'd like to pass along to our
No,
viewers?
thank y'all very much for having me. What I'm looking forward to most, he's asked me about my concerns, what I'm looking forward to most is just seeing, after this is over with, we always see the community coming together. Yeah, neighbors helping neighbors, and Baton Rouge Police Department is going to be right there alongside of our community, helping them. Whatever we need to do, whatever assistance we need to give, we're going to be right there along with them.
All right, Chief. Thank you for what you're doing.
Morse.
Thank y'all very much.
Thanks very much.
All right, we're going to send it to Sarah Grebar, who is in Ascension, right?
That's correct. Sarah Gray?
Yeah. I'm out here in Ascension Parish. The rain is slowly starting to pick up. We got out here around noonish, and throughout the day, the rain has kind of let up and then picked back up. You can feel a little bit of wind, but it's not super strong. We were watching the roads as we were coming in. There is still, as you can see, a fair amount of cars, not too many. When I talked with Ascension Parish Public Works. They told me that they have crews out here keeping the roads clear just so people can get to where they need to go. But when I talked with the sheriff's office, they were telling me, if you don't have to go out, please don't go out. Please keep these roads clear for emergency responders. As you can see, there is a little bit of rain on the roads. When we were driving, we saw in the canals and the culverts, there was very little water, but those ditches are slowly starting to pick up. I brought my handy dandy yardstick to measure how much water has slowly filled up in this area. When we came out here, we got to this area about just after noonish, and there was not a ton of water in this ditch. I'm gonna measure it for you right now. I'm gonna say it's about 3.5 inches. And that is slowly increasing. As you can tell, the water and the rain is slowly starting to pick up. So again, if you don't have to be on the roads, don't be on them. You might be able to see how the wind's starting to come at me and how it's pushing the rain onto the ground, into my face. These are not conditions that you truly want to be in. In Ascension Parish, they've also opened up a shelter of last resort. That's gonna be the Lamar Dixon Expo Center gym. If you have to go there, there's space for over 400 people according to Public Works. You're recommended to bring enough stuff for several days. That's your medicine, your clothing, food, electronics. If you are on these roads and you get into an accident, call 911. But if you get into some sort of situation and it's not an emergency, Ascension Parish says that they're asking you to call their citizen service number. And if you need that number, it is 225-450-1200. I'm going to repeat that one more time for you, 225-450-1200. When I was talking with the sheriff's office, they told me that they have double the number of deputies on patrol today, just making sure that people are staying safe and watching over these roads. I talked with Public Works. They say they have all their crews on standby, ready to go and to help clear out any trees that might fall over, any power lines. But they say that once this wind starts to pick up and get stronger, they're going to bring their crews in, wait for the worst of the storm to pass, and then send their crews back out. So if you have an emergency, call 911. If it's not an emergency, call the citizen service number. And again, that number is 225-450-1200. We are outside the Ascension Parish Sheriff's Office District 2 headquarters. We'll continue to stay out here. We'll be driving around Ascension, bringing you updates on the conditions as they come in. In Ascension Parish, Sarah Grabar, WBRZ News 2.
All right, Sarah, thank you for that. Some really good information there. Again, that number for non-emergency issues in Ascension Parish is 225-450-1200.
Livingston Parish also making some last-minute preps. News 2's Joe Collins live with the parish president. Joe.
Guys, I'm here with the Parish President Randy Lyon. Randy, thank you for being here with me. Now, tell everybody about where we are right now.
We now at the Amite River Diversion Canal, and we at the business of the canal bank. We're watching the water roll in from Lake Marquardt going towards Denver Springs. If you look down, you can see the water's about 2 foot higher than normal now, with a projection of 4 more feet. What this is going to do with the wind continuing to blow in this direction, if people in Denver Springs and above us, Port Benson, that water can't get out until the wind shifts and the water goes back the other way. What we are praying for is that the storm does not just hover over us. We're going to take a direct hit right here, but the storm doesn't hover over us and just get out of here as quick as it can, because the water has to reverse back out the other way. In the southeast wind plays a major part on how long people are going to be flooded in this condition.
Okay, and last week we had a lot of rain definitely come through the area. Are we worried about, because of the amount of rain last week, that this could obviously cause more flooding?
That's a great piece of information. That is correct. The water has been closed. The rivers has been closed for about a week and a half now, because of all that normal amount of rain. So the water was already above normal, and with the 4-foot tide predicted coming in and the existing rain, it's not only going to get high, but can stay here, particularly on the lower end, for a larger period of time than normal.
Because it's raining a little bit, we're going to start walking more up to the canopy now. One thing that I definitely wanted to ask is, we've definitely seen a ton. We talked a little bit more about the rain that's coming in from the lake. Now, around these houses we see they're really close.
we're having some problems there, but listening to the parish president talking in Livingston Parish, talking to Joe Collins, they're really concerned about flooding there right now.
That's right. They were standing on a dock, as you saw there, and he expects the water to come up even more. They're getting pummeled with rain at this moment, but it didn't look like wind was much of a concern yet, but that certainly will change.
We will continue with our special coverage, Tracking Francine. We'll be right back.
You're invited to take a vacation from everybody else's vacation. Far away from long lines, heavy traffic, and jam-packed schedules. To a place where you're free to explore and discover. Where you can wander and be filled with wonder. Find your own way in Mississippi. Wanderers welcome.
This is your city. These are your streets. Injured in a car crash? This is your lawyer. Cascio Injury Attorneys. 225-800-CASH.
The Secure Complete plan from People's Health is designed for people with both Medicare and Medicaid, and it comes with a long list of rich benefits. Your new member ID card will come loaded with $248 per month. Spend it on utility bills like water and electric, healthy foods like fruit, vegetables, and meat at the grocery, over-the-counter items like vitamins, toothbrushes, Band-Aids, and hundreds of other products. Or choose from a selection of home and bathroom safety items. You'll also enjoy $0 co-pays for dental services like cleanings, x-rays, fillings, extractions, and more. Doctor visits, a 24-hour nurse line, and emergency and urgent care worldwide. Hospital stays with 2 weeks of meals delivered to your home after an inpatient stay. Part D prescription drug coverage, plus hearing aids, glasses or contacts, and a personal emergency response system. Call People's Health to see if you're eligible.
The storm station is tracking Francine.
Okay, welcome back. Bringing in our chief meteorologist, Dr. Josh Eachus. It looks like Morgan City's about to get the brunt of this.
Yeah, and guys in the back, just keep me posted. If we get Balin, great. If not, I'll get over and take a look at the radar. But we would like to see from him. So we will talk to Balin a little bit, but the eye wall is approaching St. Mary Parish and Morgan City, so he will be experiencing perhaps some 60, 70-mile-per-hour winds and torrential rain here momentarily, as this storm will probably have an official landfall in Louisiana. It's 3:30 on the clock up there. I'd say by 4:30 we're going to have official word on that, and we'll let you know when that happens, of course.
We've seen a lot of these. Joe Collins in Livingston Parish. He's getting
pummeled
coming
down there.
Pummeled by rain. It didn't look like wind's much of a factor there. That certainly will change. Yeah. Talk to us about these outer bands and what the metro area can expect.
There are concerns about flooding in particular.
Yeah, okay, so first of all, the outer bands. I think one of the things Malcolm and I highlighted when we were talking a little bit earlier was that with each consecutive rip of rain you get, and there do seem to be intervals between them, that's the nature of the banded structure of a tropical system. Each one will be more intense in terms of rain intensity, and the winds ramping up heading into the afternoon and evening here. Balin, Morgan City, about to get the most intense one now momentarily, and we'll find that happening over the next 1 hour. And then to the flooding concerns, Sylvia, because the system is moving pretty quickly, it's still at a point where we'll likely see some standing water flooding issues, some nuisance flooding issues. Obviously, as our police officers told us earlier, we don't want to be on the roads this evening. And I am going to address the rivers here in just a moment. I have the levels, but to give you the preview, really don't see any of them reaching any kind of major flood stage. Most of them actually expected to stay below flood stage, which is good news. That's where we see the much bigger problem. But it's going to rain a lot in a short time here moving forward.
Go ahead.
Well, so they're in St. Mary Parish, so it'll make landfall and quickly move on?
Yeah.
Tracking north?
Yeah. The track, believe it or not, I've covered a couple of these now, and I think this is one of the more mysterious tracks I've seen. And we're only talking differences of 25 to 40 miles, but that will matter. Right now, the National Hurricane Center has almost a hard left turn more due north as it makes its way across land, which was not even expected 6 hours ago. It was supposed to be just kind of a gradual northeastward projection and then a curve to the north. So I'm very curious to read into why they made that change, but that will matter for, let's say, Baton Rouge to Livingston Parish in that quarter.
So what would cause that?
Right now, I think they're sensing that the upper level steering winds are grabbing it a little bit sooner than anticipated. If you guys want to put weather up full again, I think the satellite picture kind of shows some of that. This system is taking a beating on the northern side. I mean, look at the last 3 hours here, where you see red and orange and green over south central Louisiana. You see a lot of shower and thunderstorm activity and deep, cold cloud tops. But now that's all lopsided on the southern and western side. This is a storm that's not in great health right now.
Balin.
And they just said to us, yeah, that we do have Balin out in the field right now. I really do want to get to him and see what conditions are like in Morgan City right now. So, Balin, what are you seeing out in the field? Talk to me, and I'm going to put radar up next to you as we talk back and forth here.
Well, Josh, we are actually right on the outer edge of the eye wall, and I'm telling you what, rain has really picked up here pretty much over the last few minutes. The winds are picking up, flags starting to blow a little bit, still nothing too bad. We've been gusting right around, I've not looked at official observations, but if I had to guess, right around 40 to 45 miles per hour as a max gust. A few of those tree limbs have come down, but yeah, what is radar looking like now, Josh? Is that eye wall coming on shore?
Kind of keeping an eye on that here, and I was just telling Michael and Sylvia at the desk that I believe you're about to get the northern eye wall here momentarily. At least the strongest band associated with Francine is coming your way. I know you're checking radar on your phone, and you've made some observations out there. We're seeing some offshore gusts that maybe were as high as 80 or 90 miles per hour. Of course, land friction is going to reduce that, but I can see the sheets of rain behind you, and velocity is probably saying that you've got 30, 40, 50 mile per hour winds heading in your direction. You'll get the brunt of this storm within the next 60 to 90 minutes, I'd say.
Yeah, it's definitely starting to go down here hill real quick. Wow, rain rates really picking up recently. Flags really blowing behind me. I see sheets of rain curtains in the distance, and with my experience with hurricane eye walls, I've been in quite a few. Things are going to go downhill very quickly here, and it's going to be like a night and day difference from the rest of the storm. Yeah, it might have been gusty beforehand, a few gusts in that 40 to 45 mile per hour range, but once that eye wall comes ashore, that's where you see those max sustained winds, and that's also where you see the max gusts in the system. When you get, a 90 mile per hour Cat 1 hurricane, those 90 mile per hour winds, that is not outside in the outer bands. That's going to be right around the core of the storm. And that is exactly what we're about to go through here. We're in the outer eye wall right now, but conditions are going to get much worse here over the next hour to hour and a half, and it could get pretty bad here. Whiteout conditions, downing trees, and downing a few power lines as well. But I'm going to track it with here. Try to stay on air as long as possible. Hopefully we don't lose connection here as the eye wall does move ashore, as those strongest winds of Francine about to make landfall here in Morgan City, and then slowly weaken as it moves to the north. Live in Morgan City.
Balin, hold on. I want to keep the conversation going with you here a little bit longer here. You're getting the most interesting weather we have in the viewing area right now. Couple of questions, and we do have radar up next to you, and it's a looping radar, and it shows that flood warning that you're under right now as well. So we'll talk about a few of those things. First of all, set the stage for us as to where you are. We can tell there's like a parking lot behind you. I know you moved away from the Atchafalaya River, so what is your location right now?
Well, we're pretty much, it looks like this might be the mayor's office, some sort of governmental building. I'm not sure exactly, but it's a very secure building. We're pretty much blocked from majority of the winds with this building right in front of me. Winds are blowing east to west right now, and we're getting blocked by this building. But I tell you what, rain rates have really increased here over the last few minutes, and winds seem to be increasing as well, but not too bad just yet. But like I've been mentioning, it's definitely going to increase, Josh.
All right, and then we have on the graphic next to you, we're scrolling the flood warning that's essentially along the Highway 90 corridor. That's not surprising. I mean, we just don't want folks on the road in that area at all right now anyway. Speaking to those high rain rates, you said we're seeing the sheets of rain behind you and that flash flood warning. From your area, are you seeing, standing water become increasingly a problem? Have you noticed any flooding in your movements around Morgan City today to get to the safe spot you are now?
Not yet. We made that movement a few hours ago, so that was before some of this heavy rain has started to come down. But the heaviest rain rates with this system is going to be with that eye wall as it moves through. So that's probably when we're going to get the most amount of rain in a short time. I'm think of the National Weather Service issuing this warning, expecting for the rain rates to really increase with the eye wall of Francine as it does move on shore. It's going to get pretty busy here. Basically, the heaviest rain and the heaviest winds of the system about to move into Morgan City.
Yeah, and actually
Josh.
we're seeing that eye is just now trying to breach the coast, and I'd say at the St. Mary Terrebonne Parish line. And of course, there's as the crow flies, probably about 40 miles between you and the immediate coast. So doing the math on the speed of this system, that's getting your way here within that next hour or so. Talked about rain. Before I let you go, and we're going to check in really frequently here as you get the worst of these conditions, I want to talk a little bit more about the wind. There we go. You're getting a gust right there. Hold on to the hat. What have you seen moving around in those winds today, Balin?
So far, we've been gusting to tropical storm force. So it's been mainly, I haven't seen any trees down. It's been those like 1 to 3 inch, maybe a little bit bigger tree limbs. You get a big gust come through and the tree limbs start blowing off the trees. Flagpole moving around a lot. Just had a nice little gust a second ago. But so far, again, I haven't driven around the city in the past few hours, but in my immediate area, seeing a lot of tree limbs down, but no large trees. But I do think that's going to change.
And then what about power outages? I mean, you don't have the numbers in front of you, but have you heard any power flashes? Have you had any transformers going yet?
I haven't heard any transformers or seen any. I know the power in this building right in front of me, they still have power. But this building over here, it looks like their generator kicked on, so I'm be interested to see if they lost power. And also I've gotten reports from a few different people that their hotels have already lost power. So don't have the official numbers, but definitely looking like we're already starting to see a few power outages around the area.
All right, Balin, we are going to check back in with you very shortly here. Stay safe out there, and text us, get back in touch with us as the rain's picking up, the weather's picking up, and you have a site to show. We want to get that on the air here as you are at the close to the landfall site in Morgan City. So great work, and we'll bring it back into the studio for a few minutes. We'll talk to you soon.
How high could those winds get?
You know, I think as Malcolm mentioned earlier, and this is just worth pointing out, that once you start to see that hurricane interacting with land, the friction starts to slow those winds down. So we'll probably see in that St. Mary Parish, Terrebonne Parish earlier, some sustained winds on the order of 60 to 80 with a briefly higher gust. But it only takes 40 or 50 to start doing a number on the power grid. So that should start going there pretty quickly. I'd say, again, within the next 60 minutes, we're still going to have Balin's going to have a lot of interesting weather to show us here in the next hour. So stay with our coverage here on Channel 2.
Speaking of, for those at home that may not know, talk about Balin, and he's been through these things before.
Yes, Balin's been with our team for just a year now, but as a meteorologist and a meteorology student at the University of Louisiana Monroe, he has been a storm chaser essentially since he was a college student, even started in high school. So he's been followed numerous EF4 and EF5 twisters around the country and chased them, and he is frequently finding hurricanes along the Gulf Coast to go. I mean, the man's just in awe of weather, so he puts himself in the path of it whenever he can. He knows what he's doing out there, and he's keeping the photographer with us, one of our great new young photographers, Joel Saith, with him down there in Morgan City. So Balin has a lot of experience tracking storms, and I mean, he's just a vital piece of our weather team to have that ability to know what he's doing moving about the field.
You kind of had to reel him in a little bit, too, for what he wanted to do and what he's actually doing, right?
Well, you know what? I was surprised with how enthusiastic he is about getting after the weather, that knowing the structure of Morgan City and the flood walls and the gates there. And we're like, so we don't want you heading to the coast there. It's going to get dangerous. He's like, yeah, I'm not going to the coast. I'm staying in Morgan City. So, and they'll be safe there at the hotel. And so I do look forward to chatting him a little bit. And you can talk to me, Dylan, but if you want, I can do a full wrap now what's going on with this storm.
Can I ask you, though, you were talking just before we went to Balin, and you said you're concerned about Baton Rouge maybe feeling some effects. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I mean, for the capital city feeling those effects, it's going to start to occur here in the next, say, 2 to 3 hours. We're going to find that activity picking up in Baton Rouge. Like I said, with each consecutive rain band, heavier rain, stronger winds. I think we'll feel that first pop about 2 hours from now, and then it'll be a couple of hours where we have those gusts ebbing and flowing, and we'll start to see our power flashes and the grid taking a little bit of a hit.
We're going to get back with you in about 10 minutes for that full weather, but before then, Entergy Louisiana wrapping up their preparations for Hurricane Francine this morning.
CEO Philip May says they had short notice on the storm because of how quickly it formed in the Gulf. Despite the challenges, May says they are well prepared.
One of the things we did this year that's different than prior storms is we added a large contingent tree trimmers, people who are going out there and assessing vegetation. And since Monday, we've gone out and we have trimmed trees or removed trees from over 1,000 miles of circuit.
May says by addressing the tree trimming before the storm, they have lowered the risk for problems after the storm. Speaking of, last month, Two on Your Side gave us an update on the Comey Diversion Canal project. Once completed, it will help reduce the risk of flooding for thousands of properties.
But it's not complete just yet. Here's Brittany Weiss.
The Army Corps now estimates the Comey Diversion Canal will be finished by the end of 2027 or early 2028. In the meantime, the project is acting like a massive retention pond.
Some days when you come out here, water is actually heavy rainfall events, water's flowing into the channel and actually flowing over the weir and off into the distance. So it is providing some benefit now. And not to mention this big 50-foot deep hole, 300 feet wide, it's storage. It's additional, like I said, retention ponds and whatnot. It's a good thing. It's taking water off of the streets and giving it a place to go, a low-lying area. So while it's not fully functioning Comey River diversion, it's still providing some ancillary benefits.
The Corps has 6 contracts left to award. They can't start those contracts until all of the utilities in the way are removed. Florida Gas is still waiting on permit approval. Two on Your Side, Brittany Weiss, WBRZ News 2.
State construction contractors are utilizing pumps to best maintain low water levels in that channel to facilitate a quick return to construction after this event has passed.
Okay, so we are joined on the set now by State Police Trooper Shelby Mayfield. He's the Public Information Officer with Troop A. Thank you for being here with us.
Absolutely,
what are you guys doing right now?
So right now, we have troopers out on the roadway. What we did was yesterday we double-staffed our shifts to ensure that we had enough troopers on the roadway, just scattered out across the Troop A area. And the primary mission and the goal of doing that was to ensure that we can continuously monitor the road conditions and then tend to situations and events as they come up.
How does the communication work in that between troopers and I guess like city police, the sheriff's office? How do you guys communicate and work through these challenges?
So we have contacts at every location. Particularly here in the Troop A area, our troop commander reached out to the local sheriffs, the local police chiefs, just to make sure that our plans were aligned and that we had a solid idea of how we were going to respond to certain things.
What have been some of the calls for service thus far?
So yeah, one of the things that we're noticing is, like I said, we put people out in certain areas so that they can be ready for certain calls. But up until now, one of the things we're dealing with is motorists who are on the roadways. And what we ask is that a lot of the motorists, if you don't have to be out there, if you're not essential personnel, just stay clear of the roadways. Throughout the summer and over the course of the hurricane season, we've been doing different community outreach events and just trying to, get the word out, how to properly prepare for hurricanes. And, we're at that point now where the preparation is pretty much wrapped up. And we kind of need everybody to start executing those plans. And those plans including, being at your residence or wherever you're going to hunker down and just keeping the roadways open. The more, first responders and troopers that we have available to respond to actual weather events, the better, prepared we have to use those resources and assets to tend to those events. But right now, we're just dealing with, crashes on the roadways and calls for assistance for, people going off the road. But that's because the roadways are, in not the best condition.
Yeah, I was going to ask you coming in, what kinds of conditions did you see on the roadways? Were there a lot of folks out right now, even though you're saying stay indoors if possible?
So yes, there's a lot of people who are still, commuting on the roadways. And again, the intent was to kind of have most of our preparations done before now. But we're just seeing, heavy winds that are out there. We're getting reports of power outages in the Troop C area. And what that does is that turns off the signals, the traffic signals at certain intersections, and it just makes it more difficult. So the less motorists we have, the more freedom of movement we have for those essential workers and those first responders who need to get to certain places to take care of our residents.
You mentioned Troop C in Terrebonne and Lafourche, and that they're kind of getting the brunt of this right now. Right. In terms of Troop A, is there a scenario where Troop A needs to go assist Troop C or Troop B in New Orleans?
Well, there's always a situation for us to go outside of the area where we primarily operate. In addition to that, and being ready to assist other troop areas, we do have assets. We do have our mobile field force, and then some of our SWAT responders who are on standby and staged to go assist in those areas where we need to have a heavier presence than what we have currently. But of course, the situation and the weather is going to kind of dictate what resources we need to send down there. But we're fully prepared. At this point, all we really need is the public to kind of help us out and stay off the roadways as much as possible. And let's save those resources and those assets to help respond to the actual, hurricane implications.
What is your biggest concern over the next 24 to 48 hours as far as our roads are concerned?
Just public safety. That's going to be our biggest concern because, again, we have a lot of issues with, with commuting on a regular basis when things are perfect outside. So what I don't want and what, the Colonel is hoping for is that we don't have a resident somewhere that's stuck on a roadway and our actual troopers are unable to get to that person. That's one of the reasons we ask that everybody kind of hunker down and stay in place, because the worst thing that can happen is we have somebody who has an emergency or encounters a situation, but because of the implications of the weather and the roadway conditions, we're unable to get to them as soon or as quickly as we would like to.
So sticking with that for a second, the linemen that will come in to restore power, 35 miles an hour is kind of the benchmark that they use for when they can go back out. Are the patrol units limited by that same wind speed?
Well, so for us, we just have the saying, arrive alive. As a first responder, I'm no good to anybody if I can't get to that actual event or that situation in one piece. So it's not necessarily the speed to get there, but it's getting there in one piece with the resources necessary to take care of the situation and help out that resident.
So if there's a sustained wind of 45, 50, troopers can still move freely on the interstate to get the situations they need to?
Yes, as long as everything is safe for that trooper. Again, we have the resources and the personnel in place, but we want to make sure that we can employ them in a safe manner to make sure that we can actually conduct our job. So that's the most important thing.
Is there a number to call for information about road closures?
Yeah, so if you find yourself out on the roadway for whatever reason and you need to get some information to one of the troops, you can call the STAR LSP number, star 577. And that's just to notify us of roadway conditions, unsafe conditions, and things like that. But if you find yourself in an emergent situation where you need some assistance, naturally 911 would be the best option. So.
Okay.
All right, Trooper Shelby Mayfield, thanks so much for stopping by.
Yes, sir. It's a pleasure. Thank y'all.
Stay safe.
We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
You know how far
That was good. It was.
I'm feeling more alive these days than I've ever been.
At the Baton Rouge Clinic, our sole focus is to provide exceptional health care for your entire family so that you can get back to doing what you love most. We are caring for generations.
You give me
After my wreck, I was hurt. I couldn't work. I take one step forward and 2 steps back. So I got Gordon.
We know how to take on the big insurance companies, and we'll fight. Get you every dollar you deserve. Just call me. Get it done.
Are you ready for a new job with a team that always has your back? TRICARE is now hiring. As you can see, we take care of our team members. Apply now at TRICAREautomotive.com and click Join Our Team.
Hi, I'm Jacob with Arrow Pest Control.
Pests can be a nightmare. Protect Grandma with Arrow's $20 initial pest control special and our eco-friendly termite control starting at just $349. Call Arrow Pest Control to schedule your free consultation today.
You know, there's millions of people without the health insurance they need. You deserve something better and better.
Plans with low out-of-pocket premiums, local doctors, and rewards for healthy choices.
That's why we're America's #1 marketplace health insurance.
And better health, on a mission for better.
Need an oil change in your car or truck? We would love to help you at either one of our 2 locations in Baton Rouge. Just go to TRICAREautomotive.com and then take it to TRICARE.
The Storm Station, tracking Francine to keep you safe. The Storm Station is tracking Francine.
3:52 is our time. We are approaching a 4 o'clock update.
Let's get the latest from our meteorologist, Dr. Josh Eaches.
Thanks very much, Sylvia. Yeah, that 4 o'clock update should be coming our way here shortly, and we'll get that to you here on the air if it's issued. I don't expect major changes. We may see a slight reduction in wind speed. We may also see a little change in the specific direction this storm is heading. But there's a lot to talk about now as this storm is approaching landfall. The first thing we'll look at is just big picture. It's not a healthy storm. It is starting to take a beating from dry air and wind shear. Look over the last couple of hours here. You saw this sudden blow up of shower and thunderstorm activity. And then within the last hour or two, I mean, it is getting really ragged on the northern side fast. But this is interesting. A blow up of much smaller scale shower and thunderstorm activity right at the landfall location in St. Mary and Terrebonne Parish. And Malcolm pointed out, I think this is a good observation. What's causing that is probably the sudden interaction with land. The friction of it colliding with land is causing collisions, rising air, and some smaller scale shower and thunderstorm development. But the reason that we're seeing the storm take the beating that it is this huge punch of dry air off to the west, flowing out of the southwest, and that is starting to wrap into and ingest into the center of the storm, and is ultimately going to help to weaken it pretty rapidly as it moves across land. We say all that to say we still have a landfalling hurricane and some pretty significant impacts across our area heading into the evening hours. Live radar over the last 3 hours is showing us this open, exposed center and eye moving toward land. Let's go ahead and tighten up on that and show you what that looks like across southeastern Louisiana. And we do find that northern eye wall starting to move across Terrebonne and St. Mary Parish. You see where we have this yellow and orange? That's going to be some of our most intense, or perhaps the most intense, rain and winds that we have here in Francine, and that's going to be affecting those land areas here momentarily. We'll get an official landfall declaration from the National Hurricane Center once about 1/3 to 1/2 of the storm center eye has made its way across the border of land from the Gulf of Mexico. So that announcement wouldn't surprise me if we have that in about 60 minutes here or so, based on that storm's northeastward movement at about 17 miles per hour. Sylvia and Michael were asking earlier, and so we can illustrate this visually with radar, when we'll start to notice conditions deteriorating in Baton Rouge. I said it will get worse with each successive band of heavier precipitation that comes through our area. Here's number one. So what you're experiencing in Baton Rouge, Denham Springs, Prairieville right now, even Gonzales to some extent. Okay, maybe multiply, maybe double that for our next one. That will come in about 2 hours. That's over Assumption Parish, St. James Parish, and St. Martin Parish right now. And then, of course, the worst of it with that northern eye wall, that's over St. Mary and Terrebonne Parish at the moment. So we got 3 heavy punches lined up and heading our way as this storm continues off to the northeast here into the late afternoon and the early evening hours. Western side starting to get really ragged and dry out. Rain is letting up across, say, locations like Alexandria, even into southwest Mississippi, West Feliciana and East Feliciana Parish. That dry air in the upper levels is working out some of that shower and thunderstorm activity as well. Then we go into St. Mary Parish. We talked with meteorologist Balin Rogers a little bit earlier. We're going to check in with him again as conditions continue to go downhill there. But you see this green box. It's a flash flood warning, and that's live until 9 o'clock. And it's almost likely a preemptive flash flood warning from the National Weather Service. There's certainly been plenty of rain so far, but this is a warning for just do not drive at this point. If you have decided to stick around there in St. Mary Parish, keep it to your home location or wherever you're riding out the storm, and let's not take to the roads because we're going to have torrential rainfall rates and obviously really strong winds moving across that area, and we might start to see some pretty significant ponding of water and some flooding of low-lying areas as this storm continues to move across land here within the next couple of minutes. So there's that flash flood warned area for St. Mary Parish, and we may see some new ones issued across portions of Assumption and St. James Parish within our viewing area here as time moves forward. Also now looking at another aspect of radar, and that's our velocity. Look at that. There we go. Okay. New update is in, and we do have a max wind of 100 miles per hour approaching landfall here. Same motion with that 4 o'clock advisory, but pressure's gone down about 5 millibars, and wind speeds maximum have gone up about 10 miles per hour. I think that's going to be sampled up above the ground, and they've identified that now with some of our offshore buoys and oil platforms. So some of those wind speeds that are highest are just in southern St. Mary Parish and western Terrebonne Parish now, and you can see where we're getting radar estimates here of a gust of about 75 miles per hour just above ground south of Highway 90. Another one that's potentially around 45 miles per hour in Assumption Parish. And again, this is above the surface, so you may take a little bit off as this mixes down to the ground and translates into the wind gusts we ultimately feel down at ground level. All right, Malcolm brought me that new observation from the National Hurricane Center, new advisory, I should say. And, yeah, hurricane hunters have found a sustained wind now near 100 miles per hour, but they don't expect any additional change in strength before landfall. A little bit surprised by that based on what we just talked about a few minutes ago on the presentation of the system on satellite. It's certainly not one that's gaining in organization, but even in losing organization, certainly those wind speeds seem to have come up about 10 miles per hour. The hurricane force winds, and this is important, extend about 40 miles from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend about 140 miles from the storm center. So that's why in the coming hours here with our coverage, we will focus a lot on that eventual center line in the track. It's not the be-all, end-all. We have that cone of uncertainty for a reason. Areas in and outside of the cone field impacts, but that center line gets really important, especially when we're speaking specifically about hurricane force winds. And again, they extend about 40 miles out from the center. So where that center is right now, you go 40 miles in this direction, that's most of St. Mary Parish. 40 miles in this direction, that's most of Terrebonne Parish, are going to be getting those hurricane force winds, at least some gusts over hurricane force, which is 74 miles per hour within the coming hour or so here. Taking that wider picture and looking at that latest advisory, and once again, this one, hey, the Hurricane Center keeps us on our toes here. That track has gone back to the east, so we saw this sudden shift to the west with the 1 p.m. advisory, which I was surprised by. It took the center line right over Baton Rouge. Remarked on the air that I didn't understand it. This I understand. This track makes more sense. This is almost directly in between Baton Rouge and also Lake Pontchartrain and fits with the current storm trajectory. So that makes total sense, and that's a track that I am on board with heading into the evening hours. So that would take the center of the storm directly up through St. Mary Parish, through Assumption Parish, through Ascension, and then right through central Livingston Parish, and eventually exiting around I-55 in northern Tangipahoa Parish in our area, coming into about midnight tonight over that state line into Mississippi. And by then, we would look for the winds to be reduced, the max winds to be reduced to about 65 miles per hour. Let's show you what that looks like with Futurecast. And this Futurecast model is much more in line with that storm track that you're seeing from the National Hurricane Center. So that landfall within the next 60 minutes here, there's one of those first heavier rain bands influencing Baton Rouge around 5. The second one is near the coast. As this storm weakens, we'll see that kind of spread out. It'll get a little bit more messy in radar presentation. By 7, 8 o'clock, you have this swath of heavy rain and also strong winds, essentially from Morgan City north to Baton Rouge and over into Tangipahoa Parish. Look out around the lakes, too, and even New Orleans. And then we'll start to see that system pull away to the northeast. Still think we're dealing with some pretty strong winds on the western side of center and the capital city across Livingston Parish into the I-55 corridor at this time, maybe gusting over 60 miles per hour. And the storm itself and the strongest winds begin releasing after 1 o'clock in the morning, and certainly by daybreak tomorrow. We get to that magic number of 30 miles per hour or less, where power crews can get out and start to restore any infrastructure that has been damaged. Let's go to the rain aspect of this. No major changes here. We're still expecting about 3 to 6 inches with this heaviest swath right along the immediate center path. It's going to be that northern eye wall, that closest rain band north of center that will have some of the heaviest rain rates that we'll deal with as this system scoots northeastward and inland across the area. In talking about rain, that raises questions about the rivers. What's happening with them? The Mississippi doesn't have a lot of runoff in our area directly tied to our local rain. The Atchafalaya does not either. However, you will notice a little uptick in Morgan City with a crest from where we are now 1 foot higher. That's because there the river will likely rise due to some surge breaching inland from the south, and that's why they have those floodgates up in Morgan City. And then the Tangipahoa at Robert, starting off at about 7 feet, but will rise to 17.5. That's just in a minor flood stage by the time we get into Friday. We'll remark that we've already seen higher levels than that on the Tangipahoa at Robert this year, so that's not a major flood event there. And then closer to the metro area, the Amite at Denham Springs, current crest is projected below flood stage. I'll say that actually gives us some wiggle room up. We could overachieve in terms of rainfall and still maybe get to a point where we're at a minor flood stage on the Amite Denham Springs. That's already happened this year as well, so that's not a major event. Port Vincent and French Settlement see a little spike in their levels in the short term. That's likely due to some surge-related flooding out of Lake Maurepas, some coastal flooding. The Tickfall at Montpelier and Holden would be more tied to rain runoff, and they see a crest just below flood stage Friday, Saturday, respectively. And then our most rapid response river, the Comite at Jor Road, well, that spikes from nearly flat to about 17.5 feet below flood stage into tomorrow. Again, slightly higher bullseyes in the wrong location of rain. We have some wiggle room up with these where we still wouldn't get into a major flood event. So generally, this is good news. Yeah, we're going to see river rises. We expect that, but nothing too alarming right now. As far as the winds go, lock it in. We're going to experience tropical storm force winds and at least gusts to that level from Baton Rouge to Gonzales, Morgan City, the coast, essentially a line from Macomb to Abbeville, certainty to see tropical storm force wind gusts east to New Orleans and Slidell. So that whole swath of southeast Louisiana can expect to experience that. As far as a timeline on the winds, we put them in the capital area, strongest, I would say, from about 5 p.m., that'd be when this graph starts, to about 1 a.m. And as you can see, the white number suggests sustained winds of about 30. That'd be enough to damage some power lines and weaker trees. And certainly these gusts, the gold number, 48, 50, maybe some in there, 55 miles per hour. Those momentary gusts, those are the ones that are going to cause the real damage to some power lines and trees in our area. As for Morgan City, that wind game is totally different. Look at the coast, 7 o'clock. We're still gusting to 66 miles per hour, 62 miles per hour by 10, and then quickly releasing as that storm pulls away to the northeast from there, that by tomorrow morning, we could have a single-digit sustained wind in those sections. And again, if you focus on the 30-mile-per-hour wind, if you're worried about when's my power coming back, if I lose it, the linesman will get out when those winds are below 30 miles per hour. Here's a model depiction of the outage potential thanks to the winds. And it just gives you an idea of where those power outage potentials are greatest. And it's where you're going to see some of the orange or even red shades here moving forward in time. You'll notice how that extends just about into Livingston and Ascension Parish. I think the model might be underdoing it on the western side a little bit. Baton Rouge should have that risk as well. But you'll notice the damaging winds start to exit our area again, as we've said, once that storm crosses the state line beyond midnight and looking forward. Non-zero chance, too, that some of these bands are able to spin up a brief tornado in our area, and that's why the tornado watch is live until 11 o'clock, and that's a whole different can of worms to open if a tornado warning is issued as the storm is coming inland. Just like we would in severe weather coverage, we'll get back to you and we'll stay live with weather coverage until that tornado warning is free from our area. Surge is still expected to be in the 6 to 9 foot realm along the immediate coast and the, say, 2 to 4 foot realm on the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain and around Lake Maurepas. We could see maybe 1 to 2 feet of water inundation as well. All right, so I'm going to wrap it up before we go back to news here. I kind of want to show you a region by region look at the viewing area and the specific impacts in a bullet point form. Over the next couple of hours in the 10-12 corridor, I would say that includes Iberville, West and East Baton Rouge, Ascension, Livingston, St. Helena, and Tangipahoa Parish. Winds of 20 to 40 miles per hour with an occasional gust to 60. Rain of 3 to 6 inches. There could be a higher amount embedded within that. And there's an isolated threat for tornadoes. Now until, let's say, this evening, the coastal sections, St. Mary, Assumption, St. James Parish, stronger winds closer to the landfalling hurricane, 60 to 80 mile per hour winds. Maybe a gust up to 100, as we've seen in that new observation from the hurricane hunters. I think that's a high-end worst-case scenario, but in the back of our minds. And then rain of 4 to 8 inches with some higher amounts. And then finally, north and west of Baton Rouge, you will fare the best in this event. Still could be some isolated issues with power there with a gust of 45 or so. Don't believe you have a tornado threat on that side of the circulation, and rain of about 2 to 4 inches. When do we get out of this? Tomorrow. A lot better. We'll see some showers left over and the breeze, especially in the morning. Then pretty standard fare for mid-September with the 90s into the weekend and some sunshine back out there. We'll continue with you here. I want to check back in with Balin in a little bit. We'll continue to update our blog on WBRZ.com, new advisories hourly as the storm crosses land on our social platforms. And get that WBRZ weather app out. If any breaking weather alerts are issued for your location, you're going to hear it there immediately. And you can also track along with Francine on your mobile device as well. So Michael and Sylvia, that's the long summary. Of course, we'll keep checking back in as needed and see you again in a couple of minutes.
Okay, Josh, thank you.
Okay, right now we should spend a lot of time focusing on St. Mary Parish. Josh, real quick, you were saying the sustained wind right now in St. Mary's roughly what, 30 to 40?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I can pull up a radar so we can thumb through that as well.
We might go back to that in a second, but this right here, this is that live camera in downtown Morgan City. On the right, that's the Atchafalaya River. On the left, that's Front Street. Kind of also on the left, kind of in the middle there, that is the flood wall that many people, especially in St. Mary Parish, are familiar with. So you can see that camera bouncing around pretty good there.
Absolutely. And Josh, when you get a second, if you wanted to talk again just a little bit about that northern eye wall, bringing with it the heaviest rain as well as the strongest winds as well. And I guess we're starting to see just a little bit of that now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those conditions aren't shocking at all. The northern eye wall is breaching St. Mary and Terrebonne Parish at the moment. If you guys want to come back to me, I do have that radar and that angle pulled up so we can go back and forth maybe between the live shot and analyzing what we're seeing on radar. But yeah, those conditions are about what you would expect. And I mean, look at the flag there on the left side of the screen. That's blowing around pretty good. This camera is wobbling, and you're starting to see some of those white caps on the river indicating those stronger winds as well. And we're referencing this right here, this yellow and orange shaded area. That's the northern eye wall. And, you know, eye wall is kind of a scary word term. It's proper term, certainly, of what we're dealing with here. This one's not in the best shape. It's not as tight as you might see on a major hurricane, but no doubt that is the eye wall moving across St. Mary and Terrebonne Parish at this time. And again, this was our new update. I think we saw a track that made total sense. This caught me a little off guard to see a brief tick up in winds from the hurricane hunters, 100 miles per hour from our former max of 90 about an hour or two ago. So won't rule out that mixing down on the immediate coastal sections. I don't think we're going to see 100-mile wind gusts much farther inland, certainly, but immediately along the coast there, that's where we could certainly see some pretty hefty tree and power line damage with that feature that's coming across land right now. That video is impressive right now. We are, I'm told, working to get back to meteorologist Balin Rogers. We'll do that in a few minutes. But Michael and Sylvia wanted to point out, and maybe I didn't do this in the hit because we got the new update in on the storm's new path and also updated winds. But look at the eye at this moment. It is continuing to open up to where this is almost a half moon at this point, that the southern and eastern side, they're continuing to get eroded by that dry air that we saw. Now, that can be a little bit misleading because this is still a pressure system. It's not just this rain, and where you see green, that's also where there's wind. You have to factor in that there's a pressure difference at its lowest at the center of the storm here, and it increases the farther out you go from center. And it's those differences in pressure that result in the wind. So because this is still a pressure system, not just a rain system, winds still exist here on this southern and eastern side. Of course, you don't really see those on radar. But because you go, oh, look at that. That's, the eye that's opened up is nice weather coming over Terrebonne and Lafourche Parish. Might be dry, might not be raining, but it will be cloudy and the winds will be extremely high as that area of lower pressure moves across your area. So that's worth focusing on. It's just the combo here that's more visual on radar to see that northern eye wall with the really heavy rain and the really strong winds. And certainly the thunderstorm activity can magnify those winds in that northern eye wall, but it's going to be quite gusty on the southern side too. And that's why I say tonight, across inland sections, while we're waiting for this heavy rain, once the rain stops in your area, that does not mean the impacts are done. We'll continue to see the rain across southeastern Louisiana from Maurepas to Pontchartrain, even into New Orleans tonight as this system moves off to the northeast at 17 miles per hour. All right, I hear that we have meteorologist Balin Rogers queued up. I'd like to continue to talk back with him if possible. I'm also going to step off set, guys, so I can pull up a radar so we have that next to Balin while he's out in the field giving us his report. But Balin, let's bring you into the conversation here. On radar, it looks like you are right in the middle of the northern eye wall. What are the conditions like right now?
Get pretty gusty.
There we go.
And then die down a little bit, but we are now firmly starting to get into that eye wall, and my goodness, conditions have rapidly been deteriorating here in Morgan City. Starting to get complete whiteout conditions. Wind speeds are increasing. The sustained winds are increasing, as well as the gust. And this is not the worst of it. We are just now getting into the eye wall, and based on velocity, it's only going to get worse and worse and worse, with those strongest winds pretty much right at the edge of the eye wall and the eye. We call it the inner eye wall. That is where the most intense winds are going to be located. Still, I would say we have not gusted to hurricane force just yet. We've had some strong winds. I've been seeing more tree limbs come down than I've seen pretty much for this entire storm. And wow, big gusts right there. It's just going to continue to get worse here in Morgan City. This flag, we'll see if it can hold on. It's really been waving around in the wind. But Josh, where do you think we are in the eye wall right now? I haven't got to look at radar in a second.
We got it right next to you, Balin, on screen. And, feel free in the shot if you need to pull out radar scope and take a look on your phone there. But you are in, like I'd say, the northwestern corner of the eye wall right now, and you're maybe a third of the way through it. So, yeah, you probably still are looking at a pretty good stretch of time here where you're dealing with worse winds. Michael just pointed out something on radar to me. We have it next to you, so I know you can't see this. The returns on radar right now, we call those DBZs, folks. It's basically how we measure the intensity of the precipitation. It's about maxed out on our scale, Balin. So torrential rain actually looks like it's knocking on your door. I would expect to see that pick up. And of course, those downbursts may bring some gustier winds as well. I don't know if you saw the new advisory as of 4 p.m., but hurricane hunters actually found that we did tick up to a max of 100 miles per hour sustained now, which actually surprised me. I didn't think we'd see additional strengthening based on satellite and whatnot, but you could see some pretty high gusts there momentarily.
Oh my goodness, Josh, while you were talking, winds have substantially picked up. You can look behind me. It's just sheets of rain coming across the parking lot here. This flag has really been whipping. All the trees are bending pretty good, and these conditions are only going to get worse over the next hour as we get into the middle eye wall and then eventually into the inner eye wall. There we go. Really intense gusts right now moving right through Morgan City. Wow, big gusts over here to my right, and we're just going to continue to see these very strong wind gusts over the next several hours as we are in the heaviest rain and the heaviest winds of this entire system. We're about to get the full brunt of Francine, and that has to offer here in Morgan City, Louisiana. Still though, we are not at the worst of it. That's going to be in the next several hours. Probably the absolute strongest winds of this system are going to be off to our east in the northeastern and eastern quadrant of the eye wall. It's looking like that we had a little bit of a wobble to the east with the center, and that puts us in the northern/northwestern eye wall. So it's still going to be pretty bad in terms of wind speeds here, but might actually see a little bit stronger winds off towards the east where you got that onshore flow, and that's also where we're going to see the highest surge value. So yeah, conditions continue to just get worse and worse here. Every second I talk, the wind speeds continue to pick up, the rain rates are picking up. I 100% get why they issued that flash flood warning preemptively there, because my goodness, the rain rates are very high right now. We could see inches of rain here in Morgan City in a very short amount of time as that eye wall does move through the area. So it's going to start to get intense here. It already is getting intense. So what are we going to say, Josh?
I'm curious as to just what you're feeling. I mean, I know you're describing the weather to us, but like, are you feeling, sometimes we'd say it's a little dramatized on national TV. Are you feeling a tug as you're standing there right now? Is the wind pushing you around a little bit? Are you seeing things blowing around near you? Is the wind or is the rain stinging as it hits your face?
Well, Josh, I am actually protected by this governmental building right in front of me, and the winds are kind of blowing east to west, and this is blocking the majority of the winds. Okay, yeah, we're seeing some of the heaviest gusts we've seen so far. Yeah, I just saw a big bunch of tree limbs coming down off these trees over here. We were starting to get into some pretty intense conditions here in Morgan City, and it's only going to get worse and worse and worse. Wow, big gusts right on top of me. So this is really, really intense right now as we are entering that eye wall, and yeah, it just continues to go downhill here, and it's going to continue to just get worse and worse and worse. I'm having to brace myself here as some of these winds are wrapping around this building and hitting me from the back and kind of catching me off guard a little bit and pushing me forward, so having to spread out my stance a little bit. I'm not in the threat of seeing any flying projectiles near our location. That's why I got this big building in front of me. If it was a big open area, I would be at risk of sheet metal and whatever else gets blown by this wind coming directly at me. But I'm in a safe position. Yes, raining on me. Might see a just like that, a good little gust. It tries to blow me around a little bit, but the winds are actually going above this building and around the building, and I am not in those max winds, thankfully. But yeah, we were right in the center of it here in Morgan City, and I'm afraid, like I've been saying, this is definitely not the worst of it. We're going to continue to get worse here over the next hour as we get closer to the inner edge of that eye wall, and that's where we will have those potential for those 80 to 90 plus gusts. So yeah, it's going to get quite interesting here. We're going to try to stay live on air as long as possible, as long as the signal holds up. I know when you get around these eye walls, you can actually start to see the cell service go down. So if that happens, we might lose signal here in Morgan City, but hopefully that doesn't happen, and yeah, we could stay live on the air here. But Balin Rogers in Morgan City, I'll send it back to the studio.
It looks like Balin needs to regroup a little bit there. We definitely want to check in with him as soon as we can again. It's kind of getting the main event of the storm right now. So when we took the radar down, we backed out there. I think Balin set the stage really well. It is important to point out that he was in a sheltered place. Now, you didn't see the shelter was behind the camera, what we weren't seeing. So that was protecting him from the direction the winds were coming. What we did see is those trees were moving quite a bit, and I thought I saw, I don't know what it was, maybe it's always like that. It looked like maybe there was a power line or some long strand was blowing in the wind. So something was attached to that at some point, and that's maybe a flag was on it. Maybe it was a flagpole.
You could definitely see in the trees, though, the wind picking up since the last time we spoke with him.
No doubt. And you give Balin credit for, you know, again, I reference sometimes you'll see some people out there playing it up.
That's right,
Balin, but every now and then he'd stand there and you'd see one jab him and a gust would jab him. That's because they kind of, you're in a 30-mile-per-hour wind, you're braced for that, and then suddenly you get hit with a 50, and that just moves your center of gravity a little bit. So, yeah, we need to get back to that when we can, as long as they're staying safe down there.
So as you told him, it appears he's about a third of the way through the northern eye wall. How much time between then and will he experience the 90 plus, 100 plus mile an hour wind?
Yeah, he's in it for, well, with the rain included, probably another 30 to 45 minutes. But as I said a few moments ago, this is a pressure system. So even as the rain stops, we're dealing with those extreme pressure differences over a short distance. So he'll have dry winds too within that center and within that eye.
Does it appear that he's going to be in the eye? Because that's going to be a fantastic shot if so.
It is. Well, okay. Well, it would be. Two things. I think he might just kind of stay on the western edge the whole time based on the northeastern movement. And two, because this is not your picturesque, perfectly centered Cat 5 hurricane, we're not going to have an open, clear eye. It's going to be cloudy and filled in and maybe a little misty and drizzly still.
I wondered if you could talk a little bit more about that, also about the dry wind you were talking about and how that's impacting it. But also, it seems like just listening to you talk about this is quite unusual from what you're used to with hurricanes.
This reminds me more of a storm that we've seen several in the past, that say mid-October, late October, that merges with a front and gets kind of dirty and messy and comes inland as a hybrid system that's not fully tropical, but they still create a bit of chaos with strong wind. I think back, I don't know why it's in my mind.
2017
2019,
or
I know it was the night before the Auburn game of the championship season, because we went to our tailgate the next morning without power, and it just surprised us. It was a 40-mile-per-hour tropical storm that rode along a front and came inland across our area, and this structure is a little bit more like that. Of course, a bit stronger than that, but this is not a classic hurricane presentation on radar and satellite.
Yeah, as they just told us, and we've been showing this for the past couple of hours here, that is the camera in downtown Morgan City. Again, Josh, this is facing south, so that's the Atchafalaya River there on the right. It looks like they're moving it a little bit as well. If behind that graphic would be Front Street, which is well known there in Morgan City. And Josh, we've actually seen video from prior storms in previous years of the Atchafalaya River flowing backwards.
Yeah,
it doesn't appear to be the case here.
Right. I mean, and it might be, well, if we're thinking about what we're seeing on radar there and then doing the math in our heads, Morgan City is currently getting about a northeasterly wind on the northern side of the eye wall. So that would be why we're seeing that water. If this is facing south, that would be why we're seeing that water flow in that direction. But to your point, Michael, I wouldn't be surprised if later on, when they get south of the storm and the winds turn around to the southwest, we might see that river reverse course briefly, or at least the chop on it will look like it's going the opposite direction. But yeah, I mean, that even, I think we showed that before we went to Balin, which was maybe 15 minutes ago. That flag's moving more, that tower is wobbling more. There you go, and that paints the picture for what we were talking about with the water. Morgan City should be getting, yeah, it's about an east-northeast wind right now on that northern eye wall. So that would be why we're not necessarily seeing an inland flow on the Atchafalaya.
In this morning, we saw Balin standing right there on the right side of your screen before they kind of backtrack to the governmental building that they're at now, for safety purposes, obviously.
Yeah, oh yeah, obviously.
And the calm.
That's right.
Yeah, and he's sheltered by that. He would not be sheltered by that building if he was in that position right there, and would be prone to anything debris-wise that would be flying around right now. That area, as Balin is in right now, is under a flash flood warning. You see that boxed area around Highway 90. You'll notice it's more for the inland sections away from the coast where there's actually population around Highway 90 there. So we don't want folks on the road right now. Obviously, there's the wind concern, there's the heavy rain concern. And Michael, something that we were talking about off camera while Baylor was speaking, you pointed out to me the white. And for a moment there on radar, I thought that white was actually some lightning bolts, as we would normally see. But that's actually our rain rate scale at its very tippy top. You don't even usually see that with thunderstorms here in the capital area. But
And I believe your graphic shows that at the
Right.
top right of the
Right
screen.
there. Yep.
Heavy.
The grayish.
That white.
Grayish
Yeah.
white. Yeah.
See the scale right below the time there? Usually you see a dark red, and that's a nasty, heavy thunderstorm here in the summer. That white, rain rates don't get much higher than that, and you expect tropical rain rates are some of the most intense there are.
So in the eye wall, what is like the rain rate per hour?
Very, I could sample this on radar. I could step off screen and do that. I would estimate that it's probably on the order of about 6 to 8 inches per hour. We were seeing some rain rates like that last week. Now, of course, it didn't rain for a full hour, so you can get 6 inches, but in a short time, a 6 inch rain rate for just 15 minutes can drop a lot in a short time. So, and yeah, what we're hearing in our ear now, I think sounds good. We'll go to the next parish up from St. Mary where we might have a live look.
Alexis Maroney, we'll send it to her. Alexis and Bree Anderson, those guys are in Assumption Parish, right?
About 30 minutes away from where Balin was, and if you guys thought he was getting some stuff, we are getting some pretty heavy storms here also. It's just hit us within the past 30 minutes or so. I want to show you guys exactly what I'm seeing here because it's eerie. Maybe just a couple miles away, you can't even see past some of these rows of sugarcane. It is completely just white. It is completely whited out. The visibility is super low. Trees that a couple hours ago seemed super close to us are practically invisible at this point. The visibility is super low. So if you need a reason to stay off the roads, this is your reason. You cannot see very far, and that's just standing in someone's backyard. I also want you to look at these trees. These trees are tall. They are waving back and forth, and that is all around us. We are steering clear of them. We want to stay far away from them in case something does happen, of course. But this wind is insane. As I've been sitting here waiting to come up, I've been having to brace myself and keep my legs nice and wide open because it's hard to stand up out here with some of these winds gusting through. And so the back half of this property is farm. The other half is a highway. So I want to show you some of this over here. You can actually see where the rain is wafting through on this driveway. We are under a carport, but you can see that just the sheets and sheets of rain coming through. You guys have been seeing Bree Andrews for the past couple of hours. She is gone because she is holding the camera because the wind is so bad out here. This is really intense to watch. Guys, my jacket is like moving and you can see the wind. This is crazy. This is really crazy to watch. So we're going to keep you guys updated out here in Libertyville. All the businesses, I think there was a car that just went past. Don't be like that guy. But a lot of the businesses out here are closed. Of course, small town, just stay inside, please. Do not do what I'm doing right now. Live in Libertyville, Alexis Maroney, WBRZ News 2.
So Alexis is, about 30 minutes away from where Balin is. She talked about visibility being a major problem, and of course we saw the sheets of rain falling there.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, based on the path of the storm, and guys, feel free to pull up radar. I do have that as a reference point. She may get more of a direct path through the center in Libertyville than Balin will in Morgan City. So I've got two views here, and I'll just go back and forth between the two if you want to leave it full. So Balin's in Morgan City, Alexis is in Libertyville. Look as we zoom out there and look at the center of due south of Morgan City. The storm's moving northeast, so Balin stays in that western edge of the eye wall, and Morgan City there and Libertyville might get a little bit more of a path through center.
It's about 17, I mapped it from their locations, it's about 17 miles between the two, which we didn't realize they were that close together.
Right.
earlier on in the coverage, but she said, to your point, she may take the brunt of this.
She could. I mean, at least level with Balin will experience, in Morgan City, both of them experienced some pretty significant winds. You could tell just during the course of her shot, as she was getting on the northern edges of that eye wall, that conditions were going downhill fast. So, yeah, those two areas, Assumption and St. Mary Parish, obviously would be among the hardest hit in our viewing area. Malcolm passing me a note that sustained winds of 74 miles per hour and a gust to 87 have reached the NOAA Seaman Station at Eugene Island near the Atchafalaya River. So the translation of that is hurricane force winds have made it to the Louisiana coast.
Okay, let's take a break. We'll reset and be right back.
Insurance companies have teams of professionals to fight your claim. If you want to know what your case is really worth, I'm Spencer Callahan. I'd like to help.
Oh, yeah.
Is the one to see. Call 387-2323.
The all-new Spectacular Extreme Circus, presented by the Carton International Circus, is coming to your hometown with more extreme acts than ever before. Featuring BMX riders, Carton's spectacular animals, acrobats, interactive entertainment, aerialists, and so much more. The all-new Spectacular Extreme Circus. Get your tickets today.
Come see the Spectacular Circus, September 14th and 15th at Lamar Dixon Expo Center in Gonzales.
Driving the Nissan Rogue with Google built in is like...
Hey Google, turn on Rocky's Food.
It's like the ultimate connection. See why it's been awarded a Consumer Guide Best Buy and recommended by Consumer Reports. Drive the Nissan Rogue today.
Get 2.9% financing for 60 months on Rogue, one of 6 Nissan vehicles with starting MSRP under $30,000.
BRAC teamed up to reimagine your parks, and you imagined big. With your help, we went to work, creating 12 beautiful community parks across the parish. A family-sized water park, miles and miles of trails, and parks just for your dogs. There are more places to splash, to explore, to run wild, and even soar. You imagined, we delivered. Gold. BRAC, your parks, our purpose.
Why do billion-dollar insurance companies regularly delay and deny valid claims? Because that's how they got to be billion-dollar insurance companies. If you've been injured, I'd like to help.
Spencer Callahan is the one to see. Call 387-2323.
The storm station is tracking Francine.
All right, it is the bottom of the hour, approaching 4:30 here in the capital city. If you're just joining us, we just checked in with Balin Rogers. He's experiencing the northern eye wall of the hurricane right now. We also talked to Alexis Maroney in Labadeville, who's getting the brunt of the storm.
Yeah, so now we're going to send it out to Livingston Parish, and our Joe Collins is there. Joe, what do you...
Guys, we're back here in Livingston Parish, and we're also back to the Emergency Preparedness Center, where we had just met with the parish president about an hour ago. We were near the Amite River diversion, where when we were there, we learned about the flooding risk that here in Livingston Parish. That's one of the things they're really concerned about, as you can see, as the rain has intensified since we last spoke. The reason that they're worried about flooding is because, for specifically at the Amite River diversion, that's just one place, is that we were on a dock, and usually the dock for the water level is about 2 feet below the dock, but the water was over that and even spilling onto the dock as well, so that is a flood risk. As you can see behind us, we're near a pond that kind of illustrates where there's going to be more flooding if it does happen. You can see also on to the side, even the grass is starting to get a lot more rain. Now they came back here because they're expecting the storm to intensify in the next couple of hours. They're expecting heavy winds and heavy rain, but they want to make sure that people know that Livingston Parish is under a curfew from dusk until dawn tonight as the storm comes, and they want everyone to be safe about it. By morning, they'll have everything that they need as far as emergency crews going out, clearing debris, making sure that power is good. In the meantime, we will continue to keep you updated from Livingston Parish. Live here, Joe Collins, WBRZ News 2.
Thank you. Just to pass along what he said, Livingston Parish is under a curfew from dusk until dawn tomorrow morning, and then emergency crews will be out just surveying the damage and taking care of the debris before they give the all clear for folks to be out.
We heard from the parish president about an hour ago, Randy DeLatte, with Joe Collins in an interview, and they were showing us that area where Joe is right now in a dock that is generally 2 to 3 feet above the water level. The water was already lapping over the dock, and I believe the parish president said that they had concerns they get another 1 to 2 feet of surge coming in, and that's obviously a concern in Livingston Parish. We're going to head back down to Morgan City with Balin Rogers. As we have been talking about, he is right there in the middle of the northern eye wall, and he's going to be experiencing some of those 90 plus, maybe in 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Balin?
All right, Balin.
Yeah, Michael, conditions, like I've been talking about, are constantly getting worse here in Morgan City. We are seeing some serious gusts here right in front of this government building. We just actually went through the outer eye wall, and now we're about to go through the worst part of Francine, and that is the inner eye wall of the system. So conditions are rapidly deteriorating. Tree limbs are just getting flown in every which direction. They are breaking. You can see the sheets of rain behind me. Pretty good gust right there. There's also this tower off to my right, pretty elevated tower, and it's making a lot of noises as the winds do move through our area. This flag is really starting to move right now, and we are going into complete whiteout conditions here in Morgan City. I heard Malcolm mentioning earlier the hurricane force winds in excess of 75 miles per hour have now made it to the coast, and they are moving inland. That was recorded at the southern edge of the Atchafalaya River, and that is all moving this way as the inner eye wall makes its way into Morgan City. It's going to get very intense, and it's already been intense. I'm having to hold on my hat just so it doesn't blow away. I'm actually shielded from the highest wind speeds from the system. There's a government building, very sturdy brick building right in front of me. It's actually shielding me from the highest winds of the system. But some of these winds are coming around this building and over the top of the roof and hitting me, and I'm having to brace myself as they do move through our area. So we are about to see the worst that Francine has to offer here in Morgan City. I mean, just look at that flag absolutely ripping in the winds right now. We're definitely well into tropical storm force. We're starting to get close to that hurricane force. I wouldn't be surprised if we're already seeing some trees and maybe even a few power lines start to come down across the area. Every single tree I look at, there's just tree limbs and debris flying off the trees in any which direction, and it's really starting to get bad here in Morgan City. I expect our winds to continue to pick up over the next about 30 minutes. We're going through the northwestern quadrant of Francine right now. That's not actually where the max winds are. That's generally in the northern and northeastern quadrant of the system, but we're still going to get hurricane force winds here, and it is getting worse and worse by the minute. Every single second I talk, we're seeing a higher and a higher wind gust here in Morgan City. I haven't checked radar in a second, but it looked like we were about to go into what I mentioned earlier, that inner eye wall, and that is where the most intense winds are located at with the system. It was actually just recently upgraded to a Cat 2 hurricane with 100-mile-per-hour winds. So we'll have to see if we get up to that mark. I think that's, again, going to be more just east of here. Wow, really big gust right now just off to my right. A lot of noises going on right now across the area. A lot of whistling noises. Power lines are whistling, and it is getting very intense here in Morgan City, and I keep on having to brace myself. So, looks like we're going through the northwestern eye wall. We're going to get to that inner eye wall very soon. We're pretty much almost kissing it right now, and that's when we're going to see those hurricane force gusts here in the area. And then, if we get into the eye or not, it's going to depend. We could have slight little wobbles off to the west, and we could maybe sneak into the eye and see a bit of a calming in the system as we get into the eye of Francine before the winds pick up once again on the backside. So, right now, the worst winds are going to be right around the core of the system, known as the eye wall. And you're still going to see a remnant of the eye wall as this makes its way farther north into the heart of the viewing area. So although the winds are not going to be as intense as what we're seeing now and what we're about to see, it's still going to be very intense for a good part of the capital area, especially if you find yourself closer to the center of the circulation. And wow, that is another very big wind gust here in the area. It just seems like the winds keep on getting stronger and stronger, and that might be one of the strongest wind gusts we've seen so far. Yeah, my cameraman is getting soaked right now. Sorry about that. But it is getting very intense here. Trees are coming down. I haven't seen any power lines down yet, but they might be coming down as well. And I'm going to continue to follow this, maybe come back pretty soon. But for now, I'm going to send it over to the studio and maybe get a check on radar exactly where I'm at with meteorologist Josh Aegis. But back to you in the studio.
All right, Balin, great work out there. Stay safe. We did want to emphasize that for the viewers at home that did not see her last shot, you do have shelter from a building just on the other side of the camera there, sir. He is protected from the winds coming from that opposite direction. Guys, we're all on set here together. We were kind of mouths agape looking at that shot. The flagpoles and the trees.
And the trees
they're moving.
Swaying back and forth.
Yeah. And I'm looking on radar to answer Balin's question. He's about halfway through the eye wall at this point. And actually, he's getting ready to take another good pummeling. It looks like the very strongest inner eye wall, point of the inner eye wall, is about to cycle through Morgan City now. I'm told we have Lexi in Libertyville as well, who's also going to be getting the brunt of that.
They're getting into
out.
the northern eye wall right now.
Is she ready right now?
Tell you what, tell us
no,
when she is ready.
We don't have her yet. We're working on getting her up. Okay.
When she is ready, we'll talk about that. But I think what Balin is seeing is a pretty good example of what you can expect in Assumption Parish and St. Martin Parish, likely in parts of St. James and Terrebonne Parish as well. It should be to a lesser extent when it reaches the capital area later this evening. So you're not necessarily, you might see some sheets of rain like that. I don't think you'll see the flagpoles quite as sideways, but there could be some temporary gusts that get to the levels of what Balin's experiencing.
What was the gust that he was dealing with?
I think you got
I
that pulled
have
up?
the observations pulled up right here. We got the computer right in front of us so we can actually see everything real time, even when we're right here on camera. I see a peak gust at 4:15 at 55 miles per hour at Patterson Memorial Airport. Highest sustained speed I see is 43 miles per hour. So those are tropical storm force conditions, but they are on the western side of the eye wall, which might reduce wind speeds slightly.
We could end up seeing some higher wind speeds even in Houma, east of that, in Terrebonne Parish, and then eventually, I wouldn't be surprised in this event if New Orleans ends up with higher wind gusts than, say, New Roads or Baton Rouge.
I'm looking at the radar right now, too, and the northern eye wall is getting into St. James Parish before too long, maybe even Ascension Parish at some point.
Speaking of Ascension Parish, let's get back to Morgan City and Lexi in just a moment. We need to go to News 2's Sarah Gray Barr, who is also standing by live.
The Volunteer Fire Department. Gotcha. Yeah, guys, I am in Santa Ma in Ascension Parish. I'm actually behind the Volunteer Fire Department building. At first, I was blocked by the building, so I wasn't getting a ton of rain, but as you can see, the wind has picked up. The rain is coming at me. It is just getting stronger. On our drive here, we got out to Ascension Parish around noon. There was very light rain, very light wind, but as you can tell, it is raining. It's coming down, and I want to show you behind me, this is their overflow pond. Canals, culverts lead into this. It looks fairly full. Hold up, I have a yardstick. I want to show you something. When I was talking with first responders who work here, they were telling me that this overflow pond has actually risen about 2.5 to 3 feet higher than it usually is. Just to put that in perspective, this is my yardstick from Lowe's. I love my Lowe's yardstick. That's up to my hips. That is up to my hips. For reference, I am 5 feet tall. This water has risen up to my hips, just showing you how deadly this water can be and that it's dangerous. Imagine driving through that amount of water, which is why the sheriff's office is reminding people to stay off the roads if you do not have to be on them. Please leave these roads clear for first responders. If you have to go somewhere, of course, go get your supplies, go get your water, go get your food. But as soon as you can, please get home and stay safe and hunker down until this storm passes through. And on that same train of thought, when I was speaking with the sheriff's office, they were telling me, if you're having an emergency, please call 911. But if you have some sort of situation that you need to report that is not an emergency, please call the Citizen Service phone number. We have that over on our website, WBRZ.com. Other things I might want to mention, we were passing through town. We saw several gas stations starting to close. We actually saw one gas station where a man was starting to saran wrap all the pumps. Not only did he saran wrap the pumps, he also was tying down the trash cans. And he was telling us that the reason he was doing this at this Murphy USA gas station was to make sure nothing blew away and to just maintain the quality of his gas station service come tomorrow when the storm is finally passed through. We're going to hear from him later tonight, but as you can tell, the rain is still coming down. If you don't have to be outside, please do not be outside. Please stay home and just wait through this system passes all the way through. Live in Santa Ma, Sarah Gray Barr, WBRZ News 2.
All right, Sarah, thank you for that.
Unbelievable. I mean, it just makes sense too. We're seeing the worst weather kind of creep up the river parishes and eventually into the metro area this evening. Looking at a clock, time flies. Obviously, when we're doing this coverage, and we were expecting a landfall in that 4 o'clock hour. I would think that note will come to us imminently here. And yeah, worst conditions in the metro area. I've been timing to start around 5, and I think I'll be on track. Look 5 forward into especially closer to nightfall. Start going downhill pretty quickly in Baton Rouge, Livingston, Gonzales.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we have the radar behind us here, and we just saw Sarah Gray Bar in Ascension Parish, and the northern eye wall is very clearly right there. And moving north towards that location.
Yes, and we talked about the consecutive rain bands kind of lined up here. So eye wall, we're talking about here, and the inner eye wall, outer rain band there. There's another one farther north, and the first one that just came through the capital area within the last 1 hour or so here. So you saw some heavy rain and some wind there. Sarah Gray just touched on the rain really picking up in this rain band here. Didn't look like she was dealing with a ton of wind, but Alexis Maroney in Labadeville is on that northern eye wall, and Balin especially in Morgan City. So this is the one, as this spreads inland and northward into the late afternoon, early evening hours, this is where you really go, okay, Francine is here. You're going to notice that next, let's say, here we go in Southern Ascension. So Donaldsonville, 30, 60 minutes, you're going to know all about it. White Castle, too, that'll be coming your way. And then as we get into lower Livingston Parish, a little more than about an hour down the line. So this is kind of the leading edge of the real tropical storm conditions as they spread inland toward the capital area in the 10-12 corridor. And remember, we haven't talked a whole lot about power outages and infrastructure damage yet. A lot of that's right here.
I'll check all that in a second.
In the metro. Well, that's what I'm saying. It probably hasn't reached it yet. But in the metro area, the tri-parish area, when that northern eye wall gets to the metro area, that's when those numbers are going to start going up fast.
We talked about rainfall in Gonzales. Is there a way to show?
Yes, let's zoom in real quick here and we'll put up the Doppler radar estimates. And it's important to note that these are just estimates, but they tend to do a pretty good job with reasonable error there. Let me pop up the estimated rainfall totals. So this would be since midnight here, and it might take a second for these totals to pop on here. Sometimes it takes a couple of seconds here, but you see all those green shadings, and we will sample some of these velocities. We'll go to southeastern Ascension Parish. First, you see a 1.8 bullseye there in the southeastern part of the parish. Let's go along Airline Highway.
That's about where she is.
North of Gonzales, just a little bit under an inch. And but remember, I mean, the storm is still moving north into that location and still kind of, I wouldn't even say we're midway through at this point.
Now drag that south toward Assumption and St. Mary.
Yeah.
And I bet earlier I was querying some 2-3 inch estimates there. But look, that's piling up fast south of Morgan City and just east of Morgan City and Amelia. Don't want to leave out those communities too. Are likely seeing some of that heavy rain as well.
3.7, that estimated almost 4 inches there.
Forecast 4 to 8. So
That's
I mean, like that range looks very probable.
And it's continuing. What we can also do is broaden out the view just a little bit more, and we can actually draw a box here and look at the average accumulation over the region instead of just picking out local bullseyes. Assumption, St. Mary Parish, on average, 2.2 inches.
So far, and more to come. Like you said, about halfway. Forecast rainfall was 4 to 8.
Right.
Double that, we're in that 4-inch range. You're going to have some bullseyes, some isolated areas where it's a little bit higher. And I mean, I think that's why we see that flood warning in place along that Highway 90 corridor. It's not necessarily amounts we can't handle here. It's too much, too fast.
Right. Yeah, and I think you may see some more warnings expanding a little bit farther north with time. There is a look at the current radar perspective, and I would say landfall is going to happen pretty shortly here. I mean, you look for the center of circulation, which is right about there now, and it's not far away. We can measure that actually real quick and give you an estimate on exactly how far that is. Center of circulation is less than 10 miles away.
And it's moving 17 miles per hour, so within the hour.
Within the hour, we will get that update from the National Hurricane Center. And that's kind of why we drag this computer over here, too, is so we could stay up to date with the latest information, because the Hurricane Center will push out something the second this makes landfall.
Yeah, and then it's what we kind of talked about the last few days was this would be the story first, was the landfall. And we're getting that story on the ground from Alexis and Balin. And then once that landfall occurs, the story becomes, all right, now we move into the capital city and we watch the weather deteriorate here into the evening hours. And myself and Emma Kate earlier, Brandy and JP were helping us reinforce the message of patience. I know it's hard to sit home from work and school on a day where it's just raining and a little bit breezy. I could have been there today. What's happening? They said a hurricane was coming. With time, those conditions will go downhill in the capital city, and that will happen as we approach nightfall.
So what are we going to see in the next, 15, 20 minutes where Balin and Alexis are? What do we expect to see in terms of the conditions? I know that it'll get even worse.
I think Balin's in the worst of it right now. In fact, I think probably in the next, I'd say 30 minutes to an hour, things should probably gradually get a little bit better for Balin. Things will probably get worse for Bree and Alexis out in Assumption Parish.
Yeah, and crossing, that'll be important to get that Highway 90 corridor kind of cleared of the heaviest axis of rain. That's the first step to some improving conditions. As I referenced, winds will remain elevated, but the important notation, I like that view just for a moment, Malcolm, where we're seeing a little bit wider. Strongest winds are going to be in this northern eye wall because the really heavy rain and thunderstorm activity is mixing down to the surface even stronger winds. The pressure field remains the same on generally the entire center circulation of this storm. So the winds are still strong on the southern end, but it's without the rain to mix down even stronger winds from the clouds just above.
Got a new report from Morgan City, sustained winds at 43, gusts to 62. Those numbers just keep ramping up.
Got to believe you're going to see a hurricane force gust in there estimated
At
here
some
before
point.
time is up.
And you know, these observations are taken at certain time intervals, so we may miss one of those between those intervals, but they're probably out there somewhere along the coast, and we've already seen some reports of that right along the coast.
I wonder if I don't know if you have it built in there, Malcolm. We just kind of set this up. We don't build the track in and talk a little bit about the timeline here moving forward, and maybe even the winds. We have that wind graph timeline that Baton Rouge and Morgan City is a good reference point.
We will get to that momentarily. Here's the track, and it also has the tornado watch overlaid, because remember, there is a tornado threat. Haven't seen any warnings yet, fortunately, but that could change as these spiral rain bands continue to move into parts of the capital area. By far the greatest tornado threat will be along and east of the track. That's where the winds generated by the storm align with the motion. You can see that yellow shading just east of that center line track from the hurricane center. Notice Baton Rouge not included in that tornado watch.
Again, I think this is worth talking about.
That's
this
getting
center
back
line.
to, was it the 2 o'clock update or the 3 o'clock update?
Am I crazy? I believe you and I stood right here and we watched that center line go over Baton Rouge. We all saw that,
That's
right?
And then it shifted back to where it is
right back
now.
to where it was. That was a really, and the Hurricane Center doesn't usually fool around like that. That was a weird move, and it didn't make sense because you had this trajectory doing this, and then they suddenly made a path that did that, and then they went back to
And
whatever.
almost all of the hurricane.
Stand by, guys.
Yeah. Let's go to Alexis and Bree right now in Iberville.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, things are really picking up here in Iberville. If you cannot tell already, wind gusts are picking up, and so is the rain. We heard a transformer blow up earlier near this area behind us. Just a reminder, we are in Assumption Parish, about half an hour away from where Balin is in St. Mary Parish in the Morgan City area. Our camera lenses probably has some raindrops on it, so I apologize for that, but things are getting very, very intense. We're already seeing some flooding in the area. Something very minor. It wasn't anything crazy, but things are picking up. We showed you that cane field earlier. The longer cane is laying down, and we did find out from a sugarcane farmer that if the cane is laid out flat like that, it is no more good for harvest season. So we're hoping that this storm does not cause too much damage to the agriculture business. But right now, in the middle of the storm, it is really, really picking up. I think we're right near the eye wall, near Morgan City. We're about half an hour away from there. Like I said, we have heard of power outages in Assumption Parish near the Napoleonville area. So we expect that to move throughout the parish as this storm intensifies throughout the day. If you see here, it's really picking up. The winds are blowing directly at us, and it's pretty intense out here, I'm not gonna lie. But for now, we're gonna go back inside, get some shelter, and we'll come back in just a minute to check in with how things are going out here in Assumption Parish. Back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, well, what we're going to do is take a quick break, and we'll be right back with our continuing coverage of Tracking Francine.
We're hosting the Emmys, and this year they're going highbrow.
No, they said eyebrow. They want you to make bad jokes about your eyebrows, which you're not doing.
Why don't they go through proper channels? My brows have their own agent.
What did I just say?
What?
When you're dealing with the aftermath of a car wreck, You need local, hometown attorneys to understand the struggles you and your family are facing. I'm attorney Gordon McKernan. We've been fighting for our clients in Greater Baton Rouge for more than 30 years. Our attorneys and legal staff don't just work here, they live here. Their kids go to school here, and giving back is so important to all of us. We've recovered over $3 billion for our clients. Now your local hometown attorneys are ready to go to work for you. Just call me. Get it done.
Call 888-8888.
The excellence of driving a Buick is matched by the excellence of the dealership experience when you own a Buick. Buick, exceptional by design.
Get a 2024 Buick Envista starting at $23,495. See your Bayou Buick dealer.
So there I was, in the thick of it. I've been on hunts like this before, but nothing this dangerous. Keeping eyes wide open, rounding blind corners, entering the dark abyss, doing whatever I can to stay one step ahead of my enemy. When I finally get a clear aim, I take the shot. The hunt is on.
What did it say about sitting in my chair?
Sorry, Grandma.
Now's the time to get a great deal on the #1 selling compact tractor in the U.S. Professional-grade mowers, durable sidekick utility vehicles, and versatile compact tractors. It's the equipment you need to take care of your land. Right now, bring home select Kubota equipment for 0 down, 0% APR for up to 60 months, plus save up to $300.
Get your new Kubota at Ascension Equipment Rental on Airline Highway in Gonzales.
Don't be a victim twice. Call me, attorney Peyton Murphy, at 928-8800.
The storm station is tracking Francine.
We indeed continue our coverage of Hurricane Francine, a landfall imminent across coastal Louisiana here within the next hour. Actually, we're estimating under that. Chief Meteorologist Dr. Josh Eaches alongside meteorologist Malcolm Byron. We have meteorologist Balin Rogers on the coast. We're going to check in with him a little bit later on, but it's been a while since we've done a full analysis of the situation here with Francine. Malcolm, kind of lead us off what we're looking at.
Well, we have peak winds now at 100 miles per hour, and the recent Hurricane Center forecasts have kind of teeter-tottered back and forth on whether or not they expect a Category 1 or 2 landfall, but really we're only talking about a 10-mile difference there. Sometimes they were talking about a landfall with 90-mile-per-hour winds, other times 100 miles per hour. It just happened to be right on that cusp between Category 1 and 2, but it currently is a low-end Category 2 storm with maximum sustained winds at 100 miles per hour. And notice that pressure there. It's dropping a little bit, indicating a potential strengthening trend.
Yeah, it was surprising to us given all the features and factors that were working against it earlier. The 10-mile-per-hour adjustment in wind speeds is kind of a big whoop. It's, you know, on 190, you're not going to notice a huge difference in that and the damage that it does do. So we won't focus on category or winds. An interesting note, certainly, but we prepare for, again, the same impacts that we've been advertising for days here. They are really unchanged by this uptick in max wind speeds.
That's right. Here's a look at the center of circulation, if you will. I'd say this is maybe 10 to 20 miles out from landfall. There's St. Mary Parish, there's Terrebonne Parish. It's likely going to make landfall to the east of Morgan City. But Morgan City right now is in the eye wall itself. Maybe getting into a region of lighter precipitation, if you will, if it tracks just right. But right now, Morgan City has been experiencing some pretty nasty weather, and they're in the brunt of it now. I would expect in the next hour things should generally subside, but that should change for areas a little bit farther north.
Yeah, and what's fascinating to me that we've seen this kind of uptick in winds, Malcolm, whereas the structure of the storm has looked worse and worse and worse with each passing hour. So interesting that, and it may just be that the hurricane hunters only for the first time identified those winds of 100. They may have been there all along and they just weren't identified until now. But we are seeing a storm that now it had dry air working against it. It had wind shear working against it. Now we add friction to the mix, interactions with land. So the National Hurricane Center, you've heard them use the terminology for rapid intensification. We did not see that with this system. But on the other end of the scale, rapid weakening is a term they've been using in their forecast discussions on this, which is expected after landfall. Not letting our guard down inland, but I'm not surprised to see the presentation very quickly change with what this storm looks like overall, and that will evolve rapidly into the evening hours.
Right, but we still have some very strong winds at the coast here. In fact, you see that bright green shading indicating strong winds. I'm going to step off camera here and sample some of these wind velocities for just a moment using our computer off at the side here. We're going to do eastern St. Mary Parish out towards Morgan City. And I should remind you, this is a couple thousand feet above ground level. We're actually sampling data from the Lake Charles radar. Typically with hurricanes, you actually see the strongest winds in the lower levels of the atmosphere, not like the typical low pressure systems that we would typically see, let's say, in like the winter time. But this is a couple hundred feet, or a couple thousand feet rather, above ground level. And some of these will be mixing down to the ground, so I wouldn't be surprised to see some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds with that signature right there.
And we'll continue to sample these as the storm moves inland this evening. And what we'll see is while these wind velocities are higher just above the ground, those numbers, just like the weakening storm, they will get lower and lower as the storm moves inland. But it's worth keeping in mind that that's kind of the max potential of what you have as identified by radar. And some of these rain bands, the thunderstorm activity within them will grab these winds a couple thousand feet above the ground and mix that down to the surface with the heaviest rain. So you'll see those winds elevated certainly beneath this layer, but this is the max potential getting down to the surface. And I think you just kind of picked out where we have one of our other crews right now in Labbyville.
Yeah, this is generally west of Labbyville, Assumption Parish here. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds a couple thousand feet above the ground. That number has been rising as the northern eye wall moves north towards Assumption Parish. I would suspect that that number would continue to rise. Potential there for maybe a few hurricane force gusts, at least tropical storm force winds at the very least.
Yeah, actually, I think since you can scroll live here, let's just, for instance, let's see what Baton Rouge is sampling right above the local area right now. So Malcolm's going to step off camera, and you're going to see him pan the camera up here to the north. And then he's going to use a little look, and look, there's not even much green there, so you might have to look towards East Baton Rouge or between the 10-12 corridor. It's probably going to be really low.
I'm going to switch radars here to the Hammond radar for Baton Rouge, probably get better coverage out here. Different color, doesn't matter what color it is. We're sampling the magnitudes of the velocities aloft. And in Baton Rouge, this is actually roughly about 2,000 to 3,000 feet above ground level.
Right.
Things starting to get a little bit breezier. In just a few moments, we will show you some of the wind speeds actually observed at ground level in Baton Rouge.
Right, and those are probably of most interest to those watching at home right now. If I have the lineup memorized, we probably should go there next.
Yeah,
let's talk forecast of the winds now and what you can expect across the area moving forward. We see what radar is estimating now. We know the max winds are at about 100 miles per hour, sustained with some locally higher gusts. But let's go to the coast. This is Morgan City. North-northeast, 44 miles per hour. Whoops, switching around.
Yeah, we'll switch that back.
There we go. North-northeast, 44 miles per hour as that northern eye wall is moving across St. Mary Parish and Morgan City, all along the Highway 90 corridor from Franklin to Baldwin. We're likely seeing some similar winds. And now I think we're going to the forecast next, right? The forecast in that area. And there we go. And that's funny because it starts now. So you see
that line way up there. That's a weird dip right there, but that actually might be the center.
Eye. Yeah.
The eye getting really close, and then it jumps back up a little more as the storm pulls away, and then it really goes down tomorrow.
And that's why we talked about, too, though, that where you get a temporary calm in the eye, that southern side, it might not be as wet, it might not be as rainy, but still windy. It's still a pressure system, and on the southern side, even if that's a dry side, you could still have some gusts over 50.
Now we'll switch to Baton Rouge. There's our tower cam right now, and it's a dreary scene. Sustained winds in Baton Rouge at 21 miles per hour. Likely a few higher gusts on top of that, and that would likely rise as we go through the night. 76 the current air temperature with showers around. This is the Baton Rouge wind trend. Lower than what we expect near the coast because, as you mentioned earlier, we expect a rapid weakening. Looks like we got some new data in there jumping those numbers up a little bit more. But at the very least, tropical storm force wind gusts upwards of 50, maybe 60 miles per hour in the metro.
And that continues through about midnight, again, because while we might deal with the heaviest action prior to midnight from a rain perspective, even as that storm pulls away on the southern and western side, we'll still have some gusty winds. So it's not until about daybreak tomorrow continue to bring up that crucial 30-mile-per-hour mark where the linesmen and the power crews can get out there and get the bucket trucks up and whatnot and get to work. Need to be under 30, and we should have sustained under 30 through most of the daylight hours tomorrow, so crews should be able to get to work pretty quickly.
I'm going to pull up the current map of wind speeds and wind gusts. That way we can actually get the instantaneous burst of wind there. Morgan City, that was up to 62 with the last observation, but now showing a 54-mile-per-hour gust there. Baton Rouge gusting up to 33, Gonzales up to 32. New Orleans, A little bit farther east of the center of circulation, they have a gust of 41 sustained at 26.
Yeah, and I said that. I wouldn't be shocked if we see some higher wind reports in New Orleans as compared to, say, New Roads, for instance. Well, New Roads may technically end up closer to the storm center than New Orleans. New Orleans is going to be in that eastern side, as I like Emma Kate's term, the dirty side of the storm. It's a little bit more active.
So this is a new update from the National Hurricane Center. Still almost a certainty of at least seeing tropical storm force winds in the metro area, especially points east. In fact, those probabilities have climbed with the latest Hurricane Center forecast for New Orleans, maybe decreased a little bit. I mean, you see that 90% chance in New Roads, and it quickly drops off west of Point Capee Parish.
So to remind you what this means, that's the chance of a 39-mile-per-hour sustained wind for 1 minute or more. It needs to be 1 minute. So you'll see that at least once. And that's all it takes to do a little bit of structural and tree damage, especially to power lines that are weaker, especially to trees that are weaker or weakened by the drought and the rain from the last couple of weeks then that made the ground saturated. So it's not like you're going to experience this from, say, 5 to midnight constantly. That's not what the 100% means. It means at some point in that window, you will see wind over 39 miles per hour.
And shifting gears now and talking about the rain, we did see a little nudge east in the track with the 4 o'clock advisory. I'm not surprised to see that. Most of the computer model guidance shows a track somewhere between the Baton Rouge Metro and Lake Pontchartrain. And I think along and east of that track, that's where you'll see the highest axis of heavy rain. As a baseline, 3 to 6 inches is possible, but along that track, maybe just northwest of the track, that's where we could see some locally higher amounts.
I want to point out something really important on this map, and we're probably going to see some adjustments to another aspect of the forecast because of it. That's the river levels. Where are most of our river level basins? Comey, northern East Baton Rouge Parish. Amite, through parts of East Feliciana, St. Helena, northern Livingston Parish, rain totals have come down. Tickfall, also in this vicinity, rain totals have come down. Where does they remain high? The Tangipahoa River Basin and those rivers to the east of our viewing area, getting closer to the Pearl River. But all of these heaviest amounts generally fall over areas that don't have major drainage channels. There could be some standing water issues, some bayous, some creeks that come up. But our key metro area rivers, the drainage basins are also the north that are now in an area that sees a lower rainfall total than we were even expecting 6 hours ago. Thanks to that's why we say those small 20, 30 mile per hour wiggles in track means so much to so many aspects of the forecast. Imagine that 3 days in advance might have been off by 30, 40 miles.
Right.
But when we get into the daytime of the storm, these little wiggles are fascinating to watch through the day because they do have wide-reaching impact. So we'll keep an eye, but I'll bet when our next river forecasts come out, those levels, which are already primarily expected to be below flood stage, will stay that way or even go lower.
Right, and I think after the event, too, those river flood forecasts get much more accurate.
Yeah, that's right, they will. I think Chris told me, we'll leave this up here, but they have some video we could talk over. You guys can take that whenever. Malcolm and I will take a look. If you want to tell me what we're seeing when you bring it up, we'll certainly have a look there. I see, okay, we're seeing from Dulac, Terrebonne Parish. Okay, so this is just to the east of where we saw meteorologist Balin Rogers in Morgan City and southeast of where we were finding Alexis Maroney in Labadyville. That's pretty intense. And that goes to show you, Malcolm, I think that speaks to, think of the safe spot Balin got himself into, in a parking lot near a sturdy building. That is very not.
It's so easy to underestimate the power of water.
Yeah.
And the wind just exerts that drag on the water and just pushes it. That's why storm surge is one of the deadliest part of hurricanes, is because sometimes it's easy to misjudge just how powerful rushing water can be.
Yeah, I mean, this is hurricanes, tropical storms, they are a coastal event. And that is clearly an exposed coastal area with rushing water. It's why you're often urged to leave those locations when a tropical system's coming in. Again, to what we were saying about Balin, he moved away from water. He moved further in, it's not far, but farther inland in Morgan City, surrounding himself by sturdy structures to protect himself from the wind and any large bodies of water that could quickly inundate his area.
He didn't even want to leave the levee protected area, and that is the reason why.
Right, and that says something because we know Balin as a daredevil storm chaser, but he knows when not to mess with the weather, and today was one of those days, and that video from Dulac kind of shows that. We get back to the forecast now, and we're taking a look at satellite. Malcolm, I know you've got plenty to say about this, but we've seen such a transformation in the last 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah, it's interesting. What these color contours represent are the temperature of the cloud tops way up high in the sky, and the colder the cloud tops, the higher they're getting, the stronger the thunderstorms. And we see a lot of these reds earlier on this morning. and then they began to weaken. And we thought, okay, is this the beginning of the end for this storm? Is it going to continue to weaken? And I don't know if you noticed this here, but that explosion of convection and thunderstorm activity right on shore. And at first we were trying to figure out why is that happening, because you would think once it interacts with land, it should weaken. But I think there might be some frictional convergence right along the coast that might spark some more of that thunderstorm activity.
So what Malcolm's basically saying there, to take that term in another way, is that you see these winds rushing inland, they're hitting land, and it's forcing them to go somewhere, and that's rising. And the rising motion generates new shower and storm activity. Because if you talked about friction in some ways harming the storm, look at the early going while the center was still offshore. We had pretty healthy cold cloud tops here and immediately fall apart upon hitting land. But that central circulation is where we're seeing that blow up of new convection.
And maybe that blow up of convection is an indicator of why we saw that 100-mile-per-hour jump in winds. Or excuse me, 10-mile-per-hour jump in winds to 100 miles per hour.
And the northeast motion, we've seen, I like that we have the track on here, because you can see really, we had this nice beeline northeast over the last 24 hours. But there have been some distinct wiggles here in the last 12 hours or so.
And we do eventually expect a northward turn to this as this begins to interact with an upper level disturbance, which is actually sitting way over here. That should eventually pivot this off towards the north. So while it may move northeast for the next couple of hours, then it may make a northward turn, maybe up towards, let's say, the Florida parishes out into Mississippi.
Yeah, and even paralleling I-55 at some point later on this evening. We'll have to keep an eye on that. One of the big factors that's been working against this system, we've talked about wind shear, now friction because we're getting close to landfall, and it's the dry air that's working on this system from the west. And I don't doubt, we've been talking about the dry air coming on the southern side, wrapping into the storm center, eroding it from within, but I don't doubt that this dry air also hitting the southwest, coming in from the southwest, hitting the northern side of the storm is why you've probably seen on some of our radar images and noticed, especially north and west of Baton Rouge, some of that rain activity is really starting to dry up and struggle right now. So this is going to be a very lopsided event in terms of impacts and the presentation on radar. And Malcolm's going back to that right now. We have a landfall?
Yes, we do have a landfall. Francine has made landfall in southern Louisiana in the parish of Terrebonne, about 30 miles south-southwest of Morgan City, as a Category 2 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds are estimated near 100 miles per hour. A station located on Eugene Island recently reported a wind gust of 105 miles per hour with a minimum pressure at 976.
You said south-southwest of Morgan City, so they're calling the landfall right about on that point there, part of Terrebonne Parish. That'd be south-southwest.
It's hard to see exactly where that center circulation is because we don't have a closed eye wall there, but clearly that center moving in over land right now, continuing north.
So if that's center, and we know we have a northeastern movement, I'll just draw with my hand here. We are going to take, so that where that estimated wind speed of 100 miles per hour was, I mean, stand by Balin and Alexis, stand by Morgan City, Amelia, Supreme, Labadeville. Those strongest wind gusts in the southern part of, the southern part of the inner eye wall here and the core of this storm, they're heading right for you, moving to the northeast at about 17 miles per hour.
We should also have a track update as well. I'm going to pull that up here. There's the 5 o'clock advisory, still peak winds at 100 miles per hour. Zoom in just a little bit closer there. The radar is still. This is the current live radar. You can see very heavy rain over parts of western St. Mary, Assumption Parish, moving north into St. James, Assumption Parish before too long in the track between Lake Pontchartrain and Baton Rouge.
Where it was all along yesterday.
That's right.
We had that bizarre shift earlier. I want to make a really important point here. This cone is really tiny. That's because the storm is initializing right here now. It's always wider, farther out in space and time. And with this cone being really tiny, you go, Baton Rouge, they're on the western side of that cone now. It might miss us. It will not miss you. The cone is where the center will go, not where impacts will be felt. Impacts will be felt to the west and much more so to the east. So everything remains on track from a forecast perspective. This is projecting exactly where that center will go, which is through Assumption. It looks like St. James, and then into eventually central Livingston Parish.
I think we should emphasize as well, we often talk about the east side of the storm being the dirty side. The west side is not the clean side, though. I mean, if the center circulation tracks, let's say, through Ascension and Livingston Parish, Baton Rouge is still just miles away from the center, and you're going to see northwesterly winds whipping on the back side. Maybe slightly lower than what you see on the east side, but it is still going to be strong, still could do some damage.
Yeah, I think maybe a good way, it's the eastern side could have slightly stronger winds, and they will sprawl out farther to the east, on the eastern side of the storm. So the tropical wind extent will go less further out on the western side than it will on the eastern side. That's really the main difference there. But yeah, just because you're immediately west of center doesn't mean you're off scot-free.
Well, that's the latest track update from the National Hurricane Center. We will get another update in an hour per their statement. 6 o'clock, we should get another position update as well as a track update.
So with all that being said, what I'll say is Malcolm and I are about to step off set here. We're going to go update this with that landfall information. We're going to make sure that gets pushed out on this if you're following along with the Storm Station weather app. Our on-air updates will continue, and those new advisories, likely the landfall advisory, you've probably already seen it. That comes out on our WBRZ Weather X and Facebook platform. So that's kind of the wrap right now. We're not going anywhere. We've got plenty more to talk about, analyzing the storm as it gets closer to Baton Rouge, and we have way more in the field from our live crews sprawled all about southeastern Louisiana. We are going to take a quick break. We continue tracking Francine after this.
Hey, we're Big D and Bubba. Wake up with us every weekday morning on 100.7 The Tiger.
Download our free Tiger app and take us with you anywhere in the world. The only country station in town that is live and local. 100.7 The Tiger.
Benny's has proudly been your local one-stop shop for all your car care needs for over 70 years. And when you join our Unlimited Wash Club, you can wash every day, all month long, starting at just $17.99 a month. Plus, club members receive exclusive discounts on fuel and 25% off oil changes. Only at Benny's. Cheaper, faster, better.
I look at cancer as a very unique disease to an individual patient. So cancer is a ubiquitous problem. Getting everyone's input that's related to the specific case is important in delivering the best care. And then once we understand their needs, we plug them in with all the right support services, in addition to continuing a collaborative approach and an individualized approach to their care. Your support is our focus. Together we triumph. Visit marybird.org to learn more.
This is you, and this is your lingering hunch.
Go Browns! Browns!
But FanDuel's giving you profit boosts every NFL game day, so your hunch won't linger much longer.
All customers get a profit boost every NFL game day. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook.
Tiger Country is 100.7 The Tiger. In the car on 100.7 FM or on the 100.7 The Tiger app. 90s country and beyond. 100.7 The Tiger.
There's DNA. Then there's heavy-duty DNA. HDNA. It's engineered into every aspect of the GMC Sierra HD. With the pulling power to prove it. Tow hitches of the world, prepare for glory. Get 5.9% APR for 84 months on Sierra heavy-duty Denali models. That's over $5,300 in average finance savings.
The Storm Station is tracking Francine.
All right, Hurricane Francine has made landfall as a Category 2 storm with maximum sustained winds about 100 miles an hour, about 30 miles to the west of Morgan City.
Yeah, meteorologist Balin Rogers is right in the thick of it. Balin, bring us up to date.
Well, I'll tell you what, Sylvia, we are seeing the strongest winds that we have seen so far with Francine. This is actually some of the strongest winds I've seen in my life, and I've been in many different hurricanes. This flag is actually getting completely ripped to shreds when you get the right gust. There is tons of winds out behind me. We're seeing gusts. I mean, it has to be hurricane force at this point. I mean, these winds are absolutely insane. We are right in the middle of the inner eye wall right now, and we are just getting blown around in these hurricane force winds. These are the strongest winds of the storm right now, and I'm really having to brace for these winds as they do move through our area. So seems like that we're gusting over 70 miles per hour now. There's a lot of damage everywhere. This tower up over here is making lots of noises as it does the wind. Now, like I mentioned, this is some of the strongest winds that I have seen in my life, and it has just constantly gotten worse pretty much with each and every second. I'm gonna go and put this hood on here, try to protect myself from some of these winds. It has been very much going downhill here in Morgan City. We continue to have to brace for some of these gusts, which, like I said, I would imagine are over hurricane force at this point. The trees are really taking a beating. Lots of tree limbs, big giant tree limbs have been coming down now, and it is just, this city is taking a beating. I've been hearing a lot of sirens, a lot of emergency vehicles try to respond. Lots of transformers exploding as well. You just hear a big explosion sound, and that's basically the transformer completely overloading because of the force of the winds pushing on the power line. So we're definitely seeing power outages now, and we're just seeing a lot of impacts now in our area, or in Morgan City, and we're going to continue to just be right in the brunt of this storm, at least for the next 30 minutes or so, until we do eventually hopefully get into that eye. We might actually barely skirt the edge of the eye wall on the western side, but I tell you what, these winds have been ripping here, seeing a lot of damage. Trees are really getting damaged here, power lines getting damaged, and we're just going to continue to see this relentless rain and this relentless wind in our area. It has been very bad here in Morgan City, and I don't know, we might even see stronger gusts. We got a very big gust coming now. I see it coming in the distance. I'm going to brace for it. Here it comes. Very big gust coming through right now. You pretty much have to squat down and brace for these winds as they come through. If you get taken off guard by these winds, this will blow you over, these type of winds. And I'm actually even shielded from the hardest of the winds right now. I got this big brick governmental building right now that is right in front of me. Oh, that's a big one. And a lot of the winds are blowing up and over that building, but we are seeing some winds come around the building and up and over it and blowing me around a little bit. But if I was to step a little bit farther out that way, I don't know if I could stand up in this. This is very intense winds. Some of the strongest winds I've definitely seen in my life, and Morgan City is taking a beating here. I hope everyone is sheltered behind some sort of building, inside your house, and sheltering from these winds, because this is the type of winds that could blow out windows as well. I mean, this is extremely intense here in Morgan City, and that's another one of those that is very much hurting as these rain pellets do hit me in the face. Yeah, that's a good sting to it. That's a very good sting to it. Yeah, this building is trying to protect me. Not doing a great job at the moment, as we're seeing some of these winds go up and around this building. And we're just continuing to see relentless rain bands. You can actually look off behind me and see some of the winds going through this parking lot. This boat was about to just take off a second ago, and some people from the Army actually had to go and secure it so they could use it later when they do. Unfortunately, okay, we're starting to see some damage now. Just had something come off this roof. I might not be able to stay in here for too much longer. Yeah, just saw something fly off the roof here right in front of me. So this might get a little dangerous here, standing out here. We're probably gonna have to take shelter here very soon. I thought these winds would calm down a little bit as we're getting close, almost into the eye, but my goodness, they're getting strong. Look at this gust coming right now. This is some of the strongest gusts I've seen in the system. Here it comes. Big, strong wind gusts right now, going right throughout this parking lot. Tons of noises right now. We're getting pelted city. We're in the heart of Hurricane Francine. It's very hard to stand up out here in these winds. And although these type of winds are not going to come to Baton Rouge and Denham Springs, the left almost got taken off guard there, but the leftover from this eye wall will be coming to you, and you will need to not be on the roadways. Again, we're not expecting these type of winds getting all the way inland to Baton Rouge or Denham Springs, because the system is going to slowly weaken as it does so, but those winds will start to spread out, so more areas around Southeast Louisiana are going to begin to experience those above tropical storm force winds.
Balin?
And we're just in the brunt of it here,
Hey,
seeing
Balin,
those
can you hear
hurricane
me?
conditions. And I'm going to walk over here for a second because we're seeing a good amount of tree debris right over here in this area as we continue to see the winds really ripping apart some of these trees. It's just like these big gusts that come through. They rip apart some of the trees. You see these big tree limbs that come down around the area, and so far I haven't seen any complete trees get here. And I see one right over there, big old tree limb. Might be just out of view of the camera. Pretty across there, so giant tree limb. But we're in the thick of it here. This is very intense, and if this building was not right here in front of me, I would not be doing so well right now. Because the wind and rain is very strong. Even though I'm partially sheltered by this building, Yeah, that's another one of those big gusts that's moving through our area. You can actually even look off that way and you can see some of the trees that are really bending around in the area. So it is getting very intense here. I really haven't been able to look at radar lately. My phone has gotten pretty waterlogged here. And so I don't know actually how close to the eye we are. Hopefully we get into it soon because Morgan City is taking a beating right now. So yeah, live in Morgan City. My goodness, it is getting bad here. Hopefully people are sheltered. Palin Rogers, WBRC, Channel 2.
All right, Palin Rogers, get to some shelter, but just looking at those pictures, that was pretty dramatic, and you could actually see that he was really steadying himself there. And you know, as he said, if that building were not there, you know, to kind of shelter some of the gust of the wind, the force of that wind, he might actually...
Shielding him from the wind.
Yeah.
And whenever he starts talking about debris flying off the roof, it's time to get under some sort of structure as well. We've been talking about power outage as well. Just a quick note that we just got about 50% of St. Mary Parish is without power. About 9,800 customers of 19,000 electric customers. Will continue to monitor that.
Yeah, and he thinks that there's an even worse scenario to come as far as the weather goes, and the rain and the winds and all of that within, I guess, in the next half hour.
He's in the, as Josh and Malcolm are saying, he's kind of in the thick of it right now. And that will continue to get better for Balin, so we're clearly going to check back in with him as the situation allows. Let's head to Ascension Parish with News 2's Sarah Gray-Barr and check in with her.
Yeah, I'm in Santa Ma out in Ascension Parish. I'm looking straight through a fire bay and I can actually see sheets of rain coming this way. I don't know if you could tell. It's not super bad right here only because I was being blocked by the fire department building. But as you can tell, the rain has definitely picked up since earlier today. We got out on the road around noonish, and at that point it was lightly sprinkling. There was barely any water in the canals, in the culverts, but the water levels have definitely risen. As you can see behind me, this is the overflow pond behind the fire department. The levels have risen 2.5, 3 feet since the beginning of the day, according to the first responders I spoke to. Do you see that gold car right there on my left? I was told that according to the fire department, they expect the water levels to continue to rise and reach up to where that gold car is. So this is not the type of weather that you really want to be out in. This is definitely the type of weather that you want to stay home, stay dry, hunker down, and stay safe through the storm. Speaking of someone who knows a lot about storms, I have Fire Chief James LeBlanc with me here. You told me that you've been doing this job for decades. Can you give a little bit of what you think of the storm?
Yeah, so I think now you're starting to see what we've been expecting all day today. The gusts are picking up, the winds are picking up. We do have some trees down. Ascension Parish government, the sheriff's office, our Homeland Security office is all on target. They're all manned. They're all working hard. This is the time where, like you said, this is the time where you need to stay inside. All right. This is the time where you're going to see trees down. You're going to see wires wrapped in trees. Always treat those wires as they're hot. Don't keep the kids inside. Generators is a big thing for us. Make sure that the generators are not in a closed area so it doesn't cause any carbon monoxide to get into your homes. But this is basically what we've been waiting for all day, and it has arrived. You know, we got our prayers for Morgan City, where it made landfall with a Cat 2. So now Ascension Parish is going to start really feeling the effects of it, and you are correct. This is something that we deal with all the time. We know exactly, we're prepared for it. We've been preparing all week. Sandbags are ready, boats are ready, high water vehicles are ready. So if you don't have to be outside, stay inside, because this is the peak. It's starting to be the peak.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you know, we have all these first responders here in the bay with us. What are they waiting for?
So all of these, this is a volunteer department with about 25 to 30 people here, and they're waiting to go help get trees out of the roadways. They're ready to help with the sandbagging operations. They're ready to help with the elderly. They're ready to help the parish government with any shelter openings. They're ready to just do their work. That's what they do. That's what they always do. It doesn't matter if you're from Ascension Parish, if you're from Baton Rouge. It doesn't matter if you're from Morgan City. All these fire departments do is wake up every day and go to bed every night doing nothing but taking care of their residents. And that's exactly what they're here to do, is take care of their residents.
Yeah, and off camera, we were talking, you've been doing this job for decades. Is this hurricane, is this storm where you thought it was going to be at?
Yeah, so I've been what you're seeing now is what I've been expecting all day, and it's going to go through the night, and we'll be ready all night long to respond and keep our roadways open with our sheriff's office, with our parish government, and we're going to do whatever we can to keep our residents safe. But they can help us by staying inside and hunkering down and let us do our job out here, and you just stay inside and do everything you possibly can tonight to not eat all the snacks, because you're going to need them tomorrow. Okay? All right.
Of course. Thank you so
no
much.
problem.
Live in Santa Ma, Sarah Gabriel, WBRZ News 2. Back to you.
Sarah, thank you for that. And I do just want to pass along this phone number for any emergencies that are not 911 type emergencies in Ascension Parish. The number to call, it's the citizen service number. It's 225-450-1200.
We're starting to get an update on power issues in a lot of these parishes. I can tell you that DEMCO is reporting, especially in Ascension Parish, about 7% of their customers are without power. So there's about 15,000 customers served in Ascension Parish right now. About 1,200 are without power. Livingston performing pretty well thus far. About 48,000 customers there in Livingston Parish. About 1,500 are without power. If you look at the statewide map, if I can pull that out, looks like I X'd out of it. So on the Entergy side, I tell you what, Assumption Parish is taking the brunt of these power outages, as we've talked about 4,000 customers there without, and it's only going to get worse from here.
And we'll get maybe back later with Bree and Alexis there. I can pass along some information regarding, there's the power outage map there for you, but I can update you on some other additional information we have about canceled classes for tomorrow. LSU has announced that classes on campus and online are canceled Thursday. Campus is under a shelter-in-place order until 1 p.m. tomorrow. LSU saying announcements concerning Friday operations will be made after the storm has passed and the impacts are assessed.
Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back.
At Gordon McKerney Injury Attorneys, we've been fighting for our clients in the capital region for over 30 years. We've recovered over $3 billion for our clients. Now your local hometown attorneys are ready to go to work for you. Just call me. Get it done.
We're hosting the Emmys, and this year they're going highbrow.
No, they said eyebrow. They want you to make bad jokes about your eyebrows, which you're not doing.
Why don't they go through proper channels? My brows have their own agent.
What did I just say?
What?
Say goodbye to refinishing and repainting those cracking, warping, and leaking wooden doors, and upgrade now to an iron entry door from Ironworks USA. Custom built in the United States, iron doors protect against intruders and the elements, all with a classic beauty that instantly increases your curb appeal. Custom finishes and specialty glass available, and we measure, manufacture, deliver, and install. Call Ironworks USA now for a free estimate.
You're injured at work, and now you're being told the insurance company has a plan for your workers' compensation benefits.
They say they'll pick good doctors. They say you'll have enough to get by on when you can't work. They say your job will be waiting for you when you finally are able to come back.
You could take their word for it, but isn't it worth one phone call to demand that your rights be protected? Hurt on the job? Demand Dudley DeBosier.
Call Dudley DeBosier. Throw your foes up, throw your foes up.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra, available with the connected driving experience and the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get $3,500 purchase cash on select GMC Sierra models. Or get a total of $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
See your Bayou GMC dealer.
The storm station is tracking Francine.
Josh and Malcolm talking a lot about that outer eye wall that has what we showed you, Balin Rogers experiencing that of course is still tracking to the north and to the east, and it's kind of right on top of Labadeville.
Yeah, and that's where we find Bree Andrus and Alexis Maroney. Bring us up to date, guys, on what you are dealing with right now.
Guys, I don't know if you can tell, but I'm completely soaked in water. If you've ever been to the Audubon Aquarium, there's this big hurricane machine that you stand in. I'm going somewhere with this. And you just stand there and get whipped with rain and all this stuff. That's exactly what this feels like. It's intense. You can see behind me that, I mean, the wind is just kicking us. We're just sitting here and being blown at. The rain is hitting me directly in the face. About 5 o'clock, parts of Labadeville lost power. That was after we heard a transformer explode. Right after our last time on air, last time we heard from Bree, we heard a big pop. We thought it was a firework, and it would be weird to be doing fireworks in the rain, evidently, so it turned out to be a transformer, and then a couple minutes later, we lost power here where we're at. But we've talked a lot about the sugarcane fields, because that's really where the heart of where we are. We are seeing so many sugarcane fields behind us, and they are just drenched. Bree knows the proper terminology, but the rows of sugarcane, I don't want to get canceled on Twitter or anything like that, but you can see the water is rising on those rows. The sugarcane it's really just pushed over. Like the storm just took it and just laid it right over. And those are tough stalks too. Those are really tough to knock over, and the storm just did it. Like it just pushed it down like dominoes. We're seeing these trees over here which are bending. I want you to see these over here right next to me. A couple hours ago, I would not have told you that these trees would be able to do what they're doing now. The way they're just swaying back and forth, like one of those used car things that goes back and forth. Look, guys, words aren't coming to me. It's storming out here. But there's so much to see out here. There's so much water. It's picked up so much intensity in the past couple of hours, and the rain is just intense. We're watching. You can't see it from here, but there's a roof that I see right next to me. And as the water hits it, it's going up it like a backwards water slide. The rain is just going right off, just flying right off, and it's in a big stream. All the gutters are just pouring out rain. So whatever Balin saw, I think we're getting a lot of that now. And it's a little frightening, but really intense to watch. Wow, you can see that. Just see that. Wow. It's beautiful, but kind of scary to watch. You can hear the wind. I think that's been the most intense part of all of this is every few minutes you'll just hear the whistling. That wind catches something and just goes, whoo, whoo. So it's a bit eerie out here, guys. Again, visibility's low. Stay off the road. Stay inside. We just saw some emergency workers pass by on the highway behind us, so stay safe out there. I'm going to throw it back to you guys in the studio live in Labadeville in the hurricane. Alexis Maroney, WBRZ News 2.
Alexis, boy, that was pretty powerful to actually hear the wind
whipping through there.
Yeah. And also, she mentioned the transformer. She actually heard a transformer blew, and we have information that about 4,000 households are without electricity there in that area.
Of about 10,000 total tracked. So almost 50% of Assumption's without power. Obviously, that number is going to trend up.
I also want to let you know that in Zachary, we just found out that there is a curfew dusk to dawn, I assume, for Zachary. For a full list of curfews and shelters, you can go to our website. We've got all of that listed at WBRZ.com.
All right, let's get a check of the latest with meteorologist Malcolm Byron.
We just had a landfall recently. Category 2 landfall with max sustained winds at 100 miles per hour. That coming with the 5 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center near Eugene Island, Terrebonne Parish. That's the current position of the storm. There you see Morgan City, very close to the center of circulation, as we've seen with Balin's live shots. Very high winds in this region, blowing from east, going towards the west. It does look like that eye wall is continuing to lift north, even seeing some bursts of reds right here on the radar, indicating some heavier precipitation. That's moving into Assumption Parish, so I wouldn't be surprised if the rain rates and the wind picked up even more for Alexis and Bree out in that location. So, we are concerned about their safety there, but they are taking as many precautions as they can. Here's the wide perspective. Worst part of the storm right along the coast right now, that northern eye wall moving into Assumption. Even St. James Parish right now wouldn't even surprise me to see that venturing into Ascension Parish as well. Moderate rain in Baton Rouge. We do see some of these lighter rain bands way up farther to the north. And then we see some lighter rain also up into southwest Mississippi. I think with each successive rain band, things should generally get worse. Just got a new power outage update there. I'm hearing some gusts outside right now, too. Some gusting pretty decently in Baton Rouge right now, almost shaking the building right up over there. Terrebonne Parish, about 65% of the parish without power. Lafourche Parish, about a third of the parish without power. Over half of St. Mary Parish losing power. Those numbers also going up in Assumption Parish. We'll limit these numbers just to our parishes in the WBRZ coverage area. And you can see those numbers starting to climb even in the metro area. Livingston Parish, over 2,000 power outages, 2,000 power outages plus in Ascension Parish. And these numbers likely to climb as the worst of the storm continues north. There's also a flooding risk with this as well. Specifically for St. Mary Parish, it's going to take about 3 to 4 inches over a 6-hour period to cause flash flooding. And in many spots, we have already seen that. These are some of the rain totals since midnight, where you see some of these blue shadings just south of Morgan City. That's where Doppler radar is estimating perhaps over 5 inches of rain has fallen on average in southern St. Mary Parish. We've seen anywhere between 3 and 4 inches. But remember, that's an average. Many spots within that seeing over that average. There is the current radar perspective. We've also overlaid warnings on here, and you can see flash flood warnings in effect along the Highway 90 corridor. That's been in effect for several hours now, but that will continue to be in effect for the next several hours until 9 o'clock. Notice rain intensity is letting up a little bit farther to the south. That's good news from a heavy rain perspective, but there's still going to be a lot of wind even though the rain intensity lets up. We go farther to the north. We don't see any flash flood warnings yet. It would not shock me, though, if one got issued later on down the line for Assumption in St. James Parish as the northern eye wall continues to lift north through the region. That's the northern eye wall. Notice where it's going next, Ascension Parish. So we're talking communities like Sorrento, Gonzales, Prairieville, Geismar. Baton Rouge could get pretty close to that northern eye wall as well and see some pretty strong winds as we go into the evening hours, especially getting past dark. But for now, just some lighter rain with gusty winds. Here is the projected track from the National Hurricane Center. Again, this is the 5 o'clock advisory, so some real recent data here. Likely seeing the center of the storm tracking between Baton Rouge and Lake Pontchartrain. This is what the computer model guidance has really been locking on to recently. It will continue northeast at a pretty quick rate. I mean, right now it's moving at 17 miles per hour. That's good news from a heavy rain perspective because this system will not linger for several days on end. However, it may tack on to some of the wind speeds generated by the storm, especially on the east side where the winds generated by the storm out of the south align with the storm motion. That storm motion adds on to those wind velocities, making things a little bit worse for areas east of the Baton Rouge metro, even getting out towards New Orleans. Let's show you what the current wind speeds look like right now. Baton Rouge, I did hear some gusts just outside earlier. A few minutes ago, yeah, we're gusting to 38 miles per hour at Metro Airport with the sustained wind at 22 miles per hour. Reminder, a gust is the instantaneous burst of wind. The sustained wind is the wind lasting for a couple of minutes or two. There you see Morgan City, a sustained wind at 44 miles per hour. That's tropical storm force right there. Specifically for Baton Rouge, we will likely see our winds peak after dark, likely getting up closer to midnight. Sustained winds perhaps in the ballpark of 30 to 40 miles per hour, gusts over tropical storm force. Then we go down in wind speed in the overnight hours, leveling off tomorrow morning. The key number is 30 miles per hour. That's when the linemen and power crews can go and restore power. So if you happen to lose power this evening, you likely won't get it back at the very least until tomorrow morning once those wind speeds finally subside. Here's something interesting in Morgan City, though. Way off on the left-hand portion of your screen, you see this line. Morgan City is experiencing the strongest wind speeds right now, and it will still be strong in the next couple of hours. We could still see 70 to 80 mile per hour gusts even by 8 o'clock, but those numbers quickly ramp down as winds shift out of a new direction and the storm begins to pull away. And by tomorrow morning, I think we'll be talking about a significantly less wind down by the coast. Rain timeline peaking in the next couple of hours. Notice rain coverage going down as we get closer to midnight. That's the interesting thing. Most of the rain is on the northern side of the system. So even as the rain may let up in intensity, the wind sticks around. So when the rain lets up, you're not necessarily done. We did get an updated expected rainfall map here, and notice the highest axis of heavy rain shifting off to the east, taking aim at areas like Houma, Thibodaux, New Orleans, Slidell, parts of the North Shore. That is due to an eastward nudge in track from the National Hurricane Center. Baton Rouge just on the western fringe of this. Still could see heavy rain on the order of 3 to 6 inches. I think to the west of the center of circulation, that might be closer to the lower end of that range, but we could see locally higher amounts, especially along that track. Big question we've been getting is, what are the river levels doing? A couple of gauges are forecast to get to minor flood stage. That's nothing out of the ordinary. I want to note that no river forecast gauges are projected to get into major flood stage. That is not going to be an issue with this storm as things look now. This is a fast-moving system, which really helps us out. You can see Mississippi at Red River Landing, not even close to getting to flood stage as we go into late week, as a lot of the water does not empty into the Mississippi locally. At Chaffalaya River, you might see the river levels rise a little bit, but not necessarily up to flood stage. Tangipahoa at Robert is forecast to get into minor flood stage. That is one of those gauges that might swell just into that minor status. Notice that Amite at Denham Springs, flood stage at 29 feet, forecast to get to 28 feet at Saturday. So there's still a little bit of wiggle room with how much rain we need to see to actually get us into that minor flood stage. But again, as far as impacts go, this is small potatoes compared to what has happened in the past. Let's talk about the tornado threat, mainly east of the center of circulation. Notice Baton Rouge not even in the tornado watch. These yellow shaded parishes are in the tornado watch, including Tangipahoa, Livingston, Ascension, St. James, Assumption. These are areas east of the center of circulation. That's going to be until 11 o'clock tonight as some rain bands continue to pass through. There's a lot of wind shear in the upper levels of the atmosphere, and some of these tropical thunderstorm cells could get a little bit of spin to them, and we might see brief spin-up tornadoes fire. And we haven't seen any tornado warnings yet, but if any do come out, we will be bringing it to you right here on WBRZ. Speaking of storm surge, that's a big issue right along the coast. We could be talking about 5 to 10 feet of surge east of Vermilion Bay going out towards Port Fourchon. North Shore could be dealing with a couple feet of storm surge as well. And then as the system pulls away, winds shift out of an opposite direction. And, well, opposite facing shores could be dealing with the storm surge. Then we're talking the South Shore getting in towards Barrier Islands as well on the northern facing shores. Let's talk safety for just a second. As far as driving goes, only drive when necessary. Even when I came in earlier this afternoon, I was already seeing ponding on the interstate. I had to slow down to prevent myself from hydroplaning, and especially when the high winds arrive in the Baton Rouge metro area, you need to look out for things like trees, branches, power lines, debris. And if you do come across any flood waters, not a good idea to drive through that, obviously, because it's really hard to judge how deep the water is. And if you happen to be out and about walking, who would really want to be out and about walking? But know that flood waters can have live power lines in those, and well, the last thing you want to get is electrocuted, right? As far as lighting goes, use battery-powered lighting. Don't go into flooded structures, and this is really important. Generators use only in outdoor ventilated spaces. We see it all too frequently with carbon monoxide poisoning. We definitely don't want to see that. We're going to wrap things up here from a forecast update perspective in just a moment, but we are continuing our coverage on air. We also are updating things on our app. We've been doing that literally all afternoon. WBRZ weather app, you can find out first the latest happenings in the tropics. You can also watch us on air. You can also find out things if you lose power through the app as well. We'll also have updates online and on social media. We have much more coverage continuing right here on WBRZ, but for now, we're going to take a quick break.
Ashley's fall semi-annual sale is going on now. For a limited time, Hot Buys are $9.99 and under. Or pay nothing out of pocket and still get 0% interest for 60 months. Spend less and get more during Ashley's fall semi-annual sale. When you walk through the door at Prescriptions to Go, you can feel the difference right away. You're greeted with a smile and treated like family, with individualized customer care. So come see us today and let our family help your family at Prescriptions to Go.
Real Golden Chick, real people, real reactions to our Lucky 13 deal. Get 13 golden tenders and 4 fresh baked rolls for only $19.99.
10 out of 10 would recommend.
Lucky 13, only $19.99.
Golden Chick.
This chicken beats it all.
Bad wreck with an 18-wheeler? I'm attorney Peyton Murphy. Call the Murphy Law Firm now.
With the capital city's largest team of degreed meteorologists, you know where to turn before, during, and after the storm.
Watch The Storm Station, only on WBRZ Channel 2.
Did you know that Prescriptions to Go has a mid-city location? Get the same great service you're used to in a timely and professional manner from a pharmacy that cares about every customer's individual needs.
So come see us today and let our family help your family at Prescriptions to Go on Government.
Ashley's fall semi-annual sale is going on now. For a limited time, hot buys are $9.99 and under, or pay nothing out of pocket and still get 0% interest for 60 months. Spend less and get more during Ashley's fall semi-annual sale.
The Storm Station, tracking Francine to keep you safe. The Storm Station is tracking Francine.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Tracking Francine. And I do want to let you know about some curfews. We've got the complete list on our website at WBRZ.com, but just add it to that list. Iberville, that goes from 6 p.m. until 6 a.m. Also, there's a curfew in Zachary from dusk to dawn. A meet also has a curfew, and Livingston Parish. A complete list is available on our website.
We also want to get to News 2's Bess Casserly. She has been roving around the metro area, checking out damage, and she is right in the thick of some wind and rain right now. Bess, can you hear us?
I can hear you, Shing. Hopefully you can hear me. We are driving at the Highland Road Park right now, and things are pretty quiet for now, but we have seen a few wind gusts. Looks like a couple kids are playing in the puddles over here. Don't recommend coming out and doing that, but as I said, right now it is pretty calm other than the wind gusts. There aren't a lot of big bursts of rain that we've seen yet. I wonder if we could talk to these two. Let's see. Okay, we'll talk to them later. Look at them. There they go. Oh, man. Highland Road Park. All right, so like I said, in Baton Rouge, we've been driving around. We just went down Burbank. There are not many people on the road because you shouldn't be on the road right now, but the roads are definitely wet. It's been raining all afternoon and morning, and they're holding water, but not too much rain, not any surface flooding that we've seen right now. Trees are starting to sway a little bit more than they have. The wind is definitely picking up, and it looks like that's just going to keep getting worse based on what our other reporters are experiencing farther south. But for now, it really is just moderate rain, moderate wind, and we will continue to keep you updated here in East Baton Rouge Parish and the Capital Region. But for now, I'm going to send it back to Shing and Sylvia.
All right, Bess, thank you. I think she brought up a pretty good point there. While you may not see it here in Baton Rouge just yet, as we've seen from our crews farther south, we're going to get it here at some point in the near future.
Right. As Dr. Josh and Malcolm explained, that the storm is taking a northward trek. So as it leaves from St. Mary, it's going to continue its track Assumption Parish. We've seen with Alexis Maroney and Bree Andrus as well. They're dealing with it as well. And we're going to send it back right now to Balin, who is in Morgan City, for an update.
Okay, Sylvia, we are absolutely in the worst of it so far. We are seeing some very serious gusts right now, and it is getting very bad here in Morgan City. I am constantly having to brace myself from these winds. This is really crazy here. Definitely 100% within hurricane force now. These are some extremely strong winds. Okay, here comes another very strong gust. I might have to brace myself here in a second. We're seeing those gusts over 70 miles per hour. Really having to brace myself as the winds really start to pummel our area. There's another one. Okay, yep, this is getting very bad here. I just want to let you know it is extremely hard to stand with this, and I'm not even hearing or seeing the full force of the winds. This last several hours, I got this building right in front of me that is shielding me from the full force of the winds, but still some of it is hitting me as it whips around this building, and everything around me is taking a toll. You can hear all these creaks and exploding, this tower making these horrible whining sound. That's these very strong winds. Hurricane force winds are moving through Morgan City. And I tell you, this is the strongest winds that we have definitely seen so far in the system. My phone is completely bricked. I don't know if I broke it or what, but it is completely waterlogged. I have no update on where I am at on radar, but it doesn't even matter. I can just tell you right now that we are getting the absolute worst of it in Morgan City. This flag is really taking an absolute beating right now. It's actually completing completely getting shredded as the winds do rip through the area. Yeah, these are extremely strong hurricane conditions, and this is what you expect with the eye wall of a hurricane. You see incredible rain rates, as Josh mentioned earlier, around 8 inches per hour, which is pretty incredible in a bad way. And then you see the winds on top of it, which are blowing 70, 80, 90 plus miles per hour. I'm telling you what, it is doing some damage around Morgan City. Like I mentioned, don't have an exact update on radar. I don't know if we're going to get into the eye or we're going to skirt the western edge, because I haven't been able to look at it. But all I know is this is some of the worst conditions we've seen so far. We had some gusts earlier. They were actually pretty scary to see because they were extremely strong. Trees started coming down. Everything was creaking all around me. You hear emergency lights. It's like a war zone right now in Morgan City. I tell you what, it's actually getting darker out here. So that is interesting. I'm wondering if some of the worst winds are yet to come, because over the last minute or so, it's like the sky is really darkened up. You can see these incredible rain bands just moving throughout the area, and the wind, my goodness. I've been in many hurricanes before, and this is the Cat 2, but this is definitely some of the strongest winds that I've seen since I started chasing some hurricanes. So this is extremely intense here, and emergency crews are doing all they can to, just gonna have to stop for a second. That was a pretty good gust. But emergency crews are doing all they can. I hear them, the sirens off in the distance, trying to assist people. We've even had to assist people who have come up to this building to take shelter. I don't know what happened to their home, if their homes were damaged, but there's been people that have actually driven up to this building and taken shelter inside, I guess because how strong the winds have been. But bottom line, we're getting pummeled here in Morgan City. One interesting thing is the outer bands, honestly, were not that bad, especially in comparison to this. I mean, we really only gusted to maybe barely tropical storm force, but as we got into the outer eye wall, and then especially as we gotten into the inner eye wall, man, the conditions have rapidly deteriorated here. Winds might have actually, it's hard to say this, but come down a little bit. It's actually lightening up outside. It was getting pretty dark, but it's starting to lighten up. I wonder if we're actually getting into the eye of the storm, which would be a good relief. These residents could take a break from the beat down that they are getting right now. But I tell you what, in Morgan City, we are getting the brunt of Francine. It has been very bad here. There is tons of damage, and we haven't even gone anywhere. I'm just looking around me, and I see trees down everywhere, a bunch of limbs down. This flag's getting a little shredded. And we're probably not going to know the full extent of the damage until all the winds do subside and we get to look around, and we'll definitely show you if there's any major damage around the area. But live from Morgan City, meteorologist Balin Rogers, WBRZ, Channel 2.
All right, Balin, thank you for that. Yeah, he says that it was a rain rate of about 8 inches per hour. The winds blowing 70, 80, 90 miles. He's really in the full extent of it right now.
I'm looking at the WBRZ weather app here. If you don't have it, get it. It is fascinating that I'm looking at Morgan City. You can see the southern edge of that eye wall is now passing over Balin's location, meaning that he is going to have a calm. And I think he alluded to that. He said that the skies are kind of getting a little more brighter. It was darker at first. So it looks like it's going to be a little bit more calm for Balin here over the next 30 minutes or so.
30 minutes or so.
We'll get back to him as soon as possible.
So we'll send it a little bit further down the road to Bree Andrus, who is in Iberville, for a look at what is happening only about 30 minutes or so from where Balin is. Bree, can you hear us?
Yes, hey guys, I can hear you, but we're kind of experiencing the same situation that Balin is. Like you said, we're only 30 minutes away from Morgan City in Iberville, in Assumption Parish. About over 4,000 people in Assumption Parish have lost power, including us. The home that we are staying at, riding out this storm, has lost power. The wind and the rain is getting to me. I am soaked right now. I'm gonna step aside. You can see these very large trees. They are blowing in the wind. They might even break. It won't be surprising to see some branches break on these trees. Okay,
Big gust of wind there. Like Balin, I have to brace myself, try to stay in one spot, not get blown away. This storm is nothing to play with. Take this seriously if you haven't already, because this is very dangerous to be out and about in these conditions. Thankfully, we have shelter. We're okay. We're safe. But this is the worst of it, it seems like. It seems like this might be the worst of it. Hopefully, it starts clearing up our area soon. Okay, big gusts, big wind gusts. These wind gusts are nothing to play with, guys. Like Balin, I've seen many hurricanes in my day growing up in Louisiana, but I've never experienced one from this perspective, covering a hurricane in the conditions, in the elements, and it's pretty intense, I'm not gonna lie. So stay inside, and if you don't have power, please reach out to your local, call 911 if it is an emergency. Go to our website, try to, get those resources that are provided to you. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio because this is really intense and I need to get inside.
All right.
Is she under that northern eye wall that Balin is experiencing
Correct.
as well?
So what Balin's feeling kind of the tail end of, Bree's probably going to have that, I would assume, for the next 20 or 30 minutes. Like, as the crow flies, she's about 17 miles to the northeast of Balin's location. So that outer eye wall is kind of pushing that way toward where Bree and Lexus Marini are right now.
Heavy rain, high winds, all of that. And it's just incredible to see them standing there trying to hold on to air, basically, as they're giving their reports. And I can just promise you, guys, we're getting some emails about it, just that, wishing them well, that they stay safe. And so they absolutely are doing that. We are bringing you the information, but we absolutely want to make certain that our crews are safe through this.
And so what they're experiencing right now in Labadeville, of course, that's going to continue pushing farther inland. We have crews in Ascension Parish. We're going to check in with Sarah Gray Barr momentarily. We also have Bess Casterly, who's roving the streets of the metro area in Baton Rouge for any issues that we may have there.
Livingston.
We'll also get to Joe Collins and David Hamilton momentarily in Livingston Parish.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Ashley's fall semi-annual sale is going on now. For a limited time, hot buys are $9.99 and under, or pay nothing out of pocket and still get 0% interest for 60 months. Spend less and get more during Ashley's fall semi-annual sale.
Hello, Baton Rouge. I'm Joe Helm from Helm Paint, the family-owned business that's been South Louisiana's go-to paint store for the last 50 years.
We're thrilled to announce 4 brand new locations in Baton Rouge, fully stocked with Benjamin Moore paints and all the supplies you need.
We proudly offer a wide range of Benjamin Moore paints to make your project perfect.
Don't forget, we offer free fast delivery to make your life easier. Helm Paint and Decorating, where quality, service, and family all come together.
Helm, yeah!
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra, available with the connected driving experience and the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get $3,500 purchase cash on select GMC Sierra models. Or get a total of $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
See your Bayou GMC dealer.
Ashley's fall semi-annual sale is going on now. For a limited time, hot buys are $9.99 and under, or pay nothing out of pocket and still get 0% interest for 60 months. Spend less and get more during Ashley's fall semi-annual sale.
The storm station is tracking Francine.
All right, welcome back. Our coverage tracking Hurricane Francine continues across the capital area tonight. We've got a 6 p.m. advisory on Hurricane Francine. Malcolm, did you just grab that printout by chance? He's coming to join me on here. I figured that was imminent right as we took the air here. Obviously, with the storm now inland, winds are down about 10 miles per hour to 90 miles per hour, and it's moving to the northeast at 17. That's unchanged. Malcolm, I'll let you maybe expound upon that a little bit, and we'll also comment. We're going to take a little radar tour here, at least with the wide picture first. We thought maybe there was a little wiggle here, but I mean, that's to be expected. It's tough to tell when you have a decaying eye, exact motion.
One thing we know for sure is that it has made landfall, did that at 5 o'clock, and now it is moving inland over southern Louisiana, and we are already starting to see that rapid weakening. Last advisory, we had peak winds at 100 miles per hour, now down to 90 miles per hour. Still moving very quickly off to the northeast, taking the impacts along with it. We do have some wind gust reports here. A weather flow observation in Dulac recently reported a sustained wind of 68 miles per hour, peak gust to 97.
Yeah, yikes.
Let's see. In Patterson, a gust of 59 miles per hour. And in fact, we were trying to look at some of the observations at Patterson Memorial Airport and couldn't see anything.
Yeah.
The sensor might be down.
Yeah, and that I remember that happened with Hurricane Ida in Houma. We got wind gust data well into the 110s, I think, or 107. That was the last we knew before electric was lost, so that station couldn't deliver a message back anymore. Point this out, too. Just before the break, saw amazing live coverage from Balin and Morgan City. I mean, catching the brunt of this, and then Labadyville with Bree and Alexis. And Balin was like, all of a sudden, what's going on here? It does appear that he's getting into what's left of an eye, the center of circulation. That's why the rain rates let up just like that. Clearly still dealing with some wind, and we'll catch the backside, too, of this eye wall as well and deal with some more wind. But at least, I think he's had a chance for the folks in Morgan City to breathe for a few minutes.
Right, and this whole eye wall structure here, it's not a closed ring. There is an opening on the southern end, indicating a storm that doesn't have the best structure in the world. Still, the rain all on the northern side of things. I think it's very interesting seeing the westward extent of the rain just getting west of the Baton Rouge metro right now.
Yeah, it's having trouble. It's running into dry. I'm going to show in a bigger perspective in a little bit, that dry air again that's working on this system. But yeah, that's why I really think this corridor between Baton Rouge and New Orleans, maybe more specifically Lake Pontchartrain, this is where the wallop is coming in the next couple of hours. So let's go ahead and zoom in a little more tightly there on radar. That Morgan City points off just a little bit from the highway. But you can tell where we are, kind of getting our bearings. There's Highway 90 at Amelia right here. Morgan City would be right here. Labadyville in southern Assumption Parish, Napoleonville farther to the north. And that little gap, slow down in the rain where that eye is starting to move into that area. Meanwhile, what Balin just experienced is what we saw Bree jumping off the air because she's getting a little spooked by the winds picking up there in southern Assumption Parish, and that would be eye wall she's dealing with.
We were also remarking on the fact that, I mean, the shots that we saw in Morgan City were impressive, and that was on the western side of the eye. You look at communities like Houma, they're closer to the eastern side of the eye, so the impacts may be just a little bit worse out in that direction. I will say the eye does appear to be moving over Houma very shortly, so maybe a little bit of a brief break there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you hit it right on the head there. It's that eastern side here where you have not only the wind speeds as they are, but the forward momentum too.
Yes.
So that's why it's so much perhaps worse from the images and video we're seeing on the X platform, social media coming in that Houma area in Terrebonne Parish. All right, let's get into the metro now. What are we dealing with? This is probably the, of the three, we've seen three today. One rain band, another in the middle right here, and then the eye wall farther to the south. We're getting into that middle rain band now, where things will likely intensify a little bit in Gonzales and Plaquemine here within the hour, and then eventually Ponchatoula and Livingston, maybe 2 hours from now. Winds are going to pick up, rain rates are going to increase, so it is definitely time to park it in a safe location. I would say if you're in Iberville, Ascension, St. James, and southern Livingston Parish.
Right, and with the center of circulation, it does appear to track just a little bit east of Baton Rouge. Of course, as we get closer and closer to the evening hours, the possibilities for where the track will go get smaller and smaller.
Right.
And I think it will pass just to the east of the Baton Rouge metro now, but Baton Rouge, it'll be a close call.
You said, but Balin, Morgan City, we're on the western side.
That's right.
Baton Rouge may be just on the western side, but that doesn't mean nothing happens.
And I think it's fair to also mention, I don't think we're going to see the same thing in Baton Rouge that we just saw in Morgan City, because as this moves inland, we're already seeing the weakening trend now, and that's maximum sustained winds. That weakening trend will continue, but tropical storm force gusts, that's 39 miles per hour above, still on the table for Baton Rouge.
Yeah, sure is. We look across the capital area now, and observation's going to poke out there near Malcolm. 22 is our sustained wind within the last hour. May have been a gust higher within the hour. Rain rates have been moderate outside. We have a window outside in our weather office, and I do occasionally see the trees moving a little bit more than they were earlier today. We're getting some gusts here outside of our studio occasionally. And
Josh, we have tropical storm force gusts in Baton Rouge up
there
to
you
39.
Go. 39. So that's the gust. We were showing.
Gust.
I'll go back just to point it out.
Right.
The sustained 22, gust 39.
Yep.
And believe I took an email from the Bluebonnet area and was seeing some social media posts as well that power is starting to go down in some isolated spots in Baton Rouge already.
Right.
And that will continue to happen into the evening hours. Sustained in Morgan City is 44, definitely higher gusts. As Malcolm noted, that station went down, so it's going to be hard to give you additional gusts from there. But our wind timeline should show a little bit of an ease up, a steady ease up in winds from this point forward.
Maybe quicker in the next couple of hours, but then it's more steadily ramps down into the night, and by tomorrow morning, dealing with a sustained wind at 10 miles per hour, that is definitely something we can handle.
Yeah, and in Baton Rouge, the ramp up is still ongoing. Winds will increase over the next few hours. I would say you kind of at this point, 6 o'clock, now until midnight is when we'll likely see the most extensive winds in the capital area. And I would say the metro area, Gonzales to Denham Springs included. Sustained where we are now at 22, may get as high as about 30 to 35. And those gold numbers represent peak gust potential. We could have a few over 50. I wouldn't rule out one north of 60 miles per hour in and around Baton Rouge, and certainly east of the city.
Josh, I remember several months ago, and these were just ordinary run-of-the-mill thunderstorms in the springtime. They were non-severe. They produced 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and that was enough to just topple trees in the Baton Rouge area.
Right.
We've had all the rain this morning, all the rain last week. You get a sustained wind, not just that instantaneous burst, but a sustained wind at 30 miles per hour. Even if that is subtropical storm force, that could still be enough to cause some tree damage.
Yeah, well, I'll take it, a comparative step further than that. Go back to June, we had our severe weather events.
Right.
Those squall lines rolling through the area would provide these tiny bursts of strong wind where we'd have a neighborhood or two with trees down, some power outage. This is a widespread swath of 40-mile-per-hour winds and gusts that high. It's why you see more extensive damage in a tropical event, more wide-reaching damage in a tropical event comparatively. Rain is the other impact. This is a big shift from what we saw just 12 hours ago.
Yes, to the east, likely with where the track goes as well. We've been seeing that track hug Baton Rouge for, I'd say, the last 24 hours or so, and then with the 4 o'clock advisory, it did nudge a little bit farther east, taking the heaviest rain with it. You can see that blue corridor right there out towards Lake Pontchartrain, North Shore, New Orleans. Baton Rouge on the western fringes is still seeing a lot of rain. Could be on the ballpark of 3 to 6 inches, but where we expect the locally higher amounts, very close to and on the east side of the track. And
importantly, you mentioned this a few minutes ago, we talked about an hour ago, a lot of this now is going to fall south of our river catch basins for the Amite, as well as the Tickfall. The Tangipahoa may still take in a lot of water. The Comite will still rise pretty rapidly, even with a smaller amount of rain, but that's a good shift for river levels. Back to radar here, and I want to show you just the kind of the static view of our area and the current position of the storm. Remember that landfall near Eugene Island. Now it's moving northeast at about 17, generally through southwestern Terrebonne Parish, and we look to shoot that gap as this storm should start to get a little bit more of a tug, more due north than northeast. As we move into the evening hours between Baton Rouge and the lakes is the likely path for this storm, and where we should see that swath of higher winds and heavier rain. And there are the rain bands I referenced. We had number 1 earlier. It's kind of weakened as the storm is weakening. Number 2 right here, moving into the metro area in the next 1 to 2 hours, and that eye wall where you will experience the most intense winds later on today, and it'll be rough defining an eye wall with a decaying storm like this, but basically the northern fringes of the center of circulation is where we'll experience the worst conditions.
Looking at this, what's coming to mind is this looks like it's a big storm, but it looks a little compact right now because you can see the western edge of the rain just west of Baton Rouge. I mean, there are dry spots in Pointe-Coupee Parish right now, but as storms tend to weaken, their wind field tends to broaden out. It'll be interesting to see if the rain extent will also broaden a little bit more.
Yeah, that's a great point on the broadening of the wind field, and I think it kind of leads us into where we're going to go next and talking about the track and the east side of the track. Here's a close-in look at what the National Hurricane Center has, and once again, shooting the gap between Baton Rouge and Lake Pontchartrain. And by 1 o'clock Thursday morning, so this storm is north of the state line, just after midnight, and at this point, let's just game this out. 1 o'clock, if this is the center's position, you'll likely have winds still extending down to about I-12. This whole area will likely be dry by that point. All of the rain is going to be into Mississippi, but maybe a leftover shower. But this big shield of precip is well to our north by that point, with just some breezes left over in the wake of the system.
Still plenty of wind, even after the rain ends. I did just step off camera a couple minutes ago and did receive a wind gust report at New Orleans Airport, 59 miles per hour. They're on the eastern side of that track.
Still outgusting Baton Rouge at the moment, but farther south and closer to the coast too, so experiencing that first. We have that tornado threat. I think this is subtly getting mitigated. I just checked in with the Storm Prediction Center. They are noting that with this tropical system and the rain shield out ahead of it, we haven't had an opportunity to warm very much. And tornadoes, even if they're associated with tropical systems, still need some warmth. And the lower 70s, where most of us are today, might not quite be enough to get it done. The threat is not zero, but this threat's a little bit lower because of that.
And frankly, most of the spiral rain bands are even farther to the east, getting out to coastal Mississippi, which they are included in that tornado watch.
Yeah, so they'll watch that in those areas. And then finally, you talked about that broadening wind field, Malcolm. This is the National Hurricane Center's model at 7 p.m. tonight. You can see where they're projecting the hurricane force wind field. That's about right, an hour or so from now within this area. Southern Ascension, Assumption, St. James parishes, northern Terrebonne and northern Lafourche. Baton Rouge may be in the tropical storm force wind field, but you'll watch how while the hurricane winds may kind of contract as the storm weakens, that's to be expected, the tropical storm wind field remains broad and still encompasses a lot of our viewing area, including Baton Rouge, including New Roads, including St. Francisville through the 10 o'clock hour tonight, and maybe a small corridor of hurricane force wind gusts, I would say near Lake Maurepas and lower Livingston Parish into that 10 o'clock hour.
This won't be happening constantly either. Right. Looking at this, it makes it seem like you're going to see tropical storm force winds all through the night. Rather, where that shaded area is, it just did notice that there is a chance to see that within that certain time window.
Yeah, if you've been with our coverage, I think there was a visual example of that. Balin would stand there in Morgan City. Right. He would brace himself for a minute, take the gust, and then it would ease up. And that's what we'll experience tonight. The wind will ebb and flow a little bit.
He could even see them coming in the distance.
Right. You see the sheet of rain. We could too if it's still light out. We have until about 7:15, of course. All right, now we'll go out and take a little bigger picture look at this. Still seeing a somewhat messy presentation on satellite, but plenty of cold cloud tops indicated by the reds and the pinks here that we have a heavy shower and thunderstorm activity moving across the metro area at this time and certainly closer to the storm's central circulation. We're going to look a little bit wider here on satellite and see what's happening around the storm. This is something we've been watching today.
Yeah, and you can see daylight decreasing off to these, so we won't have this particular satellite image for too much longer. But if you look closely, you might notice some high clouds right there, and they are drifting from southwest to northeast. And this is something we've been hinting at for a while now, even for the last couple of days, that soon, or as this storm approaches the coastline, makes landfall, it will be interacting with some wind shear sort of tearing the storm apart, if you will. That's why it has such a messy appearance on satellite imagery, because it's interacting with that shear and really struggling to survive.
And the dry air, which wrapped into the center earlier. And that's why I was a little surprised to see that uptick to 100 just before landfall, because the center was already ingesting some of this dry air. One note about this, and we're kind of getting to the point where all of these factors will become moot into the evening. We'll focus primarily on radar. This is interesting from the perspective, though. You remember Malcolm pointed out just a moment ago, you saw it on radar, north and west of Baton Rouge on the western side, we were seeing that rain shield decay a little bit. Well, this is contributing to that too. Rain still needs moisture, whether it's associated with the tropical system or not, and it's kind of being evaporated in some of this dry air working in on the western side.
And sometimes with really strong hurricanes, you can actually see them shield themselves from dry air because there's this vortex that's closed off from the environment, but this is not one of those systems.
Right.
It's it
vulnerable.
It is vulnerable. It has opened the door for weakening.
So we'll continue to watch that trend into the evening. And finally, I think I'm kind of wrapping up on our playlist here before we're going to send it back to news. But here's the wider image once again on that track. You saw we had the 1 a.m. just north of the state line. And then by tomorrow afternoon, this is a remnant low. I believe it's going to lose its tropical characteristics north of I-20 by tomorrow afternoon, and we will certainly be much improved by that point. All right, we'll continue tracking Francine tonight. We'll continue with the radar playlist as we go into the evening hours. We're going to step over to the desk at this point, and what we are going to be watching carefully is the impacts as they start to go downhill in Baton Rouge here, moving into nightfall and just beyond.
I thought what was interesting that you guys just talked about is how the wind shear is kind of playing a factor into the northwest side of this. Am I crazy, or did I see that band that was kind of going over some of the other parishes just completely dissipating over East Baton Rouge?
Not crazy. That's what you're seeing.
Is that going to happen again moving into the evening?
It's a trend to watch. I mean, as this storm weakens, like we talked about, the word vulnerable is likely a good one. We will see more cracks in the armor there, as it were. So we will see, especially on that northern western side, on the southern side, this thing's going to get really lopsided. We talk about the right front quadrant being the strongest in a hurricane. It's also going to be the longest to survive and remain intact at this point with this storm.
There's not going to be a lot of symmetry with this storm.
Here's some video from Morgan City.
Yeah, you can see there, Balin was referring to the wind gust there. A lot of tree and vegetation damage right here. I think this is Lake Palourde. This is probably looking north of Morgan City there on the lake. You can see some whitecaps there on the lake as the water's pushing there inland, but Balin kind of referred to it. I can't wait to check back in with him to see what the conditions are there, because last we saw from Balin, I mean, he was kind of in the thick of it.
Well, it started to get a little better towards the end, but
Right.
that western eye wall still got to come towards this location.
Yeah, and these, I mean, these are, I think I'm looking at cypress trees there. They are built for these elements in South Louisiana, and they're just taking a beating from this wind as well. Yeah, it's pretty impressive. A lot of limb damage down there. We'll see that spreading inland and getting to a lesser and lesser extent the farther it goes, but especially close to the center of the storm, I would say look out for some tree damage to this extent in St. James, Assumption, even southern Ascension Parish in the next hour or two.
That's why we take Category 1 and 2 storms seriously.
Yeah, you answered my question. Is that heading toward Alexis and Bree?
Yeah, sure enough is. Malcolm brought this point up. It's very important. Remember, the storm is weakening along the way here to the north, so the extensiveness of the damage will get lesser and lesser. The breadth of it may get lesser and lesser, but the capability will remain for this to happen all the way up to about the metro area and maybe even eventually the state line of Mississippi, but it will get closer, more likely to the center as that moves inland.
Speaking of the center of circulation, let's talk about that track again, or we'll get to that in a second. I believe this is the Sunshine Bridge.
Yikes.
Crossing Ascension Parish there. You can see they're getting whipped around a good bit with the rain.
Yeah, that's, I mean, and I'm glad to see no cars on the road right now. That's why we, local officials, a lot of them haven't imposed specific curfews, but it's a good idea to remain in tonight. Unless you're an emergency responder or have an emergency yourself, that's why we want you to stay inside tonight.
I'm told this is the Donaldsonville side, looking back toward Ascension.
I think I just called out Donaldsonville when we were up there a moment ago that they were going to be starting to get the northern edges of that eye wall, the northern part of the center of circulation. So we'll have to check, but there's a good chance we're looking at 40, 50 mile per hour winds in that area now.
So this is out of here in about 6 hours?
Yeah, give or take. I said Metro Baton Rouge still be feeling the wind, but the heaviest will likely be past and the rain will be letting up by then. But yeah, we got a long evening ahead of us.
One more question about the track. I know you guys said that you expect more of a northern turn here soon. Is there any indication that's not going to happen? It's going to kind of continue on that?
There is some guidance out there that suggests that. We were talking about that last night, that some computer model guidance just kept pushing farther and farther east. In fact, some guidance even as far east as New Orleans, even going out towards southwest Mississippi, or excuse me, southwest Alabama. It's something to watch, but I do think it'll be relatively close by.
Yeah, you see that cone of uncertainty now?
Right.
It's super narrow. I mean, the storm stays within this path of the center, right? So effects are going to be felt outside of that, but the center is very likely to stay within that cone. Whether it wiggles as far west as Baton Rouge or as far east as Lake Maurepas in the grand scheme won't make a major difference.
Maybe as far east as Lake Pontchartrain, but I think that's about as far east as it would go.
Yeah.
Wow. Wait, hang on. Kevin, there's another view you want us to see?
Ah,
okay, this is
French Quarter.
French Quarter, Bourbon Street.
Anybody want a hurricane tonight? Not that kind. Not that kind.
Not that kind. I mean, it really doesn't look like they're dealing with a whole lot in New Orleans at this moment.
But they did have that gust up to 59 miles per hour at the airport recently.
I think those shots too can be, well, that guy, he may have had a hurricane or two.
Yeah, he's having a couple.
Sometimes the buildings kind of block, we saw those exposed trees in Assumption Parish and St. Mary Parish. There's a lot of building protection here, so you can get the winds whipping through the streets and through those buildings, accelerating them sometimes, but I think that shot could actually be a touch misleading to what's happening there.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right, I think we are going to take another break, and we'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Jacob with Arrow Pest Control.
Pests can be a nightmare. Protect Grandma with Arrow's $20 initial pest control special and our eco-friendly termite control starting at just $349. Call Arrow Pest Control to schedule your free consultation today.
Name brand furniture at low prices.
Best prices on furniture always comes from the country.
Serving you and your family since 1959.
Drive a little, save a lot. B.Y.'s Furniture.
Real Golden Chick, real people, real reactions to our Lucky 13 deal. Get 13 golden tenders and 4 fresh baked rolls for only $19.99.
10 out of 10 would recommend.
Lucky 13, only $19.99.
Golden Chick. This chicken beats it all.
So what do you think about these?
We like
is.
Yeah, we love that.
When it's time for an update or complete remodel, Rebath is with you every step of the way.
We're going to take everything down to the
From design and products to removal and installation, we handle the entire process to create a beautiful and functional bathroom for whatever your life needs.
Honey, you were right.
Rebath, with you every step of the way. Call us or visit rebath.com and save $1,500 off your complete bathroom remodel.
Looking for a high-quality pre-owned vehicle? Look no further than Robinson Brothers Ford. Shop over 100 high-quality pre-owned vehicles, cars, trucks, SUVs, one-owner trades, low-mileage lease returns, and budget-friendly used cars. Nearly every make and model with everyday low prices. Plus over a dozen national banks and credit unions ready to give you the best payments possible. Robinson Brothers Ford, where used car buyers go to get it all.
As always, no unexpected fees. Click, call, or get to Robinson Brothers today.
This business news segment is brought to you by Robinson Brothers Ford Lincoln. The storm station is tracking Francine.
We continue our team coverage as WBRZ tracks Francine through South Louisiana. We have crews scattered all throughout South Louisiana. You can see them here. Joe Collins, David Hamilton standing by in Livingston Parish. Bree Andrews and Alexis Merity in Lavityville. Also going to check in with Bess Casserly. She is roving Baton Rouge looking for damage at this time.
I know they are charging their live.
We also have Sarah Gray Barr in Ascension Parish, Balin Rogers in Morgan City. We're going to check with him in just a moment.
So let's start then with Gabby Davis and Jack Schimmel. Jack, bring us up to date on where you are. The mayor's
Jack Schimmel here with Brad Harris, the Public Information Officer for the Department of Emergency Medical Services. Obviously, the eye wall is starting to hit now. What has your preparation been like, and where are you guys at right now?
We're in disaster staffing mode right now, so we have some additional resources, some extra staffing, extra ambulances on the street right now that are ready to respond.
Gotcha. And we talked about this a little bit earlier, but as the winds get stronger and everything like that, what are you guys able to respond to, and what are some of those parameters there?
We're watching the wind speeds closely. Obviously, our ambulances are large vehicles that could be affected by the wind speed. So if they get to a certain amount, we're going to tell our units to stay off the elevated roadways. And if they get around 50 miles an hour, then we're going to delay operations.
And what message do you have to people out in the community, when they're reaching out to you guys, or just in general as this storm approaches?
Make sure that you only use 911 for emergency calls. And then if you have any other types of calls that you would like to make, such as trees down, debris in the roadway, et cetera, that would be for 311, not 911. And just know that if you do call 911 for an emergency, we will respond. Even if the conditions do deteriorate, we will respond to all of the calls. They just might be delayed.
And if we were to get lucky here in Baton Rouge and maybe some of those winds move east, how can you guys respond to, other parishes and in other situations?
We're working in conjunction with the fire department. We have an urban search and rescue team, and our medics will be assisting them to go into heavily affected areas if necessary.
Is there anything I'm missing that you wanted to touch on to let the community know about anything?
That's about it. I think just definitely calling 911 for emergencies only, because they're going to get inundated with calls after the storm hits.
That's Brad Davis with Brad Harris, excuse me. That's Brad Harris with the Department of Emergency Medical Services. Back to you guys at the desk.
All right, Jack Schimmel, thank you for that. And again, he said, you heard Mr. Harris say there, if you call 911 for an emergency, they will respond. However, it may be delayed.
Let's go out to Livingston Parish. David Hamilton standing by live with an update there. David?
Michael, like I am standing out here in Livingston Parish, and as you can see, man, it's starting to pick up here. The wind is blowing. As you can see, like if you see right behind me, the flag is blowing like it's got 50, 60 miles per hour wind, but I don't know the exact number. But I'll tell you what, this wind is blowing kind of fast. It is kind of blowing fast out here. It's picking up a lot, and a lot of people, a lot of people say, you can't tell water wet, but I can tell you what, I know I'm soaked right now. I've talked to people like up there in the EOC building, which is right behind me, and what they're saying is they're still out here, they're still up there, waiting on something to happen, or if anything does happen, hopefully nothing does happen, but they are waiting for anything if residents do need help. We did have one tree down in Livingston Parish near our house, and there go that wind picking up once again, and as you can see right behind, those trees are blowing, and like I was saying, they are still waiting on anything. They're up there waiting. And another thing that Livingston Parish also said, there is a curfew for the parish from dusk to dawn. That means as soon as you see that sun come down, you need to get inside, and probably sometime during the noon tomorrow you can come outside. But right now, they need all residents to be inside as long as you can, if you can help it, because this storm is something they don't want nobody to play with. We all have lived in Louisiana, but we all have to take that precaution regardless of what there is to come. And another thing they also wanted people to know, just like they said, make sure if you do need help, you can call them if need be. But that's all I have right now on Livingston Parish. Back to you at the desk.
All right, David Hamilton, thank you for that. Again, the takeaway from him is that in Livingston Parish, there is a curfew from dusk to dawn. We are waiting to get new information about any kind of outages there, but we do know about some in our area.
Yeah, well, I will say, as you're seeing the map here, everybody's familiar with the energy outage map, all that red. Those are properties, homes that are without power, and you can see that it looks like Lafourche Parish kind of has the brunt of this right now. Not just Lafourche, but parts of Assumption Parish as well. I'll read out some stats here. 24,000 residents out with Lafourche. You're looking at about 5,000 in Assumption Parish. That's about half the parish without power. Switching over to the Dimco side of things, David mentioned it. Livingston Parish faring pretty well at this point. Only about 2% of customers there are without power. But as Josh has told us all night, just stand by. David, you're going to experience a lot more than what you've seen thus far.
Okay. All right, so next we will go to Josh and, well, Josh, Dr. Josh needs us for an update on what is going on with our weather.
Just as we stepped off set a little while earlier, I think it was only 10 minutes ago, the National Weather Service triggered a flash flood warning, a new one. We had that one in place for St. Mary Parish, but new warnings have been issued for southern areas like Assumption, parts of Terrebonne Parish as well, and that's because they're experiencing those extremely heavy rainfall rates on the northern part of what we're calling the center of circulation, or the northern eye wall at this point. Let's go ahead and tighten up our radar view and check out some of those sections. That new flash flood warning is live until 8 o'clock. For Lafourche and Terrebonne, highlighted here, but you can see this does also include parts of central Assumption Parish. There's Supreme, Labadeville within that warning as well. We actually took an email from News 2's Briandra saying seeing some water entering homes in that area. We're attempting to get some footage, some pictures, or perhaps some video from that area. But this is as that very heavy rain continues to race north through these sections. The good news about this flash flood warning, if there can be any about a flash flood warning, is look at this heaviest rain and look where it cuts off already into Houma. So whatever has fallen, as this wraps up in the next 30 minutes or so here, we will not add a whole lot of additional rain to what has already come down in those sections. That's really important. So bad that we have water entering homes, bad that we may have some flash flooding in streets and poor drainage areas. The good news is we don't figure to add a whole lot of additional rain. Now, in the metro area, that's certainly something to watch into the evening hours. We are getting closer to dealing with the brunt of Hurricane Francine, and we're seeing maybe the northern part of that center of circulation in Iowa just start to make its way to the 10-12 corridor now. Look for the winds and the rain rates to pick up in the city of Baton Rouge here within the hour. That's just starting to happen now in Geismar and Sorrento, as well as Gonzales, and stand by in southern Livingston Parish for that to occur as well. Sampling some of the wind speeds just above ground, 66 miles per hour in Iberville Parish, so there's a gust potential that high there. Still in the 80s near Pierre Part in central Assumption Parish. These numbers, these estimates will continue to come down with time as the storm weakens, moving further inland, but still some hefty duty wind potential out there this evening in addition to that very heavy rain. This is going to be the corridor to watch as we head into the evening hours, where you see that dark shade of orange and red, and this will move to the northeast, kind of jogging through St. James, Ascension, Livingston, and Tangipahoa Parish. I would say this is where we're going to maximize an additional flash flood threat as we move into the evening hours. I'm not eliminating that from possibility in Baton Rouge, but I'm certainly more concerned with the corridor just south and east of the city. I'm trying to trace it out with my hand here between the lakes, between this part of the path here, kind of bisecting on a diagonal Livingston and Ascension Parish, and to the east of that. One more time, there's the track. I think that's actually a really good line. I don't know how it worked with my hand there, all that hand gesturing. This line pretty much covers it. Along and east of this line, where this swath of red and orange on radar is expected to move to the northeast as we head into the evening hours. Right within that area is where we would likely see the additional flash flood threat. Again, wind's a problem too. Just had that new flash flood warning we wanted to pass along to you too. Hopefully you are in your safe spot now. No more moving around tonight. Roads becoming increasingly dangerous as we lose sunlight pushing toward the 7 o'clock hour here. And yeah, bad news that we have water entering homes in parts of Assumption Parish. So that's what the live shot looks like right now on radar. The live shots out in the community certainly suggesting that Balin, Bree, Alexis, the coastal parishes bit off everything they could chew tonight with Hurricane Francine. Not disappointing as a Category 1 hurricane.
We do have some video that we want to show you from
I've been able to look at some of these pictures, and while we're trying to get to it, it looks like to me wind-driven rain pushing, there you go, pushing under a door. I don't know what type of waterways or tributaries there are surrounding the location in Labadeville of where Lexi and Bree are, but it's just tough to say right now if that's just not wind-driven rain pushing under the door and getting inside, or if it's perhaps surge coming up.
Yeah.
I just don't know.
I'm kind of with you in looking at those pictures, Michael, given the area and the landscape there. Yeah, that does kind of look like what could be going on there, just seepage from the heavy wind-driven rain. Yeah.
Nonetheless, it's something that, I mean, it's such an inconvenience for those homeowners. I mean, you don't know if that's, speaking of someone that's dealt with flooring issues over the past year.
No matter how it's happening, it's not good.
Yeah, right. So just to be able to mitigate that and get it cleaned up. And if you do have to possibly get your insurance involved in something like this, Two on Your Side has been all over this the past couple of days. And check out our website, wbusa.com, for any type of advice you may need dealing with insurance companies in the next couple of days.
Okay. We're going to take another quick break. We'll be right back.
Now open, the All-Star Pre-Owned Super Center on the corner of Coursey and Airline Highway. For a unique pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, look no further than All-Star Pre-Owned Super Center in Baton Rouge. Shop our huge selection of vehicles in stock and also at allstarautomotive.com. All-Star has proudly served Baton Rouge for over 35 years and is once again leading the way with unique pre-owned vehicles. And choose from our 14 different brands, 13 convenient locations. Check out All-Star Automotive online or visit us in person on the corner of Airline Highway and Coursey Boulevard. All-Star Automotive, get it all.
It's LAS's end of summer sale. Right now, get $100 off each LAS window or shutter, plus free installation. LAS products are beautiful, best in class, and made to withstand the elements of the Gulf South. For over 65 years, LAS has manufactured, installed, and warranted our own products. No middleman. When you buy from LAS, you buy peace of mind. So take advantage now of LAS's end of summer sale. When you want the best for your home, you want LAS.
Associated Grocers realizes the importance of providing our retailers with the products and services necessary to operate 33 stores in our area. We embrace the nutritional needs of all families, and some families are hungry every day. The kitchen at St. Vincent de Paul serves meals 3 times daily, every day of the year. As we support WBRZ's To the Pantry, we ask that you do the same, as shown on your screen.
Join us with your support.
To the Pantry is proudly sponsored by Associated Grocers.
No matter where in the world you want to go, with BTR, you're a non-stop or short hop away from historical towers and breathtaking showers, relaxing days in the sun, or monumental fun. So close and convenient, smart travelers know flying BTR is the best way to go. Baton Rouge Metro Airport. FlyBTR.com.
Of course, the GMC Terrain offers different drive modes. What about Weekend Warrior mode? Or you don't see that every day mode? How about out of the office mode? Or even,
are you out of your mind?
Mode. Want a mode for everything? Get this ultra-low mileage lease on this 2024 Terrain SLE for around $358 per month with zero due at signing. Plus, current eligible GMC lessees get over $1,700 additional lease cash.
See your Bayou GMC dealer. This news segment is brought to you by your Bayou Buick and GMC dealers. The storm station is tracking Francine.
We are about 25 minutes out from the 7 o'clock update. Just to recap, we are waiting to hear back from our crews. We got Balin Rogers down in Morgan City, the brunt of the storm has passed him. We're also going to get with Sarah Gray Barr in Ascension Parish, Joe Collins, David Hamilton in Livingston Parish.
We've got a huge list of folks that are waiting to give us an update on where they are. Bess Casterly, last we saw her was along Highland Road Park in Baton Rouge. So let's check in with her now to see where she is and what's going on there. Have been hearing from Josh and Malcolm. Of course, we're starting to see things a little bit here in Baton Rouge. We're starting to feel some of the effects. Earlier, when she was at the Highland Road Park, she showed some little bit of rain there, a little bit of wind there, some folks out in the water.
Right.
Should not have been.
That'll certainly pick up here in the next hour or so. But that was kind of the thought process here. We kept Bess Casterly and Joe McCoy here in the metro area. They will run to anything that we hear from our law enforcement partners to bring you the latest as soon as that develops.
As we expect those conditions to pick up a little bit with the wind and the rain.
I want to show you this. We just got this in from the St. George Fire Department. They are ready to help during this storm, and they're being assisted by agencies from out of state. Take a look at this, the Tennessee Task Force 1. It's an urban search and rescue team, as well as the Missouri Task Force 1. They are staged there at the St. George Fire Department on Airline Highway. They're going to lend a hand if and when needed to our community. The fire department says their crews are continuing to run calls at this time, take care of this community, and they're going to prepare for everything Francine has to give us in the coming hours.
It's always a blessing when you see folks coming in to help, and then, you know, of course, we return that as well.
It's a great reciprocity, because whenever these municipalities are dealing with what they may have, they're in Tornado Alley, so that very well could be something that St. George went and assisted with in years past, and now here they are helping us.
And we appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Let's send it over to Dr. Josh Eaches once again for an update.
All right, thanks very much, Michael, Sylvia, to bring in meteorologist Malcolm Byron here and just put in a few graphics together, update on the latest situation heading in the evening. Malcolm, I want you to kick off what we were talking about just a few moments ago as we're looking at current winds, and then I think we're looking for those winds to start to pick up in the metro. That's kind of the next lane we're watching is impact now that we've had landfall.
And I think it's easy to look at this Morgan City number and go, whoa, that's maybe a little bit of an improvement. It's said that for a while now. In fact, I haven't seen any data come out of that sensor for a couple of hours now, so it stands to reason that that sensor has gone down, but still some high winds along the coast. Picking up, though, in Gonzales with a peak wind gust at 41 miles per hour, very similar in Baton Rouge with a gust at 39, sustained winds in the ballpark of 20 to 30 miles per hour. A little higher in New Orleans. We've seen the gust go as high as 59, but it's up to 53 at the present moment with the sustained wind just under tropical storm force. That would be 39 miles per hour at 32.
Yeah, and the gusts we saw along the coast earlier were certainly much higher than this. You talked about tropical storm force, but I do think we've seen some hurricane force wind gusts out there tonight, and obviously identified at landfall near Eugene Island was one around 105 earlier today. Now, we shouldn't see numbers that high as friction continues to slow down the max wind speeds of the storm as it continues to advance inland for tonight. But we will start to see these numbers increasing in the metro area, the white numbers sustained, and these gusts could come up too. I think you have that Futurecast keyed up, right? Let's go ahead and take a look at that. Yep. We go into this is now, again, look at the time over Malcolm's shoulder there. We'll move this forward, and you are going to see where the max wind sustain could be and where the gusts could be. And they start to increase as we head into 8 o'clock.
And I think it's, you look at some of these numbers and you go, whoa, that's very high. These might be on the high end of things, but it's a reasonable worst case scenario. And you see that yellow number next to Gonzales. That's a 74 mile per hour wind gust by 8 o'clock. That's as that northern eye wall moves into the southern part of the Baton Rouge metro. That's a hurricane force wind gust right there. So it's what we've been saying all along. At the very least, tropical storm force conditions are possible, maybe upwards of hurricane force winds. That's why we got the hurricane warning added to East Baton Rouge Parish yesterday. And if memory serves me correct, I believe Ascension is included in that hurricane warning.
And again, reasonable worst case scenario. That means we could just barely sniff out hurricane force winds in that area. That would validate the need for the hurricane warning. It's close enough that we needed one. And you mentioned, 8 o'clock. I look at a clock over to our left here. It's 6:40, so we should really start to see those winds picking up now into that 8 o'clock hour. This has been a hurry up and wait game in the metro area all day today, but conditions do deteriorate here very rapidly in the next few hours.
Something else to notice here is look at the wind arrows here. You can definitely see that there's a cyclonic circulation right there. This model taking it right through here between Lake Maurepas and Baton Rouge. And the farther away you get away from the center of circulation, the lower the wind speed. So that 74-mile-per-hour gust in Gonzales assumes that you have the storm tracking very close by.
Which would be an assumption I'm in line with right now based on the track. I think that's a very reasonable that part of the center is going to track through Ascension Parish. And as we advance this into the 10 o'clock hour, you can see that we hang on to some pretty intense winds even into the middle of the night here. And that's because while all of the rain may continue to be displaced farther to the north, the winds will remain stiff through that central circulation. Even if it's a broad, open, kind of ragged-looking center, we are going to still deal with some significantly gusty winds because of the much relatively lower pressure to the areas around.
And while things may get worse for areas north tonight, they get a little bit better along the coast. I mean, we're talking gusts up to 100 miles per hour along the immediate coastline. That will not happen in coastal regions closer to midnight.
And look at this. I mean, New Orleans, there's Slidell 56, Hammond 57, Gulfport 46.
And that's blowing over Pontchartrain.
Right.
Causing storm surge problems on the North Shore.
Yes, and that's why we have that forecast is about 2-3 feet. So those near shore areas would expect some inundation as we head into the evening hours tonight. And even as we roll Futurecast to 2 a.m., we're still talking about 20-mile-per-hour winds in Baton Rouge. That's about where we are right now. We've had some gusts, as Malcolm noted, to tropical storm force. Still tropical storm force gust potential of 41, the 2 o'clock hour in the morning. We'll hold on to that into, say, Bogalusa and Macomb through that time as well. And reasonably, also Hammond. It falls lower than this estimate here. But we keep those winds elevated pretty much along and north of I-12, just beyond midnight tonight and into tomorrow. By tomorrow morning, those winds start to ease enough that our linesmen and utility workers are able to get out and take a look at what's happening and survey the damage to the infrastructure around the area and hopefully get those repairs started by that time.
We'll pull up current conditions right now. Still have a little bit of daylight. If you look outside, you're going to see how fast these low clouds are moving. Sustained wind still at 25 miles per hour in Baton Rouge.
And actually this, look at the pier there and look at that center line on our monitor. I haven't seen the tower camera wobbling this much yet today. And that's to be expected as well.
That's right. And then I want to step off camera real quick here and to take a look at the current Morgan City impacts. I know when we were out with Balin Rogers' live shot, goodness, I don't know how long it was ago, things started to get a little better there. Maybe a slight reduction in wind speed and rainfall rates. But in western St. Mary Parish, this is the western edge of the eye wall, and it may start to push east just a little bit. It's doing it slowly because remember, the storm is still moving generally due northeast.
Yeah, there'll be what Malcolm's saying is there's a net movement eventually that this eye wall would scoot on by Franklin and Morgan City on its tail end starts to clip Morgan City, hanging off to the northeast tonight with that storm peeling away. But Balin experienced in Morgan City as the residents there did some reduced rainfall just about an hour ago, and the winds tried to die up a little bit as those rain bands move on. So we're probably trending in the right direction there, but not out of the woods in St. Mary Parish yet. And it certainly took a toll on power. I saw just before we got on the air, it looks like 65% of St. Mary Parish is without power at this point, not surprisingly.
Michael mentioned this not too long ago, but we are going to get another update probably in the next 20 minutes or so. That'll be the official 7 o'clock advisory. I anticipate there might be a little wiggle to the exact position of the system now. Right now it's over Terrebonne Parish, but not far from St. Mary. Wouldn't be surprised if St. James got clipped by the center of circulation. That's where the current track does take it down.
Yeah, and this is, interestingly, I think we're really going to have to look out again in the short term here for northern Assumption, Ascension, Livingston, certainly Baton Rouge, but this area for sure. If we're just tracing out where the strongest winds have been, central St. Mary Parish through Assumption Parish, and then you assume the northeastern motion of that storm, you can almost use my hand as a line to draw that swath of where the strongest winds are likely to occur, and that would be just on the eastern side of East Baton Rouge Parish, Ascension, and Livingston as we move forward here, unless this storm were to make a dramatic deviation from that northeastward motion at 17 miles per hour.
Josh, if you could remark on the fact that in Point Comfrey Parish there's barely any rain. In just a moment, I'll get the rainfall totals up here.
Yeah, actually, you know what, get that prepared, and actually the next thing to go through is we look at that on later, our water vapor. We can show how that dry air is working on the northern western side. Michael noted this too. We saw these rain bands kind of pinwheeling through the metro area earlier today and seemingly kind of falling apart over northern and western sections. This is the rain so far today, or excuse me, the rain yet to come in this system. And you'll notice we're not going to tack on a whole lot of additional rainfall north and west of Baton Rouge. The heavier tallies are going to be south and east of the capital area. And that's where we could see maybe 5, 6, 7 inches of additional rainfall. This is where some flash flooding is ongoing in parts of Assumption and St. Mary Parish. So once again, reasonably with that northeastern motion and track, adding those heavier rainfall totals into areas of Ascension Parish, St. James, and Livingston Parish could be next on deck for some flooding concerns as well.
I'll pull that water vapor imagery up real quick, and then I think we could take a look at some of the rain totals.
Yeah, I think the water vapor next to radar would be an interesting contrast. If you just, even from this vantage point, if you go in tight there, Malcolm, let's take a look at this. I'll explain for a moment. And the next thing to click onto would just be with that same camera view, just click on the radar, and we'll see how where this dry air is moving in. Yep, you can see how it's cleared out western Louisiana, even areas north and west of Baton Rouge. Thumbing back and forth between the two of them, you can really see how that dry air is working on the northern and western side of this system. And really, it's making it difficult for the survival of this western side of the eye wall. That's starting to erode now as well. So we should continue, again, to favor this northern and eastern quadrant of the storm for the heaviest rain and gusty winds moving into the evening hours here.
Look at some of those reflectivities here on the northeast side of the eye wall, just north of Houma.
More intense than earlier, actually.
Goodness gracious, oh yeah. I mean, you can see some pinks in there.
Yeah, the scale, the legend right there. Michael pointed this out too. Michael's like kind of our backup meteorologist tonight. He's calling all this stuff out for us. So if one of us go down, Michael's going to step in. But he noted how we saw some pinks and some whites as our radar reflectivities are kind of maxing out here. And that tells you we have tropical rain rates. Right. Even in our heaviest summer thunderstorms, we don't often see those shades. But tonight we do, because we have really intense rainfall rates moving across southeastern Louisiana.
I'm putting up the information. I'm reading the information here on the flash flood warning for central and southern Assumption and southern St. James parishes. That goes until 9:30. But they remark that 1 to 2 inches of rain has fallen, and additional amounts of 2 to 4 inches are possible. And that's really impressive, because if you look south, there's not a ton of rain. That means that 2 to 4 inches would have to come just from the sheer rain rates due to that particular part.
Yes, when we first broadcast the warning maybe 30 minutes ago, that's what I talked about. That is the good news. We're not adding a whole lot of additional, but this band right here is probably a short-fused 1 hour quick hit of 5 or 6 inches. Right. Is what you're seeing. Actually, live radar, we could probably query the rainfall rate on that right now if we go into that band.
Switch radar modes here, but we can definitely do that. I do believe that the radar has been underestimating things slightly, but we will see what it suggests right now. We'll switch to the live radar, and we'll have to toggle off the warnings.
So we're just so you're getting your bearings of what Malcolm's doing, you're zooming in on that northern eye wall, the northern eastern part of the eye wall, and where we have that flash flood warning, he's pushed into where that band is moving, and he's taking a look, he's just clicking around the map in some areas and estimating the rainfall rates. And there you go. I think that's probably a little bit more accurate, 3 inches per hour. Right. That would account for, if this does this for an hour or two, you're getting that fast 4, 5, 6 inches.
We have not seen, as bright of reds like these throughout the course of the day.
Right.
It's just this particular part of the storm, that's where we're seeing the highest rain rates. You mentioned it earlier. We've seen one rain band followed by another, and then all the way up to the center of circulation. It just gets a little bit worse.
Yeah, consecutively heavier. And this is the big game tonight. And, okay, we'll point this out, and we're going to be able to pull these up in our system here in the near term, but we're going to start to have some DOTD cams along I-10 here. And boy, it is time to shut down any plans you had to use I-10 between New Orleans and Baton Rouge if you haven't already. Certainly, there's probably some truck and through-state traffic out there that may have been unaware. Hopefully not, but that's going to be a really gnarly stretch here in the next couple of hours, traveling from New Orleans to Baton Rouge. And Highway 61, too, Airline Highway, goes all the way from New Orleans to Baton Rouge, two main thoroughfares that are taking a licking right now from the strongest rains and winds from Francine.
Got some brand new information. A new flash flood warning has just come out for northern St. James Parish, also northern Assumption, and the southern tier of Ascension Parish does include the city of Donaldsonville. Between 2 and 3 inches of rain has already fallen. Additional amounts, 2 to 4 inches possible. Definitely enough to cause flash flooding there. Right now it's radar indicated. Let me throw up some of the Doppler radar estimated rainfall totals real quick. And Oh, yeah. You see those blue shadings?
It's going up fast. I mean, I think we were all here with Michael, Sylvia earlier, and when the four of us were standing here, we did not have blue on this map yet.
Yep.
So it's just that northern eye wall that's the big dump of rain.
And that's going to go all the way up to the 10-12 corridor. Right now, it seems like our biggest wind and rain impacts may end up being just east of Baton Rouge. Not to say Baton Rouge will be impact-free, but for areas closer to Livingston, St. Helena, Tangipahoa Parish later on down the line, could have some more problems.
Yeah, take a big wallop of rain and strong winds. And I think what you can expect is this is a pretty good estimate, a proxy for what's to come, at least in the short term. I would say from this area, Supreme, Napoleonville, Chack Bay, up to I-10, probably going to see just about as much rain as we have here, because we're not going to see enough weakening between now and then for the rain rates to dramatically drop off. So would expect those potentially 4, 5, 6 inch totals. And I think it's almost a given that we're going to see those flash flood warnings just stair-stepped farther north with time toward the I-10 corridor as Francine continues inland here over the next couple of hours.
We also just received the new 7 o'clock update as well, so I'll go ahead and throw that on there.
Let's get to it. Differences, I'll point them out. Pressure's the same, so actually that may have risen a little bit. We're at 972. Yeah.
Up by a couple.
Winds down 5 miles per hour. Motion the same, 17 miles per hour. Track looks about the same. Not a big adjustment there. So the center now expected to go through, or still expected to go through, St. James Parish, clipping Eastern Ascension, Santa Ma, take a look out there, Sorrento, French Settlement, Port Vincent, Maurepas, Springfield, and Killian. Center moving right over your area in southeastern Livingston Parish. Eventually, Albany, they clip the town of Livingston. If you're in the city of Baton Rouge, here you go. Western edge of the northwestern edge of the eye wall, at least starting to pinwheel through the area now. I'll be interested to step outside and see what our gusts are like at the studio here in a little bit. Actually, I'm thrown off by our monitor here. Baton Rouge, right about there. That dot fell off when we adjusted the map. That's okay. We know where Baton Rouge is tonight. Lake Maurepas, also in Lake Pontchartrain, to see those really strong winds there. And you remarked, Malcolm, not only on the surge on the northern side, but I wouldn't underestimate the winds on the north shores as well because of the reduced friction moving across the lakes.
Yeah, because there's less friction when air passes over water. And that means that you can see accelerating winds, and then once it hits land, it will slow down eventually, but for areas immediately right along that shoreline, it'll come in with some pretty good force.
Yeah.
And even on the opposite side of the storm as it's pulling away, you see it on the opposite direction.
Yep, and the track does really kind of show to us that we are seeing a pretty locked-in northeastward trajectory now, increasing confidence that the center of the storm passes between the capital city and the lakes here. And it's now, say, about level with Highway 90. Current position is right along Highway 90. It's got to be. Did you get the, do you have the bulletin there? I'd like to see where they're marking the position as. They're probably saying relative to Houma where it is right now. So that's what I would guess.
I can pull the bulletin up real quick. 20 miles east-southeast Morgan City.
Morgan City, all right. Which, for reference point on the map, right about there where the tip of the hurricane icon is clipping. So, Cat 1, 85 mile per hour winds, northeast at 17. Track is unchanged, so impacts are unchanged as we head into the evening hours, at least the expectations here for the capital area. And we do have a storm that is on a weakening trend, but it's not going to be fast enough to avoid the worst of it here in the metro area in southeast Louisiana.
I'm going to pull up here just the ways you can stay connected through the evening. There is a chance that we lose power as well.
Right. And it's happening.
Not here.
That's happening in Baton Rouge.
Not here at the station. We will be on the air with you from start to finish. Make no mistake about that. But if you happen to lose power and you're not able to watch us on TV, there are many ways you can do that. First off, make sure your phones are charged up. If you still have power, do that now. That way, if you do run out of power, you are a little bit ahead of the game there. But we're online, streaming coverage, social media. We have updates there. Whenever those new tropical advisories come out, they push to X and Facebook immediately, sometimes even quicker than we can get it out here on the air. Mobile app as well. You have live radar right on there. You can see when those rain bands are coming in. You can also see the latest track from the National Hurricane Center.
I think it's a great tool. How you can zoom in on the map and click on the forecast points, and it brings up the stats that time. So
earlier, Michael was able to look at it.
Yeah, and you'll get notifications too. The flash flood warnings that have come out. You're finding out about them there first if you're within the path of that warning. New ones will be issued. Still outside possibility we have a tornado warning issued. So all of those alerts will come to your phone immediately. You might see them on the app quicker than we even are able to get them on the air here, because we gather the graphics, we put a presentation together to bring to you on the air, and that app's going to have it immediately. So it's the first place you're going to get info usually.
Right. Seconds matter with storms like these,
Yeah.
and on the air sometimes it takes a minute or two. We usually get on pretty quickly, but that app is instant.
It is. So have those tools ready to go. We've got all of our tools ready to go, and we have much more tracking to do here in the coming little while. Producers, we heading back to the desk. We are going to the desk. All right, Michael, Sylvia, let's head over to you.
Okay, Josh, Malcolm, thank you. We're going to hammer this just one more time. If you haven't downloaded the WBRZ News and Weather apps, they are such a great tool. I've had it open all day here on the desk. You can see the track and how it's wobbled throughout the entire duration of this storm. And again, that 7 o'clock advisory, the app has updated with that. So if you haven't done so already, go ahead and download that WBRZ Storm Station app for the very latest.
All right, Bess Casterly and photojournalist Joe McCoy have been driving around Baton Rouge all afternoon checking on weather conditions. So Bess, we're going to send it back to you again. Where are you and what are the conditions where you are?
Sylvia, can you hear me? We are driving down Airline Highway, going out of the parish, closer to Ascension now. Like I said, not much has changed though. We're still seeing, I would say, minimal rain. It's really not that heavy of a rain pour going on, and we are still having wind gusts, but as we've left East Baton Rouge, the wind gusts I feel like have weakened a little bit. I don't know if that's just where we're driving personally, but we haven't really been shifting around the road or anything. The roads are wet though, they are slippery. It has been raining all morning and all afternoon, and now it is the evening, and there has not been any stopping in that rainfall. So it's very important to slow down and basically just stay off the road if you don't need to be out. We have seen a lot of debris on the roads, though, branches, trees. We did speak to a tree expert earlier in the week who said that right now in this time of year, tree branches are weighted down by acorns, fruit, pecans, that sort of thing. So it makes them heavier and more susceptible to wind and water pushing them down. So those have been blowing around and across the roadways that we have been driving on. And just your run-of-the-mill things that blow across the road. We drove past a couple traffic cones earlier and what looked like some air-conditioned duct work in the middle of the highway. So really, it is not safe to be out here at all just because of all of the stuff blowing across the roadway. But I have to say right now, there really hasn't been anything too dramatic happening in our area, which was East Baton Rouge, and now we've turned around, so we're going back that way. But we will be continuing to drive around, and we will let you guys know if we do see anything. But for now, Bess Casterly reporting live in East Baton Rouge Parish, WBRZ News 2.
All right, Bess, thank you. We did, of course, hear Malcolm and Dr. Josh say that later on within the coming hours, we will start to see the winds pick up and the rain as well for Baton Rouge.
It's kind of what we've been saying all day. JP and Brandy kind of took you through the morning, which there wasn't a whole lot happening in the metro area, but as the storm keeps moving through, those outer bands kind of blowing over Baton Rouge, it is going to get a little bit dicey here. I think they said it right around 8 o'clock, 8:30, about an hour from now. We want to check back in with our team down in Labadeville. News 2's Alexis Maroney standing by live. We showed you those pictures earlier, the water entering the house. Hopefully Lexi can provide some update on that.
Hey, Michael. Hey, Sylvia. Look, we had to come inside of a garage because the winds are so intense out there. It really isn't safe to be out there right now, even, for experts like us. But I have Alyssa with us. She's one of the folks that has us staying here with us. She allowed us to come into her home, and we are so grateful because without that, we'd be out in the rain. So thank you so much, Alyssa. But could you just tell us what this storm's been like for you? You've, of course, been through tons of hurricanes in your life, but tell us about this one.
Yeah, no problem. It's been a pleasure having y'all here and, keeping up with all the information and having the news in your front yard when the power's out is super helpful. As far as the hurricane goes, I haven't sat through many because I evacuate every time, which the lovely people who are watching should have. But But, you know, the winds are very intense right now. The side of my house that the wind is actually blowing on, they do have a little bit of water starting to come in, which I've never experienced through the hurricanes. And I've sat through Laura and I believe Delta. Ida I was not here for, but I do know that that was a super devastating hurricane for the entire Tri-Parish area. And even during then, our house didn't experience anything like that. So to see it happening is pretty bizarre.
Yeah, and let's talk about what is happening. Of course, all morning I think there's a sheriff's car actually parked out front of this the house. It looks like they're trying to get a break right now too, because you really can't even see down the road. You can't see past the driveway. But Alyssa, tell us about inside of your house. We started seeing some water as we were editing the video. That's
definitely new for me. I was sitting down, you know, you guys were editing and I was tending to my dog and I saw water, and initially I'm like, oh, you must have had an accident, bad weather. And as I'm shining a light, it's going through the baseboards and into my room. And, you know, so we're kind of tackling that right now, getting some towels and a dry mop to clean all that up. Hopefully it is a little bit manageable. But yeah.
We're going to get through it. We're going to get through it together, because guess what? Alyssa's here, but we're also here. So WVRZ is going to stay safe in this weather. We are just, I think as a reporter, it means so much to be with folks like her who are experiencing this. You know, we've been at shelters and things like that, but to be at the home when these things are happening, it makes things a little bit more real for us than just seeing the video, you know?
Yeah, absolutely, because, I mean, it also, we all know it takes a village down here. Whenever times are like this, you know, we all come together and we hold hands and we help each other through it. So any way that I can help you guys and y'all can help me out, it's appreciated.
Anytime. And, you know, we can help you guys out at home if you send us videos and pictures of what you're going through, if you need help finding resources, of course. So we're just going to get back to the storm, help them mop up some of this water that's coming through, and just do whatever we can to help here in Livingston. Live in Assumption Parish, Alexis Maroney, WBRZ News 2.
You know, I think that homeowner really summed it up.
Yeah.
Particularly, it really kind of, that is sort of the mission statement of folks not only in East Baton Rouge and Livingston, but Louisiana as a whole. In times especially like this, you really see what community looks like
coming together
across the state.
Yeah, helping each other out. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
With Chevy trucks, be ready for adventure. With power you can count on. Capability that doesn't compromise. A hard-working EV with more range than any competitor, and the potential to take you anywhere. It's Chevy truck season. Get 1.9% financing, plus make no monthly payments for 90 days on all 2024 Silverado 1500 pickups. See your Super Chevy dealers today.
You're invited to take a vacation from everybody else's vacation. Far away from long lines, heavy traffic, and jam-packed schedules. To a place where you're free to explore and discover. Where you can wander and be filled with wonder. Find your own way in Mississippi. Wanderers welcome.
Is the summer heat turning your home into an oven? Southern Air Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing is here to help with our $69 tune-up special. Our expert technicians will ensure your AC runs smoothly, keeping you comfortable all season long. Need a new HVAC system? Currently, Southern Air Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing is offering 0% financing for 60 months on new installs. Just call Southern Air or visit us online at southernnairbr.com.
Today, we are shaping tomorrow.
We are researching how extreme stress impacts the immune system, from trauma victims to athletes and even astronauts.
Our work is leading the way in sepsis treatment, saving countless lives.
We're unlocking the mind with music in exciting new ways.
Our Lady of the Lake Health and LSU are improving the health of our state.
That's the impact of champions.
Imagine the impact we'll have on the future. Together, we roar.
To Your Health is brought to you by Our Lady of the Lake Health. The storm station is tracking Francine.
A couple of quick damage reports coming in from the National Weather Service. Part of a metal roof has blown off of a house that's near the intersection of Highland and Lee. We're going to go check that out. Also, our crew out in Livingston Parish, David Hamilton, And Joe Collins going to check out a tree that is down on a house that's in Walker. So as soon as we get a picture up from them, we'll check back in with them.
And right now we want to check back in with our meteorologist, Balin Rogers in Morgan City, and hopefully things are starting to calm down just a little bit.
Wow, what a difference.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, Sylvia, we're still seeing some pretty strong winds. I just checked radar, and it's looking like we're starting to slowly get into that eye. But it's kind of hard to tell exactly where that exact center of circulation is. Kind of a weird look to the system now. I know some dry air is interacting with the system, including some wind shear as well. So it's giving it kind of an odd appearance. So it's hard to exactly pinpoint where that center of circulation is and where you would get that completely calm winds. But overall, conditions are improving here. And actually, we did not get this on air, but after my last shot out here, for about 30 minutes, we saw the strongest winds of Francine so far, and things got really hairy here. It got very strong, and there's still some gusts right now that if you're not exactly prepared for, could knock you off your feet. That's typical right on the edge of that eye wall and getting into the eye. Your sustained winds will start coming down a little bit, but just out of nowhere, you just get this bam, big old gust that comes through. And yeah, if you're not prepared for that, definitely knock you off your feet. And I've been saying this, I'm still kind of protected by this building right here, but a few of these winds are still getting to me. So, right above me, I've been talking about this poor little flag. It's not doing too well anymore. It is really shredded. United States flag there and the Louisiana state flag, it's not looking good at all. Those got completely shredded by the strong winds that we did have in our area right after that last live shot. It was a complete whiteout. You could not see anything. The winds were just blowing. Honestly, it's hard to say exactly how strong because the winds got strong enough. Last time I checked, it completely took out our wind sensor here in Morgan City. We were gusting into the 60s, and all of a sudden, before the strongest winds, wind sensor just completely went down. I guess it got overwhelmed by the winds, but it was quite an experience going through the eye wall here. It was a complete whiteout, first of all. Extreme rain rates of around 8 inches an hour, and that's just a crazy number there. The winds gusting, I've experienced around mid-80s. That's about the highest winds I've ever experienced, and this was on par with that, maybe even a little bit stronger than that. We saw some extreme gusts where you could not see anything. You could not see the trees behind me. You could not see this building over here, and there comes another just right on the edge of the eye here. So you just get these random gusts that just seemingly come out of nowhere. The conditions are improving. Anyways, things got really bad here, and you should have heard all the sounds. It's hard to describe the noises that were going on as we were going through the eye wall. There was popping noises, there was explosive noises, which was probably transformers blowing. At least here, I don't know if this place has a generator. We still have power at this. It's really a government building, but our Army is using it as a shelter. So we've had several people come and take shelter in this building. So very good stuff there. But man, in Morgan City, we took the brunt of the system. And one interesting thing, it wasn't that bad before we got to the core of the system, or right around that center of circulation. In the outer bands, yeah, we saw some gusts in the 40s, low-end tropical storm force, maybe a few small limbs down, but it wasn't that bad. But as we got into that main core of the system, right around the eye, that's when it just went from 0 to 100 real quick. And some of those winds in that core are beginning to spread inland. And I think Baton Rouge, EBR, Livingston Parish, you're not going to experience the winds we saw here. Plain and simple. The storm is weakening, but your strongest winds are still yet to come. I looked at radar, and a lot of heavy rain heading up towards the north, especially Livingston Parish and getting into Hammond as well. Conditions are going to begin to deteriorate there pretty quickly over the next several hours. But we are seeing some improvements here. We're going to have to go around once we do start to lessen these winds and see what type of damage that is out here. From what I can see, lots of large tree limbs down, some exceeding 10 inches in diameter. I don't doubt there's trees and power lines, and I even saw some siding coming off of this gas station over here. So yeah, it was a very intense storm. People here probably will not forget this one. It came in fast and furious, and yeah, Francine will be remembered here, and it's not there for you along the 10-tunnel corridor just yet, but it is on its way, and just be prepared for some pretty strong winds. But I'm meteorologist Balin Rogers, live in Morgan City, WBRZ Channel 2.
Balin, before you go, a couple of questions for you. I've got Michael, of course, and Dr. Josh here. And I just was talking to Dr. Josh actually about this, but I'll ask you, going through an eye wall, I know you've done this before, but is it a fair question to ask you about the comparison? Is it kind of the same experience?
Yeah, it's an eye wall's an eye wall. Like, there's going to be some slight differences depending on the strength of the hurricane, and there's another one of those gusts. I tell you, Sylvia, that rain stings as it hits you. Anyways, a hurricane eye wall is a hurricane eye wall. The rain rates are going to be extremely high. It's going to be significantly worse than any other part of the storm. And you can even see the remnants of that eye wall push inland. Even though the sustained winds are going to come down, you can still see some pretty significant gusts. I chased Delta back in 2020 down in southwest Louisiana. It's comparable to that. That was also, remember, a 100-mile-per-hour Cat 2 hurricane when it did make landfall. But I don't know, some of these gusts here I think were a little bit stronger than what I experienced with Delta. So yeah, it was pretty intense here.
So Balin, you're not really going to experience any more rain on the backside of this, like what he, because it's what, just falling apart on the south.
Yeah, I mean showers, but yeah, no more torrential downpours like he had. But Balin, is to Michael's question there. What now that the sheets of rain have stopped and you can see around with our last 4 or 5 minutes of daylight before the sun officially sets, what kind of debris is laying around you in the parking lot? I see a branch behind you. Is that mainly what you're seeing, or building material? What else?
Oh, sorry, Josh. Big gust just, it's so weird. It's like calm, and then you just get this giant gust that comes out of nowhere. You got to brace yourself. Anyways, you can't see this. It's off to my right, but these trees got shredded. I mean, you can't even see. This used to be a road, and you can't even tell over here because there's so much tree debris laying on the ground. I'm trying to walk around and see if I can see any trees down. I bet there definitely is with the type of winds we experience, but as of what I'm just seeing in my tiny general location, it's just tons of large tree limbs down, and some of these trees look like they're missing a ton of limbs as they got shredded by some of those winds.
Is it all palm trees there, like right behind you, or is it more cypress around and just some oaks? Like, we only see kind of the 3 palm trees directly behind you.
Yeah, we'll walk over toward the roadway that you're talking about so we can see it.
Yeah. Can Joel show that?
Okay. I'm gonna walk over here.
Guys, I've had a long
day.
day.
These little palm trees behind me. And yeah, we got a lot of these. I don't know if you could tell, but these type of trees, tons of these is around here. If I walk any farther, we're probably gonna get blocked by this post in front of the camera.
Sure.
But yeah, off to my right, we see a ton of these, like, I don't know if I'll call them cypress trees. I think they are. They got like a lot of moss on them. And that's what a lot of the trees are around here. Oh, I also see some oaks over there as well. So yeah, it's actually, there's a few palm trees mixed in, but it's mainly just, oaks and cypress and stuff like that.
All right. And then, have you seen any building debris in the street around you? You mentioned the branches. We see a few of those. You said those trees took a hit, but I think you said some siding off a gas station maybe, but I guess maybe where you're hunkered in there and protected by that building on 2 or 3 sides, have you just not, you hadn't had a chance to see, I guess, what kind of structural damage there was around there?
I haven't got a chance to go really anywhere. Yeah, we've been at this is the very secure building. I know it's like some sort of governmental building, mayor's office thing. I'm not quite entirely sure, but it's a brick building. Very well, since I've chased hurricanes, you got to go to a secure structure that you know isn't going to get damaged by these winds. So that's why we chose this location, because I mean, I bet this thing could withstand a very strong hurricane. But anyways, we haven't really gone anywhere to look at the damage, and I've heard a lot of emergency vehicles all driving around to different locations and stuff. So I bet they're dealing with a lot, and I've even seen people just coming from all over, and this is actually a dedicated shelter, and coming in here and taking shelter. So I don't know what type of damage we're going to see, but hopefully everyone's okay, and it was not that bad around here damage-wise.
All right. I feel like we might check in with you one or two more times tonight, Balin, as you're losing daylight there, but that kind of sets the scene there, and we know we're going to release Balin so he can get up early tomorrow and take a look at some of that damage around St. Mary Parish for our tune-in on our morning shows.
Okay, about 20 miles, what is that, northeast of where Balin is. We need to check in with, I believe, Bree Andrus.
Yeah.
Hey, Bree.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, earlier we showed you that we moved into this garage because the winds and the conditions outside are just so terrible right now. We thought we would see some relief, but we just haven't. Ever since this storm has picked up, it has not let up. And while we were talking with Alyssa, the person that lives in this home, a sheriff's deputy actually came to check on us. He's out and about just making sure everyone's staying safe, staying inside. He came to check on us, and he also gave us some updates. There have been trees that have fallen and have blocking roadways on Highway 308 in Assumption Parish. And just about a mile down the road, he said there's about 8 inches to a foot of flooding on LA1 in Assumption Parish. We also got in touch with Sheriff Leland Falcon, and he has told us that there has been structural damage from a fire to multiple buildings in Assumption Parish, and from what we were told, some of that damage is irreplaceable and not able to be fixed. It's very unfortunate. We're going to work on trying to get some pictures from that scene and get them on air and online to you, but things are just not really getting any better here in Assumption Parish, much like in Morgan City where Balin is. Winds are picking up heavily. Visibility is very, very low. You can't see a whole lot. So it's getting pretty rough, but we're just hoping for some relief coming pretty soon. But if you are in Assumption Parish, please stay inside until you get the all clear, the storm passes, and roads start to reopen, because roads are closing down, trees are blocking things, and flooding is becoming a problem as this storm pushes through the area. Flooding is becoming a big problem. Like I said, almost a foot of water right down the road north of where we are. And we have to travel north in order to get back to Baton Rouge. Of course, we won't do that until it is safe, obviously, but there is those conditions further up the road, and we only expect things to get better from here, hopefully, cross our fingers, but that's all we have for now. We'll bring you more updates as we get them. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, it will get better. It's just going to take a while.
Yeah, and you're hearing this rumbling outside? That is not thunder. That is
it's
the wind.
not.
Just checked
That's
in with
the
Malcolm.
wind.
That is the wind starting to howl
Just rippling
outside
over the roof here.
Yeah, and probably through our tower.
Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember hearing that in Ida. When you stepped outside, you'd hear the roar through the tower. So, and that's happening. We're hearing it now. I think we would notice a constant. It's just not sustained yet, so it sounds like a thunder because we're getting a gust.
It's
every
ominous
couple of
sounding.
minutes.
Actually, we looked at each other like,
right.
that's not my stomach.
During Ida, though, that was a whole different animal.
Of course.
There. I mean,
Yeah, we're not comparing the two. It was a constant roar during Ida that we don't have right now. Checked in with Malcolm. We got some storm reports starting to roll in. He's working on getting those updated.
I just want to say I had to lock the patio door because the wind was trying to open the patio door.
Yeah, you know, we'll have to step out there. We do have we have lights out there. I might head out there.
I just
in a
want to
few
tell you
minutes.
that.
All right, so yeah, I mean, that wind that we hear going overhead, it's starting to tug at some of the doors now. We've been through hurricanes. This is normal. You expect the drafts and the things like that. So we're on generator here, so we'll keep the coverage coming. But I think we're going to step over and do a little weather relief here and talk about what's going on in the grand scheme of things. We already talked a lot about wind. I want to talk about water to start things off here, because we are going to continue to see likely additional flash flood warnings issued as this heaviest rain band on the northern center of circulation and the northern eye wall continue to move from south to north across southern Louisiana. Now, our latest flash flood warning is issued until 9:30 p.m. for Lafourche, St. James, and St. John parishes. You see this dark red box here and this dark red box here. These are the two kind of key flash flood warnings. The areas in green are kind of your lower end, more typical standing street and poor drainage flood warnings. But we're likely going to see these flash flood warnings, and that's for fast rising water, fast pooling of water. They're going to be extended to the north with time here. So even these areas that are in the flash flood warning in the light green here are going to see that next level up, that darker red box, likely extended here in the coming hours as Francine continues to work its way off to the north. What have we seen so far? And this is all just since midnight. And I'll take it a step further than that. A lot of this is in just the last 4 or 5 hours. Not surprising that we're sampling rainfall rates of about 2 to 3 inches per hour as Francine continues to advance inland. So just south of Morgan City, picked up about 5 inches. Look at that, just east of where we found Bree and Alexis, just talked to her a moment ago. Radar estimate of 6.5 inches. North of that, into northern Lafourche Parish there, just outside of St. James Parish, we have an estimate of 5.8 inches. This is radar estimated. Certainly if you have a gauge, maybe give or take a couple of tenths, and we could see some point locations that are slightly higher. But really, this shade of blue and these highest accumulations correspond pretty tightly with that leading eye wall, that rain band on the north side of the center of circulation. And that's going to be the key feature to watch kind of marching north through our area into the evening hours here. Go back to radar so I can show you that, where we see these darker shades of yellow, orange, even red. It's approaching Laplace now. Boy, Laplace seems to always get unlucky with these events. Did in our last hurricane event. Once again, we're going to have to watch out for some flash flooding there. Some of this heavy rain is starting to move across I-310 now, Highway 61, Airline Highway, and we're going to start to see the rain rates really intensify along I-10 too. Remarked on this earlier when Malcolm and I were together that should essentially be a travel shutdown at this point between New Orleans and Baton Rouge. There's nothing official of that nature, but it's just not a good idea. If you don't need to use that interstate system over the next few hours, do not do it, because the winds are going to pick up. Visibility may go near zero in the wind-driven rain, which would be heavy enough on its own to reduce the visibility driving out there at night in the rain. All of those factors making it extremely dangerous here into the evening hours. Oh, there's a new update that just came in. Now, that's not in our coverage area, so I'm not going to spend a ton of time on that. But it's our first inland tornado warning of the day, and this is for Slidell, St. Tammany Parish. This is right what Malcolm suggested, a little bit farther away from the center where we have a little bit more of that low-level spin because of the orientation relative to center. That bright red box over Slidell, that is a tornado warning for that area now. We'll have to keep an eye on that and those areas as we move into the evening hours, but we are focused on the heavy rain and just perhaps the hurricane or tropical storm force winds moving across the southern portion of our area right now. There's the projected path of Francine. This has not changed. Our latest advisory, 7 p.m. Once again, we focus in on that heavy swath of rain just north of center, and that's going to continue to ride northeastward, likely right in between Baton Rouge and Lake Maurepas over the next many hours. We'll see those rain rates intensifying across southern Livingston Parish and Ascension Parish, likely eastern East Baton Rouge Parish. You're going to get some heavy rain even in the city as well, but to a slightly lesser extent. And really going to look out for some heavy rain over the North Shore at this point. Southern Tangipahoa Parish, Hammond and Ponchatoula. As long as this all holds together, you're going to get those quick 4, 5, 6 inches of rain in those areas as well. Zooming out a little bit wider and putting our live radar into motion, we do see that continued jog to the northeast, if not east-northeast in the last little while. So we're going to keep monitoring this area as well for the additional flash flood warnings and the gusty winds. And there's our wider look finally showing that the southern end of Francine is kind of continuing to erode. Dry air is working on it, wind shear is working on it, friction and interaction with land is working on it. It is a weakening trend, not as quickly as we would like to see, but it is good to see that once you get that initial pop of heavy rain, and after that, we'll just hang on to the winds until the center of circulation releases to your north. It's why when we last checked in with Balin, he was a lot better off in Morgan City than he was just a couple of hours ago when that eye wall was passing on through. A few more wind gusts on the western side and maybe a brief downpour for Balin. But look, Terrebonne Parish, closer to the coast and where landfall occurred, not much more rain to come with Francine. So it's that initial heavy burst right on the northern eye wall that will do it for our area. Futurecast is picking up on that placement really well right now. So we say this is how the model's initializing the initial conditions as to what real time looks like. Now we go into model mode and we'll send our clock forward. And let's go ahead and trace that to 10 o'clock. And it takes that heaviest rain band, just like I mentioned, right along the metro area, along I-12 through Livingston Parish and into southern Tangipahoa Parish. We'll have those really intense rainfall rates of maybe 2 to 3 inches per hour. And overall, pick up a quick storm total of 5 or 6 inches thanks to some of those heavier rains. I don't doubt that we'll see additional flash flood warnings issued as a result. 1 a.m., heaviest rain is crossing the state line into southwest Mississippi. Showers left over in the capital area and points to the north. Still windy, too, at this time. And then as we go into tomorrow morning, the storm is releasing, and yep, that's clearing. We'll see the sun back tomorrow, and the breezes will slowly but surely die down as we go through the daytime hours. The really good news about that, we have a stretch of weather for the next many days, and we'll show you just a quick 7-day forecast here in a few minutes, that our restoration efforts really shouldn't be impacted too much by the weather. The worst of the weather we'll deal with in restoring power and cleaning up is warmth. Not excessive heat, but we will have those high temperatures getting into the 90s with the sun the next couple of days. Our rainfall totals, especially along that track, going to be in the general range of 3 to 6 inches. Pretty confident in this forecast based on the observations that we've been seeing. Again, radar estimates of about 5, 6 that we've seen close to that northern eye wall. We'll continue to see those amounts where it moves northeast into the evening hours, and a few point locations that could go just above that. North and west of Baton Rouge, maybe as low as 1 to 2 inches of additional rainfall. Malcolm set this up for me. I wanted to bring this to you. It's the flash flood risk in the next area we're watching. Ascension Parish would need about 3 to 4 inches over 3 hours to generate flash flooding. High probability that happens based on the rainfall rates we've been seeing. So you can expect some flash flooding to develop in Ascension Parish as a result of what we're seeing with that northern eye wall moving northeastward across our area. And for that runoff affecting area rivers, the only one we currently see going into flood stage based on the rain we'll receive would be the Tangipahoa River at Robert, cresting at about 17.5 feet. That's 2.5 feet above flood stage as we move toward the end of this week, and that's overall not the worst of the flooding we've seen in this area before. That would get us into minor flood stage, and that level's actually been higher on that river earlier this year. What about the Amite, the Tickfall, the Comite? The Comite's a rapid response river. That one's going to rise in a hurry with the heavy rain, make it up to about 15 to 17 feet as we come into Thursday. That's shy of the flood stage, though, and we likely are keeping, as it looks right now, we'd have to see a dramatic shift in where the heaviest rain goes. So it looks right now the Amite and the Tickfall should be able to stay below flood stage as well. Let's go to the other hazard, the winds, and these are wind gusts since midnight. 45 are max in Baton Rouge, that at 6:36, just checking the clock over the camera, 7:24. So within the last hour, we've seen our max gust in Baton Rouge to 45. In Gonzales, right around 6:55, gust Malcolm delivered to us on set, 55 or 52 miles per hour. New Roads about 29. Might not get a whole lot higher than that in New Roads. Hammond will see those gusts increase. 31 is the max so far. New Orleans and Morgan City both at 62. But once again, this is worth pointing out. That 62 in Morgan City, that was at 4:56, right around landfall. Shortly after, we very likely have had a higher gust in Morgan City than 62 miles per hour. And Slidell has seen a 37 mile per hour gust. And by the way, as we noted, Slidell currently under that tornado warning. Here's our wind field map at this time, and this is what we are currently gauging. 23 in Baton Rouge gusting to 40, 17 in Hammond gusting to 33, 25 in New Orleans gusting to 55, and Houma 47 still online, showing us 58 mile per hour gust. Morgan City clearly has fallen offline. We're not picking up a speed or a gust there anymore. Can say, though, as we mentioned, the worst of the winds are starting to go on the downslope in Morgan City. As for Futurecast and winds to come, 9 o'clock hour, Baton Rouge sustained 32, gusting to tropical storm force 55. Got to watch out for this one. Ascension Parish, Gonzales, 49, about 2 hours from now, could see gusts over hurricane force. That's an estimated gust of 77 and may be slightly overdone. I think that's a reasonable worst case scenario, but you get the picture. We're going to be flirting with hurricane force wind gusts in parts of Ascension, and I would say St. James Parish as well. And look out in lower Livingston Parish. Those areas, like I referenced, all just kind of around Lake Maurepas, are going to take a pretty good wallop from this storm as it moves off to the northeast. And then by 11 o'clock, you're seeing 40 mile per hour gusts still in Gonzales and Baton Rouge, the Hammond area, moving into southwestern Mississippi, especially Amite and Pike County. And then we'll start to release those winds after about 1, 2 o'clock in the morning and should see some improvements by daybreak tomorrow. Here's what the winds have done to our power grid thus far. Approximately 3/4 of St. Mary Parish is without power. Now, this updates every 15 minutes, so these numbers are fairly up to date. Ascension Parish is up to 20% without power. That's 11,000. And East Baton Rouge Parish, only 9,000, 4%. That number is going to climb. Assumption Parish is likely going to see their number climb a little bit more, too. About 80% of that parish without power at the moment. Promised we'd wrap it up here just to show you there's some hope after tonight. Little bit of a shower or two left over tomorrow and breezy conditions, but easing through the day. Should be under 30. That will allow our linesmen and power crews to get out and get to work. And we'll have all weekend to do that with sunshine out each day, a little bit humid, temperatures around 90 degrees. And our next major weather impact is not found in our 7-day forecast. So we'll have plenty of time to get things back to normal around here, at least with some help from the weather. Michael, Sylvia?
We need that break.
Absolutely. Josh, thanks. We're going to check in now with the Assumption Parish Sheriff Leland Falcon joining us now on the phone. Sheriff, thank you so much for taking some time. Can you just kind of give us an update on the situation there?
In the middle of it, we're getting the worst of it now. We've been in it for about an hour. We probably got, looks like we have probably another hour and a half of the worst part. We got, a number of trees down, number of road blockages. Not a lot of our areas out of power. But so far from structural damage, it seems like we're doing pretty good.
You said that there has been some structural damage, or that you haven't seen any yet?
No, we haven't seen much of any structural damage as of this point. Mostly trees, power lines, and power poles.
I briefly walked through the newsroom earlier, and I thought I heard that there was a closure of Highway 663, potentially from some water or surge. Can you confirm?
663 has a lot of trees down on it right now. It has some closures there. Water-wise, it should be pretty good. Some parts of US 90 and 182 are taking on some water, but as far as we know right now, it's still passable.
Sheriff, can you talk a little bit about the number of outages? The figure that we have so far is about 79% of the parish is without electricity.
I would tell you that's about right.
Yes, sir. So what happens next?
Well, as soon as the major part of it subsides, our personnel will be getting out with chainsaws. We'll start clearing roadways, and so we can get people moving around the parish.
So just to confirm, water is or surge or flooding of any type isn't necessarily a factor right now in Assumption Parish. There's no calls for evacuations or anything of that nature.
No, we have maybe it's like some little local streets flooding, but no major flooding.
That's certainly good news there.
Yep.
And so far, no reports of any people hurt.
That's correct.
That is good news.
Okay, Sheriff Leland Falcon in Assumption Parish, thanks so much for taking some time. You got the hotline here. As soon as you have an update or something that you'd like to get to the people that are watching here on the Storm Station tonight, please call back in.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right.
Sarah Gray-Barr is in Gonzales. She is with a homeowner who has also sustained some damage to their property. Sarah, tell us what is happening there, where you are, and what's happening.
Yes, so you probably can't tell, but I'm actually underneath a carport right now. But even with shelter overhead, you can still feel these strong winds that Josh talked about. At one point, it felt like I was going to be pushed to the side, but I promise I'm standing tall. I'm standing strong right now. You might even be able to see some of the rain be pushed toward the camera. These winds are super strong. When we got out here around noonish, we were driving through and we didn't feel much of a wind, but now the winds have definitely picked up. We drove around with the local fire department, and when we were on the roads, we saw standing water, which is the type of thing that you want to avoid. We saw some debris on the road. Not only that, we've seen downed power lines. We've seen trees take down these power lines. We even saw a tree come down on top of someone's house. And while we were getting footage of that house with the tree on top of it, I heard a cracking noise. And I look across a canal and I see another tree just get tipped over. I don't know if you just saw it, but the lights just flickered. We have the generators coming on and off right here in Gonzales at this particular home. The people who live in this neighborhood, they're not super worried. They told me that they did the prep work necessary so they can just ride out this storm to the best they can. You might be able to see a few limbs behind me. Thankfully, no major trees have fallen down in this area. When I talked with a homeowner, he said that he and several of the men in the neighborhood went around and they took down any tree that they thought might be at risk of falling over with these strong winds. We'll continue to follow the conditions on air and online at WBRZ, but definitely stay inside. Call 911 if you have an emergency. Call the citizen service number if you're having a non-emergency and you need to report something. But in the end, this is the type of weather that you don't want to be outside. You want to be inside. Let us be outside and tell you what you're going to see. And you just stay inside. Stay safe, all right? In Assumption Parish, in Gonzales. Ooh! Whoa! That you can't see because it's so dark, but you can literally see the trees. They're shaking violently. Oh, okay. Well, live in Ascension Parish, Sarah Gray Bard, WBRZ News 2.
All right, Sarah, be careful. I wanted to give you that number for the folks there in Ascension Citizen Service. Number is 225-450-1200. She said a tree fell on a home and then another tree fell not far. We're not sure what that was that she heard as she was live with us. I know that she'll check it out and we'll get back with her.
We're working on turning around some video that they shot as well. They're also getting some viewer submissions. If you are watching right now and you experience or see damage in your area, please send those to news@wbrz.com. We'd love to be able to disseminate that information out to the public at this hour.
Give us a little description of what we're looking at so we can talk about it as well. We're going to take another quick break. We'll be right back.
Get the kitchen and bath you've always wanted with Regal Remodelers. With over 40 years of experience, we specialize in full kitchen and bath renovations that finish on time and on budget. We make custom cabinets and windows in-house, saving you time and money. We also specialize in flooring and use quality products with timeless design that will last a lifetime. Find out why our customers recommend us. Call Regal Remodelers today at 810-3388.
Discover the epitome of luxury and performance with the new Lincoln Nautilus at Robinson Brothers Lincoln. Experience unparalleled comfort, cutting-edge technology, and sophisticated design. From its stylish exterior to its comfortable interior, the Lincoln Nautilus is made to elevate your drive. At Robinson Brothers Lincoln, we have a great selection of Nautilus models to choose. Drive the new Nautilus home today for just $466 a month. And as always, no unexpected fees. Click, call, or visit Robinson Brothers Lincoln, serving the Baton Rouge community for over 75 years.
Of course, the GMC Terrain offers different drive modes. What about Weekend Warrior mode? Or you don't see that everyday mode? How about Out of the Office mode? Or even
Are you out of your mind?
Mode. Want a mode for everything? Get this ultra-low mileage lease on this 2024 Terrain SLE for around $358 per month with zero due at signing. Plus, current eligible GMC lessees get over $1,700 additional lease cash.
See your Bayou GMC dealer.
With FanDuel, a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube TV means more hunches.
Buffalo. New customers bet $5, get $200 in bonus bets. Plus, every customer gets a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube TV. Only from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook.
Name brand furniture at low prices.
Best prices on furniture always comes from the country.
Serving you and your family since 1959.
Drive a little, save a lot. Rewards Furniture.
In 300 feet, turn left.
With Cox's fiber-powered internet, you can do brilliant things.
Exit approaching.
Like upload your voice to Dad's GPS in no time flat.
And I miss you, Daddy. Happy birthday.
Get multi-gig download speeds powered by fiber. Upgrade your internet today with Cox, the nation's fastest internet provider. Limited availability in select areas.
The storm station is tracking Francine.
Okay, we're going to check in with Livingston Parish in just a moment. David Hamilton standing by with a tree that has fallen onto a house in Livingston Parish.
Meteorologist Malcolm Byron is standing by as well. Malcolm, what's the latest?
We are definitely through the worst of it. The storm continues north, closer and closer to Metro Baton Rouge, and I think the impacts will continue to grow for some areas along and north of the interstate. In fact, we've already got some storm reports in and around the Baton Rouge area. This actually very close to the station, we had a report of a piece of a neighbor's metal roof blowing into their yard. We have another report going into Walker, looking at a report of a tree down on a home, and I believe that is where we are sending David Hamilton out to, so we are standing by for that report. Here's the latest on Hurricane Francine. Still a hurricane, a Category 1 storm with max sustained winds at 85 miles per hour. We continue to get updates. The next official advisory should be at 10 o'clock. I wouldn't be surprised if we got one at 8 o'clock, though. We'll have to see, though. But the storm should quickly weaken as it continues moving northeast at a quick rate, 17 miles per hour. And that means that the storm will quickly get out of our hairs. I think by this time tomorrow night, the weather actually will be fairly nice. Let's show you the latest trajectory from the National Hurricane Center. Not too many changes with this because, well, it's going to be moving north at a pretty quick rate here. You can see it tracking between Baton Rouge and Lake Maurepas. That is still the track we are narrowing in on. Let's show you the current radar perspective. And it's kind of a lopsided system. A lot of wind to the south, but not a lot of rain. There's a lot of wind to the north, too, but also a lot of rain. And you can see that rain moving away from the coast and into portions of Metro Baton Rouge, even into southern Mississippi at this hour. Let's get a little bit closer here. You can see some of the heaviest rain occurring over portions of St. James and Assumption Parish. That once was over St. Mary Parish. The rain rates are definitely letting up out in that direction, but folks may be out towards Supreme, Labadeville, Napoleonville, getting out towards Convent, Lutcher. You're seeing some of the heaviest rain right now. Even getting east of St. James Parish, we see even higher reflectivities, indicating even stronger rain rates. Several flash flood warnings are in progress. All of these boxes here are flash flood warnings, but where you see these darker colors, that indicates a flash flood warning where we have some degree of confirmation that there is flooding ongoing, and that's most of this here. Let's show you what some of the rainfall totals look like. A lot of blue colorations on here in central Assumption and southern St. James parishes, where we likely have seen over 5 inches of rainfall. I've drawn a box on here, and the average accumulation in this region is just shy of 5 inches, meaning to get an average, you have to see some values over the average, and that's the corridor where we see that. And that heavy axis of rain is pushing north into Ascension Parish. So there's the northern eye wall right now, continuing to lift north. Rain rates are picking up in Ascension Parish, likely over the Atchafalaya Basin and Iberville Parish, even out towards southern Livingston, southern Tangipahoa parishes. Specifically for Ascension Parish, and frankly, it's very similar for nearby locations too. It takes about 3 to 4 inches of rain over a 3-hour period to cause flash flooding. With the rain rates we're seeing, yeah, that's definitely possible. That's why we are seeing those flash flood warnings issued off towards the south. Those will likely get issued off to the north. Wouldn't be surprised if we were talking about those farther to the north in the next couple of hours. Storm total rainfall, we are looking at generally 3 to 6 inches across the capital region. I think the highest axis will be just to the southeast of Baton Rouge, where we see the center of circulation tracking. In fact, rain right now is actually almost non-existent out towards West Feliciana and Point Capee Parish. That's good news. That would lessen the flooding threat, and I think the rain totals will be significantly reduced as a result. The system is fighting some dry air, especially on the westward side, so impacts do quickly diminish the farther and farther west you go. In fact, in central Louisiana, things maybe not all so bad. A lot of power outages here. Ascension Parish, we're looking at about 14,000 power outages per the last update. That's about a quarter of the parish. That number will probably go up. St. Mary Parish, about 3/4 of the parish without power. We have about 10,000 outages in East Baton Rouge Parish. That number likely to climb as some higher winds continue to arrive. We'll give you more updates on that as the evening wears on. Here's a look at the current wind speeds. Morgan City's sensor has dropped out. Haven't been reporting gusts there for a while. Sustained winds in Gonzales, just shy of tropical storm force at 35 miles per hour now. We've got gusts in Baton Rouge up to 45 miles per hour. On the east side of the center of circulation, winds are even higher. Look at that, a gust of 55 miles per hour in New Orleans. I've seen that go as close as 60 miles per hour. Let's take you into the night. I will tell you, these might be some overestimates here, but this is a most reasonable worst case scenario, if you will, by 8 o'clock. That's not too far away. Let me look at the clock here. Yeah, it's about 20 minutes away. Could be dealing with hurricane force gusts in the ballpark of maybe southeastern Ascension, southeastern Livingston parishes, getting closer to the tidal lakes along and east of the center of circulation. Closer to Baton Rouge, we are likely dealing with subtropical storm force winds, but tropical storm force wind gusts definitely on the table here. Could see some gusts in the ballpark of 53 miles per hour. I've just been looking outside our weather center window, and you can just see the trees going. You can hear the wind howling. In fact, one of our bushes on our patio got uprooted due to some of the wind there. So taking you into the night, 10 o'clock, still pretty windy along that center of circulation. Wind easing up closer to the coast. To the northwest out to New Road, still fairly breezy out there as well, even though you're not seeing as much rain at this hour. Going into the night, the wind should generally taper off slowly but surely, and then early tomorrow morning, you see winds dropping below 30 miles per hour. That should allow power crews to go out and restore power, but if you lose power this evening, you'll likely be without it through the rest of the night. Let's show you what Futurecast looks like. Starting now, doing a very good job showing what's going on. Heavy rain off to the south of Baton Rouge. Guess where it's going? North and northeast. There's the western extent of the rain, getting pretty close to the Baton Rouge metro. Here's midnight. Heavy rain continues north. The wind stays even into the overnight hours. Should be pretty breezy, but the rain continues north into Mississippi. Breezy by 4 a.m. Some lingering clouds, maybe a shower or two, but the rain subsides overnight, and then into tomorrow we start off with some clouds, and then the sun pokes out during the afternoon hours. I want to remind everybody that there is a tornado watch in place, meaning that we're watching for tornado warnings for areas mainly south and east of Baton Rouge. EBR and West Baton Rouge Parish, not included within that, but Ascension, St. James, Livingston, Tangipahoa Parish, points east out towards New Orleans are, in fact, right now, there is a tornado warning in effect for Slidell. St. Tammany Parish till 7:45. That's got about another 3 minutes or so. That's an area to watch closely. That's just outside of our viewing area, though, so we won't spend too much time on that. But the Storm Prediction Center is specifically watching this area in the near term, which includes southern Tangipahoa Parish, so out towards Ponchatoula, Hammond. There is a chance that we could see maybe a brief spin up. Here's the scenario I see potentially playing out. As the northern eye wall goes north over Pontchartrain, I could very easily see a water spout spinning up, and then that moves north onto the North Shore. That is something we'll be tracking very closely over the next couple of hours or so. So, general safety reminders. I think it's best to stay inside this evening. Drive only when necessary. I drove in this afternoon before things started to get worse in the capital area, and there was already ponding on the roads. It was still pretty breezy. If you absolutely have to go out, there might be trees and branches on the roads. You certainly don't want to pop your tires out in this. Power lines, got to be on the lookout for those. There might be live power lines, too. Do not go into flooded structures. Floodwaters are just disgusting. You don't want to be in those anyways. And especially if you do run out of power and you are using a generator, it's got to be outside, away from the building, in a very well ventilated space. The last thing we want is to see carbon monoxide poisoning, which can happen. There is a look at your Storm Station 7-day forecast, just to kind of give you an idea of what's going to happen as we go into tomorrow. Should be breezy earlier on, but that wind subsides as the day wears on. See that sun icon? Yeah, I think you'll see the sun by afternoon. And that 30% rain coverage is primarily early. Then into the weekend, summer returns, 90 on Friday, 91 on Saturday and Sunday. It comes with plenty of humidity as well, adding a few small rain chances into next week, but frankly, nothing too crazy. We are continuing to track Francine right here at the Storm Station on air. We're going to wrap up this brief weather segment right here. If the producers could let me know kind of where we're going next in just a moment, but we're also okay, we'll toss back in just a second here. Just want to tell you that we also have our weather app. It's got live radar on it. We've been pushing out updates all night long online on our website, not just weather updates, but also news updates as they unfold. We're going to get a lot more damage reports and et cetera as we go through the night, and we'll be also posting those on social media. Michael, Sylvia?
All right, Malcolm, thanks. As Francine moves through the area, several shelters have opened up for those without power.
Gabby Davis is at one of those centers in West Baton Rouge Parish.
I'm here at the West Baton Rouge Community Center. They have turned this area into a shelter for those in need during Hurricane Francine. Here with me now is Marlene Ransom and Clarice Christopher. Please tell me about this facility. Let's start with, what are y'all providing for those that can come in here?
We're providing cocks, snacks, and waters for anybody that's in need to come into the West Baton Rouge Parish Community Center.
And what is the pet policy?
The pet policy is you can bring your pets, but they have to be taken on the outside up under our pavilion, which is located on the opposite side of the community center.
For their pets, they would have to provide their own food and water for their pets, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And how many people can y'all handle in this facility?
Maybe about between 150, I'm gonna say. Maybe about 150.
And is there anything else you would like those who may stumble upon here to know about, like, the facility?
Anyone is welcome. Like I said, you can just bring your pillows, your cover. Anyone that don't have a place to go, you are welcome to come inside from the storm.
This will be open until 11 a.m. tomorrow or until they reach full capacity. In Port Allen, Gabby Davis, WBRZ News 2.
Gabby, thank you for that. So once again, that shelter is located at the community center on North Jefferson Street in Port Allen. Also, there are two shelters open right now in Baton Rouge at the St. Vincent de Paul Center, as well as the Salvation Army.
We have an update on road closures in Ascension Parish, Bluff Road at Highway 74 in Geismar, Highway 75 at Rena, Melanson Road, Highway 22 in Darrow as well, Amy to River Road, that's in Sanamaw, several road closures in Donaldsonville, T-Balt Drive at Mississippi Street, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, Acosta Road at Highway 1 South, and Highway 1 North at Highway 75. Check out the Entergy outage map. This in Ascension Parish. You see lots of red lines there in Gonzales, Sorrento, and around Prairieville. Right now, Entergy reporting more than 10,000 customers without power in Ascension Parish. I can also update that on the Demco side of things. About 45% of Demco customers are now without power at Ascension Parish. That's roughly 7,000 households of the 15,000 in the total coverage area for Demco.
All right, so from Ascension to Livingston Parish, where our David Hamilton is standing by with another homeowner, I believe, who has a tree has fallen on a house in a Livingston Parish. David, bring us up to date.
Well, I haven't got a chance yet to speak with the owner, but he did give us permission to speak in front of his house. Now, and when you look at this, his house has been fallen on by this big tree. Now, it looks like somebody, like a giant, probably has snapped this tree in half. Now, it is real crazy that this tree has fallen just that fast, and the hurricane has not fully even made it here yet. To my knowledge, I think it's just making it into the area. And now, after we leave, I will try to see if I can speak to the house owner about what happened and what he heard, maybe, because that seems like a real big issue. As the neighborhood we are in still has power, though, and we have yet to see any other trees falling on houses as we have been in Livingston Parish. But as more comes out, I will make sure to keep y'all updated. Back to you at the desk.
Harris? Okay, I think
Can we go back to
lost
David
him.
real quick? You have a question for him?
Yeah, I did. David? Did we lose David? Okay, all righty. Okay, hey, David, can you just kind of give us a little bit better look at that tree? It looks massive.
Did it hit the house?
Yeah, no, it is a massive tree. Look, I'm going to say this, guys. I'm 6'2". I can lay down 5 times, and I still probably won't be the size of that tree. And it's real crazy.
Oops.
Oh. Okay. Having some trouble with the camera there in the rain. That's certainly understandable.
We're going to certainly try to get back to David. Meantime, here in Baton Rouge, Bess Casterly, we're going from one tree in Livingston Parish to a tree down in Baton Rouge. Bess, can you show us that tree and tell us where you're located?
I believe this is on North Foster Drive. You can see there DPW working very fast to get the crews out there to remove this. Bess, can you hear us now? Yeah, some audio issues there, Bess. Your mic's not on, or it's having some difficulties there, but it does appear to be. I believe this is on North Foster.
And this is another example of why, when city officials say it's important for everyone to stay off the street in situations like this, where they are able to get to this situation. You've got your crew out here trying to clear this tree out, and they don't need to be obstructed by traffic that doesn't need to be out on the road.
And speaking of, I know we're talking apples and oranges here, but during Ida, I can remember going home at, I think we left here at 5, 6 a.m. It was still dark outside, but traveling down Old Hammond Highway, there was a massive tree over Old Hammond. You couldn't see the tree because all the power was out, so that's certainly something to keep an eye on. And you don't want to be out on the roads, because if the power's out, you're not going to see trees like that.
All right, we're going to take another break, and we'll be right back.
While you find time each day to play, to work, to do things that you enjoy, like that daily run, visiting with friends, and spending time with your family. At Lane, our days are all about taking great care of you, our community, so families like yours can enjoy life to the fullest. Care you can count on. Lane Regional Medical Center.
I look at cancer as a very unique disease to an individual patient. So cancer is a ubiquitous problem. Getting everyone's input that's related to the specific case is important in delivering the best care. And then once we understand their needs, we plug them in with all the right support services, in addition to continuing a collaborative approach and an individualized approach to their care. Your support is our focus. Together we triumph. Visit marybird.org to learn more.
These are real people seeking solutions to real problems.
I have plantar fasciitis.
Pain with my feet, my knees. Feet, knees, hips, and back.
And then they were fit with Good Feet Arch Supports.
I definitely feel the heel-to-toe walk.
I'm not feeling any pain, especially in my heel. That's where I always feel it.
I don't feel the knee pain. I didn't notice any pain in my back. I feel like I could walk all day in these.
Oh, you're a blessing in disguise.
Try them for yourself with a free arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
The excellence of driving a Buick is matched by the excellence of the dealership experience when you own a Buick. Buick, exceptional by design.
Get a 2024 Buick Envista starting at $23,495. See your Bayou Buick dealer.
This news segment is brought to you by your Bayou Buick and GMC dealers. The storm station is tracking Francine.
All right, welcome back. We're going to head outside and talk to Josh. He is out in the elements on the weather patio.
Got to experience this weather for myself for a little while out here. Michael and Sylvia, and the winds, yeah, they're noticeable. And I will say, just like we had with Balin earlier, I am in a position on our weather patio here where I am pretty well sheltered on 3 sides by a building. So that's blocking some of the wind. I can hear the wind roaring through our tower camera overhead right now. And I also can tell this umbrella's tugging a little bit. You're noticing the wind driving into my pant legs. So we definitely have wind moving the rain around at this time. New since we were last inside, a flash flood warning has been issued for Tangipahoa Parish. So look out into Hammond. We're going to see rain rates increasing there. You see those shades of orange and red increasing, some heavier rainfall rates. And where we see those dark red boxes across parts of Assumption, St. James, St. John parishes, more extensive flash flooding appears to be occurring in those locations. We can see that Hurricane Francine is continuing as forecast by the National Hurricane Center on that northeastward path across southeastern Louisiana, really kind of set to shoot the gap between Baton Rouge as well as Lakes Maurepas and Lake Pontchartrain. And that's where we're going to see some of the heaviest rain, and we're going to continue to deal with those high winds. And even away from the center, winds are going to gust pretty extensively as far west as, say, the Mississippi River up to Baton Rouge and well far east of Lake Pontchartrain. More lopsided storm. A lot of that action is going to be on the eastern side. Got a rain timeline there for you, showing you that by tomorrow at this time we are wrapped up, but we certainly have a long way to go right now. Metro Airport is showing winds out of the northeast at about 26 miles per hour. That is the sustained wind. Let's take a look at the wind forecast, the graph to show the sustained winds and also the gust potential. That's the yellow number, and that could be as high as 50 miles per hour here in the next 1 to 2 hours. There comes a gust. I'll pause to grab that with the other hand. 40-mile-per-hour gusts to about midnight and 1 a.m. and then easing those gusts below 30 miles per hour into daybreak tomorrow. So we are certainly noticing those conditions increasing outside here in the capital area. As far as our peak wind gusts go, so far today, we've seen them as high as 45 in Baton Rouge. I'll tell you, just standing out here right now, I expect to see that number increase here in a real short matter of time. Gonzales 52, but Malcolm's saying there's some evidence that there may have been a radar detection of 75, 80-mile-per-hour winds over parts of Ascension Parish right now. So look out there. New Orleans and Morgan City has seen 62-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And then finally, we go into Ascension Parish, where we're finding those power outage numbers climbing rapidly, now surpassing St. Mary Parish by sheer volume. 14,000 customers with no electricity. That's only 28% of the parish, though. St. Mary Parish, far fewer people total, 73% of the parish, no electricity. That counts at 13,000. And look at East Baton Rouge climbing. It's going to climb real fast now. And here comes another big gust. I can hear that going through our tower. Just 5% of the parish, but that's 10,000 customers at this point. New Tangipahoa Parish updated onto that graphic as I stand here. 3,300 without power, and that's 5%. We'll continue to see that increasing as well. A couple of reminders to take you through here. So many hazards to look out for. First of all, I've said this, but I'll say it again. Just from standing this, I don't want to be out here anymore. I don't want to take my car on the road, no less. Tugged around into the wind, wind-driven rain, reduced visibility. It's any number of hazards with things that could be in the roadway. Avoid driving at all costs tonight unless it's an absolute emergency. And then, only when officials and the weather kind of suggest it's safe, there are other things to look out for when driving, especially at night. You got to be really careful to avoid any trees or branches that could be in the road. A tree you're probably going to see coming. It could be a fairly decent-sized limb in the road without you seeing it by the nature of the glare from the water and the headlights until it's up on you too close to swerve away from or run over. Power lines could be down. Debris could be in the road. Sharp objects, shingles, pieces of metal, and then the small stuff you don't see because if there's any structural damage, we have nails and screws that end up in the road. and just don't have an opportunity for that to clean up, and then you end up with a flat tire in the middle of the night in a storm. And then after the storm, consider gas leaks. If there's been any kind of rupture or damage to a building, and then you're walking around trying to see with a candle or a lighter, perhaps, matches, and you have another problem. So only battery-powered lighting until you're absolutely sure that you're in a safe environment, especially in a damaged structure or building. And don't go in any flooded structures. There's no telling what other debris could be on the surface in there, if there's standing water in there, any kind of wildlife, animals, snakes, ants, critters that float in the water. And keep in mind, with generator use tonight, I know they're going to start firing up as the storm passes. That's got to be outside in a well-ventilated space. And just a follow-up consideration to that, something I thought about earlier when we were setting up ours, put ours on our back patio, but that back patio is very close to a window where we plug in our window air conditioning unit. Well, that's no good either. So run that generator away from and point it away from anywhere where you might be using to ventilate your home. So that's what's happening out here right now. I do want to flick over to another graphic. I'm just going to step inside, guys. You don't have to change anything. I'm just letting you know that you're seeing me move because I'm leaving up a full screen graphic here so we can show on the tropical track. We've got a new advisory in on Francine here, and this update does show that winds have come down a little bit, and they are now sustained at 75 miles per hour, and the storm is continuing to the northeast at about 17. They're positioning at 50 miles west-southwest of New Orleans, and so it's that corridor that we pointed out in between Baton Rouge and the lakes that are going to take the brunt of the winds and the heavy rain over the next several hours here, but not downplaying what's happening in the capital city. I was just out in it, again, in a sheltered area with a building around me on either side. I was getting hit with wind-driven rain. I've just stepped inside now. You probably noticed the wind shut down, and also that umbrella was tugging at me pretty good. And again, nothing major, but I was sheltered by building and feeling the effects of the weather, so no good to be out in the exposed elements for tonight, as some of our live crews in the field can likely attest to. We'll check back in on more of that in just a couple of minutes. Let's head back into the desk.
All right, Dr. Josh, thank you. This just into the newsroom. We want to show you some video from a homeowner in Gonzales, Letitia Robertson. This is video from, I guess, her backyard in Gonzales. High winds, she says, and the rain there as well. White caps on the retention pond. Look at that.
Wind just whipping across that lake, kind of kicking up some waves there on a retention pond. You don't see that too often there down in Ascension Parish. Also, another video coming in. Take a look at this video. This is from Chauvin. Do we have that? This was taken from the, okay, we're working on that. In the meantime, let's go ahead and update the power outage numbers. If we have that, I can tell you that this, okay, this is from Chauvin.
This is our Chauvin.
This is from the Coco Marina in Chauvin. It shows the before right there. And then in a minute, we're going to see the after. Wow. You can see how much that surge has rolled in, the storm as it rolled in. The owners say that this time span is between these two videos is just a couple of hours apart. It really shows you, Sylvia, how quickly this water was rising there. There was a picnic table. If they go back to the other version that we can see.
The before.
The before there, yeah. And it's just right there on the left side of your screen, completely submerged when they take the after. The owners say the marina is at least 3 feet there in elevation.
Also in Gonzales earlier, we showed you Sarah Gray Bar at a home in Gonzales. The homeowner had a tree to fall on her house. And you've got the outages there.
Yeah, let's take a quick update here and take a look. Josh had more of a cumulative total by parish. That's a website called poweroutage.org. This is the Entergy map. And as you can see, the bottom portion of your screen, Terrebonne, Lafourche, Assumption parishes, they have been hit hardest thus far. I can tell you in Lafourche Parish, you're looking at 30,000 customers without. In Terrebonne, you're looking at about 25,000. Here in the Baton Rouge area, Josh also touched on this. Power outages are increasing in the metro area. Ascension, roughly, what's that, 13,000? Up to 15,000 now on the Entergy side of things. On Demco is reporting about 50% of their customers are now without power in Ascension Parish. That's roughly 7,700 customers of a total of 15,000.
Okay, we're going to have much more. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Get to know Telco.
I'm Dana Costa. I've been with Baton Rouge Telco for about 8 years now. I've always felt like there was a good personal connection there that other banks and institutions didn't have. I have a checking account, a savings account, a truck loan, which I refinance because the interest rates are so low, and a credit card. I don't need any second opinions. I don't shop around. I know Baton Rouge Telco has everything I need at the rates that I need them. If you're looking for the best banking experience, you should get to know Telco.
A wreck with a big rig can cause serious damage and serious injuries.
I'm attorney Gordon McKernan. If you've been injured by a delivery truck, dump truck, box truck, or any kind of big truck, we'll fight to get you every dollar you deserve.
Score big with Saints Score. Win up to $100,000. Enter the second chance drawings for cool Saints prize packages. Play Saints Score scratch-offs from the lottery.
Robinson Brothers Lincoln, where ultimate luxury meets ultimate performance. Right now, save like never before on our most powerful, innovative lineup of Lincolns. Buy the new Lincoln Nautilus and save $8,500 off. That's $8,500 off Nautilus. Or save big with $11,000 off the luxurious new Lincoln Navigator. And as always, no unexpected fees. Click, call, or visit Robinson Brothers Lincoln, serving the Baton Rouge community for over 75 years.
This WBRZ Storm Station weather segment is brought to you by Robinson Brothers Lincoln. The Storm Station is tracking Francine.
Part of the Storm Station motto with you before, during, and after the storm, and we've watched Balin Rogers since 10 o'clock this morning and how it's really progressed for him.
It looks like he had a little bit of a lull,
right,
and then things were starting to pick up. So let's check in with him in Morgan City. Okay, Balin, so we are going to get back with him, but as you said, we've seen it go from him being in the eye and seeing it, the winds pick up, the rain pick up, him just trying to stay steady and standing as he did his live shots for us.
That segment for Balin kind of between 3 p.m. and call it 6 p.m., it was pretty wild for him in that scene. Let's head out to Balin in Morgan City. Balin, how's it now?
Well, I tell you what, I was really expecting the winds to calm down here, and that has not been the case. The winds are still ripping outside, even though it has gotten dark. But the good news, winds are less than they were at least an hour or two ago. But what really happened, we didn't get into the center of circulation. We really got into that western eye wall, right? And we just kind of skirted right along that western eye wall, and that's why we are still seeing very strong winds. And now we are southwest of the center, and the winds are still ripping to about 60 miles per hour, and still a lot of noises going on out there. A lot of damage, most likely. Hopefully it's not too bad out there. We're going to check that out in the morning and give you updates on that. But winds are still ripping. It got very bad here a few hours ago. It was complete whiteout conditions. We had winds, I would say somewhere in the range of 80 to 90 miles per hour based off my past experience. And now we have decreased those a little bit. One thing we definitely have decreased is the sustained winds. This really, we'll have a very big gust that just comes out of nowhere and then kind of calm down a little bit. Sustained, probably low in tropical storm force. Still seeing some gusts in that 60 to 65 mile per hour range, but as the center slowly pulls away, we should slowly start to improve our conditions here in Morgan City. And not seeing near as much rain. We're now on the drier half of the system where that dry air has moved in. And not a lot of rain, just still a lot of wind. So I know in Baton Rouge, Denham Springs, Walker, the worst is still yet to come. Hopefully that center stays a little bit east, so we don't want to wish bad impacts on eastern portions of the viewing area. But even on the western side, you're still going to see some pretty strong winds. So the system is moving up to the northeast, and it's going to bring the strong winds that we experience. Maybe not as strong, but still some pretty strong winds to the heart of the viewing area. And looking at the airport observations, I see the winds have been picking up the Baton Rouge Metro Airport. And especially from Baton Rouge and points off towards the east, that's where you're going to really see some strong winds. So conditions are slowly improving here in Morgan City. That's the bottom line. we're starting to look a little bit better, but it is still downright gusty outside, still some pretty damaging winds, but conditions should slowly improve. I just heard something on the roof I don't know what that was. That was a pretty loud noise there. So yeah, still some pretty gusty winds, and hopefully everyone fared okay in Morgan City. I've been seeing a lot of police officers going all around the city, checking up on things, and hopefully everyone is okay and not a lot of damage happened to their home or personal property. But I'm live reporting in Morgan City. Balin Rogers, WBRZ Channel 2.
Hey, Balin, Josh back with you here. Great work today out there. Glad to see you're under a dry, safe shelter right now. We can tell the signs are still moving behind you, still getting some wind, but based on what I've seen on radar, I'd imagine since we haven't seen you live for an hour or so, you've had a chance to pull up the scope on your phone and take a look. Rain has really tapered there in St. Mary Parish, right?
Yeah, it looks like the biggest changes we've noticed is that rain intensity decreasing. And I was really hoping, like I said earlier, that we were going to get the direct center of the eye, so we actually get a break from all these winds, but that's not really what occurred. We didn't get directly into the western eye wall, but we kind of skirted right along the edge, so we stayed extremely gusty, and we actually decreased the winds a little bit, but in the past like 30 minutes, we increased them once again as we got back into that the pretty strong winds in the western and southwestern side of the system. So still very gusty here, Josh, but the rain rates are decreasing.
Have you noticed, because we've been trying to describe by showing radar and the circulation of the hurricane, obviously that you have winds changing direction depending on what side of the eye you get on. Have you noticed a change in which direction your winds are coming from now that you've gotten to the western and to some extent the southern side of the eye? Can you tell there's been a change in the way the trees are turning?
Oh yeah. Yeah, we definitely have seen a change. At first, it was easterly winds, so going from the east towards the west, and it kind of started turning east-southeast, and now we're almost directly out of the north, and honestly even starting to turn out of the northwest now, as some of these winds are ripping this way out of the building instead of from the other way, from the northeast. So currently it looks like our winds are from the northwest based off my best estimate, and that would actually make sense since we're on the southwest side of the center.
Over your right shoulder there, we're seeing those police lights or first responder lights, whatever they are. How common has that scene been in the last hour, really since nightfall here? How many sirens have you heard? And I just imagine, those are the first folks, the brave ones, to hit the street after the storm to rescue or help people that need it. Does it seem that the parish is kind of stirring to life in that regard now, with the eye moving away to the north, that the first responders are able to get out and really start taking the action they need to?
Yeah, Josh, we did not see that many first responders at all when the worst was coming through. Main reason why is just way too dangerous for them. Right. You can have a tree fall on their vehicle when they're trying to get to someone. And but now, since the winds have lessened a little bit, now don't get me wrong, it's still pretty gusty out there, but it's looking like they're starting to come out. You're seeing a lot of blue lights. You just saw one of those, so yeah, it's looking like they're starting to assist and provide assistance in any way they can.
I think it's worth reminding people where you're stationed there in Morgan City tonight. You've moved away from the flood wall and come to a more central location in town. You're near the hotel. I assume you're near the government building. You're near the hotel you'll be staying at tonight. But you don't have to disclose the exact hotel or anything like that. But just kind of give people the lay of the land of the plan you have for tonight, what you and Joel will be doing, and then what we expect tomorrow morning at what first light out. How just especially sleeping through the night is a safer bet for you guys than trying to rove the streets with those first responders tonight. You're waiting for first light to do that, right?
Yeah, we're not going to go around looking for damage. Not tonight. We're going to let the first responders definitely take care of that one. We don't want to get in the way with that. But we're at this government building. We're under an awning right now. This is pretty much where we rode out the storm. We were protected from most of the winds here. This building, from what I can tell, has fared very well. Some other little metal structures have not fared that well. I've definitely seen some siding damage on some of these gas stations, some of the top of them kind of getting ripped up. But we're just kind of waiting for the winds to die down a little bit. Still a little too dangerous but we're still trying to, we're about to move and after the strongest winds start to go away, we're going to start to move towards our hotel. We're not that far away at all.
That was the last question I had for you before I'm going to step over and do some radar review of what's happening right now. I just talked on the air, just safety-wise, about what folks should think about when they're out and about. Tonight, they really shouldn't be, but if they have to in an emergency, as somebody who's going to do this yourself in an hour or so, describe navigating even your short distance from that government building back to your hotel tonight and the safe way to do that. Oh, that shot might have just went down. Okay. Well, I
think the safest way to navigate, I mean, obviously, as slow as possible.
Right.
And, you know.
No sightseeing.
No.
Just go straight
And
to where you need to get to.
based on the power outages down there in Morgan City and St. Mary Parish, visibility is going to be limited to what your headlights can see.
Yeah.
And speaking of, I think that we need to try to get a phone interview with the St. Mary Parish president or the Morgan City mayor to try to get an idea of what they're dealing with at this time. Like we talked to Leland Falcon, the Assumption Parish sheriff, earlier, and he had said that nothing really crazy yet, but it'd be good to check in with them.
It always seems, too, like once the storm has passed, you know, everybody in the chaos is surviving. But after that, then you step out, look around, oh, this happened, oh, that happened. The reports seem to come in right after the storm has passed. So those are probably going to start to stack up in St. Mary Parish.
Real quick,
for sure.
Yeah.
Before you go do another big weather hit, I just wanted to pass along that North Foster Drive is closed in Baton Rouge. We'd shown some video of that earlier. That is between, I believe, Florida Boulevard and Gus Young. That's closed because of a tree down, and then kind of a bigger deal, I-10 eastbound in Ascension Parish between Bluff and Highland Road also closed because of trees over the interstate.
And we may see more of that with the winds tonight. It's really the strongest winds just reaching Ascension Parish right now. I'll be able to display that on radar here. We'll talk about everything. We'll talk about rain. We'll talk about wind. So you guys can take those weather graphics full, and we'll go through what we're looking at in the capital area tonight. We have several flash flood warnings painted across South Louisiana. This is not surprising given the rainfall rates we've been seeing of about 2 to 3 inches per hour. And those rainfall rates are likely to continue over the next several hours, especially where you're seeing those darker shades of orange and also red. And we're going to find that around Lake Maurepas and Lake Pontchartrain, eastern Livingston and Ascension Parish especially, and even into the Baton Rouge area to a lesser extent as we move into the nighttime hours here. But it's really this swath here, actually really an arc on radar that follows the shape of these flash flood warnings, where the heaviest rain is going to continue to translate to the northeast into the nighttime hours here. So the flash flood warning is live until 9:30. Very importantly, I will point out that these areas that are warned for flash flooding, fortunately, will not be adding a bunch of additional rain. We're seeing the rain rates start to taper to the south. Look at Raceland, for instance. A long day of talking. Right now, Raceland is likely just dealing with some light rain or sprinkles, wind-driven at that, but the rain rates have really tapered. And then farther south toward Morgan City, we just checked in with Balin. You couldn't see much rain happening behind him. He was covered under a building, but we could see the background behind him. It was not a blinding rain like we had earlier. Rain rates have dramatically tapered there, and we're going to continue to find that off to the north and east tonight. After that big pop of heavy rain, this is what we've been saying all along. It'd be all on the northern side of the storm. You'd get the deluge, you'd get the really strong winds mixing in with that. Rain would end. The winds will continue on the backside for a little bit, even in the absence of rain. So far, some radar estimates of about 5 inches near Morgan City. And again, these are radar estimates. I'm sure there are some slightly higher and slightly lower amounts within these regions. 6.5 in east central Assumption Parish, and about 6 southern St. James Parish, and just over into Terrebonne and Lafourche. Here's a wider look at some of that heavy rain continuing to lift to the northeast, crossing into parts of St. James and eastern Ascension. Southern Livingston Parish, Port Vincent, French Settlement, Killeen and Springfield dealing with that heavy rain and wind right now. Think back to Hurricane Ida, golfer here. I remember Carter Plantation lost a ton of trees. We are likely seeing the tree canopy hacked up once again in parts of lower Livingston Parish, and there is a lot there around Lake Maurepas in terms of trees. Saw some video earlier for some fishing camps on Highway 55 in between Maurepas and Pontchartrain. You could see water or surge inundating some of those areas. Looked like a couple of feet had come in some sections, and we're going to continue to find that water rushing northward through the lakes and through our channels in this area as it's driven by the forward motion of the storm and also the southeasterly winds on the eastern side of Hurricane Francine, which, by the way, is a nominal Cat 1 hurricane at this time. Max winds at 75 miles per hour, moving northeast at 17. That's our 8 o'clock advisory. We should be getting updates every hour now from the National Hurricane Center. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a tropical storm at the next advisory, which comes in in about 45 minutes from now. We will have a tropical storm near the state line with Mississippi. Look, it's going to go right up along I-55. You talk about a dangerous drive and a highway to avoid tonight. The center of circulation almost running over top of I-55, where those strongest winds are. The middle of the night tonight in a blinding rain. Absolutely not. Avoid that. No traffic either tonight from, say, New Orleans to Jackson, Mississippi. We should be avoiding that as well. Really, east-west shutdown from Baton Rouge. I'm saying it's not officially shut down. I'm saying shut down any planned travel from Baton Rouge all the way to Gulfport and Jackson to New Orleans tonight. That corridor should be avoided at all costs. And there's a look at our radar view showing that we have that swath of rain getting more and more broad across southeastern Louisiana, but at the same time, we're seeing less and less definition to a center of circulation. So starting to see some rain spread out on all sides of this system. The wind field is likely getting broader, but at the same time, it is likely also gradually weakening as the storm continues to move inland, but not weak enough to avoid major damages and power outages as we head into the evening hours. And there's our wider view finally. Here's something to keep an eye on. Malcolm remarked on this in his last update a little while ago. We see one of those feeder bands well departed to the east of center, and this would be an area to watch specifically in southern Mississippi tonight for a tornado threat, especially on that near-shore interface where the Gulf transitions over to land. Could have some water spouts more easily develop out in the water and then move across land, triggering a tornado warning in those sections. So that'll be something our neighbors to the east are watching through tonight. Look at the western side of this system. Talk about weather not following, geographical boundaries, but in this case, pretty much ends just at the very western edge of our viewing area. That's the outlined parishes and counties here from Point Capee Parish southward to St. Mary Parish. You move over to Lafayette, barely raining there tonight. Likely feeling some wind for sure, but not a whole lot of rain impact in Lafayette and points west over to Lake Charles. Those locations were the initial landfall point on Sunday for that, we'll say 100-mile shift or so over 3 days towards southeastern Louisiana. We're dealing with the worst of it as a result. And the eastern extent of the rain all the way to about the Alabama and Mississippi state line tonight. So if center's there, we've said all along how on the northern and eastern side, we'd see a whole lot more action, and I would say about 75% of the storm's action is on its eastern side at the moment. Moving forward, should stay that way. That heavy swath of rain within this hour continues across the metro area. We'll continue to ramp up in intensity with time here, and we'll also see the winds continue to increase with time through 10 or 11 o'clock before that storm is able to finally make its way toward the state line and continue to weaken. Rain ends first from south to north. The wind threat will continue after that. Even though we don't see the back edge of Francine, there certainly will be a remaining low-level circulation here. Pressure differences generating plenty of strong winds and even gusting over 50 or 60 miles per hour through about midnight. By tomorrow morning, it's a much different story. Might actually wake up to some sunshine. We'll get a real good glimpse of what Francine has left behind. The additional rain to come is on the order of about 3 to 6 inches. And again, this was updated this afternoon. We know not a whole lot more will fall in Morgan City and St. Mary Parish, even Southern Assumption Parish, but all holds true from this point forward. We'll likely see 3 to 6 inches more of rainfall in St. James, Ascension, Livingston, and Tangipahoa Parish, and more immediately along that heavy swath near the storm's core, the center of circulation, as we move deeper into the night. Specifically in Ascension Parish, we're watching the possibility of flash flooding. Simply picking up 3 to 4 inches in 3 hours would trigger flash flood warnings, and it's why we're likely going to see more of those issued here in the coming times. I believe it's a certainty we'll pick up 3 to 4 inches here over the next 3 hours, or in a 3-hour window as we move into the evening here. But the rain will start to quiet down in the metro area by about 2 or 3 a.m., and we keep nominal chances around for just a stray shower wrapping around on the backside of Francine into tomorrow morning, or possibly even the afternoon as temperatures warm up. But the majority of our Thursday is dry, if not all of it. Most locations won't even measure any more rain after daybreak on Thursday. Winds will be what we're out there cleaning up after on Thursday, and this is what they've done so far. Max gusts In the Baton Rouge area, 45 at 636. Not sure if I fully buy that that's the peak at this point, especially having been out in that myself a little while ago. Gonzales at 52 around 655. And then we had a couple of 62-mile-per-hour gusts in New Orleans and Morgan City. And again, that Morgan City one measured at 456. We saw that station go down, so there was likely a higher gust there as well. As for the winds we're measuring at this hour, there you go, 24 in Baton Rouge. I said 45 max gust. I wasn't sure if we've eclipsed that yet. Maybe this hour we've matched it once again. Still think that can go higher. A max gust of 51 in Gonzales within the last hour. That will likely go up too, and we've seen a gust this hour in New Orleans up to 55 miles per hour. It's the gold number I'm referencing here. Hammond to 28. That number is going to go up as well. Futurecast will suggest it. Think it might be overdoing the gust potential in Gonzales just a little bit. 77 hurricane force, not sure quite there based on what we've seen here in the last couple of minutes. And we're only coming up about 30 to 40 minutes now from the 9 o'clock hour. But over 50, I think, is a solid chance in Gonzales, Baton Rouge, and also Hammond through 9 o'clock tonight and 11 o'clock tonight. After midnight is when those winds should start to ease, and fairly dramatically from south to north as the storm goes in that direction, but also it weakens when doing so. So we have that two-pronged effect of how the winds will let up. Not only the motion of the storm moving away from us, but it weakening while doing so. And the winds certainly have done their fair share of damage to our power grid. Checked this not 20 minutes ago, and when I last showed this, Ascension Parish had just gone over St. Mary at 14,000 with power outages to overtake the kind of the leader in the clubhouse in our area for most power outages by parish so far, and it's nearly doubled in that 20-minute window. 36% of the parish out now, with that being 22,000 customers. East Baton Rouge Parish, 11,000. That's up about another 1,000 since I last visited this graphic. That's 5% of the parish. And Assumption Parish closing in on 80% without power. That's 8,300 customers at the moment. Livingston, 8,100. Tangipahoa, 3,300. Those two bottom parishes, they're going to go up in a hurry in the next few hours. All right, what about restoring the power when those winds go below 30 tomorrow? The linesmen are going to get out and about and start working. It will be breezy, but likely not breezy enough to prohibit them from getting to work on that. And we shouldn't see much of an issue with rain and thunderstorms across our area. Again, a stray shower on the backside of the storm possible, especially early, but we have a stretch of very quiet weather, not only through the weekend, but into early next week on the other side of this system. Myself and Malcolm here all night long tracking Francine. We'll be on the air. We'll have our app continuing to update the track of that storm with new advisories at the top of every hour, pushing you any breaking weather information such as warnings. You'll probably find out about them there before you even do on air because they happen instantaneously. And also we're updating our forecast blog on WBRZ.com. If you need more warning, impact information, that's there. The forecast for after the storm is there. You can also get live radar and hurricane information on that. And if your power has gone out or may go out, you can watch our live stream on the app or on WBRZ.com, just logging on your phone. And that's crucial so you can continue to get not only the forecast, but information from Michael and Sylvia, the news team, on things you need to know what's happening around our area. Speaking of Michael and Sylvia, guys, back to you.
Okay, Josh, thank you. I've got a long list I want to go through here about curfews. Starting in a meat curfew started at 6 o'clock tonight. It'll go until 6 a.m. Or until further notice. In Morgan City and Berwick, the curfew started at 11 this morning. It'll go until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. In Tangipahoa Village, it started at 6 p.m. It'll go until 6 a.m. Through Thursday. In Livingston Parish, curfew is from dusk to dawn. In St. Mary Parish, the town of Franklin, the curfew expires at about 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. In Franklin Parish, curfew started around 4. It will end at 7 a.m. In Lafourche Parish, curfew will be in effect until further notice. Also in St. Gabriel, the curfew expires at 6 a.m. tomorrow. In Covington, the curfew goes until further notice. It started at 4 p.m. And finally in Zachary, it will end tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock.
Gave you a lot of info there. You can see that full list on our website, WBRZ.com. Okay, so we have a crew in West Baton Rouge Parish as well at the Shelter of Last Resort. Sports 2's Jack Schimmel standing by.
Yeah, Michael and Sylvia, I'm here at the West Baton Rouge Community Center here in Port Allen, and we were just going outside to see if we could do this live shot outside a few minutes ago because there's a little covered area out there, but our photographer right now, reporter Gabby Davis, almost got swept away when she went outside. So we're doing it inside, we're dry, it's good for us here. This shelter of last resort at the West Baton Rouge Community Center is open to the public. There's about 25 cots for people to sleep on if they would need to, but there's room for a lot more people. Probably about 100 people could fit in here again. So if your power goes out, if you experience some flooding, you know, this is open, and it will be open until tomorrow morning as a shelter of last resort. It's open for about 24 hours. It opened earlier this afternoon or earlier this morning. Now, if you do have pets, there is an opportunity for you to bring your pets. There's a covered area outside. It's fenced in that you can bring your pets in if you choose to. Now, it would be best to bring food. Now, if you're coming here as well, there are snacks for you personally. You might want to bring some snacks as well as pillows, blankets, everything that you may need if you're coming here to, you know, kind of get out of a tougher situation. So this place, the West Baton Rouge Community Center, will be open again for about 24 hours until about 11 a.m. tomorrow. So less than 24 hours now, but 24 hours when they opened. And there's plenty of space. There's nobody really here right now. So if you do start to experience those bad weather conditions, this place is open. Back to you guys at the desk.
All right, Jack, thanks. Earlier, we had David Hamilton in Livingston Parish checking out a tree that fell in a house. We have some video that we've been able to turn around here. This is on East Lakeshore Drive. This is off of Buddy Ellis Road. The sheriff says that they did go inside here and check on the people inside. No injuries reported there, but good news. But look at the size of that tree. David was talking about it. He was trying to talk to the homeowners about what kind of damage they've experienced in this incident right here. But the good news is no one was injured when this tree fell on this house earlier today.
That is very good news. That tree is massive.
Yeah, and there's a lot of that. I was texting with a friend of mine earlier, and the wind this afternoon really wasn't all that much here in East Baton Rouge Parish, but nonetheless, a massive water oak fell in his backyard, and it was just kind of surprising to them because the full force of the storm really hadn't arrived in Baton Rouge at that time. Obviously, we're experiencing it now.
And so as Josh said, so many trees have been dealing with the drought, and so just the little bit of, you know, the wind will just take them down.
In the rain that we had last week,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously the ground's very saturated, so we expect to see a lot more of that.
Absolutely. All right, so we want to send it back to Iberville and Assumption Parish. The last time we checked in with Alexis and Bree, of course, they were kind of in the brunt of that storm. So let's see where they are. They had taken shelter in someone's home. So let's get an update on what the conditions are like there now. Alexis?
Hey, Michael. Hey, Sylvia. We are back outside. It is still raining really badly. We were talking to a sheriff's officer earlier who was telling me that it is not safe to be on the roads. He even suggested that we get back inside because it was just picking up. We came back out to show you guys just how crazy these winds are. Thankfully, we have this house right by us that is, because of the wall, it's protecting us a good bit, but it is really cold out here. The rain is picking up, and of course, there's no visibility. Out here in Iberville, there is absolutely no visibility. As far as there's no power, but also there's, you know, few street lights out here as is because it's just a very rural community. So I wanted to show you guys just, you know, a couple hours ago, you could see the sugarcane fields and you could see, you know, all these homes and everything. And now it's, you know, completely pitch black. There's not a whole lot to see maybe on camera, but from where I'm at, you can see the rain is still, it's not as heavy as it was before, but it's still pushing through. That wind is getting us, and it is making it very, very cold out here. It definitely does not feel like September in Louisiana. It's very cold. So we're going to send it back to you guys in the studio. You guys stay warm. You guys stay dry. I'll take all the rain for you. Live in Assumption Parish, Alexis Maroney, WBRZ, News 2.
Cold because they are soaking wet out there as well. And we heard, we spoke with the sheriff earlier tonight,
Leland
Fallon,
right.
who said that there were a number of issues that they were dealing with, one of which was power outages. And Josh showed us that map there. 80% of folks in the parish are without electricity right now.
They're also dealing with roads that are closed because of debris. We're also getting some new information in from the State Department of Transportation. They just closed US 61 in Ascension Parish. I'm looking at the map here. It appears that it's from the intersection with 61 Airline Highway and I-10 heading northbound into Sorrento that is closed due to debris in the roadway. We've also been touching on the interstate closure. That is closer to Bluff because of a tree down over the interstate.
Okay, we're going to take a little break and we will be right back.
Between the songs and stories, the crisp evening air, and the crackling fire are moments like these. Traditions that warm the glow in all of us. Share your traditions. Visit jimsfirearms.net.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra, available with the connected driving experience and the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get $3,500 purchase cash on select GMC Sierra models. Or get a total of $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
See your Bayou GMC dealer.
So there I was, in the thick of it. I've been on hunts like this before, but nothing this dangerous. Keeping eyes wide open, rounding blind corners, entering the dark abyss, doing whatever I can to stay one step ahead of my enemy. When I finally get a clear aim, I take the shot. The hunt is on.
What did it say about sitting in my chair?
Sorry, Grandma.
Now's the time to get a great deal on the #1 selling compact tractor in the U.S. Professional-grade mowers, durable sidekick utility vehicles, and versatile compact tractors. It's the equipment you need to take care of your land. Right now, bring home select Kubota equipment for 0 down, 0% APR for up to 60 months, plus save up to $300.
Get your new Kubota at Ascension Equipment Rental on Airline Highway in Gonzales.
Between the songs and stories, the crisp evening air, and the crackling fire are moments like these. Traditions that warm the glow in all of us. Share your traditions. Visit jimsfirearms.net.
At Ochsner, we know healing is a team sport. That's why we've partnered with world-renowned orthopedic surgeon Dr. James Andrews to create the Ochsner Andrews Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, our team of specialists are dedicated to getting you back in the game. So whatever your reasons are for reaching your personal best, we've only got one. You. Ochsner Andrews Institute. Long live you.
Call the Murphy Law Firm Accident Investigation Unit now at 928-8800.
The storm station is tracking Francine.
Well, our crews are not the only ones covering the storm all over Louisiana.
ABC News here as well. Ika Joshi reporting tonight from New Orleans.
Tonight, Hurricane Francine making landfall this evening and taking aim at Louisiana. Strengthening and upgraded to a Category 2 hurricane right before it came ashore, with winds up to 100 miles an hour. Roads quickly flooding in Dulac, Louisiana. Some areas bracing for up to 10 feet of storm surge. ABC's Matt Rivers on the coast in Houma, Louisiana, when Francine made landfall.
This hurricane coming ashore as we speak, and we are in the eye wall, the most intense part of this storm, with winds up to 100 miles an hour. The threat of power outages increasing by the minute.
Just overwhelmed, scared.
Even though you've been through storms before.
I still feel the same way every time a storm comes.
A state of emergency in effect. Louisiana activating more than 2,000 National Guard troops and warning residents.
The time to evacuate has now passed. It is the time to go to ground and hunker down.
Here in flood-prone New Orleans, officials say they're confident the pump system that keeps water out of the city will do its job. The threat of tornadoes increasing on the dirty side of the storm as it barrels inland. Once over land, Francine quickly falling apart.
It's not going to be a good night to be driving on the roads.
Francine now set to soak Mississippi through the night with the same rain it brought to Louisiana. Ika Joshi, ABC News, New Orleans.
All right, we are back getting after it. Malcolm put together a couple of new images we want to share with you, talking about the damages in our area. Malcolm's going to read these off, but just to give you the lay of the land of what we're seeing here. These are all reports of tropical storm or hurricane damage around the area. It's really just how they classify them. Likely, it's largely wind damage, and those houses represent some flooding and wind damage as well. But any that jump off the page at you, Malcolm?
Yeah, so I thought about, querying all of these, putting the text on the screen, but there are so many reports pouring in now, it just doesn't make sense to do that. Some of these reports are from what I've seen on Twitter, or X, formerly known as Twitter. I've seen significant flooding in Thibodeau, damage in Houma, even some damage in the capital area as well. We've already shown that with some trees on homes. Flooding entering homes in Chack Bay, pretty close to St. James Parish there. And I saw this on the NOLA Ready Twitter account. AT&T and T-Mobile customers are experiencing difficulty connecting with 911 in Orleans Parish, and you have to call a backup number out in that direction.
I'm glad you brought up mobile. I'll say this, just for news to look into. I've been trying to contact our radio partners and even Balin down in Morgan City. I'm a Verizon user. All of my calls have been dropped, so maybe there's some Verizon struggle in the region as well. But you just mentioned, too, now this is not our immediate viewing area, but it's very notable. Could be some big trouble brewing in New Orleans right now, right?
Yeah, I just saw something. This is right before we just came back on the air here. Let me go off to the side computer here and look at the National Weather Service chat room.
Just so you know, when Malcolm steps off screen, he's got a computer over there that allows us to chat with the National Weather Service, update these graphics on the fly. So that's why he disappears momentarily.
I'm going to read the text straight from the chat room. National Weather Service in New Orleans says, or Slidell says, working on a flash flood emergency right now as rain rates over the metro area, I assume New Orleans metro area, are getting significantly elevated. They're refining the area right now. Yep, it is New Orleans metro. The area will be generally from Lakeview to Kenner, and may need to include parts of St. Charles as well. And the flash flood emergency is a very serious situation.
It is. It means that we could potentially have water entering homes if it hasn't already. And I think it's just in particular because of how flood prone New Orleans is. It's these 4, 5, 6 inches of rain we're seeing in a matter of 3-4 hours that's causing that problem. We talk about how on a daily summer thunderstorm, you get a flash flood warning in New Orleans because it's just not equipped to drain water. So a hurricane even more so. It's not surprising to see that that's occurring there in New Orleans tonight. We haven't quite reached that where we've seen some really heavy rain in St. Mary, Assumption, and St. James Parish so far tonight. Bad. There's likely some flooding, but we haven't heard any dire reports of water rising quickly in any of those areas.
We did get that one report near Chack Bay, though, and I saw a video of it on Twitter. That's why I wrote this down here to kind of bring that to you guys on the air. But, it is happening a little bit closer to the coast.
And I'd imagine we're going to see it, just get that feeling. This is an area that's highly prone to flooding. Eastern Ascension, Lower Livingston, Southern Tangipahoa. You have the lake influence, so you have some water being pushed that way. You have the heavy rain coming down. I would be on alert for some flooding like that developing in some of those areas around the lakes tonight.
We're going to show you the radar and the rain totals coming up. We actually have current conditions kind of parish by parish, community by community coming up now if you want to advance forward.
Sure, yeah, let's get into some of that. We start in our coastal sections. Morgan City showing a sustained wind still at 44. We know it was much higher earlier. We talked to Balin recently enough that we can likely safely say we are on the downslope from impacts in St. Mary Parish at this point.
Yeah, that number likely was much higher a little earlier. We did have a data dropout earlier. In fact, I did have to change the data source for this. This is a sort of computer estimated right here, but that's a very good estimate for what is likely going on in St. Mary Parish, still dealing with tropical storm force winds.
And this is, you're going to see each parish we go through here, it's only the parish cut out onto the map here showing you precipitation rates. And you don't have a legend at the top, but you generally know light green is really light rain, dark green is heavy rain, and then yellow and orange is torrential rain. No more torrential rain in St. Mary Parish at this point. We're talking about leftover showers. They may still be blowing horizontally or diagonally because it's still gusty, but it's not terribly heavy, and we're not going to add a bunch of additional accumulation to where we are now.
Then we go to Assumption Parish, Napoleonville, a sustained wind at 49 miles per hour. As you get closer to the center track, the wind speeds begin to increase a little more. Also notice the wind direction on the northerly side. So this is the back side. To the east of the center of circulation, you're on the east side. That wind direction would generally be out of the south. Also notice intensity of the precipitation letting up in Assumption Parish, but I see a couple of yellow splotches in the northeastern part of the parish. So I think once you get into St. James, closer to Lake Maurepas, there's St. James. You see some heavier precipitation out in that direction. Lutcher, east-southeast winds at 50 miles per hour, even higher gusts on top of that.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. And we were talking maybe an hour or two ago about kind of our modeling, estimating winds that could gust as high as 70 to 75 miles per hour in that St. James Ascension corridor. I'd say that's not off the table, decreasing in likelihood, but with a wind sustained at 50, yeah, you're going to get a gust that's, 10%, 20% higher than that.
And in our tour of pretty much all the parishes here, we continue to go north to Ascension Parish. Wind speed there a little bit lower. That's out of Gonzales, 26 miles per hour, maybe getting a little bit farther west away from the storm. And, well, I think you'll see the winds rapidly decreasing farther west.
And by the way, correct me, I know because you set these graphics up, but this is not a computer estimate.
Oh, that's, yeah, Gonzales
so that's
does
actual.
have that's an actual airport observation.
So, I mean, it's good. That's a little lower than could be as we're seeing some really heavy action roll through Ascension Parish right now. And I talked about Eastern Ascension, Sorrento, and toward Lake Maurepas here. That's where we're dealing with the heaviest rain at this time. And I said the farther east we are in Ascension, and then southern Livingston, that's where I think the flood concern increases. Right. You can see these really high rain rates in that area.
And it's been pretty breezy in Ascension Parish. Of course, we've seen Sarah Gray Barr out there on the scene, and she's been dealing with the wind ripping.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And then we go to Livingston. You keep taking us here to the north, Malcolm, and there's that other area, Eastern Ascension, lower Livingston, what we're looking at tonight. Around the lakes, the flood concern for water inundation, plus heavy rain and the winds. What are we seeing condition-wise there?
And I'll tell you, this is down. When I created this graphic, that number was much higher for French settlement, and that's probably because the storm is moving north. And I suspect for Killian, soon getting up to the I-12 corridor, you're going to see those winds really increasing, and you can see the intensity of the rain. Highest right now in the southern part of Livingston Parish. That's soon going to take that or overtake that interstate corridor.
Yeah, going to work in that direction, and then toward Tangipahoa Parish, which 3 days ago probably would have said we won't see much from this storm, but a lot has changed and it's shifted, and Tangipahoa is pretty much going to get as good of a hit as anybody from this one in terms of at least heavy rain and some gusty winds. So Ponchatoula and Hammond areas that are starting to come under the gun now.
Right, and that's going to go all the way up the I-55 corridor, so that's also one of the interstate routes that we will want to avoid. Frankly, anywhere in the capital area, it is advised that we stay indoors.
Yeah, and then the capital area itself, we are seeing our tower camera move a little bit, looking at the interstate here, and I can tell that's a truck. That's a truck, you can tell by the glare behind them. So largely only 18-wheeler traffic out there on the roads and crossing the Mississippi River right now. Tough in a high-profile vehicle, but that's all that's on the road at this time. Fortunately, doesn't look like we see any through traffic or resident traffic out there at the moment. Winds at Metro Airport out of the north at 25. I see exactly what you're looking at, Malcolm, on our just observations every couple of minutes. Anything different out there gust-wise?
Gust to 43. I'm also looking at the flash flood emergency that just came out for New Orleans, and I think it's important to note it's right along the I-10 corridor.
And we talked about staying off the interstates tonight between Baton Rouge and New Orleans, from New Orleans to Hammond, even Hammond to Jackson tonight. I know you got a playlist here, Malcolm.
Yes.
Do we want to just jump ahead to radar real quick to take a look at New Orleans, or just maybe that broad area?
We have New Orleans video. Yes, we want to take that.
Yes, let's go ahead and go to that. There, we got radar up here in just a moment. You'll see there's some flooding video in New Orleans. You can tell by the twilight there in that video.
Holy cow.
This is from earlier this evening, so clearly things are getting worse there the deeper we move into the night in New Orleans. Look, there are spots in New Orleans. I know I have New Orleans born and raised that have moved to our area that will call me when we broadcast a flash flood warning. Yeah, it always floods there. This is a little bit different. Some of the areas that don't typically hold water are likely doing that tonight.
Water was up to the hood of some cars there.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that normal.
No.
Not on tonight's basis.
I mean, that's the kind of damage that will total cars right there.
And which is why we tell you, even if you know a low-lying area that floods, we know there are ones here in the capital city. There may be some in Ascension and Livingston Parish as well. Just don't drive your car into any water at night if you're not exactly sure of the depth of it, because once you get that water into the engine, goodbye.
And I think in that video we just saw, that was actually flowing water. Whenever we just have standing, stagnant water, that tends to not sweep cars away. But when you have that flowing water, it only takes 6 inches to actually lift most, smaller sedans, maybe up to a foot to get some trucks going. But you think you have a big truck and you can drive through it, it's just 12 inches of water. It's all it takes to lift that.
Especially when it's moving, which in a case like this, because it's trying to find drainage, it may, again, we're not talking about torrents like you might see in a mountainous area, but when water's trying to find its level or get to its drainage channel, it is going to be moving a little bit. Radar sets the scene here pretty well, Malcolm. The heaviest rain, where we have that flash flood emergency, just on the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain. We're seeing really intense rainfall rates in this belt here where we have darker red and orange on the map. That extends to westward into St. James Parish, Assumption. And look at East Baton Rouge Parish getting clipped now by some of that heavier rain. Malcolm takes us into New Orleans at this time and see that flash flood warning that's in place until 11:45. Pretty much includes the entire CBD. We're talking about Over toward the West Bank, we're dealing with that as well, even into the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain. And precipitation rate is at about 2 3/4, maybe 3.5 inches per hour. That's going to overwhelm drainage.
Yeah, we're seeing the highest rain rates. I think that's the highest I've seen it in this storm system.
3.6,
right
yeah.
over Metro New Orleans, literally in the worst possible spot, going right into the bowl.
Yeah, and we'll continue kind of lifting to the north tonight. So that heaviest rainfall, right, that's more than what's falling right now. And that's often a telltale sign of why the Weather Service is going to trigger that emergency. They've already had too much rain,
right,
and even heavier rain is coming.
And let's pop on some of the rain totals. Yeah, oh wow, yeah. Look at that bright shade of blue.
And then right there, next Booty, where it gets, you get the white on the map,
Let's sample that.
We're approaching 10, 12 inches.
8 inches there. We're talking, downtown New Orleans, 6 inches. Now, granted, that's since midnight, but most of that's probably fallen in the last couple of hours there.
Yeah, and well, based on the rainfall rate of 3.56 per hour, that may balloon to 7 or 8 inches in a short time.
It's not just New Orleans. I mean, that blue shading goes all the way west through the 10-12 quarter. I believe that's St. John Parish, and that gets into St. James Parish. Let me broaden out the view there. Let's see here. Let's go farther west. Yeah, St. James, in that same corridor, we're seeing maybe upwards of 8 to 10 inches. And we knew that was possible near the center of circulation.
I was thinking when you were zooming out there, this map almost really identically mirrors the rainfall forecast for this event. And we use the exact same color scale for the rain that's fallen plus the rain forecast. So everything's easy to match up and look. And it really goes to show you how well forecast this event was over the last few days. So look at that rain forecast.
Yeah.
And where we're seeing all those dark shades of blue and those heaviest rainfall totals, 5, 6, 7 inches, right here. Again, this was the rain forecast. This was last updated this afternoon. So this is not, at this point, the rain yet to come. I would say maybe from here north, that's the rain yet to come. We are not going to see additional amounts that high to these points to the south. But
I'd call this storm total.
Yeah, this would be the storm total expectation. And this is absolutely where the heaviest rain is setting up right now.
And I'd argue, I mean, that goes all the way into Slidell, but I'd argue you might see some of these blues going up in Hammond, maybe as far west as St. Helena Parish.
Yeah, oh yeah, especially with the way we've seen this storm kind of speeding up. And you remarked on this earlier, but we are seeing the rain shield kind of broaden out a little bit, and that's likely taking the windshield, or the, I should say, the winds with it, the wind field with it.
It's interesting you say that. I think we should get to Futurecast in just a second, because the latest run has just come in, and it does show that. Let's get to what's going on right now with the system, then we'll get to Futurecast. I want to put the latest track from the Hurricane Center. We may get an update in about 10 minutes.
Go back to the play button, it looks like now.
I'm sorry?
I can go back to the play button now.
You
got us back on track. We diverted there from what we were doing.
Yep.
So there's the track, and
it's still a hurricane with peak winds at 75.
And that was the
for now.
Okay, yeah, we're waiting. Yeah,
but
within 10 minutes.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was a tropical storm.
Right, even at 70, that's a tropical storm.
Yep.
So, and we expect it to be a tropical storm as it crosses the state line tonight after midnight, close to 1 a.m. But this cone here, it's the cone of uncertainty for a reason, because the storm center could track anywhere to the west or to the east. That center line is likely going to be a pretty good call, the point in time we are now and the proximity to where we are in the system. And that's where all of the action is going to occur tonight, from Baton Rouge over to the North Shore. But we're seeing this swath of heavy rain, this orange, this yellow. This is where the most intense weather is. And Malcolm remarked on St. Helena Parish, Northern Tangipahoa Parish, really I-55. Just translate that mess all northward into that region over the next many hours.
It's just incredible to see where the heaviest precipitation is. Just to the right of the center of circulation and right along it. And I mean, Point Capee Parish a couple hours ago wasn't seeing any rain. Seeing some light rain beginning to form that region. You were hinting at the the wind field and the overall rain shield perhaps expanding a little bit more. We're not seeing heavy rain by any means in West Feliciana, Point Capee Parish, but
just talk about the ride that a hurricane takes you on, even emotionally. Again, at the beginning of the week, you could argue that New Roads would take the biggest hit in our viewing area with the path over the Atchafalaya Basin. They'd be closest. If this storm, what's creating the worst impacts right now here in this area, if that path is over the basin as it was early in the week, that worst weather is right here
in New
on the
Orleans
western
probably
side.
Wouldn't have seen much at all.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and again, we're talking 50 to 100 miles makes all that much difference.
Yeah.
That's a long way to go when you're talking a drive, say, between Baton Rouge and New Orleans. But when you're talking a storm of this size that we were predicting where its center would be in the southwestern Gulf of Mexico 3 days ago, it's not a huge variation, but it made a huge difference.
What's crazy is we've actually been watching this tropical wave for weeks now. This wave came off the African coast, tracked all the way through the Atlantic into the Caribbean, and
along the way, 20% chance development, 30% chance, 20% over 7 days. But then we, in near term, ramped up.
Right. Next thing in the lineup, Josh, is actually a little tighter view here. I want to point out here that the eye wall has degraded so much. In fact, I'd argue, I don't even think there's an inner core anymore here.
Yeah.
There's a remnant of a northern eye wall, if you will, but it does appear to be weakening. And with that inner core collapsing, I think that's just going to open up the door for continued rapid, not strengthening, weakening as we go throughout the rest of the night.
And that's good. We'll continue to see the wind fields lessen. We'll likely see the rain, or I should say the wind fields may expand but weaken while doing so, the top winds. And the rain shield will likely just continue to lighten up as this system now, the more exposed the center gets, the more vulnerable it gets to more weakening factors. So it's a domino effect. And it's open now. We are going to see this system rapidly weaken. And I think that's the exact words that the National Hurricane Center used in their discussion of this is rapid weakening is expected after landfall, such that by tomorrow morning, this may not even be considered a tropical system anymore by the time it gets to about I-20 in Mississippi.
I'd argue now it's, we call it extratropical transition. I'd argue it's already doing that right now.
And simply by definition of its winds and keeping, I would say, for a public communication tool that wouldn't lose its they wouldn't declassify it as a hurricane or a tropical storm now to keep that awareness up that we still have some pretty intense winds in this storm system right now. You mentioned you wanted to get to Futurecast. Let's do that.
Yeah.
I think this is a good illustration not only of our current situation, but also that the model might be overdoing it a little bit. We are not seeing these intense rainfall rates right now in these sections. So the model kind of starts maybe an nth degree higher than what the rain rate is right now.
This is a little inside baseball too, but Futurecast is not just one model we use all the time. Futurecast is just one model that we pick that depicts what we think is going to happen.
The best representation.
And lately we've been applying something called a grid adjust onto this, where we've literally said the model I don't think is doing a good job here, and we've actually moved the model fields west or east depending on what we would think. And I was able to take that grid adjust off with this model run because it's actually, for the first time in days.
Yeah, it caught up. I mean, this is and probably because it's over land now, there's more information being plugged into the model. It's finally sensing where the center is, and it's interacting with it better there. But I mean, I think it's worthwhile that Malcolm pointed that out, that it's not simple that we just say, this is the model, this is what we do. It's why we don't, the social media sites that just pop them out there and like, that's what's going to happen. That's not how it works. We have to do a bunch of meteorology to figure out which model makes the most sense, and then even that, how to modify that forecast based on our analysis of the atmosphere. So that's what we've been doing with this. But now that it's initializing well, Malcolm, and we believe the track and we haven't had to adjust what it looks like, we'll zoom out and take a look at what's going head forward in time.
Notice this. This happens as we go farther out in time. An expansion of the precipitation on the northwest side. That's actually pretty common with non-tropical systems, and we just talked about how this may be undergoing extratropical transition. That's a symptom of that, where you see precipitation developing on the northwest side of the area of low pressure.
And I think this would be the center right about here is what the model's trying to sense and grab, and that's that heaviest rain band on what used to be the eye wall showing up on the north shore at this point, really heavy across Livingston Parish as well. Now this is rain. This model doesn't necessarily depict wind really well, but with the center just in south central Livingston Parish, you're still feeling the wind in East Baton Rouge, in Iberville, in Ascension, Northern Assumption, and St. James. That wind field is fairly broad still, so yeah, you don't, there's no yellow or red over me. That doesn't mean you're out of the woods. Maybe from a rain perspective, you're not dealing with that flood threat, but still quite windy over to the capital area. That's about as far west as the Mississippi River, and expand that to about the state line of Mississippi, the Pearl River, over to our east.
Yeah. As we go into the night, maybe a couple showers lingering. It is still windy, but while the wind remains overnight, the rain does not. It gets out of here pretty quickly, and I think we're waking up to dry conditions tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see some sunshine, and the breeze, while it still may be noticeable, especially north of the highways, around daybreak could be in that 20, 30 mile per hour range. We'll quickly get through and below that key number of 30 miles per hour through the day.
That gets us about to the end of the lineup we have here. I just did step off to look at the Weather Service chat. We don't technically cover New Orleans, but it is close by, and we know many of you may have friends and family out in that direction. I wanted to give a quick update on what's going on out in that direction with that flash flood emergency.
Let's pull up the radar as you read that off and can point that out.
Let's pull that radar back up. We'll zoom in a little tighter to New Orleans. But the National Weather Service was reporting that I-10 is filling up fast near a particular exit. Let me get the exact exit there. Heavy rain still falling in New Orleans. Yeah, I-10 beginning to fill up fast in low spots just before exit 231A on the eastbound side.
And we have parts of I-10 eastbound that are already shut down in other areas, like Ascension Parish, due to a tree across the highway. So we just continue to echo that you're with us tonight. Do not go anywhere unless it's an absolute emergency, and even still, you may not have a route to address your emergency because of the way these interstates are starting to play out.
When it comes to really high winds, we typically advise you to be on the lowest level of your home, but with flooding, it's the opposite. You want to be on higher levels. So there's kind of a combination here of wind and flooding. So if your home floods and there's wind, potentially breaking windows, that type of thing, the advice here is to get to the lowest non-flooded level.
Yeah, of your home. Hopefully we're not getting into those situations with the weakening wind field, at least in our immediate viewing area for tonight. So, hey, and look at that. It's the first time I've seen this one lightning strike near New Orleans. So some cracks of thunder out there tonight, too, if the roar of the wind wasn't enough out there. You said that's kind of the end of our lineup. We've got plenty more weather to cover tonight. We'll just reset and get back with you in a few minutes here, but we know there's plenty of news going on around the area, and we want to see what our crews in the field can tell us right now. Michael and Sylvia.
All right, guys, thanks. Great explanation. Stay weather aware with the storm station. Be sure to download the WBRZ News and weather apps to stay ahead of this storm. As Francine continues to move through this area, several shelters have opened up for those without power.
As we mentioned earlier, the West Baton Rouge Community Center has opened as a shelter, and here is Gabby Davis.
I'm here at the West Baton Rouge Community Center. They have turned this area into a shelter for those in need during Hurricane Francine. Here with me now is Marlene Ransom and Clarice Christopher. Please tell me about this facility. Let's start with, what are y'all providing for those that can come in here?
We're providing cots, snacks, and waters for anybody that's in need to come into the West Baton Rouge Parish Community Center.
And what is the pet policy?
The pet policy is you can bring your pets, but they have to be taken on the outside up under our pavilion, which is located on the opposite side of the community center.
For their pets, they would have to provide their own food and water for their pets, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And how many people can y'all handle in this facility?
Maybe about between 150, I'm gonna say. Maybe about 150.
And is there anything else you would like those who may stumble upon here to know about, like, the facility?
Anyone is welcome. Like I said, you can just bring your pillows, your cover. Anyone that don't have a place to go, you are welcome to come inside from the storm.
This will be open until 11 a.m. tomorrow or until they reach full capacity. In Port Allen, Gabby Davis, WBRZ News 2.
So once again, that shelter is located at the community center that's on North Jefferson Street in Port Allen. Check this out, video coming in from Bess Casserly. This tree here that has fallen on North Foster Drive in East Baton Rouge Parish, that is roughly between Florida Boulevard and Gus Young, about the 900 block. You can see it's closed at this time, but the good news is DPW is already out there because it's safe to do so. You can see they have chainsaws. They're trying to rapidly reopen Foster after this tree fell over the roadway.
In Livingston Parish, sheriff's deputies, one of many agencies, they are working to clear debris tonight. They posted this video on social media of a deputy using a chainsaw to clear a downed tree that's off of Jack Allen Road. Our crew is continuing its team coverage of the storm as it passes over the capital area.
Let's go live to News 2's Sarah Gray-Barr. She spent the entire day in Ascension Parish. What's it like out there now, Sarah?
Yeah, I've been out in Ascension Parish since about noon today. Driving through the area, we've seen debris on roads, we've seen fallen trees, we've seen power lines brought down by said trees. I was with my photographer Justin earlier today. We were actually shooting a tree that had fallen on a house. The wind was so strong, we heard a cracking sound, and then we saw another tree fall down across a canal thankfully not hitting the home on that property. As you can tell, the wind has definitely picked up. You might be able to catch how the wind is actually blowing the rain to my left, all right? Earlier today, we were on the driveway here at the Santa Maria Volunteer Fire Department, and we were talking about how the water levels were slowly increasing in this pond that, you know, all the culverts, all the canals, all the streams fall into. This water line was several feet back earlier today when we last checked in, but now it's maybe 2.5 feet from the curb right there. And then we're just coming up the driveway. I don't know if you can see my high visibility vest. Shout out to my mom for getting this for me. The rain is just coming down. You can see it in my face. We drove through Ascension Parish. Earlier today, we stopped by Gonzales. We talked to a neighbor who was working with his fellow neighbors in his neighborhood. The whole team, they just teamed up. They were knocking down trees all throughout the past 2 weeks that they thought could possibly bring damage to their homes. When I talked to the man, he told me that the team altogether brought down more than 20 trees, and even when we were in his yard, there were still small limbs falling off the trees in the area because the winds were just that powerful. He had all his neighbors at his house for a little get-together to weather out the storm. We talked to him about what did he think are some essentials for weathering out a storm, kind of like this one. Here's what he said.
This is South Louisiana. We drink a lot of beer, it's known. We cook a lot of food, and we have a lot of fun. This doesn't scare us. You have to be prepared, right? You have to be prepared weeks in advance, and then you can have fun through the whole storm. It just depends. Just depends on how bad it is. This storm is not that bad.
I also spoke with a mother who said that this was one of the first storms that her son was weathering that he would remember. I spoke to the little boy. He told me this about how he knows what to do to stay safe in a storm. Take a listen.
If the storm can break through things, I would go inside or to the top and put a mattress over.
So as you can see, like that little boy said, this is not the weather that you want to be outside for. This is definitely the weather where you want to, ooh, it just got really loud all of a sudden. Do you hear that? You probably can't. But the wind just picked up. I can feel it more violently moving across my body. But like that little boy said, this is definitely not the weather that you want to be in. This is the weather where you stay inside, put on a movie, snuggle up with your family, and don't go outside. Please keep those roads clear for first responders. I mean, if you have an emergency, of course, call 911. If you have a non-emergency that you want to report, please call the Citizen Service number. We have that over on our website, WBRZ.com. If you were out here, you would be able to feel the wind. It is very strong. It is only getting stronger. We're going to continue to monitor conditions. And with that, I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, Sarah Graybar. How many folks in Ascension Parish are without electricity?
Let's check.
An update on those numbers?
Let's go back to the outage map here, and this is according to poweroutage.us. Ascension Parish is looking at roughly 26,000 customers without power. That's out of 61,000. So it's not as bad as some of the coastal communities, but they're definitely in the larger areas that were without power. This is the Entergy map. I can kind of give you an update there. Ascension's reporting, according to Entergy, about 19,000 customers without power on the Entergy side. As for DIMCO, let me refresh this. DIMCO's saying that they have this really hasn't changed much. About 50% of Ascension customers on the DIMCO side of the electric grid are without power. Roughly 8,000 households of the 15,000 that are served there. So, I mean, you saw how dark it was where Sarah Gray was.
Yeah, and so tomorrow, hopefully, the sooner the better. You know, you'll get an update on how soon you can expect your electricity to be returned.
We talked to Michael Cobble earlier today, and he had some great video of the bucket trucks that are already positioned in Baton Rouge to dispatch as soon as it is safe for them to do so. And it wasn't just there.
Winds.
Yeah, on College Drive. I mean, we saw them coming into work today, just up and down. The crews will be out there as soon as it is safe for them to do so. I imagine that's going to be at first light. One update that we just got about that tree on North Foster.
It has been removed. Do we have the video that we can show from earlier?
Yeah, this was
There it
it.
is.
We were talking about the DPW crews working diligently, safe as possible, trying to get those limbs cleared so they can reopen North Foster Drive. Once again, that's between Florida and Gus Young.
So that is good news. They've removed that tree. Okay, we'll take another break. We'll be right back.
So what do you think about these?
We're going to take everything.
From design and products to removal and installation, Rebath is with you through every step of your remodel. Call us or visit rebath.com and save $1,500 off your complete bathroom remodel.
The excellence of driving a Buick is matched by the excellence of the dealership experience when you own a Buick. Buick, exceptional by design.
Get a 2024 Buick Envista starting at $23,495. See your Bayou Buick dealer.
Nobody wants to put a new roof over their head. It's too expensive. And if they can extend the life of that roof and get 5 more years or 10 more years, it's a no-brainer.
What RoofMax does is it helps people in that they don't have to spend that $15,000, $20,000 on a new roof. They can spend pennies on the dollar.
The RoofMax product was a small percentage of cost of replacing a roof.
This is a great financial decision for us as a community.
Hey, it's Ray with Window World with more responses to your comments. Karen says, my neighbors say Window World windows are the best. Is that really true? Let's ask an expert. You can count on it. Definitely. Signs point to yes. Satisfied? Mark says, I've heard about your no-interest financing. How's that work? How's that work? Call Window World today at 800-GET-WINDOWS and say yes to no-interest financing. It's as simple as that. That's how it works.
Should we take a look at it? What do you think?
So here...
From design and products to removal and installation, Rebath is with you through every step of your remodel. Call us or visit rebath.com and save $1,500 off your complete bathroom remodel.
The storm station is tracking Francine.
We continue our coverage here on WBRZ as South Louisiana is feeling the brunt of Francine at this moment.
Yeah, let's send it over to Malcolm for the latest.
Well, on your screen now, you're going to see some power outages in Ascension Parish, over 25,000. That's about 42% of the parish without power now. Livingston Parish, those numbers are climbing. Little under 15,000. That's about a fifth of the parish. East Baton Rouge Parish, you can tell it's a more populated parish because, well, only 7% is without power, at least as of right now, but that's just under 15,000. There's a chance that number rises through the night. St. Mary Parish, whew, my goodness, a little over 3/4 of the parish without power. And in Assumption Parish, which saw that northern eye wall pass through a little bit afterward, that's about 8,000 people, but that's 80% of the parish. That's a lot of power outages, my friends. Francine, still a hurricane with max sustained winds at 75 miles per hour, but that was as of the 8 o'clock advisory. We've seen the National Hurricane Center issuing hourly advisories all afternoon long, but they did not issue a 9 o'clock one. And that could be a sign that, well, we may be headed in the right direction. Things may be continuing to weaken. I suspect we're going to get another one at 10 o'clock. That is a typical advisory issuance time. And I think with that advisory, you will see this weaken to a tropical storm. We like to see that trend. By 1 a.m., that's 4 hours from now, we will have a tropical storm. Peak winds likely at 65 miles per hour, and the center circulation will likely be right about here along the Louisiana-Mississippi state line. Center circulation now is right about here. I'd say it's fairly over maybe St. James Parish right now, and that's continuing on a northeastward track, anywhere from 15 to 20 miles per hour. It is interesting to notice earlier on in the evening, we could see a very clear and well-defined inner core. You can see that eye feature. Well, you don't see it anymore. That southern edge of the storm has really opened up, and we just have a remnant northern eye wall moving over Lake Pontchartrain, Lake Maurepas, now over Ascension, Livingston Parish. That's where we have the highest rain rates and likely some of the stronger winds, and I think the winds get even stronger along portions of the North Shore. Washington, St. Tammany Parish going to be dealing with those. Tangipahoa Parish likely going to be dealing with those. Notice Baton Rouge on the western fringe of this storm. That's going to help us out from a wind standpoint. Gusts are still upwards of 39, 40 miles per hour at Metro Airport, at least as of last check. So that would still result in, tropical storm force winds. That is tropical storm force winds. Here's a closer look at the really heavy rain. Dangerous situation in New Orleans right now. A flash flood emergency has been issued as we have seen numerous reports of flooding. Even some video, we showed it to you not too long ago in New Orleans, of floodwaters up to hood levels on cars and getting up to even the windows. So not a great situation out that way, but look to the south. You don't see as much rainfall, so the hope is that we could see some of those water levels subside, but I imagine that's going to take some time in the New Orleans area. Heavy rain continues over Lake Pontchartrain. That's going to continue into the North Shore. Flash flood warnings in place all the way into southern Tangipahoa Parish. Hammond on the northern edge of that. That does include Ponchatoula in the southern part of the I-55 corridor in Tangipahoa Parish. We have flash flood warnings literally for pretty much our entire southern tier of parishes at the present moment. In Baton Rouge, though, I think it's going to be hard to get a flash flood warning this evening, considering the fact that rain rates are letting up. There are some heavier rain bands off towards the east, but overall rain rates are lighter with these. You're going to have to wait for this band to come up to really see those rain rates increase. It is moving north, and I think our northeastern parishes like St. Helena, Livingston, and Tangipahoa parishes would likely face the brunt of the storm going forward, with lesser precipitation as you get west of Baton Rouge. I mean, it's just barely spitting from the sky right now in Point Capee and West Feliciana Parish. Here are the overall rainfall totals. Frankly, not a ton out in Wilkinson County, Mississippi, West Feliciana Parish, Point Capee Parish. New Roads, you may be thinking, well, you were saying several inches of rainfall, and I'm barely cracking an inch. And that's because Francine tracked just a little bit farther east. We are looking at least maybe an inch or two in the Baton Rouge area, but the totals get really high along and east of the track. And that is what was in the forecast. Along and just east of the center circulation, that's where we would see our highest totals, and that's about where the storm is tracking. It made landfall in Terrebonne Parish near Eugene Island, then it continued northeast right now over St. James Parish. You see this axis of really high rainfall, over 5 inches. We've sampled this earlier, even upwards of 8 to 10 inches in a few spots. You even see some areas of white trying to pop up just west of New Orleans. That will likely expand east into the far northeastern tip of the boot. There's the expected storm total rainfall. Lines pretty well with what we're seeing now. This has already fallen right in this region. This is what is to come farther to the northeast, getting into the North Shore north of Lake Pontchartrain. Current wind speeds, oh yeah, it's windy out there. You can still hear that roar outside of the station. Sustained winds are out of the northeast to 25 miles per hour in Baton Rouge. There's that gust of 41. You don't have to go far south to find higher wind speeds, though. Gonzales, you're gusting to 56 right now. A sustained wind at 31 miles per hour. And remember, the sustained wind occurs over a couple minutes. The gust is the instantaneous burst of wind. Look at that. My goodness. New Orleans has a hurricane force wind gust right there, 76 miles per hour, a tropical storm force sustained wind speed at 40 miles per hour. So you consider that flash flood emergency there as well on top of the wind speed danger. For Baton Rouge, I think things are down from here. Not downhill in terms of impacts, but downhill in terms of wind speeds, and that's a good thing. By midnight, we're dealing with winds anywhere from 20 to 30 miles per hour, kind of similar to what we have now. I still think it's going to be quite breezy around midnight, but after midnight, things really start to subside in terms of wind speed, and after daybreak, we see winds getting below 30 miles per hour. That means that power crews are going to be able to get out and go restoring power. Let's show you what Futurecast looks like. Futurecast doing a good job initializing what's going on right now. The heaviest rain to the east, maybe overdoing the rain just a little bit. You can see some rain on the backside as well. This storm is undergoing something called extratropical transition right now. It's starting to lose a little bit of its tropical characteristics, and sometimes with non-tropical lows, you can see precipitation develop on the northwest side, and that's what Futurecast suggests here. I think this would be fairly light precipitation. It probably wouldn't result in a whole heck of a lot of flooding, but could produce some additional showers into the overnight hours, maybe out in areas that haven't seen as much rain, like Point Capee Parish, into southwest Mississippi. Still windy past midnight, but again, the wind speed should subside in the overnight hours as rain continues to pull away. And then into tomorrow, we wake up to clouds, but then slowly but surely we'll start to see some cloud gaps and the sun will poke out. Should be still pretty warm and definitely humid. We're in Louisiana, remember? Tornado watch still in effect off to the southeast. Storm Prediction Center did say that they were watching an area a little bit farther to the east earlier. Let's see if that area is still highlighted. Yep. Not highlighted anymore, so it looks like that product that they had put out expired. Earlier, they were looking at the greatest tornado risk in this chunk of real estate here along the North Shore and in New Orleans. Right now, or actually, we did have a couple of tornado warnings near Slidell getting out into southwest Mississippi. Have not seen any tornado warnings, at least right now. There's your Storm Station 7-day forecast, just to give you an idea of what happens into the weekend. Unfortunately, in some spots, there will be cleanup in the coming days, and that's kind of the weather you're going to deal with. It'll be quiet. Mixture of clouds and sun Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Should be dry, but it'll feel very summer-like. High near 90 on Friday, 91 degrees on Saturday and Sunday. We are continuing to track Francine through the next couple of hours right here on WBRZ, continuing our continuous coverage. We're also going to continue providing updates on our free mobile app. We've been doing that in the days leading up to the storm and during the storm as well. We also have updates online and on social media, not just weather updates, but also damage reports. Those are pouring into the newsroom right now. And if it is safe to do so in your location, we encourage you, if you have photos or video, please send them to us. I'm going to send it back to Michael and Sylvia real quick. They can probably give you the specifics of where we want to send that video to.
Yeah, Malcolm, thanks. That would be news@WBRZ.com. Once again, news@WBRZ.com. That 7-day forecast, Sylvia, showed that the 90s are going to be back, the 90-degree temps.
Yeah, I thought they were gone.
Isn't it frustrating in Louisiana how we'll have like that one hint of fall, like early in September, and then it's back, and there's always some sort of storm sandwiched in between?
Well, sunshine to kind of dry us out.
We'll
We need
definitely
that.
take it. Yeah, absolutely. And the restoration crews as well. You saw the video there. Baton Rouge Police, as of 9 o'clock, they have a shift change, putting additional officers on patrol tonight as the storm is now kind of moving into the Baton Rouge area. In a social media post, they asked for prayers for those working in these stormy conditions. We talked to the police chief earlier today. He said that they had taken a lot of the detectives and lieutenants who otherwise are typically on patrol, and they have them out in the elements tonight, making sure that everyone is safe.
And he reminded us also, if you don't have to be out there, you don't have to be out there.
That's right.
Don't be out there. All right, we're going to send things back to Bree Andrus in Iberville. The last time we talked with those guys out there in Assumption Parish, the rain was coming down. So let's just see what the conditions are like right now.
Hey there, guys. Things are definitely getting better here in Iberville, South Assumption Parish. The wind is still picking up a good bit, but the rain is starting to slow down. It's not coming down as hard. We're not getting soaked like we were a few hours ago. But the unfortunate thing is power is out in almost the entire parish. So it's pretty pitch black out here. This, like Lexi said earlier, this is a pretty rural area, so street lights are not very present like they are maybe like Baton Rouge. So it's already a dark place at night, and just with no power around, it's really dark. You can't see anything, not even with the naked eye, not even with the camera. It's pitch black. But with that, things are starting to calm down, and some things I've heard from people in the area is that they're concerned that the storm's going to circle back and come back down south towards this Lafourche Parish, Bayou Parish, Assumption Parish area, excuse me. But I have been told by our team over there at WBRZ back in studio that is not the case. Just maybe a small band with some showers and some wind, but nothing too crazy. It's not going to be the storm that's going to come back and get you. That's not the case. So please don't worry about those kind of things there. If you have discovered damage in your home, or things are just not going well for you because of this storm, just remember that there are community centers, not only in Assumption Parish, but also in Iberville Parish, that you can go to for shelter. The Assumption Parish Community Center is right next to Assumption High School off of 308. Oh, the wind's picking up here. Okay. And then the community center is right next to White Castle High School over in Iberville Parish. So make sure to stop by there if you need shelter for the night. Once this storm calms down at daybreak, I'm sure everyone from emergency teams will be out cleaning up debris, fixing power lines, and so on and so forth. So things should look to get better by the sunrise tomorrow morning. Hopefully things are starting to calm down here, but I know they're picking up over there back in Baton Rouge. So we'll send it back over to you guys.
All right, Bree, thank you for that. Yeah, we spoke with the sheriff of Assumption Parish maybe 2 hours or so ago. We talked about a number of trees being down, some road closures. He talked about a tree being on Highway 663, and also water, correct me on this, US 190 to 182, and some local street flooding as well.
That's correct, and that was right in the heart of the storm for them, and
Mm-hmm.
he was just calling in to let us know that they're on top of things,
Yeah.
everything's okay. We had asked if there was any potential for evacuations. None of that needed, but they weren't going to be able to get out there to clear the roadways until like now. So what you saw with Bree, the storm has kind of moved on from Assumption Parish. So the sheriff's office and their public works crews will be out there clearing those roadways to get them back open. But Sylvia, to your point, tomorrow the real work begins in Assumption Parish. 80% of electric customers there are without power. As we've seen in these situations so many times before, it's not going to be just like flipping the lights back on. They got to trace that back from your house to the higher transmission lines, and hopefully none of those are damaged. But we will see when the sun comes up tomorrow.
All right. We're going to take another break. We'll be right back.
It's time for the Make It Ford Summer Sales Event at Robinson Brothers Ford. Buy the new F-150 STX Super Cab for just $48,998. $48,998 buys F-150 STX Super Cab. SUV buyers at Robinson Brothers Ford save $9,000 off Expedition XLTs. Or buy the new Bronco Sport for just $27,998. Save $2,500 off the Bronco Big Bend.
As always, no unexpected fees. Click, call, or get to Robinson Brothers today.
Are you ready to take your back porch or patio to the next level? Upgrade now to a 4-season USA-made sunroom with Ironworks USA. Add square foot value to your home and relax in a beautiful, climate-controlled space. Custom designed and custom built using powder-coated steel framing with glass options such as impact-resistant or low-E. Interest-free financing is available, so call Ironworks USA now for your free estimate.
The all-new Spectacular Extreme Circus, presented by the Carton International Circus, is coming to your hometown with more extreme acts than ever before. Featuring BMX riders, Carton's spectacular animals, acrobats, interactive entertainment, aerialists, and so much more. The all-new Spectacular Extreme Circus. Get your tickets today.
Come see the Spectacular Circus, September 14th and 15th at Lamar Dixon Expo Center in Gonzales.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra, available with the connected driving experience and the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get $3,500 purchase cash on select GMC Sierra models. Or get a total of $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
See your Bayou GMC dealer. The storm station is tracking Francine.
As Francine continues moving through the area, several shelters have opened up for those without power.
And as we told you earlier, the West Baton Rouge Community Center has opened up a shelter as well. Here's Gabby Davis.
I'm here at the West Baton Rouge Community Center. They turned it into a shelter for those in need during Hurricane Francine. And here with me now is Anatol Vincent. He is the Parks and Recreation Director. Please tell me a little bit about this facility. What are y'all providing for those?
So we are a shelter of last resort. We actually opened up at 11:30 this morning. We have cots. We are asking folks to bring essentials, pillows, blankets, and some snacks. We do have water and we do have some light snacks. We don't have any meals, but we do have some snacks for hopefully keep them through the night.
And how long will the facility be open?
So that's still going to be up to our parish president to make that decision. Generally, it's a 24-hour shelter. We're here for the storm, for whenever the winds are bad, and so sometime in the morning or tomorrow probably be shut down.
And what is the capacity?
Right now we're set up for about 25, which we only have around 3 in here now, but we could serve up to 100.
And is there a pet policy?
We do have a pet policy. We allow pets, but not indoors. We have a covered pavilion out to the rear of the building with kennels. We have a few of the pet amenities that go with them. So yeah, we do allow pets. We're just not inside the building.
And owners would have to bring their own food and water for them, correct?
Yes, we have some back there, but I would recommend them bringing their own food and water.
Is there anything else you'd like the community to know about it?
Nope. We just everybody stay safe and good luck.
Again, there's no time frame for the facility to stay open. He said 24 hours, but that could change or until it reaches full capacity. And in Port Allen, Gabby Davis, WBRZ News 2.
Gabby, thanks. Once again, that shelter located at the community center on North Jefferson Street in Port Allen.
Michael Yoshida is covering Hurricane Francine for CNN.
Reporting tonight from New Orleans.
The power of Francine being felt here in New Orleans. Strong wind and rain battering the area right here in the French Quarter. You can see in the more open, exposed areas, the wind and the rain whipping by. You look up, you can see that traffic light shaking as officials say we've moved from the preparing for the storm stage to now the hunkering down and responding to it.
Hurricane Francine. It's bringing hurricane-force winds, heavy rains, and life-threatening storm surge. Forecasters say it will pack a powerful punch, though for some Louisiana natives, the storm may not be considered a significant threat.
We're going to stay here. We've always been here, and we're not going to leave.
Various mandatory and voluntary evacuation orders have been in place since Tuesday, notably around the greater New Orleans area, parts of which are outside of the levee protection system, but some residents were prepared to ride it out.
I got all the vehicles gassed up. We got some extra water. We got the propane bottles filled.
In St. Mary Parish, authorities closed massive floodgates to hold back potentially destructive storm surge from washing over homes and businesses downriver. Also ahead of the storm, sandbag stations were also busy over the past 24 hours. These local high school students volunteering to help their neighbors.
What makes the community strong around here, you know? All together, we're strong together.
With Francine threatening several areas along Louisiana's coastline with storm surge levels up to 10 feet. Louisiana's governor is encouraging safety.
Now is the time to begin to stay off of the roadways, stay home, and stay put.
We are now no longer in the prepare for a hurricane. We are now in the respond for a hurricane.
And here's another look at those strong winds. You can see that sign whipping around there. The glow of first responders staged around New Orleans can be seen there too. And if we look this way, right in the French Quarter, as these rains continue to fall, we're starting to see even the streets start to fill up with some of this heavy rainfall. Again, this is why officials have been urging people to hunker down, especially now that we're seeing the full impacts of Francine hit this area. Reporting in New Orleans, I'm Michael Yoshida.
Yeah, New Orleans dealing with a flash flood emergency because of the rain bands that have moved through there. We're going to get some fresh video out of New Orleans as well.
All right, so now let's send it from New Orleans back to Baton Rouge, and we're going to send it to Bess Casterly. We showed you earlier that tree on North Foster Drive that had fallen, and crews out there clearing it up. So Bess, take us to the scene. Tell us what's happening.
Sylvia, Michael, I was prepared to come out here and do this live shot. We are across the street from Mosep here. I was prepared to tell you guys that coast is clear. Everything's fine. We didn't really have that much, but the wind gusts we've experienced right now are actually surprising. We almost had the camera lift up and fall over, but our photographer Joe is very well trained and he was able to get it. But the wind gusts are still happening. Not much rain. But like I said, I was going to tell you that we kind of dodged a bullet here, so to speak. The only thing we really came across were the two fallen trees that Sylvia mentioned, one on North Foster that was completely blocking 4 lanes, and they had to get people out there to cut it. The city parish actually went out there and was able to remove it quite quickly. And then we just approached a tree over an exit lane on Harding that the police actually moved. It was about 5 police officers. Hopefully you're seeing that in some video there, and they were able to remove that tree by themselves. But other than that, the main issue we have been seeing really is wind. As you can see, that rain really has let up, and the wind is still very much present. As I said, it almost knocked us over a couple times. So we are not in the clear just yet, I would say. I still would not come outside if you don't need to, because that wind is strong. We will keep you updated throughout the evening and morning, but for now, reporting live in Baton Rouge, Bess Casterly, WBRZ News 2.
All right, Bess, thanks. We were just talking, knock on wood here.
There's none.
But
There's none.
I mean, and I'm looking at the outage maps and whatnot. Do you want to say it, or do you want me to say it?
We shouldn't, but I mean, you just look, there's not as much red.
That's right. In East Baton Rouge Parish.
Just in East Baton Rouge, and we're not a Baton Rouge only TV station, but a lot of our population's here, and it's still probably watching on the air tonight, not online.
You look at Ascension, this is just on the Demco side of things. They have 85% of their customers without power. Ascension's kind of taking the brunt of this.
Ascension,
in our view.
And then Livingston, Tangipahoa, which is just crazy because you know our most recent one was Ida, and that same area, two storms in a row where it's just kind of a central WBRZ viewing area storm. There's the map live online. I will have some numbers on that in a little bit, but yeah, look at Ascension there. You can tell where the Ascension grid is. You can almost see the parish outline just on that map. And I think we're going to see a lot of red start to pop up in Tangipahoa a little bit later on. And of course, you got a big Demco presence in Livingston, but that's probably going to take a hit too, especially in the southern part. I was talking earlier. I think you were taking a quick break. Golfer to golfer. Remember the last storm, Carter Plantation, their trees got thinned out big time. They're probably going to have to deal with that again, too, in that area.
I just hate to see what may happen there when the sun comes up tomorrow. You know?
We thinned out so many trees in that same corridor in our last hurricane, in Ascension, Eastern Ascension, in Lower Livingston. You remember that drive 1-2 years ago from Baton Rouge to New Orleans? You're like, oh, I can tell where Ida hit.
Right.
Well, probably on that similar drive, there are going to be more trees down in that same area again.
And part of the problem was the drought.
Yes, yes. So you know, hurricanes are clearing events for dead and old trees, and it had been a long time between Ida and the one previous to that, probably Gustav or Isaac. And we've only gone 3 years here, so a lot of the weak trees were cleared out by the last hurricane, but last year the drought accelerated the weakening of more trees. So, and we just don't know. I mean, I think during Ida, you can tell when water's an issue at night because it more directly affects people. The forestry and the woods, we don't know until we see it in the next daylight. The timeline of these two storms is pretty remarkable. Both of them's highest impacts have been right around nightfall in the capital area. So it'll be tomorrow when we wake up and we see kind of the visual damages that have occurred. But water-wise, yeah, we know what's going on with that right now.
Some of those drone shots that I predict will get in from Balin and St. Mary Parish tomorrow will be very telling, especially whenever they get up.
Yeah, and Terrebonne Parish, too. I mean, they gone over to Houma. I know there have been some larger, like, plaza buildings damaged and destroyed in that area as well. So Houma took another really big hit from 2 straight hurricanes in South Louisiana.
What is the forecast models showing now? It kind of looks like we were looking at it on the WBRZ weather app, which if you haven't downloaded, do so. You can follow the track. There's another shameless plug.
Appreciate that. Yeah.
It kind of looks like the rain bands aren't necessarily holding together as strongly over Baton Rouge?
That's exactly it. Yeah, we're still within that wind field. There's no doubt. Bess noted it. I think that's probably why she's surprised, and we've been kind of talking about this all day on the air, is it's not pouring, so you're like, I'm not in a hurricane. It's still very windy outside because that center is close to us, the wind field is close to us. But the western side of the storm is being chewed up by dry air. And in a couple of minutes, and I'll go through a whole weather segment, I am going to show some images that show that really clearly. But yeah, in Baton Rouge, we're dodging the worst of the rain. And in some ways, dodging the worst of the rain does help with the wind because, as we've been explaining, the rain bands and the thunderstorm activity within the hurricane help translate stronger winds down to the surface. That cold air, that rain falling to the ground, pulls more strong winds down to the surface with it, and that's why that eastern side is just worse overall. So we've still got the winds on the western side, even though not as having as much rain, but where they have more rain, they're dealing with more wind because of that effect I just described.
How soon before this thing is completely out of here?
Well, we've talked to our news director about when we start to see things starting to die down in our area, and when we might be able to lower the clickers back to the desk for the evening. But I think we're still talking about another 2 or 3 hours where wind's a big threat in the metro. So we're getting close to the state line by midnight then. And again, along the way here, this storm continues to rapidly weaken. So the two things working in our favor are the weakening and the time overall, the movement and the weakening.
It's still a hurricane.
Still a hurricane. Still a hurricane, I think. It's 9:34. Malcolm will definitely send me a note if with our 10 p.m. advisory we see otherwise, which I think will be the case. We're at 75. I can't see the winds being any more than 70 at this point. They should be rapidly dropping here into the evening hours.
I still find it fascinating that with how the track has shifted over time. And we've talked about this for days. And you look at what New Orleans has been dealing with a flash flood emergency. I start to wonder if that is more because of their drainage system or if that's because of the rainfall totals. But I mean, you guys pinpointed some areas, 8 inches of rain.
Yeah.
And that's over the span of
a couple of hours.
Yeah.
Which is crazy, but in a hurricane, not crazy.
Sure.
I mean, we see that. I mean, that's like, we talk, the flood in 2016, 30 inches in 3 days. That was a 1 in 1,000 year flood event. 8 inches in a day in southeast Louisiana is something that happens like every 3 or 4 years. That's like a 1 in 3 year event. So really on a scale that where something like that can happen that frequently, we should have the infrastructure built for that. And again, that's kind of a New Orleans problem.
Sure.
They don't. The stories are well documented.
Sure.
The pumping stations and the system they have down there, we know they're in a bowl, so they're
mess.
just not in a good situation to receive a rainfall amount that is common every couple of years on the Gulf Coast, especially with a tropical system. Yeah. Speaking of flooding, we do have some video we're going to show. This is going to be from earlier today. It's some surge video.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, coquetry. And this is, this is about right too. This is not massive storm surge. You can see those piered homes. It's staying under them, but this is why you don't stay on the coast, because you are housebound at the very least, if not in a much worse way.
Let me ask you, Josh. So coquetry got hammered in Ida by surge. Is there any comparative here yet on the how many feet of surge there was here?
No, we're not going to have exact numbers yet. That'll be determined likely after the fact. We can look at some peak gauges, and that might be available for online. I'll make that a point for the next time I visit with you guys, which we'll still have some more time together tonight. I can look that up, but obviously the final tallies are done by high water marks the next day or after the water recedes. So we'll get those official numbers in days or weeks, but we will have a few buoys and gauges that will say, oh, look, they maximized it at a height of about 9 feet or something like that. I just threw that number out there. The forecast was 6 to 9. I'll be able to go check that in a little bit here, but I haven't yet.
Stick with us for just a second. We have we're going to get to Joe Collins in a moment, but first we have EBR Sheriff Sid Gotro joining us on the phone. Sheriff, good evening.
Good evening.
What's happening? What are you seeing out there, sir?
Well, I'm at the headquarters building at the airport right now, and we're still getting some light, sometimes moderate rain. You might can hear the winds blowing now. I think, it's been pretty much steady winds at, I would say, 15 to 25 miles an hour, and we're getting some gusts higher than that. But as far as the parish is concerned, we've been having to deploy chainsaw crews out to get some trees out of the roadway. But I think they would last count, it was I think about 15,000 or so without power. And we've been getting a lot of calls with trees across the road. But I can tell you, I thank y'all for what y'all done as far as notifying the public and so forth and so on, and getting them well versed on what they need to do. But I can tell you, in my riding around since dark, there's nobody just only emergency vehicles on the road. So the public is hearing to that, and I commend them for it, because if you don't have to be out, don't, and they're responding to that. But we're going to be here. We started our emergency operation plan, put it in effect yesterday, in fact. And the plan covers all of our operations here, and everybody knows what their roles are. We've got people working over on shifts, people coming in early, so we can try to put as many people out on the streets as we possibly can. And of course, we've got all of our equipment ready to go if we need to. But so far, we haven't gotten any reports of any high water. Haven't get anybody from the home. Hopefully, that'll hold and stay that way through the night. I don't want to say we dodged a bullet to us over with, but I certainly looks like we may not get that 70-mile-an-hour wind they were talking about, and I hope not.
Well, let's just keep praying for that for sure. Let me ask you, if in fact there is not as much of a need here in EBR, can you respond to the call in other areas, other parishes that may need assistance?
Yes, and every sheriff in the state is part of the Louisiana Sheriff Association Emergency Task Force, and I'm the southern commander now for the southern part of the state. I've been in touch with our people over at LSA, and we've been calling sheriffs down in the affected area. And so far, none of them has said anything, but I know they all got their hands full. But I fully expect that we'll deploy sometime tomorrow or early Friday morning somewhere, wherever we need it. But, we're thankful that we're one of the larger sheriff's departments in the state. So we've got the equipment necessary. We're self-contained wherever we go. We take care of our people. We got our own bunk trailers and our emergency operation equipment down there, boats, whatever we need. So yes, I fully expect that somebody's going to be calling for some help as soon as this thing gets through.
Sheriff, you mentioned down trees, chainsaw crews, and deputies. Are there any substations in particular that are dealing with more issues than the others?
Yeah, down south, Klein Feeder sub in the southeastern part of the parish. We've got some calls in central, up in the north part of the parish, but mainly the bulk of the calls that we've gotten as far as down trees, block roads, has been down south.
What else are you expecting to see at daybreak tomorrow when your teams are out, your deputies are out?
Well, we're going to assess. We'll go over and assess everything that's transpired tonight, and see, just exactly where we need to be and what we need to bring or do. But we always take care of our citizens here in the parish before we go anywhere else. So we're going to make sure that everything that we need done is done. But I've got volunteer deputies. We got enough to deploy actually to 2 locations if we need to. But we'll assess everything. We're keeping a running log right now of the calls we're getting for help as far as trees down and water. But so far, we really hadn't had any problems with the water, and I think because all of our little local tributaries were at a normal stage or below, I think, and it doesn't look like this is going to be a major rain event for us. And the speed the system's moving, I think it'll be out of the state well before daylight.
Okay, Sheriff Sid Gotro, thanks for taking some time. Call back in if you have another update.
Well, I certainly will. If anything else develops that I know y'all want to know about, I'm going to certainly call you.
Okay.
All right, Sheriff.
Thank you for having me.
Stay safe.
Bye-bye.
So you heard him mention there the Klein Peter substation down there, kind of.
That's what I thought of.
Airline. That's where you're thinking.
And I had that question right before he asked. Was going to ask if you guys minded if I jumped in and played a news anchor for a second. And took off my meteorologist hat. But that was the question I had, and that I would have predicted that. I mean, it doesn't shock me. The farther east you are, the more wind issues you have. The farthest easternmost point of the parish is where he's seeing the most wind issues tonight. So that tracks. And also rain. Once that statement he said is accurate. This is not going to be a major rain event in Baton Rouge, which is good news. Elsewhere, it's a different story. We've had some major flooding issues.
Let's send it over to Joe Collins. He is standing by at the Livingston Parish Office of Emergency Preparedness. Joe, what can you tell us?
Yeah, guys, like you said, we're back at the Emergency Preparedness Center, but just for the last couple of hours, me and fellow News 2 reporter David Hamilton, we were out driving around near Denham Springs, near Walker and Livingston, and we saw a couple down trees. What we really noticed when we were driving around was quite a lot of branches that were on the road. We also saw a lot of power outages. According to a report that was published on our website, WBRZ.com, about a little over 9,000 people in Livingston Parish are without power. That's a little bit over 10% of the entire parish, but as the winds continue to get stronger and with rain, we can expect those numbers to go up higher. Speaking of rain and wind, the wind is really intensified since we've been here. I don't know if you can see behind me, but you can see the American flag. She's been waving proudly all day, a little bit stronger now than before. But one thing we definitely noticed also while we were driving around is we saw the rain there was quite a lot of rain, and the rain was sort of blowing across the road when there's very high winds. That tends to happen. We saw definitely a lot of that. It was very hard to drive at times because we kind of just had to hang on to the steering wheel because of the high winds. I did see a couple people that were still out driving. My message, please, just everyone be indoors. The only people that should really be on the road right now are emergency preparedness teams helping out other people. And speaking of emergency preparedness, we had talked to the parish president a couple hours ago, and he kind of talked a little bit about his plan for tomorrow. They expect that around anytime between 7 and 9 a.m. that they're going to be up in the helicopter surveying damage and then kind of going and creating plans off of that and what they see. In the meantime, we'll continue to bring you coverage of Livingston as winds intensify and more rain comes. Live in Livingston Parish, Joe Collins, WBRZ News 2.
Thank you, Joe.
What can Joe expect the rest of the night?
Probably starting to get the worst conditions he'll experience about right now. I think I'm going to get you guys a rest, and we'll talk about some of that, the winds, radar, and things like that. We showed some flooding video earlier. Let me show you a map that goes along with that right now. Storm surge in our area and the expectations. This has all kind of remained the same throughout this event, but I want to bring you this now because it is updated. Just like anything else with watches, warnings, advisories, bulletins, the National Hurricane Center updates all of their products, and this is their updated surge product. So from this point forward, here's the additional surge that we can anticipate. Look how much lower it is than earlier. It maximized in St. Mary Parish at about 6 to 9 feet. Again, we'll take a look at some of those topped off numbers in a little bit. I'll have a list for you later on today or tomorrow about what our max surge was. But we're still going to have surge of about 6 feet or so in Terrebonne Parish. And we can see that extending. You know what? This makes perfect sense. Just had meteorologist Malcolm Byron show me a video from the Thibodeau area. And sure enough, look at this. We have estimated surge of about 3 to 6 feet in that area. And it looks like water has made it into a few structures in the Thibodeau area. So there we have that. As we look farther to the north, we can find that we get some coastal surge on the south shore, excuse me, the north shore, parts of St. Tammany Parish, Tangipahoa Parish, extreme eastern parts of Lake Maurepas, likely washed over in some places there in between Lake Pontchartrain and Lake Maurepas. And we'll have about a foot or two of water inundation on the lower Amite River and along Lake Maurepas. This is going to be some backwater flooding up the Amite River, just simply the winds driving the water a little bit higher up there. Again, see that blue? It's a foot. It's not major, nothing we haven't experienced before, nothing groundbreaking. Areas that commonly flood will do so in this particular event. That's just simply due to storm surge along the coast and wind-driven lake surge coming up some of those bodies of water and on the immediate shorelines. Let's get in that radar tour now, take you around the area and show you what's happening. Flash flood warnings remain live, especially south and east of Baton Rouge. Note Tangipahoa Parish, Hammond, and Ponchatoula now in a flash flood warning, and that's until 11:45. We talked about that flash flood emergency in New Orleans thanks to extreme rainfall rates. Good news if you have friends or family in the Crescent City tonight, the heaviest rain has ended there, but there's likely still some big time issues with remaining water. One of the fortunate things in this event is that Francine is moving. Sheriff Sid Gautreaux said that. That has helped us out. We're sure that this is going to be getting out of our area here in the next couple of hours. It's not going to slow down and stall and rain out. He also noted, and this is not surprising when you look at radar, not going to see a major rain event here in the capital city. We saw that trend majorly east earlier. Even still at a 3 to 6 inch event, we'd have been able to handle that. But I think our totals in East Baton Rouge Parish are generally going to be in the range of 2, maybe 3 inches on the lower end of things overall. And also, we are seeing some dry gaps now in parts of northwestern East Baton Rouge Parish. No flood bulletins are likely in those areas. Farther to the south, we're still under a flash flood warning in St. Mary Parish. It's for all the water that was left behind earlier, and some advisories for standing water in St. James and Assumption Parish too. But all of these areas to the southwest, your warnings will likely be allowed to expire on time. We are just not adding much additional rainfall in those sections. All the heaviest rain is now focusing around Maurepas, Pontchartrain, eastern Livingston, Tangipahoa Parish. We'll go out a little bit wider. Do have the National Hurricane Center forecast path on this, and we have our new update in. This is our 10 p.m. advisory. Storm motion remains the same to the northeast at about 16. This is the track we've been following. Looks like it's going to hold true. And we also see max winds have come down, that we have tropical storm Francine. Max winds are now at 70 miles per hour. And that's going to be just near the center of the storm. They will weaken with distance away from the storm center. There's its latest position, and oh, look at that. I would place that, don't have an exact coordinate for you, but I would place that right on the tip of eastern Ascension, southern Livingston, and Lake Maurepas right now. So that's where the storm's centered. So it's a pretty good distance from the metro area, which is likely why we've seen the wind threat somewhat mitigated in the capital city. Really strong winds continue, though, in eastern Livingston Parish tonight, southern Tangipahoa, and over the lakes. Malcolm and I talked about this earlier, but because you lose a little bit of the friction effect of land, buildings, trees, over bodies of water, none of that there to obstruct the wind. So we're likely going to see some really strong gusts on those immediate North Shore areas in Tangipahoa and Washington, or St. Tammany Parish here with time as Francine continues to push to the north. Looking at our rainfall map, our estimated rainfall totals via radar since 12 a.m., you see this corridor where the blues show up of maybe 8, 9 inches in some cases that goes from Morgan City through eastern Assumption and St. James into southeastern Livingston Parish and now southern Tangipahoa. I'm going to take the same view and I'm just going to fade the map on to the rainfall forecast. Watch the colors. That's a really good rainfall forecast from the National Hurricane Center. That heaviest corridor of rain. I'm going to go back again just to show you. Get the clicker. Watch these blues. Essentially over the same exact areas where the heaviest rain was expected to be. Brilliance from the National Hurricane Center. And those sections where you're seeing those totals of about 6, 7, 8 inches I just remarked on. This was the expected rainfall for the entire event, about 3 to 6 with more along the track. It's exactly what we're seeing play out. Now, for Ascension and Livingston Parish, where some of that heavy rain is ongoing, know that for us to have flash flooding issues, we would need to collect about 3 or 4 inches over a 3-hour time span, and that certainly seems to have played out in those areas. There are some estimated accumulations, and look at the really sharp northwest to southeast gradient or transition from heavy rain, radar estimated 7 inches just east of Sorrento, to just about 2 inches south of Prairieville along I-10. And then as you get in East Baton Rouge Parish, obviously those amounts are even lighter. Like I said, 2, maybe 3-inch storm totals, what we're going to be dealing with in most of the capital city, over eastward to Denham Springs and maybe even northern parts of Ascension like Prairieville. But eastern Ascension, lower Livingston, we're dealing with those much higher amounts. As for tracking out Francine from here, we'll continue to see that heavy rain flying in those North Shore sections for the next couple of hours. Futurecast is really putting our initial position here. I'm checking a clock. I like to keep track of time to make sure everything's jiving here. Yeah, it shows center just about where it currently is in that area near Lake Maurepas. And as we take it to the 10 o'clock hour, it's continuing on that northeastward motion. This storm's now essentially going to run parallel to I-55 and will continue that across the state line into the 1 o'clock hour tonight. By 1 o'clock tonight, I think we're going to see the winds really slackening off along and south of I-12. The rain will have about let up for all of those locations, and we're going to be talking about some clearing happening in southwestern Louisiana, and for those areas really hard hit earlier, Assumption and St. Mary Parish, winds letting up quite a bit. By tomorrow morning, that will be true area-wide. And look at Futurecast showing the potential for a good bit of sun breaking out tomorrow. Still will be kind of muggy out there. A tropical air mass remains in place, but we're going to have days of quiet weather for the recovery in the areas that do need it. Now, because of this fast-moving nature of this storm and the overall, we'll say, in-check rainfall totals, the river forecasts are not terribly dramatic. Once again, the Mississippi and the Atchafalaya really not affected much by local rainfall and runoff. It's those smaller rivers. So at the bottom of the screen there, you see the Tangipahoa River at Robert. Flood stage is 15 feet. We're projecting it to about 17.5. It's not unusual. We've actually seen that river at that location crest a little bit higher earlier this year in some heavy rain events. Pretty common to do so. The A-meet at Denham Springs, we bring up to 28 feet. Flood stage is 29. I think we're going to be okay there. Might not even make it that high based on the runoff north of that. By the way, these rainfall forecasts are factored into our river stages only once a day. So this was last updated with our rainfall forecast from this morning. When we get that new update in tomorrow, I think these levels are going to look even lower than this because of rainfall totals staying well in check from what was initially expected. So you're in good shape there. I'll note that Port Vincent and French Settlement, those forecasts may hold not because of rain runoff, but because of, remember what I showed when I just got started here, that surge map that shows some backwater action coming out of Lake Maurepas and winds forcing water reverse in the channel in the Amite River. That may get our level up to maybe 4 feet or so at French Settlement, which is close to the flood stage, and same is true in Port Vincent. Then the tickfall at Montpelier and Holden, this would mainly be rain related. I think these numbers are a little bit too high from the earlier forecast based on rain totals coming in a little bit lighter than expected in those northern parts of the basin, and the Comite at Jor also might end up being a little bit too high. So we don't have huge flood concerns in some of those key areas from this event. 76 at Metro Airport in Baton Rouge. Latest sustained wind out of the north-northeast at about 25. And we can see that our tower camera is actually fairly stable. I've seen it wobble worse, and just some frontal passages in our area get a gust and you notice a big difference. Max gust in the capital city, I've been keeping tabs on this with meteorologist Malcolm Byron, and I just don't think we've seen many over 45 miles per hour. But to be pretty certain that from 6:30 onward, we'd have seen something a little bit more than that. We'll have to check if that number needs to update. Here's a new one that is more recent, 9:35, 61 in Gonzales. Total sense, the center is only a few miles away from there to the east. In New Roads 31, around 6:55 was our max. Hammond 35 at 8:30, just before 9, 76 hurricane force wind gusts in New Orleans. And Morgan City seems to have gone offline because certainly Morgan City saw higher winds than New Orleans, but that last observation was 4:56, right around the time of landfall. Power likely knocked out to that station. Latest winds, 26 sustained in Baton Rouge, gusting to 41. Gonzales 39. We got that gust to 53. Of course, an observation of 61 was noted a few moments ago. New Orleans at 36 sustained right now and gusting to 56. And look at some of those northern locations. Macomb starting to see the winds come up, a gust to 31. Bogalusa, gust to 26. Slidell gusting to about 36. Western Louisiana, the spot to be right now. Drier north breeze that's sustained at only about 5 to 6 miles per hour. Let's go to Futurecast and show you winds moving forward into the night. I think we can fairly say this model is overdoing it a little bit. So this is kind of your worst case scenario, that by 11 o'clock we still have the potential for a 50 mile per hour wind gust in Baton Rouge, Gonzales. I think that, again, that's a little bit high. Macomb, Hammond, I-55 corridor, this tracks. I think this is about right. Say an hour or so from now, we're still seeing some wind gusts nearing tropical storm force along I-55. That's exactly where Francine will track. And then into 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, these gusts lingering around 30 miles per hour across the capital area and then easing through midday. We're going to see those winds largely relieved in our area, and learned for just the first time earlier from our news associates here, our news colleagues, that 30 miles per hour is the magic number for those power crews to get out and start working. I'll remember that one for future events, but that's good news that we're going to have basically all day tomorrow with the winds below 30 miles per hour for those power crews to get out, the linesmen to get doing their work, getting Louisiana back online after the storm. As far as the wind field goes, we know that the strongest winds and most of the heavy rain, in this case east of center, that's typical of any hurricane, especially true here with Francine, which is now a tropical storm. And look at the wind field by midnight. Very unlikely that we have many tropical storm force winds, I would say, west of the Mississippi River, and maybe not even west of the Amite River at that point. So by midnight, if you live west of that Amite River, I think you're going to start to see some dramatic improvements with winds. You've already seen the rain starting to let up. Still, though, around I-55, we are going to deal with some strong winds. And because of that lack of friction I talked about, look how the wind field's kind of lopsided south and east of the storm, just because there won't be as much land to slow the winds down on that eastern side. So over the lakes, Maurepas, Pontchartrain, Lake Borgne, the Gulf, the sounds out there are going to continue to allow those strong tropical storm force winds to continue in that region of extreme southeast Louisiana as well. Here's what the wind has left behind. Ascension Parish is about 61% out of electricity. That's almost 38,000 customers. In East Baton Rouge Parish, whatever woods nearby, knock on it, has fared really well in the city. Only 10% without power. There's an unlucky 21,000 right now dealing without, but could be much worse, and certainly just a little bit farther west on this storm, and it would be. Livingston Parish, numbers are climbing, 17,000 and change. 24% of that parish. St. Mary is 73% out. Assumption is nearly 80% without power. That's 8,300 customers at this time. Did want to go through a couple of reminders as we're now getting closer to that aftermath stage of the storm. Tonight, you've heard the message from Joe Collins earlier. Just before that, Sheriff Sid Gautreaux. He's really happy to see that even in Baton Rouge, where the worst has been dodged, there are very few cars out on the roads other than emergency vehicles. Important to keep it that way for your safety and for the safety of those first responders. So unless you yourself have an emergency, keeping it inside until at least first daylight tomorrow is your best bet. We talked about this earlier too, but hitting the roads at night, not only do the first responders need that space, not only does the weather make it a dangerous drive with the gusty wind and maybe the reduced visibility because of the rain, but at night, you can't see what's in the road. It could be large tree limbs. It could be some smaller branches, but enough to drive you off course. You hit those, lose control and go off the road. It could be even smaller than that. Nails and screws, pieces of metal. from damaged structures nearby. Even if it's only little pieces, we have major structural damage have been avoided. You can still see shingles and just weak material blow around, and you risk flat tires and stalling in this weather and becoming stranded and things like that. Just nighttime, immediately after a hurricane, good idea to stay off the roads. Looking out for hazards tomorrow, such as tree branches and power lines, debris. Here's another one. Gas leaks, any structures, especially closer to the coast that have sustained more heavy damage. Don't know if a line has been ruptured, especially if it's exposed underneath the home. Go looking around in there and you need some light, especially at night, using a lighter or a match. Could do that math. So battery powered lighting is the best bet, especially at night till first daylight tomorrow. Avoid flooded structures, as we're seeing, especially as the water gets deep. If you haven't already been in, if it's not a home, maybe it's a warehouse or a work building that nobody had been in. You don't know what kind of critters or animals have made it in the floodwater. Snakes, we know fire ant mountains can float, and whatever else we have in the nearby bayous that can get in. And then finally, generator safety is really important. You saw all of those places without power. Look at the number of people in our area. Quick math, over 50, over about 70. We're getting into the 80s here. We have nearly 100,000 people without power in our area. We know a strong percentage of these people without power are going to be running generators. Generator safety, really important. Carbon monoxide poisoning is a real danger. Sports 2's Michael Cobble joined us in our storm coverage earlier to go over some of this. But just as a reminder, you got to keep them running outdoors and in properly ventilated spaces. As a personal example, something I had to consider with our generator, where we wanted to run it was outside, but was fairly close to our window, which is going to have our window air conditioning unit in it. Don't want that intake coming in our house. So they had to go around the other side of the house to run the generator safety. Just small things like that in a rush you might not consider. Make sure you keep that generator running and point it away from anywhere where you might be inhaling air from nearby. Common sense, I know, but in the heat of the moment, sometimes these things can be lost. We see tragedies in every storm because of simple oversights like that. All right, I'm going to wrap up here with just some bigger picture stuff. We'll do a little bit of quick meteorology other than the impact talk. Looking at this system now, it is really fascinating. We've watched the health of it decline rapidly as it's come inland, as you would expect. But that started to happen just before landfall. We've seen this really lopsided storm where the center of circulation we know is near Lake Maurepas. But look where all of the really intense cold cloud cover is showing up of the shower and storm activity. All of it is now east of center. None of it is on the western side. We are not seeing any intense activity on the western side. There will still be some surface winds that are gusting on that western side, but certainly no heavy precipitation or convection, as we call it, thunderstorm activity. And as I promised Michael, who's just joined us back in studio here at the desk, I would show why. And look at that dry air taking a toll on the western side. You can plainly see the tan shading representing the dry air. That's not only eroding the storm from within, wrapping into its center and weakening it, but it's really harmed that rain shield on the western side. We've seen the rain bands and the shower activity dry up in Baton Rouge and points to the northwest. Dry air is our friend in a tropical event. We've had help in previous storms with some dry air in all directions, and in this particular event on the western side, it has been beneficial. Storm Station 7-day forecast. Speaking of dry, that's what we want after a hurricane, and we do have a pretty dry forecast over. I'll tell you, we've got that 30% up tomorrow for a straggling shower. A lot of that's for immediately after midnight and before daybreak. Most of us do not see any additional rain during the daylight hours tomorrow. I won't rule out a tropical shower on the trailing side of this system, but coverage should be extremely low and extremely brief, and the breezy conditions will only linger early in the day. I think for most of the day, we're talking about maybe a 10 to 15 mile per hour wind, if that. And then going forward, lots of sunshine, lots of warm temperatures, but even into the middle of next week, those 10% rain coverages we're showing, nothing major. We do not have another major event in the Storm Station's 7-day forecast at the very least. That'll get us into the middle and end of September. So there we are. We're still tracking Francine. Our coverage continues tonight, and it's on all of those platforms. We've gone through them throughout the day rigorously, and we'll continue to do so into the evening. Michael and Sylvia.
Thanks, Josh. We will take a break. We'll be right back.
Is it possible to be more capable and more practical? Be able to perform here and here. Make a statement while barely making a sound. And command the road, as well as what lies ahead. How we get there matters. Get exceptional offers at your local Audi dealer.
smartest people on earth know how to spot a good deal. That's why they shop at Ollie's First. You'll save up to 70% off the fancy store prices. So you go, you smart and savvy shopper. You know where the real deals are, where they sell good stuff cheap.
Ollie's! Good stuff cheap! If McCann's can't do it, no one can. McCann's Mobile Homes. Whether buying a single, double, or triple wide, McCann's is gonna be by your side. You know with Robbie and Wade, the best deal is gonna be made. We've got acres and acres of satisfaction makers. If McCann's can't do it, no one can. McCann's Mobile Homes.
Right now at Price Upon Toyota, sell us your used car, truck, or SUV.
Take the cash or put some down on a great selection of new Toyotas.
Seriously simple.
Right here, right now.
At Price Upon Toyota, Airline Highway.
Darling.
The storm station is tracking Francine.
We have a couple of live reports of damage reports to get to, and we will start in Gonzales, I believe.
Gonzales with Sarah Gray Barr.
Yeah, I'm in Santa Ma. We got out in Ascension Parish around noon today. We have seen rain coming on and off. As you can tell right now, the rain and the wind is starting to pick up. You might be able to see the trees behind me. They're starting to blow really hard. We've seen leaves in the air. We were riding around with the Santa Ma Fire Department earlier today. We saw debris on the ground. We saw downed power lines. We saw trees on the ground as well. At one point, we were filming a tree that had landed on a home, and then we heard a cracking sound. We looked across the canal, and there was another tree that had just fallen. It is some scary stuff. These are definitely conditions that you don't want to be on the road for. Maybe half an hour ago, maybe an hour ago, we talked to some storm preppers. You may have heard them. They talked about what they were doing to prepare to stay indoors. They talked about getting food, getting their friends together, working throughout the week to cut down trees that might hurt their homes. We also, on the way over here, saw a gas station attendant. This employee was wrapping, we might have some video, I think we're gonna take a look now. The employee was wrapping cling wrap around all of the gas station pumps. And he told us he was doing this so that way tomorrow, when the storm is finally passed, his job is just that much easier. We talked to him. Here's what he had to say. Take a listen.
Still trying to prepare for this storm. I'm fixing the pumps up and trying to keep them from getting wet so we can have some gas tomorrow.
Yeah, and tell me about the process of wrapping up the pumps, putting on the duct tape. Tell me about that.
Well, I wanted to try to make it a little more secure, and so I went and got some duct tape out of there, and I said I was going to tape it up and do the best I can, and try to do a little more than others.
Yes, and he was also telling me that one of the things he was doing is that he was actually tying down the trash cans because the last thing he wanted to do was come to work tomorrow and have to fetch them all the way from the Winn-Dixie. As you can see, the rain has started to pick up somewhat. It's coming toward me. Before, when we first started talking, it was up and down. Now it's coming toward me. You might be able to see how the light pole, the electric light pole, is starting to shake in the wind. I'm not sure if you could see it, but way to my right is a carport. And in our last hit, we heard this clanking sound, this metal sound. I don't know how to describe it. Well, if you can see, it almost looks like a can of tuna right now because the wind is so strong, it is starting to actually peel the roof off this metal carport. That just shows you how strong the wind is out here today. And these are definitely conditions that you just don't want to be on the road for. Earlier around noonish when we started this travel, when we started driving, we saw a lot of roads, but now as the wind has picked up, as the rain has picked up, as we have gone later into the night, we've seen fewer and fewer people on the road, more first responders, more people with the Ascension Sheriff's Office, more people with the fire department, more people with the electric companies, and those are the people who should be on the roads right now, not you, probably not me, but that's why I'm staying put right here and trying my best to stay safe. Stay off the roads, let the first responders do their thing, and we're going to continue to monitor conditions. And with that, I'm going to send it back to you.
Okay, Sarah Gray-Barr, thank you for that update.
At last check, Ascension Parish, just looking at the DIMCO outage map here, Ascension Parish was about 80%. That was maybe 35 and 40 minutes ago. It's now up to 94% of customers you see here on the DIMCO side of things without power in Ascension Parish. Livingston Parish up to 31%, East Baton Rouge at 11%. Josh touched on it earlier, and we had Sheriff Sid Gotro also talking about how power outages weren't necessarily a huge issue in East Baton Rouge Parish at this time. That's easy for us to say unless you're sitting at home in the dark right now.
In the heat.
Yeah.
This is going to be hot by tomorrow for sure.
Yeah, it sure will.
All right. All right. So let's send it to Gabby Davis next in West Baton Rouge for an update.
Michael, Sylvia, we're here in Addis on Elizabeth Lane. On our way here, you could literally see the street lights swaying back and forth. It's very windy. There is light rain, but the wind is really something you have to worry about. And behind me, there is a fallen tree. An officer did tell me that the scene has been cleared, but we're going to describe the scene to you guys. It looks like it broke off from this tree right in front of it. It's too dark to show you guys, but the branch did break off and it was blocking the street. But now it's been cleaned up and moved to the side, and cones are here to make sure drivers are aware of what is on the side of the street. And you can also see some leaves on the ground from it falling. So guys, now although the rain is not that crazy over here, the wind is really something you should take serious. Please stay inside. Please stay informed. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
Gabby Davis reporting live for us tonight in West Baton Rouge Parish. A lot of down trees there, a lot of down trees everywhere. We've been touching on that as well. Did they just say we have some fresh video coming in?
Yeah, we do actually from Morgan City. So let's take a look at that. This is where, of course, Balin Rogers has been, and we're seeing the debris and from a lot of the trees that he was describing from earlier. You know, we saw him during some of his live shots when it was in the eye of the storm, and the trees and the limbs breaking off and falling, and so now we get to see what some of that actually looked like.
You can see the fire department there. They have lines stretched into this house. It's clearly some sort of house fire earlier today. Balin was talking about this, that it appeared as if earlier that first responders were still dispatching to various calls in St. Mary Parish. We were trying to get the parish president or the mayor of Morgan City on the phone to kind of get an update on what they've been dealing with over the past 8 to 10 hours. Of course, we are still going to check in with them and hopefully have some more information tomorrow morning.
You know, during his live shots, remember a couple of times we saw those blue flashing lights in the background and first responders heading off to different scenes, so we can see at least a lot of the streets littered with the debris there, tree limbs and such. We hope, as you said, to get an update just to find out the status of whether or not there were injuries, and just whatever additional information we can get about what is going on in that area and what they'll be dealing with tomorrow morning.
We wanted to show you this as well. The Ascension Parish Sheriff's Office saved a woman pinned under a tree earlier tonight. Deputies say this happened around 8 o'clock on Elizabeth and First Streets. That's in Donaldsonville on the west side of the river. The woman only suffered leg injuries.
A state trooper was hurt after he was hit by a tree while working to clear debris on I-10. This happened while the trooper was removing down trees from I-10 eastbound west of LA 22. The good news is he only suffered minor injuries.
They had some road closures down there dealing with that in Ascension Parish. We just showed you that. I-10 was closed in a portion of Ascension Parish heading eastbound because of down trees, and also I believe Airline Highway between US 61 and 22, also in Sorrento, still closed tonight because of, they had initially reported, the State Department of Transportation said that it was debris over the roadway. You can presume that that is from down trees as well.
All right, so we are going to, okay, never mind that. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to regroup. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Right here at Price Paul Nissan.
We're buying and selling new and used cars, trucks, and SUVs.
Buy new.
Great selection.
Or sell us your used car, truck, or SUV.
Get cash right here, right now.
At Price Paul Nissan.
Darling.
Fall in love all over again with Shrek the Musical, an epic tale filled with hijinks, adventure, and lots of gassy fun.
I know it's today.
Shrek the Musical.
Tickets on sale now.
Are you ready to rock?
Does God ever call you and ask you for stuff?
I heart you. Can we get rid of that?
Jimmy Kimmel Live, new weeknights on ABC.
Get your groove on with 3 new groovy games from the lottery. Put your boogie shoes on and pick up wild nines. You could win up to $9,000. Add in some smooth moves while adding up your cash. Play Add It Up. Win up to $15,000. This game is out of sight. Play Crossword Cash. Top prize is a whopping $30,000. Boogie on down to your nearest lottery retailer and play all 3 games today.
The excellence of driving a Buick is matched by the excellence of the dealership experience when you own a Buick. Buick, exceptional by design.
Get a 2024 Buick Envista starting at $23,495. See your Bayou Buick dealer.
Hi, I'm Jacob with Arrow Pest Control.
Pests can be a nightmare. Protect Grandma with Arrow's $20 initial pest control special and our eco-friendly termite control starting at just $349. Call Arrow Pest Control to schedule your free consultation today.
The storm station is tracking Francine.
And we want to get back down to Labityville. I believe we have Alexis Maroney on the phone. Lexi?
Can you hear us?
Okay, we're going to work on getting that back. In the meantime, Francine's now a tropical storm.
That's correct.
And what can we expect moving next couple of hours?
Well, you know, we were just talking about where Alexis was. She's in Labityville, Assumption Parish. Things are rapidly improving in that part of the state. Right now, the worst impacts are in the northeastern part of that boot part of Louisiana. And past midnight, this is going to be moving into Mississippi. And then overnight, the rain and the wind should generally subside. And I think by tomorrow morning, we're waking up to much nicer conditions. And we may even see some sun tomorrow. But I think we're in the home stretch right now. We still have breezy conditions out there. And in some areas up to tropical storm force winds still. So it's not over yet. But the farther west you go, the lesser impacts we're seeing at this hour.
We love the dry air.
We do. We do love the dry air.
Can we bottle that and bring it out
I'll tell you
when we
what,
do?
it felt really nice on Sunday, too. And it's actually interesting, that same front that brought that humidity relief on Sunday, do you guys remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a very short-lived humidity break. That front actually lifted back to the north. And, well, this is interacting with that front right now. That same one.
It worked.
Yep.
All right. So, listen, let's. I think we do have Alexis now on the phone. Alexis, are you there?
Hey, Sylvia. Hey, Michael. Hey, Malcolm.
Hello.
Conditions better?
Yeah, guys. Look, I think a couple hours ago we were showing you guys we were swaying back and forth with the wind, and now a lot of it's subsided a bit. But now we're kind of driving around. We were headed to the sheriff's office, and we're seeing some damage on the road. That includes power lines are down. We're taking our own advice, and we are turning around as soon as we saw a power line. We're seeing crews out working on trees on the side of the road. We sent some of those pictures into the station. But from what I'm hearing from the sheriff's office, the storm was intense here, but they're not seeing a whole lot of calls for damage, which is a good thing right now, right? That's what we're hearing. Oh, my God.
Uh-oh.
Did we lose
What
you?
happened?
No. We're seeing somebody that might be trying to drive over a power line. We want to get out and warn them not to do that.
Okay.
So we're gonna stay on the phone. Bree, do you want to?
Yeah, I can take over. Lexi's gonna go warn them. The wind is still kicking pretty bad out here, guys. It's not as bad as it was earlier, thankfully. The rain's pretty steady. That's not coming down as hard. We also saw some flooding as we were on our way, like going down LA1 towards Napoleonville. And we saw some tree branches and stuff, but we also saw just like a bunch of leaves and stuff on the ground, just that kind of debris. We saw some tree crews out there trying to clean up some of that debris. So it hasn't been as bad as we expected it to be, but there's still been emergency services driving down the roads, making sure everyone's okay, and kind of reeling everything in. It's not as bad as, we may have expected, but that's a good thing, right?
Oh, certainly. Bree, you're from that area. Tell us about this experience for you and what you remember from growing up.
Yeah, I'm from Livingston Parish, which is right next to Assumption Parish, actually. I'm not too far from my hometown and my parents, and it's different experiencing things from a different perspective from this side of things, being the one out here actually covering it. I have a lot more of a different kind of respect for, the job that we all do in this business, because this wasn't easy. It was an adrenaline rush from the time we got to work today up until now. It puts things into perspective that, things can really change very quickly. When you're a kid growing up in this, you don't really know.
You play in the puddles.
Yeah, you're playing the puddles like the kids that we saw earlier today, right? You don't really understand it how, adults see it. Now being an adult and working in this business especially, you get a whole different perspective, and I'm really grateful for the emergency services that were out here helping everyone, and especially our weather team, the storm station, keeping everybody informed and keeping everyone safe.
Well, thank you for sharing that personal perspective as well. We just need to establish for folks just joining, we're talking to Bree and Alexis. They are in Livingston. They've been there for most of the afternoon, just bringing us. They kind of experienced the eye of Francine as she was moving through.
Very close to it. I mean, they definitely experienced the eye wall at the very least. We'll have to go back and take a look at some of the radar images to see if that eye moved over that particular region, but they did experience some of the most intense parts of the storm.
Yeah. Okay, guys, thank you.
All right. And they're trying to make their way to the sheriff's office to try to get an update from Assumption Parish Sheriff Leland Falcon. As soon as they do, we'll bring that back to you. I want to point something out as well. This is kind of what we've been talking about in terms of the dangers that first responders are experiencing at this hour. We had heard of a house fire in Sorrento. So Sarah Gray Barr has obviously been covering Ascension Parish for us. She checked on that. Turns out it was a small fire, thank goodness. It was extinguished, but that fire was storm related due to, I guess, the wind gust, maybe connected to a tree of some sort. It pulled the service line out of the side of the house, which ignited this side of the house, but they were able to get it under control. And that's a lot of what these first responders are dealing with tonight.
Yeah, and you got to think, we still saw impacts on the western side of that track, and we always think, it's the dirty side on the east side, but we're still seeing impacts just to the west of that center of circulation. I will say the impacts did quickly drop off the farther west you go. I mean, you look at rain totals, which I may zoom into in just a few minutes here. You look at the southeastern part of Ascension Parish, or compare that to the northwestern side, and the rain totals just are dramatic.
So what are you watching for now in the 2-3 hours that remain of this storm before it's completely out of here?
Rainfall is letting up, at least in Baton Rouge, the city itself. The heaviest rain is likely going to be over parts of eastern Livingston, Tangipahoa parishes. That's also where we're going to see the flooding potential over the next couple of hours. That's also where we're going to see the highest wind speeds. Bree and Alexis mentioned this over the phone. The wind is still going pretty good down south in Assumption Parish. There's still going to be wind after the rain ends, and we could still see tropical storm force gusts into the night, but gradually that will start to taper off. So things get better in the overnight hours, but at least for the next few hours, still dealing with some high gusts out there.
Can you talk a little bit more about Livingston? We heard Randy DeLatte earlier in the day just talking about their concern about flooding there.
Right. The farther east you get of the center of circulation, the higher the rain totals have been. And we've been watching this for the past several days. The track has been shifting a little bit east with each passing day, and that's where we see that highest axis of rain right now. And we'll show the rain totals in just a couple minutes here, but I mean, we've seen several spikes over 6 inches, even some spots getting maybe 8 inches or above. And it's a corridor going from around St. Mary up through Assumption, up towards Lake Pontchartrain, Maurepas. And that axis really is going to extend northeast into southern Tangipahoa, Washington, St. Tammany parishes. Livingston may find itself just on the western edge of that. But it looks like the highest rain totals just to the southeast of Livingston Parish.
To your point about how we're not quite out of this yet, as a weather viewer, whenever we look at the radar loop and we look for the oranges and the reds, thinking that that is the extent of the storm, it does look, though, like over the past couple of hours, the oranges and the reds, that's all kind of shrank in size.
And it's confined to one particular area. I mean, we mentioned that the flooding risk is highest getting to the North Shore areas, Tangipahoa Parish, Washington, St. Tammany parishes. That's why. I mean, that region of oranges and reds is getting confined to that region east of the center of circulation. Whereas in Baton Rouge, I mean, looking at the last couple of runs of radar imagery, I mean, it's becoming a little bit more scattered out there in terms of shower activity.
Okay, good. Okay, I think we're going to take a break, yes, and we'll be right back. Okay.
This is your city.
That's what I thought too.
These are your streets. Injured in a car crash? This is your lawyer, Cascio Injury Attorneys.
Between the songs and stories, the crisp evening air, and the crackling fire are moments like these. Traditions that warm the glow in all of us. Share your traditions. Visit jimsfirearms.net.
The all-new Spectacular Extreme Circus, presented by the Carton International Circus, is coming to your hometown with more extreme acts than ever before. Featuring BMX riders, Carton's spectacular animals, acrobats, interactive entertainment, aerialists, and so much more. The all-new Spectacular Extreme Circus. Get your tickets today.
Come see the Spectacular Circus, September 14th and 15th at Lamar Dixon Expo Center in Gonzales.
Between the songs and stories, the crisp evening air, and the crackling fire are moments like these. Traditions that warm the glow in all of us. Share your traditions. Visit jimsfirearms.net.
This is your city. These are your streets. Injured in a car crash? This is your lawyer, Cascio Injury Attorneys.
The excellence of driving a Buick is matched by the excellence of the dealership experience when you own a Buick. Buick, exceptional by design.
Get a 2024 Buick Envista starting at $23,495. See your Bayou Buick dealer.
Don't be a victim twice. Call me, Attorney Peyton Murphy, at 928-8800.
The storm station is tracking Francine.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's get another update on the weather here. We're in the home stretch. There are still some impacts, especially getting east of the capital area, but as we get into the overnight hours, things should generally wind down. There is a live view over our tower cam. Things pretty quiet overlooking the Mississippi River Bridge. I do see some cars and trucks driving over the bridge right now. It's not raining too heavy right now. It's kind of a misty, drizzly appearance. Temperatures in the 70s. It's awfully muggy out there too. Still a north wind at 28 miles per hour, though, but it has been a little bit higher earlier on. We've seen routine gusts pushing 40 to 45 miles per hour. Those are tropical storm force gusts in the capital city. But I think the highest winds we've seen today have been just to the south and east of Baton Rouge, closer to where the center of Francine tracked. Here are some of the peak wind gusts. Up to 45 miles per hour in Baton Rouge. And that's what the latest data is showing now. I think we're going to have to review some of this going into tomorrow. These numbers may jump a little higher, but that was around 636. Gonzales, not too far of a jog to the southeast. They had a gust up to 61 miles per hour. New Roads, I mean, this just goes to show you go a little bit farther northwest, the wind speeds go down. 31 mile per hour peak gusts in New Roads, Hammond at 35. That number may still go up because there's still some heavy rain moving in that direction. New Orleans, hurricane force wind gusts, 76 miles per hour. Morgan City, I've got a feeling that number is going to jump higher because they took the brunt of the storm. We were showing you conditions live in Morgan City with meteorologist Balin Rogers all through the morning and afternoon. Slidell up to 39 miles per hour. Just goes to show we have seen observed tropical storm force gusts. This is where we stand right now. We showed you that 28 mile per hour sustained wind at Baton Rouge Metro Airport. The gust, though, is up to 44. So even at this hour, still dealing with tropical storm force gusts. Morgan City's sensor, unfortunately, has dropped out. I think that's probably a big reason why the peak gust for the day was 62 miles per hour. We just haven't had data. So we have lost some time where we were able to sample winds in Morgan City, at least from an official standpoint. 60-mile-per-hour gusts now in New Orleans. You know, when we talk about severe thunderstorms, you see a wind gust 58 miles per hour above, that triggers a severe thunderstorm warning. Those are severe gusts in New Orleans, 35-mile-per-hour sustained winds, and well, still pretty breezy across the capital area. So we'll take a look at Francine's wind field now. That's where the center of circulation is now at the present moment. Very close to Lake Maurepas, southeastern Livingston Parish, and this is going to pull into Tangipahoa Parish right along the I-55 corridor before too long. We have gotten to a point where the Hurricane Center has stopped issuing hourly updates. We'll get our next one at 1 a.m., so we'll get another position update in about 3 hours or so here. Right now it is 10:30, so 2.5 hours there. So this is going to continue northeast. Watch what happens to the wind field. Gets out of here pretty quickly, and I think by daybreak tomorrow we will no longer be dealing with tropical storm force winds associated with Francine. So this map here is kind of piecemealed together, and we're going to have to unpack this a little bit here. Francine is no longer a hurricane. It's a tropical storm, and we still need to see the National Weather Service in New Orleans actually update the product, but there is no longer going to be a hurricane warning for West Baton Rouge, East Baton Rouge, Iberville. Pretty much anywhere you see a red shading that's denoting a hurricane warning, that is no longer in effect. These have been downgraded to tropical storm warnings. As the system continues to pull away as well, there is no longer a need for tropical storm warnings in southwest Louisiana, nor hurricane warnings. So pretty much everybody in the Baton Rouge metro points east now going to be in a tropical storm warning, and once the product gets updated, the map will reflect that. That's probably going to happen very shortly once the New Orleans Weather Service office updates that. So there's the current radar perspective. You know, several hours ago, we were looking at a well-defined eye, and that made landfall in Terrebonne Parish earlier today, around with the 5 o'clock advisory. It made landfall as a Category 2 hurricane, and we were a little surprised by that. Wind speeds jumped up to 100 miles per hour, despite it fighting negative influences that would tend to inhibit strengthening, but nevertheless, Hurricane Hunter aircraft found evidence of that, and so it did make landfall as a Category 2 storm. Now peak winds are at 70 miles per hour. That's a 30-mile-per-hour drop, and now it is officially a tropical storm once again, and it will never become a hurricane again. That's good news. Moving northeast at 16 miles per hour with that 10 o'clock advisory. That means by the time we get to midnight or shortly beyond, center circulation will likely be past state lines into Mississippi. Then this will push into the I-20 corridor by the time we get into tomorrow morning. So here's the official track from the National Hurricane Center. This is going to go right through Tangipahoa Parish, Jackson, Mississippi, right around there. There's the I-20 corridor. Peak winds around 45 miles per hour. Not everybody in that region is going to see 45-mile-per-hour winds, but, well, there's where the track goes. Still a tropical storm by early tomorrow morning, and then it should become post-tropical and just continue to weaken thereafter and become a standard area of low pressure. Pretty disorganized appearance on radar as well, but you still see some heavy rain occurring over portions of the North Shore. Lighter rain for Baton Rouge. We'll take a closer look at Baton Rouge in just a moment. Here is the rainfall totals since midnight. You can see, we were talking about this before the last break, where most of the rain fell. An axis from St. Mary Parish through Assumption Parish, especially the central and eastern part of Assumption Parish, Labadeville, right about there, experiencing some of the heaviest rain. All of St. James Parish saw some pretty heavy rain. These blue shadings indicating over 5 inches there. So a lot of rain falling in St. James Parish. That went all the way into New Orleans. Too much rain fell too quickly in New Orleans. It actually triggered a flash flood emergency a little bit earlier on. We brought to you some images of cars submerged in water there. Was not a great situation in the New Orleans metro. There's Lake Pontchartrain, some heavy rain occurring over those waters, and now we see these blues extending into southern Tangipahoa Parish, south of I-12 and along the I-55 corridor. That rain is still ongoing there, and we are adding on to those totals, so we are likely seeing over 5 inches of precipitation there, and that'll likely extend a little farther north. Before the last break, we also mentioned the gradient in rainfall totals. Check this out. This is just incredible. The far southeastern tip of Ascension Parish, radar estimating over 8 inches of rainfall. In the northern tip, closer to Prairieville, 2 inches. That's a 6-inch difference in just a matter of miles here. In fact, what I'm going to do here, I'm curious how many miles that is, so I'm going to step into the Weather Center real quick and actually measure that distance. So we're talking a 6-inch difference in roughly a 20-mile span. That's a pretty healthy rainfall gradient there, and totals did continue to diminish the farther north and west you go. Right now, we have flash flood warnings in effect through 1 a.m. for Hancock County in Mississippi, St. Tammany, also Tangipahoa parishes. This includes Hammond, Ponchatoula. Remember how we showed you those really high rain totals in southern Tangipahoa Parish? This is why we have the flash flood warning, because we still have some pretty heavy rain falling in this region. Let's broaden out the view once again. You can still see some more heavy rain over Lake Pontchartrain and Lake Maurepas. So you still got some time in southern Tangipahoa Parish to deal with this. Here's Livingston Parish. Rain rates letting up just a little bit more out towards, let's say, Springfield, Killian, Maurepas, and the rain just continues to lessen as you get closer to the Baton Rouge metro, arguably becoming a little more patchy in coverage. Zachary at the present moment is dry. You can see a few more scattered showers out towards Point Capee Parish, and that's likely how things are going to be for the rest of the night. But again, the wind still remains despite what the rain is doing. Check out the power outages, and you could kind of tell where we saw the most significant wind based on the number of power outages. I mean, 63% of Ascension Parish is without power, and most of those issues were in the southeastern part of the parish. Livingston Parish, about a quarter of residents are without power. Tangipahoa Parish, about 20% without. St. Mary, that percentage out really jumps high. Almost 3/4 of the parish are without power, and even higher in Assumption Parish, 80% not having power at this hour. Let's talk winds going forward. We still have tropical storm force wind gusts at this hour. It is still awfully breezy. I think we've already seen our breeziest conditions, but at least in Baton Rouge, but that will likely subside going into the nighttime hours. Still keeping those tropical storm force wind gusts all the way through 1 a.m. and then getting close to daybreak. That's when wind speeds get below that magic 30-mile-per-hour threshold. That would allow power crews to get back out and restore power. I'm still waiting to see whether or not I will be able to go home tonight based on what the roads are looking like, and well, the jury's still out on whether or not I still have power, so we shall see. But if you don't have power this evening, you're probably going to have to wait till tomorrow morning before those crews can get out. Here's what Futurecast looks like. Doing a good job showing what's going on right now. Some more patchy or scattered activity in the metro area. Areas near the coast, things are drying out. Still windy out in this direction, but a little better. Heaviest rain along the North Shore. Let's take things into the night. There's 1 a.m. continuing to lift north. By 1 a.m., most of the rain is along and north of the interstate system. We're likely dry along and south. Wind still remaining somewhat. By 4 a.m., rain continues to pull into Mississippi, and the winds continue to subside. And I think by the time we get to 9 or 10 a.m. on Thursday, things are getting better. We even might see the sun poke out by the time we get to the afternoon. Maybe a stray shower or two, but tomorrow afternoon is looking pretty nice. And unfortunately, if you do have to clean up, that weather at least should cooperate. Some new changes to the tornado watch. I totally agree with this. Everybody's been removed from it except for Livingston, Tangipahoa, and St. John parishes, and it points off towards the east as well. In fact, I'd argue even these parishes, it might be a stretch to get a spin-up tornado tonight. I think the greatest threat by far is a little farther east in this red shaded area. That includes Slidell, and there are still some spiral rain bands that might impact Gulfport going into southeast Mississippi, maybe even as far east as Mobile Bay. But even there, tornado risk does look pretty low at this hour. That's why that tornado watch expires at 11 o'clock. Let's talk safety here. There are, we talked to Bree and Alexis, and they were talking about power lines on the road. They had to warn somebody, actually, not to drive over power lines. Drive only when necessary. In fact, I'd argue if you don't have to, just stay inside tonight. And if you do have to go out, you got to look out for the hazards like trees, branches, power lines, debris. And as far as flooding goes, obviously we don't want to drive through flooded roadways. It gets really easy to stall your vehicle out in those. And as far as generators are concerned, we've been talking about this at several points throughout the evening. Only run those outdoors in very well ventilated spaces. We see it all too often with carbon monoxide poisoning, and we definitely want to avoid that. Want to give you a look at your Storm Station 7-day forecast. We showed you Futurecast for tomorrow. Small chance for a stray shower in the afternoon, maybe a few lingering showers in the morning. That 30% rain coverage might even be overdone. Breezy early on, the wind subsiding through the afternoon. Highs pretty warm in the upper 80s. Weekend, if you have to continue the cleanup process, depending on where you are, the weather won't be too bad. Partly sunny skies, highs in the lower 90s, but it will be humid, just typical summertime weather in Louisiana. Then as we go into the middle part of the week, keeping the 90s, maybe a small 10% rain coverage. Some of you are wondering about river levels as well. Fortunately, with the fast-moving nature of Francine, that should limit how much the rivers swell. Most gauges are not forecast to get into any sort of flooding issues or whatsoever. Check out the Mississippi. Not even forecast to get close to flood stage. Might see the levels rise in the Atchafalaya Basin out towards Krotz Springs and Morgan City, but should be well below flood stage there. Maybe a few feet off in Morgan City, but probably not going to do that with the latest expectation. Tangipahoa River at Robert could get into minor flood stage, but that's not necessarily out of the ordinary. It is not major flood stage by any means. Ameet's looking okay. Might get close to minor flood stage, but again, this is not going to be a major issue. Port Vincent, French Settlement also nothing too crazy. Getting close at French Settlement, but it would only be minor flood stage as things look now. And the Comeet should spike sometime tomorrow, but that's a fast response river. May inch up closer to flood stage. We'll just have to see in the next 24 hours. Continuing to track Francine all through this evening. Coverages on air is going to last in a continuous sense for just a little bit longer, but we're going to continue to track things through the night and tune in tomorrow morning. We're going to have a comprehensive review of what's happened, damage, etc. And we're continuing to provide updates on our mobile app, online, also on social media. Michael, Sylvia?
Yeah, no doubt, Malcolm. I think when the sun comes up, we'll have a better perspective of exactly what South Louisiana is dealing with over the next couple days, restoring power and whatnot.
Bess Casserly and Joe McCoy are out surveying what's happening right now in Baton Rouge with the weather conditions. Bess, what are you seeing?
Well, Sylvia, right now we're driving around the Garden District. The rain is picking up a little bit more than it has been, actually, but main problem we're seeing is downed branches and leaves in this neighborhood. If you're not aware, there's a lot of older oak trees, pine trees, crepe myrtles, pretty much every tree you can imagine. So all of the foliage and acorns, pecans, all of the fruit growing on those trees is pretty much dropped on the street, and the street's pretty bumpy from all of that debris. So tomorrow morning you will probably be spending most of your time cleaning up all those leaves and branches in your yard. Do not know what the city's plan is for the streets, but it's not like they're impassable. You can definitely still drive over them. Because we know that the wind was the main issue with this storm, not so much the rain, that knocking around all those branches. You can see, hopefully it's not too dark right in front of me, just all the little twigs and leaves, acorns, all that. But again, the roads are not impassable. We did see a couple down trees earlier in the evening, one on North Foster and one on Harding exit, and those were quickly cleared as well. It's not like the city parish crews are stretched thin right now. They're able to respond very quickly when something does happen. So as I said, tomorrow morning, look forward to cleaning up your lawns, your yards of branches, but I think that we have probably made it through in the Baton Rouge capital area here, and we'll send it back to y'all in the studio.
All right, Bess, thank you for that. Yeah, the Garden District, lots and lots of trees.
Yeah.
So I suspect that she is very much right that there will be lots of debris, tree limbs, and all of that on the streets tomorrow.
We'll have guidance on that tomorrow. Typically, the mayor's office will send out how to bag that, how to put it on the curb so that they can get the contractors in to your street to pick up that tree and woody debris that may have fallen during the storm. I do want to point out, though, we got a message from the mayor's office about 4 hours ago. I thought that this kind of tied into what Bess was saying. They will be out doing curbside garbage and recycling service tomorrow, except that there will be a delayed start. So if they typically pick you up between 5 and 6 a.m., obviously they won't be out there. It'll be later in the day. So
yeah,
good
we got
news there.
Email saying today is our normal. It's still Wednesday, right? Today's our normal trash day. They didn't do it, and they'll pick it up tomorrow. So that's good.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Ashley's fall semi-annual sale is going on now. For a limited time, hot buys are $9.99 and under. Or pay nothing out of pocket and still get 0% interest for 60 months. Spend less and get more during Ashley's fall semi-annual sale.
While you find time each day to play, to work, to do things that you enjoy, like that daily run, visiting with friends, and spending time with your family. At Lane, our days are all about taking great care of you, our community, so families like yours can enjoy life to the fullest. Care you can count on. Lane Regional Medical Center.
Driving the Nissan Rogue with Google built in is like...
Hey Google, turn on Rocky's Food.
It's like the ultimate connection. See why it's been awarded a Consumer Guide Best Buy and recommended by Consumer Reports. Drive the Nissan Rogue today.
Get 2.9% financing for 60 months on Rogue, one of 6 Nissan vehicles with starting MSRP under $30,000.
Ashley's fall semi-annual sale is going on now. For a limited time, hot buys are $9.99 and under. Or pay nothing out of pocket and still get 0% interest for 60 months. Spend less and get more during Ashley's fall semi-annual sale.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra, available with the connected driving experience and the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get $3,500 purchase cash on select GMC Sierra models. Or get a total of $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
See your Bayou GMC dealer. The storm station is tracking Francine.
We are continuing to follow and get the updates to the weather, to the power outages in our area.
Yeah, let's take a look. We'll start with Entergy. This is their map, and the red, obviously, if you've been following along, those are power outages in southeast Louisiana, South Louisiana, I should say. I got some numbers that we can update. As of now, Ascension Parish on the Entergy side, 25,000 customers without power. Assumption, 8,000. East Baton Rouge, 19,000. That may seem higher, but you got to consider the population difference in East Baton Rouge Parish. As we come down the list here, you can see Lafourche, almost 36,000. Let's switch it over to Dimco, which also services a large segment of our area. And this is telling. I mean, this is jumping up substantially since the last time we hit this, maybe 20 minutes ago. Dimco is reporting 99% of Ascension Parish customers are without power. So I'm looking at it here. They service 15,379. There are, according to this, only about 8 homes that have power in Ascension Parish. Livingston Parish doing much better at 30%. East Baton Rouge, 12% of their customers are without power. Sylvia, Michael Cobble talked about this earlier today with how those bucket trucks are already kind of stationed and ready to move in to restore power, which I assume will happen at sunup.
Yeah, because hopefully the wind will not be an issue, and that's normally the determinant when it reaches what goes below 35 miles an hour. Then they're able to get in there and do it to try to restore the electricity to homes. We're going to switch over now to David Hamilton, who is in Livingston still. David, what's going on?
Yeah, Sylvia, I'm right here in the emergency office of Preparedness Center. Right beside me is Chris Anderson, who is the director over the center. Now, it was in our time, we've seen like when me and Joe was out, like he told Joe, we've seen a lot of things, a lot of trees, branches everywhere. Matter of fact, we've seen this one tree. I'm 6'2", I'm gonna put that out there. Now, if I lay down 5 times, I probably wouldn't even be the size of that tree that was knocked over. Just to let y'all know, give you a general size of how big that tree was. But Mr. Anderson, what currently do y'all have planned for like those type of areas who have seen those type of trees on the ground?
Right, so tomorrow morning, we're going to make those assessments. Right now, everybody is sheltering in place. We've already hit that, after 10:30 hours. So right now, the wind speeds are picking up. That eye wall's coming on. It's coming towards Livingston Parish. And we are going to get out there first thing in the morning, make all of our assessments. The Sheriff's Department, the fire departments, all of our DPW, which is Department of Public Works. We will be mobilizing all of those units at first light and making assessments. Trees down, power lines down, all of those things that we will assess. We're going to focus our efforts and move everything and shift south because we are really concerned about the floodwaters coming into the parish, more so from that wind pushing in to the river stages. So as we get south and assess whether or not they need to make any push outs or if we need to do any water rescues, that'll all be done at first light.
Yeah, and some notes I've been hearing over the day, in the last 30 minutes, matter of fact, we've having power outages everywhere from East Baton Rouge to Ascension, Assumption, everywhere. What kind of outages are we seeing in Livingston Parish?
Yeah, so I think the last count was somewhere around that 8,000 mark. I haven't looked at it in the last 30 minutes or so. But yeah, as those outer bands are moving in, we're losing that power. We're seeing it on the outage map. Dimco and Energy is the providers for Livingston Parish. And look, we're going to do everything we can do to work with them. I've met with them prior to this storm and told them we want to work with them firsthand to help them get the power back on fast. fast as we can. And that, of course, is of us clearing the roads and also making sure that we do it safely, because those power lines that are down can still be hot. So we have to make sure they're safe for us to move and then get that stuff cleared out so that those energy people can come back in and get those lines put back where they belong. And with that, remember, sightseers, and I've said this many, many times, let the energy people do their work. Stay off the roads. That's going to help us get the power back on faster than normal if you don't have to have that sightseeing out there going on.
And look, I can say this, as much as we have been out and riding around, we haven't seen that many cars on the road, to be honest. So it's like a lot of people have caught on to our dusk to dawn curfew, that, well, not ours, but yours, the curfew y'all had released. A little bit more about that. What is something else have y'all been putting out besides of going through us with this, letting them know what's going on?
Just the curfew side of the world, that was put in place to give our first responders some downtime so that they can be rested and ready to go tomorrow morning. Now, as far as getting some information about how things are going to be working tomorrow, what we'll be doing, we have a new parish app, Livingston Parish Gov on your app store. You can find our app. We push the notifications through that. We have our website, livingstonparishla.gov. Also, Homeland Security under that section. You can see information about current sandbag locations. If we have to open any shelters, that will be pushed to that information at that time. And besides that, Facebook. I mean, the social media push is where we're sending all that information out as fast as we can.
Yes, sir. My last question: are there any shelters open for people that may have need them in these outages? And a lot of, like, one house I went to, the tree actually fell onto the house. Didn't do that much damage for people who have experienced it that even y'all might not have heard of. Are there any shelters open?
Not in Livingston Parish at this time, but again, that'll be assessed tomorrow, because we didn't want to be too preemptive about opening a shelter, because if this turns in from a wind event to a flood event, and we have to shift gears, we're going to make those adjustments first thing in the morning and open shelters if we need to for that purpose.
Yes, sir. And so, as y'all just heard from Mr. Anderson, they will make adjustments as needed for residents or for whatever they're needed to do after this hurricane has did whatever it is, now has been downgraded to a tropical storm. But with anything else that comes out, you can catch us on WBRZ.com with any more information. But reporting in Livingston Parish, back to you at the desk.
We'll take it from here, David. Thank you very much. Really good information out there for our viewers in Livingston Parish. And, just peeling behind the curtain here, that is why we remain on the air this evening. We want to make sure all of our residents that count on our forecast in Livingston and St. Helena, as well as Tangipahoa Parish, even and to an extent Southwest Mississippi, are covered before the worst of Francine continues to move through our area. And we are winding that down, but there are still some areas that are under the gun this evening, tonight, and in tropical storm warnings.
When I was on air just a few moments ago, when I showed this same map, I said the hurricane warnings have been canceled, but they still showed up on the map. The Weather Service just had to go in and actually hit that button on the computer that says cancel the hurricane warning. They are incredibly busy over there at that office in Slidell, and they finally got around to canceling that hurricane warning. So here it is, nicely put on a map, all the orange shaded parishes. Everybody is under that tropical storm warning. Let me zoom farther south, because I can't see St. Mary Parish on that map, and I'm curious if they are within that too. And it looks like the northern part is north of Highway 90, but...
And that's primarily for the remaining wind impacts.
Right.
You're still going to deal with tropical storm force wind gusts in this area for a couple more hours. But yeah, the storm is past you. The deluge is past 75% of our area. But that warning is issued because of the wind conditions that will hang on for another couple of hours.
And we still have tropical storm force winds even in Baton Rouge. I can hear it outside the station, but I've noticed that the time gap between those wind gusts has increased from the last several hours. So things are winding down. Things are getting a little bit better. Still has some very gusty winds out there. They are strongest to the east, where Francine is still tracking, because right now the center track is still near southern Tangipahoa Parish and southeast Livingston, very close to Lake Maurepas, actually.
Yeah, and we have seen that those winds and the heaviest rain bands have followed that track we expected east of center, and you just listed off the areas that are getting hit hardest right now. We're also seeing that the flood issues, while they're still out there, are alleviating in these southern sections where the heaviest rain fell earlier, and we're not adding additional rain, which is a big deal. And we're not seeing, I would say, the same coverage or frequency in additional flood warnings as we move to the north.
Still won't rule them out.
Right, but I think goes to show overall to the weakening effect of the storm. Even the rain is getting a little less intense as the system weakens across land.
I mean, all things considered, the tornado threat today has been very low too, and there are no complaints about that. There is where the center of Francine is, per the 10 o'clock advisory. It may be a little bit farther northeast now with time, because we're coming up on the 11 o'clock hour, but They actually extended the tornado watch till 6 a.m. I don't think Livingston, Tangibo Parish, you're not going to have a threat till 6 a.m. In fact, your tornado threat is very low right now, but non-zero maybe for about another hour or two until Francine pulls away.
That would be the timeline I would give. Once it reaches that state line, you're going to be in pretty good shape. You called this earlier, but the threat may be maximized for any tornadoes way over here in southern Mississippi and even over toward Alabama, some of those outer bands. Some of the larger pictures on radar and satellite show that most of the action is from this point now to the east, and still pretty heavy and impressive in those sections. We thought this would be a ragged, lopsided, asymmetric storm, which will continue to look that way through the nighttime hours.
We're kind of at a point now where we're receiving a ton of damage reports, flooding reports, etc., trees down on roads, and I suspect we'll probably see more at first light tomorrow, because for many of us, the significant part of the storm occurred after dark here. What I have next here is all the storm reports, and this icon looks a little weird. That's a little hurricane icon right there. That's a tropical storm or hurricane report per the National Weather Service. And what I'm going to do is step off camera here, and I'm going to sample through some of these. A lot of these are wind gust reports, but some of them are actually damage reports, and we'll read off some of these just to kind of see what's going on. I know there is one very close to the station, actually. You can see where that LSU label is just south of Baton Rouge, and that happened around 6:54. Where a piece of a neighbor's metal roof blew into somebody's yard. So clearly some strong enough winds, but I would imagine the structural integrity of that building probably wasn't as strong with the winds that we saw in Baton Rouge.
Right. We saw several scattered instances of wind damage in and around the capital area, increasing in coverage as we've moved to the southeast. We've had News 2's Bess Casserly and Joe McCoy kind of roving around the city this evening. And as we heard from Sheriff Sid Gotro on the phone earlier, the damage has been patchy and kind of focused in the southeastern corner of East Baton Rouge Parish. Not surprising. That's closer to the storm center, closer to Ascension and Livingston, where the damage reports have become a little bit more widespread. Highlighting another one there in Walker around 6:31. Looks like some tree down on a house there in East Lakeside.
And we actually sent David Hamilton out to that as well.
Saw that himself earlier, and he was just commenting on that. It was a sizable tree, and you just never know which one. All those, we have these big trees near our properties. They look like they're fine. They may have been in some weakened state, perhaps struck by lightning previously, perhaps harmed by last year's drought. We know some of these water oaks especially, they spend half their life living and half their life dying. They can be hollowed out in the center, and we don't even know that they've expired. And those are the weak ones, susceptible when their day comes. Just the wrong wind gust at the wrong time will take them down and put them on the wrong place, like unfortunately tonight of homes in our area.
More trees down just to the north in Watson. Tree fell down on a trailer. That one not in the 6 o'clock hour. That one actually not too long ago. We'll say that was trying to do math in my head right now. A little over an hour ago.
And additional wind damage reports are, I would say, are less and less likely now from the Amite River and west. You're going to see them concentrate a little bit closer to I-55, eastern Livingston Parish. But Malcolm made a good point. The reason all these little dots are on the map is because people have had some time, and especially in daylight, before nightfall, some of these sections got to get out and assess what they're seeing. We may see this map much more heavily populated in eastern Ascension, Livingston, and Tangibo Parish come first light tomorrow, when we can really identify where some of those trees have gone down across side streets or maybe some structures, and even in some rural sections that just people don't have access to just yet. So I think the scope of the damage will become a lot more clear tomorrow, and I do expect it to be greater than what we're seeing right now in those parts east of Baton Rouge. Not necessarily in the capital city, but closer to that I-55 corridor.
Going a little farther south to where we saw some of the worst impacts later today, because remember, this made landfall as a Category 2 hurricane earlier today, and this is the region where we saw the strongest winds. There's St. Mary Parish, there's Assumption Parish right there, St. James. Thibodaux, we had reports of flash flooding up to the front steps of a house in the Chack Bay area. In fact, I remember showing you a video shortly before you were about to go back on camera of actually water coming into someone's homes. You even remarked on the storm surge potential in the area.
Yeah, and that's because we have some of those bayous that are taking some of that kind of backwater flooding, reversing course, water being driven north by the winds. And there is, even on the storm surge map, a possibility of like 1 foot of inundation it was showing coming up to some of those bayous in Lafourche Parish. And that was likely the culprit for that flooding you were seeing there. I doubt just standing water rain, if 5 or 6 inches would do it in that area.
And clustered over there by you in New Orleans, a lot of those reports are flooding. had that flash flood emergency just a little bit earlier.
And that could have got really bad really fast. I think we're lucky the speed of Francine and the Crescent City with regard to this, because the fast 6-7 inches, we've had hurricanes in the past that have moved a lot slower than that, and that could have turned catastrophic in a hurry. Now, it may be really bad there, but believe it, I'd say they dodged it in New Orleans for as bad as it may have gotten.
And most of the rain was on the northern side, too. Didn't have more rain to encounter on the southern side as well. That's a look at some of the storm reports. Here's a look at some of the current conditions, because the center of Francine is very close to Livingston Parish. This is French settlement, at least the report there, west-northwest at 26 miles per hour. A little farther removed. I would hazard to guess that the winds are a little bit higher in Killian.
Yeah, Killian, Springfield. We'll be coming up on Albany here, too, on the eastern side of the parish. Also, say near the Natalbany River and east over towards Ponchatoula and Hammond is where some of the strongest winds are going to be right now as we cross the parish line over into Tangipahoa. It's going to kind of ride that I-55 area here in the short term.
Also a sign of a tropical system, relative humidity, almost 100%. There is a ton of moisture out there, and it feels awfully muggy.
It's wild. I mean, I actually stepped outside a few moments ago to kind of tidy up our weather patio, shut the lights off out there. Didn't plan on going back out there and using that shot again this evening. But even in the wind moving around as it is, you immediately start sweating because of that tropical air mass that is in place out there. So pleasant, unpleasant, windy, rainy night across the capital area.
We now go to Tangipahoa Parish. I was hoping to give you a wind speed, but it looks like the data dropped out. Evidently, the winds may be strong enough to where it literally knocked out either power to the sensor, or maybe it took out the sensor entirely. That's not uncommon with tropical systems.
It's that northern, what's left, that we were calling it the eye wall earlier. It's not that anymore, but this is kind of that northern quadrant of the storm that's lifting through Tangipahoa Parish. Now, this is probably some of the heaviest activity left out there associated with Francine at the moment in the southern half of Tangipahoa Parish.
There is a flash flood warning in effect, and it's not radar indicated. It is observed flash flooding for pretty much points along and south of Hammond. That may get extended a little farther north with time, because we still have some fairly high rain rates moving north along the I-55 corridor. Here's Baton Rouge. That wind speed's come down quite a bit.
We're still hearing it. You're still noticing it. And I've actually, my wife actually in our property was saying she came away from a friend's house. She was saying safely, we leave our home because of a really strong or big old tree near our house that we worry about. She returned home with a short drive and noted that from the west side of the parish to the east side of the parish was remarkably more windy. Makes sense. I'm sure. We would expect the east side to be a lot more windy. So this is at the airport. That's kind of north central East Baton Rouge Parish. We're probably seeing slightly stronger winds as we work our way toward the Amite River, some slightly higher gusts. And this is, by the way, close to ground level. Right off ground level, you can hear it in our TV tower outside of our station. It is roaring through that tower right now. And you noted, can't quite see it now. Sometimes if you get enough clearing the levels or the rain's lighter, you can see the clouds moving, but they're whipping through the skies out there as Francine races off to the north.
Right. Here's a look at the wind timeline for Baton Rouge, and it may be a little bit steady for the time being. Still have a few tropical storm force winds out there. I think the window for sustained winds in the capital city, a tropical storm force is probably running out. That's a different story to the east, of course, but once we get past, I'd say 2 or 3 a.m., we'll even see those gusts coming down.
Yeah, and that's going to be great. The focus number all day has been 30 for restoring power in our area, and I don't think there's going to be any concern that crews won't be able to hit the ground bright and early tomorrow morning, hit the ground running, and trying to get restoration going.
I'm not aware. Is it gust or sustained speed for 30?
I defer to almost the news folks on that. Looking at sustained, yes, sustained.
Okay. So, that might even drop a little bit sooner.
Yeah, and I don't know in some of those areas that they'll get started right away. They may wait until first light tomorrow when it's a little bit more safer and emergency crews can clean up the roads and take any trees out of the area and things like that. But you know, there have been storms in the past where you have just daily thunderstorms that make it difficult, or you have dangerous heat afterwards. In terms of weather after a storm, it's going to be fairly cooperative in this case over the next many days for recovery to ramp up as quickly as possible.
Josh, what I'll do real quick is I will pull up a map of some of the wind speeds. It may be able to easier to see that a little bit spatially, and then while you talk on that, I'm going to look up some of the highest wind gust reports that we've had across the capital area today. So just give me one moment here as I pull up the current wind speeds across southeast Louisiana.
All right, we'll look at a couple of things here. First of all, actually, and we have a new max gust for the day in East Baton Rouge Parish. That's the highest we've seen. It was previously 45. So we have a gust of 47 within the last hour in the capital city. 35 in Gonzales. That's kind of telling that we're seeing likely the strongest winds pull away from Ascension Parish. Gusts still to 54 in New Orleans, 32 in Slidell, Bogalusa, 28 with Macomb, Hammond. Malcolm noted a moment ago that the data dropped out there. But also look at the wind direction. You can pinpoint where the center of this storm is right now. You've got a northerly wind in Baton Rouge, kind of a westerly wind in Gonzales, southeasterly in New Orleans. So that center is somewhere between Baton Rouge and Hammond right now in eastern Livingston or western Tangipahoa Parish, lifting north, kind of paralleling I-55. And we might see the winds really dramatically increase across southwest Mississippi here in the next hour or two, but continuing to ease in Morgan City, closer to Houma. We'll ease up in Gonzales here, and shortly after midnight, I'd say, in the Baton Rouge area too, we'll likely lose the possibility of tropical storm force wind gusts by about 12 or 1 a.m. So those are the current winds in our area, and again, it should be all improvements from here, especially south of I-12.
Right. And we're going to compile some of these numbers, I'm sure, overnight going into tomorrow. Right now, I'm looking at this on the National Weather Service website. Some of the peak wind gusts, obviously offshore, earlier on as the hurricane was approaching landfall. I see a 105-mile-per-hour gust close to the landfall location near Eugene Island. I see a couple of 70-mile-per-hour peak gusts, or excuse me, 68-mile-per-hour, close to 70 out in St. James Parish. And some of the highest gusts I've seen were actually out in New Orleans. New Orleans International Airport reported a 78-mile-per-hour gust there.
And imagine, air traffic come to a halt today when you got a hurricane moving across the area. That's probably one of the underrated stories to look into after tomorrow, that we'll have all of those flights getting back on schedule. Surely there were tons of cancellations. And we'll likely see not only the New Orleans delays lingering into tomorrow, but you got to think about other nearby airports. Metro Airport was probably affected. And tomorrow morning it's going to be at least inclement weather with the winds for flying in Jackson, which is another decent-sized airport. Some regional air travel halted because of Francine.
I was talking with our own News 2's Mia Monet on Sunday night. She had a flight today. I don't know if she ever made that flight.
It would have had to have been bright and early.
It would have had to have been very early. I'll have to ask her this weekend.
And you see pull up radar now. We talked about winds. This was that flash flood emergency. Big deal here is that rain is letting up, so we're not adding anything additional to that. These is likely flash flood warnings remaining for standing water in these areas from whatever has fallen. No more will come down, other than a light shower or sprinkle. And there are flash flood warnings right now on the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain and over into Hammond and South Tangipahoa Parish as well. That's the heaviest rain band left in this area. And I would say it's almost more moving northeasterly than due north, at least the heavy part of the rain band. So conditions going to rapidly improve there. And Hammond and Ponchatoula within the next 30 minutes or so as well.
Right, and we just saw that gust of 47 miles per hour in Baton Rouge, and it looks like there is a little band trying to set up nearby. Not a strong band, but it may be bringing some slightly higher wind speeds aloft down to the ground, and that's where we're seeing that elevated wind speed.
Yeah, I'll be curious here. 11:07, I'm surprised they're not going to give us an hour. I thought they were going to be doing the intermediate advisories in the hourlies to update the wind speeds.
They stopped doing that at 8 o'clock.
Okay, once we were far away from landfall. So we probably do not have a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm anymore. These are going down quickly, and remember, their forecast point showed at 1 a.m. we had max winds expected to be around 65. I wouldn't be shocked if they come in a little bit lower than that as we move forward in time here. Right now, the Hurricane Center is placing the center of Francine, what's left of it, right on that Tangipahoa-Livingston Parish line. And as Malcolm noted, now an hour earlier was this, might be right near the merge of I-55 and I-12 at this point.
You notice it's close to there, the radar. So we could actually probably sample those winds very easily. So, Josh mentioned that we probably don't have a 70-mile-per-hour storm. What we're looking at are the wind velocities. And you see some reds and greens here. Josh, if you want to explain essentially what's going on with those colors.
Radar site there in Hammond, recently relocated. Green's going to indicate wind that's moving toward the radar. Red's going to indicate wind that's moving away from the radar. So that tells us where you have that tropical system right now kind of swirling in this area. And as Malcolm is going to do, he's just going to click on a few locations here in the brighter reds and the brighter greens. And this is going to estimate the wind speeds above ground. But because we're so close to the radar site, not that far above ground. So just above the surface between Killeen and Springfield, about a 57-mile-per-hour wind. Again, that's above ground. When you start dealing with the surface and friction, those winds likely come down a little bit. We also have a 39-mile-per-hour gust in Livingston, maybe 50 to 70 over in central Tangipahoa Parish above the ground. So mix that to the surface, and I would say, yeah, this storm isn't at the surface producing much more now than about 60 to 65 mile-per-hour winds.
Finish out with a quick hour-by-hour forecast here. You see rain chances going down into the night as the system pulls north, and by morning, wind speed should be much lower. And then, hey, look at that. Sun pokes out into tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, pretty impressive. So you guys get a lay of the land of what we're going to do here. We're going to continue to follow this storm through Tangipahoa and Livingston Parish for you, get you through the last few moments of this being within our area. We will have another weather update, and even as our continuous coverage pauses tonight, Malcolm's going to provide top-of-the-hour updates on ABC, at least just beyond midnight, to get this storm, see it properly through our viewing area. But we do have some more live shots we want to get to out in the community tonight, and we're going to do that in just a few minutes. We're going back to Michael and Sylvia, I think.
All right, Josh, thank you. We do have some curfew updates that we want to pass along as well. In Amite, the curfew is until 6 a.m. tomorrow until further notice. In Morgan City and Berwick, the curfew goes until 6 tomorrow morning. In Tangipahoa Village, it'll go until 6 a.m. tomorrow as well. In Livingston Parish, curfew is dusk to dawn. In St. Mary Parish, the town of Franklin goes until 7 a.m. tomorrow. In Franklin Parish, the curfew is until 7 a.m. tomorrow as well. In Lafourche Parish, the curfew goes until further notice. Also in St. Gabriel Parish, the curfew is until 6 a.m. tomorrow. And in Covington, the curfew is from 4 p.m. until further notice. In Zachary, it goes until 7 a.m. tomorrow.
In Gonzales, you saw it there. Also, the Iberville Parish Sheriff's Office in a curfew at Iberville Parish in effect for Iberville Parish starting earlier tonight at 6 o'clock and lasting until 6 a.m. Thursday. In Franklin, curfews from 4 p.m. to 7 a.m. In Lafourche, a curfew in effect there until further notice. Mention St. Gabriel one more time, curfew until 6 a.m. tomorrow, and then Covington, curfew until further notice. We'll be right back.
I look at cancer as a very unique disease to an individual patient. So cancer is a ubiquitous problem. Getting everyone's input that's related to the specific case is important in delivering the best care. And then once we understand their needs, we plug them in with all the right support services, in addition to continuing a collaborative approach and an individualized approach to their care. Your support is our focus. Together we triumph. Visit marybird.org to learn more.
We're Rev Business, a local provider with nearly 90 years of experience. So when it comes to business in Louisiana, we know that personalized service is key. And we're here to go the extra mile with all fiber solutions that deliver what every business needs: reliability and quality. We're not just providers. We're the local team dedicated to helping you succeed. True partnerships are homegrown. Rev Business, internet, phone, and managed services. Visit us at letsrev.biz.
There's DNA. Then there's heavy-duty DNA. HDNA. It's engineered into every aspect of the GMC Sierra HD. With the pulling power to prove it. Tow hitches of the world, prepare for glory. Get 5.9% APR for 84 months on Sierra heavy-duty Denali models. That's over $5,300 in average finance savings.
A wreck with a big rig can cause serious damage and serious injuries. But 18-wheelers aren't the only kinds of big trucks that can destroy lives.
I'm attorney Gordon McCartney. If you've been injured by a delivery truck, dump truck, box truck, or any kind of big truck, we'll fight to get you every dollar you deserve. We've recovered over $3 billion for our clients. I am Louisiana's big truck lawyer. Just call me. Get it done.
Call 888-8888.
Bad wreck with an 18-wheeler? I'm attorney Peyton Murphy. Call the Murphy Law Firm now.
The storm station is tracking Francine.
We want to go back out to Ascension Parish and check in with News 2's Sarah Graybar.
Yeah, we're still out in Ascension Parish. We were riding along with the Santa Ma Volunteer Fire Department. They received a call on Penny Street saying that there were wires that were sparking off the side of the house. As we were coming down the road, we started to see like the water slowly get deeper. I don't know if you can see behind me. There's these giant pieces of metal. And so we thought to ourselves, okay, we're coming down Penny Street, Penny Lane. We see all this metal, we see all this water. Where is it coming from? Walk with me, walk with me. We are actually standing Penny Street and LA 431. And my photographer, Justin Moore, is coming with me. We're gonna walk all the way around the side. We are actually in the parking lot of the Cajun Daiquiri place. Turns out, all that metal you're seeing, we think it's part of their roof. As you can see, the wind has been strong throughout the day. The rain has picked up and let off, picked up, let off, same with the wind. And at some points, I guess the wind was so strong enough that it could take roofs off. This is some of the worst damage we've seen so far today. We also saw a tree that fell down on a house. You might be able to see in this parking lot right here, these, according to the officials I spoke to, they say that these are cable wires. I'm gonna trust them. If you don't recognize what a wire is, don't walk near it because it could be electric, and good rule of thumb, that would be bad. But we are just seeing so much damage out here today, and we're gonna follow up tomorrow and see what the recovery efforts look like. But all of this just goes to show you that you should have stayed inside, and if you didn't, I don't know what you were doing. I don't know what to tell you about that one. But we see the roof coming down. We've seen trees, we've seen debris, we've seen standing water. The wind has picked up, it's let up. The rain has finally started to lift a little bit. It's not as severe. I don't feel like I'm being pushed around. It seems like right here in Ascension Parish, the conditions are slightly less worse than they were during our last hit. I can even hear the metal. I can see some of the street lights flicker, but it's nothing like what we were seeing an hour, 2 hours ago. And we'll continue to monitor these conditions all night. But for now, I'm just gonna send it back to you, okay?
All right, Sarah Graybar, she's been doing a great job just showing up in the places where things are happening, taking us right there to the scene as it's happening.
Embedded there with the fire department down in Santa Ma, and it's she's that they get the call for service. Sarah Graybar has been right there with them every step of the way today.
All right, so Jack Schimmel is in West Baton Rouge, so we're going to send it out to him now.
Yeah, guys, I'm in Bruley, and the conditions aren't too bad right now. I mean, we have some light rain, and the wind has pretty much subsided over the last couple hours out here, but you do get some wind here and there. As we were driving out here, I'm right by the water tower here in Bruley. Elaine Street is right there. As we were driving, there were some tree limbs on the ground. I actually accidentally drove over one. Hopefully nothing goes wrong there, but some tree limbs on the ground, things still out and about, so obviously you want to wait until those crews clean those things up in the morning before you're out here driving around. The power in this area, some houses have it, some don't, but overall the conditions are pretty mild right now. Still getting some rain, some wind, but nothing other than a couple gusts here and there right now. So it seems like we're getting closer and closer to getting clear out here, but even over the past couple hours, since about 8 o'clock, it hasn't been too crazy out here in Bruley and in West Baton Rouge overall. Now, back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, Jack, thanks very much. Malcolm and Josh joining us again here at the desk.
Yeah, things are quieting down across most of the capital area. Still raining in Baton Rouge, still winds, still gusting, but not as strong as it was earlier. The storm is weakening, so we're in the home stretch of not only our coverage here, but Francine overall. As Jack and Sarah Gray pointed out, and I think we're going to see some video of here coming up, and you've been saying all night, Sylvia and Michael, daylight will reveal a lot in our area, and I think more stories will be uncovered tomorrow once the sun is up. So you guys can roll some of that video if you want. We're happy to take a look at what you've noticed so far. I know we're going to see some trees blowing in the wind. This is in Houma. Blowing might be a kind word. Bending there, it's probably more proper. Yeah, they got hammered in Terrebonne and St. Mary Parish earlier today.
Some of the surge that we saw coming from there as well was incredible, and something they'll have to deal with tomorrow.
Yeah, we need to check on some of those nearshore buoys and some of the oil platforms. We'll get some early estimates on what the surge heights were, and we also are going to show you now a map where trees are down near Lamar Dixon, and
this has created kind of an issue as well.
I was
so
gonna guess,
this is down on St. Landry Road, right near Lamar Dixon, and since that is one of the shelters, or the only shelter down in Ascension Parish, they're trying to get that cleared as soon as possible in the event that someone needs to get there.
Yeah, blocking the road, they're saying. Yeah.
The interesting thing to that is, just based on what has happened, I'd imagine most of the folks that would need shelter would be coming from quite a ways away in the eastern side of the parish toward Gonzales, closer to, say, Sorrento. So not only do they have to make the long trek, dangerous trek potentially across I-10, but then they get to their shelter location and may be blocked off. It's likely that, you know, Prairieville and points north like that.
And at night, too. It's hard to see out there.
So right. There's no power. 99% of Demco customers without power.
And as we'll show you now, we're going to loop some radar graphics, and Sylvie and Michael, feel free to chime in. Other than radar here, a lot of these are about power and conditions and stuff. Just what you're seeing on radar right now is where we believe the storm center at this point is probably close to about Hammond. You see that yellow line from the 10 o'clock advisory ends in southeastern Livingston Parish, but here we are an hour and 20 minutes later, so that's probably right near that that 12 and 55 merge point right now. And the heaviest rain is kind of displaced in Tangipahoa Parish and also the North Shore at this time. Malcolm, anything to add there to what we're seeing on radar?
Yeah, I'm starting to see some development of precipitation just along and west of Baton Rouge, even extending south, even south of the Iberville Parish line over the Atchafalaya Basin. What I suspect is happening is we're getting this current of warm air rising and wrapping around the system, and that's enough to trigger some new shower development. It should be mostly light rain, but that'll continue to sustain a few showers into the overnight hours as Francine pulls north, and I think by the time we get to early tomorrow morning, most of the action, most of the rainfall should be north of state line.
Malcolm, you're kind of taking us through the rest of the evening here into the early morning hours when McKay joins you. What are your primary concerns? What do you be looking for?
The primary concerns would be for our eastern zones. We're talking Tangipahoa Parish, St. Helena Parish, mainly at this point. I mean, obviously, we'll still have some rain and gusty winds in and around the Baton Rouge area. Won't even rule out, a few more trees knocking down in the area, but by far the strongest winds will be where the storm is headed. And it's a rapidly weakening storm, too, and that's good news for those areas off towards the east. We will get another advisory at 1 a.m., so about an hour and a half away, and we will bring that to you right here on WBRZ. We'll do some cut-ins at the top of each hour through about 1 a.m. or so.
Probably worth noting, look, same area, Parish at Assumption are drying out. Rain has stopped in those hardest hit areas earlier today. New Orleans, where we had a flash flood emergency, is drying out now, so no more rain added to those areas that were dealing with some flooding. Now onto the power outages. Michael and Sylvie have been updating you on what the maps look like. Off camera, Michael and I had a conversation about how that energy map, if you look at it online, the red versus the green, power on versus power off, looks like the definition of scattered, which is pretty much how this event was described. Whereas in Ida was a widespread, everybody's losing power. This was patchwork, piecemeal power out due to a couple of bad trees or some unlucky power lines coming down. And the percentages across East Baton Rouge and Tangipahoa, Livingston kind of show that. Of course, near the coast, it's more wide reaching. And there's that map we referenced. Look at that. It's just not, I mean, after Ida, this was all red.
Well, we hope that is the case, that it is patchwork, that they have to come in and fix power poles, whether it be in someone's front yard. The bigger concern, and what we'll find out early tomorrow morning, is if it's those high transmission lines that are feeding from a substation, or actually from a power plant to substations. If some of those, some of those big lines you see like crossing an interstate, if some of those are down, that's going to take some time because they got to bring in, it's not like the guys in the bucket trucks are getting up there to fix the high transmission lines. They have a whole nother fleet of infrastructure that they have to bring in to fix that, which obviously they're prepared to do so. What was interesting, we were invited today to meet at Entergy's Operations Center, kind of like, how the governor's office has the Homeland Security Emergency Preparedness, and the mayor's has it. Entergy has their own command center here in Baton Rouge as well. So the plan is tomorrow morning to get with them to see where they're going to be tackling the power restoration first, so that we can follow those crews to really give people at home an idea of how this process works. Because if you don't have power, we've all been through that before. Why aren't they turning my power on?
Right.
When are they going to turn my power on?
I see the truck right down the street.
Yes. And it's our job to kind of show that process and how that works in the coming days. I hope it's
going to be very interesting. To see.
One other note about the power, and you'll see this after, especially early in the season, hurricanes. I guess we're right near the peak right now. October's a little bit of a different story when you have a tropical event. We're not in that level where we're in the dangerous heat like we were in July and August, but no power and highs in the 90s, lows in the 70s is uncomfortable. Sure. So the restoration isn't necessarily a pleasant process, not going to be along the coast. And every now and then you'll see the National Weather Service, despite it not meeting criteria, will issue a heat advisory, remind people to kind of be safe out there. You're cleaning up Remember to hydrate. I know we've just come out of the heat of the year, but you're overexerting in our exhaustion after the storm. So especially in Assumption and St. Mary, keep that in mind. We're still going up into the upper 80s, low 90s the next few days.
Well, that's good advice for folks that are going to be cleaning up tomorrow and the days to come.
Yeah.
You never appreciate how much you like AC till you don't have it.
It's wild.
Yeah.
It's the worst part about a hurricane is just, you know, of course, during it's terrible weather, but and even the loss of electricity, it's a different story in March versus September around here. Had a couple more bullet points that Michael and Sylvia could probably chime in on with Malcolm and I. And it's just, I put this on my Facebook page and I said, common sense is common sense until it isn't. And when you're under duress, sometimes you forget some of these common sense things. That's what a lot of weather safety tips and reminders are. That bottom one, I mean, can catch all of us. Even I had to double check my plan today when we went to set up our generator. It was going to be in our back patio, just feet away from the window that had the intake for our unit. I was like, I have to move this or the AC can't go in that window. It's not just about an open, ventilated outdoor space, but it needs to be away from anywhere it's possible you could be breathing in because you don't want that exhaust coming into your window unit and whatnot.
Yeah, what do they say? They wanted like 20 feet away from a house. And then Cobble brought up a good point today that when you're refueling your generator, you need to wait till the thing cools down. That can take some time as well.
Yeah. And it's also important to have carbon monoxide detectors in your home as well.
Battery operated as well because you don't have electricity, so they have that battery backup so they can detect if that's coming into your home as well. You know, some of those other hazards on there, that's obvious when driving, but especially at night, that stuff can sneak up on you quick. Drive much more slowly than you otherwise would if you absolutely have to be out tonight. And you know, the gas leaks, that's kind of tips and flooded structures more for the immediate coastal sections. That's not going to be a big Ascension, Livingston, Baton Rouge issue, but you never know. Damaged structure, you don't know if a line's ruptured.
I've had the experience, you mentioned that, I've had the experience some nights of driving when it's not a storm and a tree has fallen, big limb or whatever. It's dark. It's dark, 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 no street lights, and so it's really dark. So I've had the experience of pulling right up on it and going, whoa, I didn't even see that, you know, and the next day coming back and realizing that this was a huge branch. So that's why it's important not to get on the roads, especially at night with no power or anything to light the way.
Yeah, it'll be a lot easier tomorrow morning when the sun's up, and emergency crews are going to be aware of these downed trees, and even with the rain and the winds letting up, they're going to start clearing tonight. So we could see the roads dramatically improved by daybreak tomorrow, and of course that's when the power crews will get out and about as well. We talked about this, but in the recovery, there's our temperature. So yeah, it is still going to be fairly hot and humid. 90s, absolutely 70s, not necessarily comfortable sleeping, but I'd say the good news is no major weather impact over the next 7 days. So we'll have plenty of time without the weather bothering us other than it not feeling so great.
Is this it for us for storms for the season?
You know, I'd love to sit here and say yes, but
that's the question I've gotten more than anything
There's
else.
actually a new depression out there way in the Atlantic now, but it's not coming here.
Things
That's
we
the
don't
good
speak
thing.
of.
the latest hurricane landfall in Louisiana history is October 29th. It was Hurricane Zeta back in 2020. So
is that right?
I always I call that my cutoff date. You know, otherwise we're breaking a record. You know, you rarely forecast a record. So yeah, sure. Could there be one in November? No, we'd be breaking new ground. So still got a whole month and a half to go before you say it's never happened this late before.
We want daytime highs of about 77, 75, 77,
When's
overnight
that gonna
lows in the
happen?
50s.
Soon?
Did you feel Sunday morning?
I know, but that was,
Sunday
we were talking
morning
about it was
was-
such a tease,
It
you
was.
know, to go from that to this, then
You
back
could
to
much
the
more
90s.
easily recover after a hurricane if that was the weather. You could sleep
Yeah.
with the windows open pretty happily if that was the weather.
Sure.
Well,
Well, I think the takeaway from this storm was dry air
Yeah.
was the hero for
it
the
is
storm.
for Baton Rouge.
Yeah.
Not necessarily New
Right,
Orleans
right.
or the North Shore, but
Right.
yeah, another kind of it's two straight storms where a little wobble has helped the capital city more compared to some of our neighbors just to the south and to the east. So, Francine, we're still tracking it, and you said it, Michael, Sylvia. We have about 2 minutes left here, but Malcolm is going to be with us at the top of the hour at midnight, and will likely take us to at least 1 a.m. with one more update. We're going to follow Francine fully out of our viewing area to make sure that we have you covered from landfall in St. Mary to the northeastern corner of this viewing area, Amite, St. Helena, and Tangier Parish. We've got everyone's backs covered.
Speaking of St. Mary, it's going to be fascinating to see what that looks like when the sun comes up. Balin Rogers and Joel down there, just to get those pictures on TuneIn, which, by the way, will be starting at 4 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and that coverage throughout our day tomorrow, this is going to be the place to be. We got you before the storm, during the storm, and what do we say after the storm?
That's right.
Storm Station and Channel 2. Great work, you guys, today, anchoring the coverage.
All too, absolutely. All of us together. Hey, the crews in the field as well.
Amazing.
You know?
Amazing. Balin and Alexis and Bree taking the brunt of that storm down there today.
Yeah.
If you haven't gone to our YouTube or Facebook page to see some of that, boy, they did some hard work out in those elements today.
One memorable line for me was David Hamilton saying, I'm just soaked right now.
Understatement of the day.
It was the first time for a lot of them to cover a storm like this. So,
and listen, if you want to send us your pictures as you're during your cleanup and all of that, we welcome them. So you can send all the photos, videos to news@wbrz.com.
All right.
That'll do it here from the Storm Station. Once again, our broadcast continues about 5.5 hours from now. Is that correct? At 4 a.m. right here on WBRZ.
Good night.
After the car crash, I was injured, scared, and overwhelmed.
If you've been seriously hurt in a car or big truck crash, put an experienced law firm on your side.
They won 10 times what was offered.
Call me, Attorney Peyton Murphy.
So there I was, in the thick of it. I've been on hunts like this before, but nothing this dangerous. Keeping eyes wide open, rounding blind corners, entering the dark abyss.